Chapter 1. What a pity. She's a sickly girl. January 12th, 1975. As the year-end approached, the train heading to the northwest was crowded, with no empty seats. The noise mixed with various smells made Lin An'an feel dizzy, and she sensed that her body had become weaker than in the past 2 days. She raised her hand to wipe a small, clear spot on the train window, looking out at the fleeting scenery, covered in white snow, with a biting coldness. Just as she was lost in thought, someone behind her bumped into her hard while placing their luggage. Lin An'an felt as if her bones were about to shatter, clutching her chest and coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, An'an. Lin's mother, just stepping away to fetch water, turned around to see her daughter being bumped and hurriedly shouted, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see? If you hurt my daughter, be careful. I'll report you to the police." Hearing her shout so loudly drew the attention of everyone around, and the plump lady who bumped into Lin An'an immediately turned sullen. "Oh, look at you, I was just placing luggage, and you can blame me for hurting your daughter? Is your daughter made of paper?" After saying that, she glared fiercely at the coughing Lin An'an. The others also looked over at her. The young girl appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and slender, dressed in a military green coat that wrapped her up tightly, leaving only her head exposed. A thick braid hung over her left chest, and although her hair was abundant, it was severely yellowed, clearly indicating a sickly condition. But she had a beautiful face with delicate brows and light eyes, her demeanor pure as jade, resembling the winter snow atop tree branches, ready to be blown away by the wind at any moment, transforming into mist. Just a glance at her made people unconsciously hold their breath. What a pity. Such a beautiful girl. Yet she was sickly. It was too unfortunate. "Mom, it's okay." As soon as she spoke, a wave of palpitations hit, and Lin An'an instinctively tightened her collar. Her hands, white as jade, appeared fragile as she gripped tightly, making her skin look thin like a cicada's wing, revealing her pitiful state. "An'an, my darling." Lin's mother hurriedly stepped forward to soothe her back, feeling heartbroken. The plump lady scoffed, "Sickly girl going out to cause trouble. Are you trying to blame others?" "I'm not falling for that. Don't say I didn't bump you. Even if I did, I wouldn't be afraid of you." The plump lady cursed, and Lin An'an looked up at her, momentarily stunned when she saw a red birthmark on her lower left jaw. She quickly reached out to pull her mother, signaling her not to act impulsively. "Auntie, it's just that I'm not well. It's not your fault that my mom is just straightforward and cares about me. Please don't mind. I'm really sorry." She turned and politely apologized to the plump lady. "An'an." Lin's mother was furious. How could this rude woman make her daughter apologize? Lin An'an shook her head at her mother. "Mom, just rub my back a bit more. I'm feeling uncomfortable." She then began to cough again. The plump lady felt repulsed by her appearance and couldn't help but criticize. "Stop pretending, and don't cough towards me. Don't pass your sickness to me. It's really bad luck." People often love to sympathize with the weak. It's human nature. They also love to stand on a moral high ground to criticize others, showcasing their generosity and kindness, which is also human nature. There was no need for Lin's mother and Lin An'an to say anything more. The onlookers couldn't help but start criticizing the plump lady. "This Annie, you should ease up. The girl has already been hurt by you. How can you still have the nerve to scold her?" "Exactly. Look at your own size. How can this little girl withstand your roughness? Not only are you not apologizing, but you're also blaming her first. With a figure like that, she must have a lot of grease. I bet she's not a good person." One person spoke after another, making the plump lady's face turn red with anger. "What nonsense are you talking? Do you know who my son is? My son is from the Northwest." The plump lady's shouting was ultimately drowned out by the crowd. Lin's mother was a bit dazed, looking at one person, then at another. Lin An'an pinched her hand. "Mom, let them disperse. It's suffocating." Lin's mother nodded distractedly. Okay. In Sioux City, Lin's mother was known for her fierce temper regardless of right or wrong. She always competed on who had the louder voice and who could curse more fiercely. This scene in front of her left her somewhat bewildered. They didn't even need to shout, and it resulted in several people offering comfort and encouragement. Seeing her mother like this was amusing to Lin, and she curved her eyes and sat back comfortably, breathing lightly. It was indeed too uncomfortable. She had adapted for a whole week, yet she still wasn't used to this body. It was far too broken. It was the kind of fragility that could lead to death with just a slight mishap. But living, even in the impoverished 1970s, was better than dying. That's right, Lin An'an had transmigrated. She had entered a novel called 1970s. The widow's sister is a bit spicy, definitely not remarrying, becoming a minor character with the same name. She was a short-lived ex-wife of the male lead, who was also short-lived. How tragic. One was shorter than the other. The original character was also named Lin An'an, 22 years old, from Sioux City. Her husband was a soldier, 3 years older than her, named Chu Mingzhou, who, it was said, was a young officer in the Northwest military region and quite capable. However, the two had been married for 4 years without even meeting each other. The marriage was purely transactional, a means to fulfill a betrothal arranged by their grandparents, with no emotional connection whatsoever. Coincidentally, Chu Mingzhou needed a wife as one of the conditions for army rating, as the army believed that married comrades were more stable, and some tasks had to be assigned. To those with married status at AS for Lin An'an, she wanted to attend a workers' peasant soldiers university, and being a military wife would give her priority. Plus, with her father being a team leader, her wishes were naturally fulfilled. Thus, the two quickly reached an agreement and achieved their goals. Strictly speaking, there were no feelings of a couple between them. Lin An'an's impression of Chu Mingzhou was only from a black and white photo. Their relationship was as distant as that of strangers, and even if they divorced later, wouldn't be considered hurtful. But the problem lay in Lin An'an's short lifespan. Her overprotective father, fierce mother, love-struck younger brother, and her own sickly self. The real Lin An'an had died a week ago from illness. According to the original plot, once Lin An'an died, her parents were devastated and both fell ill. 18-year-old younger brother Lin Zihua, missing his sister, held on to the manuscripts and diaries written by her, reminiscing with his childhood friend Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong was the female lead in the story and the next wife of Chu Mingzhou. Lin An'an was a very talented girl. Aside from her poor health, she excelled in everything else: looks, family background, and talent. At a young age, she had already independently written 3 books, but unfortunately, she died before they could be published. What was the most scarce thing in the 1970s? It was culturally rooted individuals, especially those from working-class families. Lin Zihua didn't understand, but Jiang Tong did. Just one glance, and she recognized the high value of these manuscripts. Since Lin An'an was already dead, if this book could be used for her, there was a chance to become a great writer. When Jiang Tong saw the photo tucked inside the diary, her heart was completely moved. This man was tall and handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, more attractive than the movie stars on promotional posters. Jiang Tong's eyes turned, and she immediately cried louder than Lin Zihua. Lamenting for her sister, she said she wanted more people to recognize her sister's talent and see her works, wanting her sister to leave more traces in the world. Thus, she took all of Lin An'an's manuscripts from Lin Zihua, along with that photo of Chu Mingzhou. She even voluntarily gave up her position at the textile factory in town, trying to persuade Lin Zihua to convince their father to help her get transferred to the clothing factory. Under the Northwest military region. 2 years later, Jiang Tong published her books one after another, becoming a well-known writer in China, and she finally married Chu Mingzhou as she wished. Unfortunately, she was also poorly fated that on the day of their wedding, Chu Mingzhou was called away on a mission, and when he returned, it was just a handful of ashes. Jiang Tong was not an ordinary person in terms of deep affection. Even after Chu Mingzhou died, she refused to remarry, guarding her substantial savings and pension while taking care of Chu Mingzhou's younger siblings. She became a model of bravery and righteousness in everyone's eyes, a true sister-in-law like a mother, if she hadn't turned back to seduce Lin Zihua, making him work like a mule for her half a life, ultimately paying with his life. If she hadn't returned to deceive and exploit the Lin family. If she hadn't taken action against Lin's father and mother, perhaps there wouldn't be Lin An'an setting off for the Northwest now. She needed to change the plot, to use military medical resources to survive, to alter the fate of the Lin family. This could also be considered a repayment for the original owner of this body. Chapter 2. Comrade, there's a thief over there. Clang, clang, clang. The train traveled for 3 whole days before finally reaching the Northwest. Such a long journey, sitting the whole way, would be unbearable for an average healthy person, let alone for Lin An'an, who was a sickly little thing. When she got off the train, her condition was extremely poor. She was almost carried down by Lin's mother. Her lips were pale from exhaustion, and her beautiful face appeared dull and tired. Compared to the Jiangnan city of Suzhou, the Northwest was much colder. The wind felt like knives against her face. That "Where's that little Lou? Your dad," clearly agreed with him to come pick us up to the military compound. Lin's mother looked around under the flagpole. There were many people coming and going, but she couldn't find any sign of little Lou. Lin An'an sighed internally. In this era of poor communication, finding someone was a major hassle. Is the military compound far from here? Let's just go straight there. Lin's mother shook her head. She wasn't sure, only knowing it was a bit of a distance from the train station. Seeing it was almost 4 in the afternoon, standing around waiting wasn't a solution. Mom, you help me into that little hall to wait, and then go look for a car. There are too many people here. We mustn't wander off. Do you think I can go anywhere looking like this? Lin An'an replied softly, with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Lin's mother flashed a look of concern. You child, don't say such things. Lin An'an gave a light being supported into the small hall to eat good and wait for Mom. I know. Once Lin's mother left, Lin An'an casually looked around to distract herself. Every breath she took felt painful, cold, and sharp. People from the Northwest generally had more pronounced features. Most had thick eyebrows and big eyes. They were much taller than people from Suzhou, and their clothing mainly consisted of blue, green, and gray tones, with very few bright colors. As she looked around, she noticed a sneaky man reaching for an elderly person's bag with a knife. Is this a thief? Lin An'an was momentarily stunned. In her nervousness, her breathing became labored, and she started to cough violently. She saw what was happening, but with her frail body, it was hard to do anything good. Suddenly, a few figures in military green passed by her, dressed in uniforms, distinctly different. Without thinking, she lightly grabbed the edge of one man's clothing. Comrade, there's a thief over there. Cough, cough, cough. She exerted all her strength, but to the tall man, it felt like a feather brushing against him, and her voice was far too soft, even quieter than her cough. Fortunately, soldiers had sharp hearing, and Chu Mingzhou heard her. Following the direction Lin An'an pointed with her right hand, he locked eyes with the man who was stealing money. Lin An'an felt a figure beside her rush past in a flash. Then several more figures followed swiftly. Lin An'an blinked, watching as the soldier kicked the knife away and swiftly subdued the thief, almost in one fluid motion, as impressive as a martial arts film. So impressive. Truly a good comrade of the people. Before the satisfaction in Lin An'an's eyes faded, a commotion suddenly broke out. The victim, the elderly man, was acting like he had gone mad, claiming he was wronged and that the thief was his son. He was slapping and clawing at several soldiers, crying out that the soldiers were hurting people and bullying the common folk. The thief was also shouting for his mother, struggling desperately. Lin An'an? Is it really this melodramatic? But a thief is a thief. It has nothing to do with their identity, right? The noise attracted a crowd, and people gathered to watch. But since it was soldiers apprehending someone, no one dared to speak up or get too close. As the crowd gathered, it blocked Lin An'an's view to this moment. Lin's mother hurried back. What happened? She wanted to see the excitement, but seeing her daughter's pale face, she quickly supported her to leave. I found a car coincidentally. I ran into a fellow villager whose family lives near the military compound. He said he could give us a ride. You must be exhausted, right? It's noisy here. We shouldn't stay too long. Lin An'an glanced at the crowd and nodded. Okay, just soldiers catching a thief. There's nothing to see at all. I see that Lin's mother helped her up, half supporting her as they walked out. Inside the small hall of the train station, the station police arrived quickly and took the thief away. But this thief and his mother were no pushovers. They made a scene, claiming the soldiers were bullying the common people and threatening to report them to the military. Chu Mingzhou wanted to find witnesses to testify, but where was Lin An'an's figure? The two mother and son were even more emboldened when they realized they couldn't find any witnesses. Although it was a small matter, it annoyed Chu Mingzhou and his men to no end. Chu Mingzhou's mind flashed with that pale little face, and he clenched his fist. At that moment, Lin An'an had already climbed onto the villager's ox cart, bumping along towards the military compound, completely unaware that her good intentions had caused trouble. An'an, you should focus on getting better here, but you insisted on having your brother join the military. The Northwest Military District is the toughest in Huagua, with his inability to carry or lift anything. What can he do in the army? He might as well study at home with a little money and some connections. He might even get into a work-study university, just like you. Lin's mother took out a thick cotton quilt and wrapped Lin An'an tightly, holding her like a baby. Despite the cold wind howling, freezing her face to an unnatural red, she didn't complain about the cold at all. Lin An'an felt a bit touched inside. This overflowing maternal love was something she had never experienced in her 2 lifetimes. Lin An'an grew up in an orphanage, accustomed to the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Later, When her biological parents reclaimed her, she thought she had finally found a home, a family reunion. But unexpectedly, she became the kidney donor for her younger sister and died unexpectedly on the operating table. Was it regretful? Of course it was regretful, and she was utterly disappointed. She had worked so hard to live, how could people trample on her like this? Lin An'an leaned slightly against Lin's mother, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Based on my little brother's grades and abilities, he wouldn't even qualify for a work-study university, that he needs to go through some training in the army first. And then with a recommendation from the military, he might have some opportunities. Lin's mother's eyes brightened. Is that your plan? I thought you wouldn't be willing. Lin An'an lowered her gaze, not responding to that, of course. She was just making it up. Her love-struck little brother, staying by her side, naturally had other intentions. The original owner was paying for that little waste, unwilling for him to suffer. But Lin An'an was different. She focused on a wolf-style education, catching him first, and then talking. Since being a sycophant had no future today as for getting better, she wanted to use her identity as a military family member to access the military hospital's medical resources to properly fix her broken body, allowing her to live a little longer. Your brother should be leaving the day after tomorrow, and he hasn't even greeted Chu Mingzhou. Can he really take care of your brother? This is the first time they are meeting. I'm afraid he might get angry. Mom, he's your son-in-law. When a mother-in-law speaks, nothing is difficult. Lin's mother tightened her grip nervously. Hey, you have a point. After all, I am her mother-in-law. The bullet cart dropped the two at the entrance of the Northwest Military District. They politely said goodbye to the little villager. Outside the military district, there was a sturdy, tall wall, painted in a simple gray color and covered with a layer of snow, adding a touch of severity. The gate was a heavy iron door, with armed sentries standing guard on either side, looking very imposing and intimidating. And in, you wait here. Naturally, they were stopped, and before the soldier could speak, Lin's mother took out the marriage certificate of Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou, along with the introduction letter and military travel documents. I am Chu Mingzhou's mother-in-law, and this is his wife, specially here to accompany him. Chapter 3. Chu Mingzhou, I'm your wife. After verification, the two were led to Chu Mingzhou's residence. Seeing Lin An'an's sickly appearance, the young soldier took the initiative to carry the various bags and luggage, his attitude warm. Auntie, why didn't you come back with Captain Chu? Didn't he go to the train station early this morning? The young soldier asked. Lin's mother blinked for a moment before realizing. She wanted to say that Chu Mingzhou had no idea about this, but immediately stopped herself, thinking that they hadn't run into him, and they just happened to meet a fellow villager who brought them along. Oh, I see. Lin An'an didn't respond to the two's conversation, instead seriously observing her surroundings with curiosity, feeling a sense of wonder. The Northwest Military District truly deserves to be the largest military district in Huagua, looking quite impressive even in the 70s. A wide main road extended straight through the compound, with rows of neatly arranged bungalows distributed throughout. And occasionally 2- or 3-story buildings could be seen, most of the outer walls painted gray-white, with thick snow covering the roofs, revealing patches of red tiles. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the young soldier pointed to the small bungalow on the far left with smoke rising from the chimney, saying that's it. They finally arrived. It was just dinner time, and many people had seen Lin An'an, curious about who she was. When they saw her stop in front of Chu Mingzhou's door, they all found it strange. Lan Mei, your sister-in-law is here. The young soldier's voice was loud, and not only did the people inside hear him, but the neighbors watching also caught on. Who? Lan Mei's sister-in-law? Isn't that Chu Mingzhou's wife? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Not only was Chu Minglan stunned, but others in the compound were also taken aback. This girl who seemed to float when she walked was actually Captain Chu's wife? Wasn't Captain Chu just in the process of submitting for divorce? His white-eyed wolf of a wife. Didn't she threaten to divorce him every day after graduating from university? What was she doing here now? As soon as Chu Minglan opened the door, Lin's mother helped Lin An'an inside, directly leading her to sit in the main hall. Lin An'an smiled at the dazed girl and lifted her hand to pat her chest, trying to ease her discomfort. The weather in the Northwest was not only cold but also particularly dry. Even a breath could make one's throat itch intensely. But out of politeness, Lin An'an forced herself not to cough. You must be Xiaolan, right? You're quite pretty. Is there any boiled water at home? Quickly pour a cup for your sister-in-law. Huh? Lin's mother was quite familiar. politely sending the young soldier away and stuffing a handful of milk candies into his arms. There were at least 10. The young soldier didn't want them, but she insisted he take them. Chu Minglan also received a handful, with no time to be afraid. Are you making dinner? Xiaolan, you're really capable. Annie will take care of it. You just go pour a cup of hot water for your sister-in-law. She is not feeling well, so keep an eye on her. By the way, when will Mingzhou be back? Chu Minglan had never seen such a scene before. She opened her mouth, feeling a bit flustered, hurriedly poured a cup of hot water, and replied softly, "My brother will be back soon." When she looked at Lin An'an, she felt even more timid. She placed the water on the table and gently pushed it toward her, her eyes unable to help but steal glances. She was really beautiful, but she wasn't a good person. She was very bad, especially bad. The vigilance in Chu Minglan's eyes could not escape Lin An'an's notice. An 11-year-old girl could hide what thoughts? Her likes and dislikes were written all over her face. Thank you. Lin An'an was completely unconcerned with her thoughts. All she knew was that her head was spinning, probably from exhaustion, and it felt a bit like oxygen deprivation, and she was very hungry. She picked up the warm water and took a few sips, feeling much better as the warm water went down her throat. What are you doing here? Chu Minglan hesitated for a long time, as if gathering enough courage, and quietly questioned. Lin An'an lifted her eyelids slightly. I'm here to find my man. Of course to live with him, otherwise what else? Chu Minglan's eyes widened slightly, as if she had heard something extremely outrageous. But weren't you and my brother supposed to be getting a divorce? Why are you here now? You can't be so unreasonable. Unreasonable? Lin An'an frowned and thought for a moment. It seemed there was some truth to that. The original owner had sent a letter to Chu Mingzhou 6 months ago, roughly saying that after graduating from university, she wanted to pursue freedom and wanted a divorce. That letter had been delivered by Lin Zihuai to the post office. It seemed to have arrived. Chu Minglan was confronting Lin An'an when Lin's mother hurriedly ran in, flipped through a bag, and headed to the kitchen, casually handing a fruit can to the young girl. Oh, there's still a can left. Xiaolan, take it and try it. Dinner will be ready soon. Her loud voice drowned out the sound of the courtyard door opening. Chu Minglan glanced nervously at Lin An'an, her hard-won courage seemingly crushed by the can. Bringing up the divorce was for a reason. My relationship with your brother is one of revolutionary friendship. With such an outstanding comrade like him, I admire him so much. How could I really want a divorce? Lin An'an said this without blushing or skipping a beat, then continued to drink water. The sky was dyed golden red by the sunset when Chu Mingzhou stepped in, his tall figure perfectly blocking the little person sitting there. Lin An'an felt the light in front of her suddenly dim. She looked up to meet a pair of overly cold, deep eyes. Chu Mingzhou was even more handsome than described in the original text. With a face that looked carefully sculpted, excellent bone structure, striking features, deep-set eyes that seemed to see through everything, a high-nose bridge, and firm lip lines. He was very tall, measuring around 190 centimeters, with a long and strong physique, almost perfect proportions. His bronze skin radiated a healthy glow, paired with a neat short haircut, exuding a masculine and sharp aura that was truly flawless. Brother. Seeing her older brother return, Chu Minglan quickly ran behind him, feeling a huge sense of relief. But when she looked down at the can and milk candies in her hands, she felt very awkward. Lin An'an pondered for a moment before taking the initiative to greet him. Hello, Chu Mingzhou. I'm your wife, Lin An'an. Chu Mingzhou's expression clearly froze. Chu Minglan was also stunned. Before he could react, Lin An'an began to cough again, her little face turning pale in an instant. Chu Mingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing who was in front of him. It was the woman who sought help from him at the train station, who ultimately ran away faster than a rabbit. His wife, Lin An'an? Chu Mingzhou suddenly thought of something, his face becoming even darker, his thin lips pressed tight, the line of his jaw tense. Lin An'an noticed him giving her a cold glance, and that look was not friendly. However, she didn't have time to care about him now. She was coughing so much that she felt her soul drifting away. Cough, cough, cough. Water. I need warm water. It might truly be a case of not adjusting to the local conditions. Her sickly body felt worse, with palpitations, chest tightness, and itchy throat, and accompanied by pain all over. When Lin's mother brought the dishes in, she was momentarily stunned, seeing her son-in-law carefully serving her daughter water. Chapter 4 It counts as a kindness. Chu Mingzhou's expression remained unchanged as he met Lin Mu's gaze, quickly pulling away and stepping back a couple of paces. A smile flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as she hurried to set the dishes on the table. Mingzhou is back. Come, let's eat first. Mom brought some dried vegetables and soy sauce pork, along with fermented tofu and pickled vegetables, all authentic flavors from Sioux City. The 4 dishes and 1 soup served at the table were not only colorful and fragrant, but also plentiful. There was soy sauce pork with dried vegetables, stir-fried tofu with bean paste, braised potatoes with cabbage, stir-fried bean sprouts, winter melon soup, and additionally, 2 small bowls of steamed egg custard. Seeing the steaming hot dishes in front of her, Chu Minglin's eyes couldn't help but widen, and she instinctively swallowed several times. However, the little girl was well-mannered. No matter how greedy she felt, she helped serve rice for everyone before sitting down herself. It was no wonder she looked so eager. Chu Mingzhou's parents had passed away 8 years ago, sacrificing themselves for the country. Both were martyrs. At that time, Chu Mingzhou was just a teenager, shouldering the entire family and raising his younger siblings through hardships. Yet, no matter how thoughtful he was, he couldn't provide the same nurturing care that a mother would. Nor could he prepare such a delicious home-cooked meal. The Chu siblings were well cared for by the organization, but the absence of their parents left an irreplaceable void that was hard to comprehend. How could a young girl like Chu Minglan withstand the intense warmth of Lin Mu's caring demeanor? Even Chu Mingzhou was moved. Moreover, Lin Mu was an excellent cook, renowned in Sioux City. Everyone knew that the captain's wife had a pair of skilled hands, and her dishes were tastier than those from state-run restaurants. How could that not be impressive? Once everyone was seated, Lin Mu pushed a bowl of egg custard in front of Chu Minglan. Xiaolan, you eat this bowl. Your sister-in-law has been exhausted these past few days. I saw there were about 10 eggs left in the kitchen, so I steamed 2. After saying this, she added a drop of soy sauce to another bowl, pretending to feed Lin An'an. The Chu siblings stared in astonishment. Over 20 years old and still being fed? Being fed in front of others was actually quite embarrassing for Lin An'an. She took only a small bite and casually took the spoon, saying, Mom, I could do it myself. You've worked hard too. Please eat. All right. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Xiaolan, you eat quickly too. This egg custard is very tender. Mingzhou, you should eat more. You're such a big person. Your appetite must be huge. Mom made enough for you to eat your fill. This soy sauce pork was specially brought over by your dad. It should suit your taste. And there's plenty more. Carrying it back was quite heavy. Chu Mingzhou responded, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Lin Mu's calling him dad and mom. However, he didn't hesitate with his chopsticks, and his appetite was indeed astonishing. Lin Mu treated everyone as if they were her own, speaking freely. The questions she asked seemed casual, but were all aimed at gathering important information. She would occasionally serve dishes to others, and her warmth was irresistible. Chu Minglan certainly couldn't resist it. From the initial timidity, Chu Minglan eventually dove into her meal, her little mouth smeared with oil, and soon she began calling out Auntie with increasing sweetness. Lin An'an watched with narrowed eyes, thinking how simple and genuine people were in this era. The little girl's blatant affection and unreserved liking were straightforward and pure. Chu Mingzhou showed little reaction on his face, his emotions very stable, making it hard for anyone to read him. When Lin Mu served food, he would accept it and thank her. When Lin Mu asked questions, he would answer selectively, politely stopping at what wasn't convenient to discuss. They were eating sorghum rice, which was a bit rough for Lin An'an's throat. After finishing the egg custard, she felt almost full, casually taking a few bites of vegetables before putting down her chopsticks. Throughout the meal, most of Lin An'an's attention was on observing Chu Mingzhou. As expected of the male lead from the original story, he was quite impressive. Not only good-looking and well-built, but also well-mannered. He appeared aloof, yet he had a sense of propriety. Unfortunately, the original story was a non-CP novel, and such a great male lead was merely a fleeting figure, appearing just to fulfill a formality. To put it bluntly, both Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou were merely tools crafted for Jiangtong. What a pity. It's so pitiful it's almost laughable. After the meal, night had fully fallen. Lin Mu cleared the bowls and chopsticks from the table. Planning to wash them in the kitchen, while Chu Minglan insisted on helping. In the main hall, only Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou remained. Their eyes met, and they exchanged silence. Chu Mingzhou glanced at the heavy snow outside and finally broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" Lin An'an raised her eyebrows slightly. Truly a sibling pair, asking the same questions. "To follow you, of course, to live well with you." Chu Mingzhou's handsome face instantly darkened under the bright lights. It looked a bit flushed. Seeing him like this, Lin An'an couldn't help but chuckle. Her unintentional laugh startled Chu Mingzhou, causing his expression to harden even more. "I've already submitted a divorce application. The approval might take until after the new year." "Oh, then that's perfect. You can withdraw it." "I definitely won't divorce." Chu Mingzhou looked at her, his gaze filled with scrutiny and assessment. He didn't understand what this woman meant. She had expressed her intentions so resolutely in her letters, each one more intense than the last, declaring she would rather die than remain married. Now she had quietly come to the Northwest. What did she really want? Chu Mingzhou stared deeply at her, feeling uncertain. The marriage between the Chu and Lin families had been arranged because Chu's grandfather went to the countryside for support and was nearly killed in an accident, only to be saved by Lin's grandfather, thus establishing a bond of friendship. With this favor in mind, Chu Mingzhou certainly wouldn't make things difficult for Lin An'an. If she wanted a divorce, then let her go. After all, there were no feelings between them. Seeing him stare, Lin An'an immediately blinked innocently, slightly altering what she had said to Chu Minglan and repeating it. "When I mentioned divorce before, it was because I had my reasons. A man as outstanding as you is hard to come by. I've thought it through, which is why I came to follow you." As soon as Lin An'an finished speaking, a trace of astonishment flashed across Chu Mingzhou's ruggedly handsome face. His gaze withdrew quickly. He stood up, pacing left and right, his sword-like brows furrowed. "What exactly do you want?" "Huh?" Lin An'an thought he would be moved by her words, or perhaps express extreme dislike for her, saying something shocking and tear-jerking, but instead, it shifted from, "What are you here for?" to "What do you want?" Lin An'an quickly decided to end this swiftly. Now that she was here, she definitely wouldn't leave before this illness was cured. Whether it was about living or medical care, she had to rely on this man in front of her. She couldn't offend him and had to get along amicably. Lin An'an focused her attention, and her body suddenly felt uncomfortable again. She quickly raised her hand to pat her chest a few times, suppressing the discomfort. Her voice became softer, taking on a fragile look. "You listen to me." Seeing her in such discomfort, Chu Mingzhou immediately poured her a glass of water. After pouring, he realized that this was somewhat instinctive behavior. Lin An'an didn't hold back, not even saying thank you. She just nodded at him, pressing her small hand against her chest. After drinking a few mouthfuls of warm water, she finally felt better. "Have I not expressed myself clearly enough? I know you have no feelings for me, but after all, we were married for 4 years. That counts as some connection. When I talked about divorce, it was because I was afraid my broken body would burden you, afraid you would dislike me. After all, it hasn't been easy for you." Her voice was sorrowful, her eyes reddening, looking very pitiful. Chu Mingzhou's expression froze, seeing her about to cry, and he felt a bit flustered. "I don't dislike you." "Really?" Lin An'an quickly replied, not giving him time to react. She looked at him with her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with surprise and hope. The folk customs of the Northwest are fierce. Chu Mingzhou, who faces a group of soldiers every day in the army, has never seen such a woman. No wonder it's said that women from Jiangnan are as gentle as water. It seems to have become somewhat tangible. Chu Mingzhou's lips moved a couple of times. His muscles tensed up, and finally he let out a light "mm." "With your words, I won't regret making this journey. You know my health is quite poor. It's a blessing to arrive safely." Chu Mingzhou understood her meaning. If it were an ordinary person coming from Sioux City, it wouldn't be a big deal. But for her, this frail little thing, to make this trip, it might really take half her life. It's indeed not easy. Now to drive her away would be equivalent to cutting off her means of survival. "You and your aunt can stay in Yuji's room for now." Chu Mingzhou finally relented. Chu Mingyu had broken his leg some time ago and was currently recuperating at his Great Tant's house, so the room was empty. "Okay, if you need anything, just let me know." Lin An'an's eyes lit up then. "Mingzhou, I've suffered quite a bit on this long journey. and I feel really uncomfortable. I need to go to your best hospital for a checkup. Is that all right? Her delicate way of calling him Mingzhou left even the iron-blooded man, Chu Mingzhou, at a loss for how to respond. Is that all right? Lin An'an continued to press. Lin An'an couldn't see his expression because he had turned away from her. However, his ears and the back of his neck were interesting. They were red, then bright red. I'll take you tomorrow afternoon. Just when Lin An'an thought he would refuse, Chu Mingzhou nodded in agreement. Great, thank you, Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou lightly responded and then quickly walked away, his steps swift. He even crossed paths with Lin's mother and Chu Minglan on the way back. Go heat up the Kong in Yuji's room. I'll go get the new cotton quilts. Oh, I got it, brother. Lin's mother threw a questioning glance at Lin An'an. Lin An'an nodded calmly. Lin's mother immediately smiled brightly. Xiaolon, show your aunt the way. Which room is it? And we'll go tidy up. Since we need to heat the Kong anyway, let us heat up some extra water. I still need to help your sister-in-law clean up later. I see your hair isn't very clean either. I'll give you a good wash. Chu Minglan's shyness and politeness were shattered in front of Lin's mother, and in the end, she could only obediently follow the arrangements. Chu Mingzhou brought out the remaining 3 large cotton quilts from home. They were all newly issued from the army, made of real good cotton. Now, they all became Lin An'an's bedding. An'an is just a bit delicate, like a cotton doll. She can't sleep on something hard. I'm afraid she'll hurt herself. Mingzhou, you don't mind, do you? Chapter 5. Does your family not have a son? The next day, after last night's heavy snow, it was rare to encounter a bright sunny day. The sunlight streamed through the window, adding a touch of warmth to the room. It wasn't until noon that Lin An'an slowly stirred awake, stretched lazily, and adjusted to the light in the room. Anan's up? Hurry, your clothes are all warmed up. They're at the end of the Kong. A few groups of people have come by this morning. I heard from Xiaolan that they are neighbors from the compound. You have to tidy yourself up well. You can't let people look down on you. Lin's mother had come to check on her several times, but seeing her daughter sleeping so soundly, she couldn't bear to disturb her. Lin An'an had indeed slept well last night. The fire pit was warm, and the thick quilt made it comfortable. Lin An'an looked at the coat in front of her, stunned. It was a large, earth-toned plaid coat, very fashionable for this era, and it was also the best piece of clothing Lin An'an owned, which she usually didn't dare to wear. Lin An'an cast a doubtful glance at her mother. You don't understand this. You could be considered a new daughter-in-law. Although Mingzhou doesn't have elders, he is still an officer. With neighbors coming and going, you have to leave a good impression, which is also for your husband's sake. Lin An'an, I'll listen to Mom. Okay. Lin An'an didn't care. She would wear whatever was given to her. After all, it was just a piece of clothing. As for how it looked, with her 9/10 beauty, even if she were on the verge of death, she would still be a 10 out of 10 sickly beauty. She brushed her teeth and washed her face using a porcelain basin, allowing her mother to help her comb her hair. She emerged only after getting tidied up. As soon as she lifted her gaze, she saw a middle-aged woman leaning in the kitchen doorway, talking to Chu Minglan, who was busy preparing lunch, her petite figure seeming quite delicate in front of the stove. Hearing the footsteps, both turned to look. Upon seeing Lin An'an, the middle-aged woman instinctively gasped. Chu Minglan glanced at Lin An'an with a slightly embarrassed expression, remembering her mother's instructions, and gently called out, sister-in-law. With this address, Lin An'an's identity was confirmed. The middle-aged woman clicked her tongue twice and approached. So this is Chu Mingzhou's ungrateful daughter-in-law? Whatever she was thinking, she casually asked, Are you Mingzhou's wife? The middle-aged woman crossed her arms, her face wearing a polite smile, but her eyes were full of scrutinizing looks, scanning Lin An'an from head to toe. She had heard Lin's mother bragging all morning about how her daughter was a university student, talented, and beautiful. All things she didn't want to hear, and her impression of the mother and daughter duo was not good at all. Auntie, hello. Lin An'an responded with an open demeanor, nodding at her and directly walking toward the main hall. The seat she chose was the main position, although her body was frail. Her attitude and efficiency indicated that she was not someone to be easily dismissed. The middle-aged woman chuckled awkwardly and followed. I'm your neighbor next door. My last name is Wang. I watched Mingzhou and his siblings grow up, so I count as their elder. My son, Wang Hu, is Mingzhou's comrade and also a company commander. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin An'an's mouth as she nodded at her, indicating she understood. Lin's mother came over with a bowl of porridge, and Aunt Wong took a casual glance. Oh, meat and vegetables, and is that the shadow of wild ginseng? Ah. Aunt Wong opened her mouth, but was abruptly cut off. Why is the food so good? What's the deal? Aunt Wong, you're here again? My An'an is weak and can't bear to be hungry. Let her eat a few bites first. Lin's mother pretended to feed her, but Lin An'an stretched out her hand to refuse. Mom, have you eaten? I have. I had pancakes with Xiaolan this morning. I'm full. That's good. Lin An'an began to drink her porridge, and the main hall fell silent. Aunt Wong was known for being a busybody in the compound, wherever there was excitement. She was sure to be the first to know. As soon as she heard about Lin An'an, she had made 3 trips over that morning. Now, seeing the main character, Aunt Wong was hesitant to speak loudly. Though she was critical, Lin An'an's sickly appearance made her feel quite uneasy, fearing that if she said something wrong, it might cause trouble for this girl. But not saying anything made her feel uncomfortable. Aunt Wong didn't feel sorry for Lin An'an, but instead pitted Chu Mingzhou in her heart. Marrying such a wife made her wonder how he would manage his life. What good was it to be good-looking? She probably wouldn't even be able to give him a son. Lin An'an noticed her expression and, after finishing a bowl of porridge, gently set the bowl down. Only then did Lin's mother start to engage Aunt Wong. In recent years, my daughter has been busy studying, and this young couple has rarely been together. It's not easy. From now on, An'an will be following the army, and I hope you elders will take care of her. Of course, of course. But speaking of which, young lady, you really dote on your daughter. Lin's mother was taken aback, not quite understanding her meaning, of course. This is my treasure that fell from me, and my An'an is very promising. If I don't dote on her, who will? Aunt Wong responded with an "oh" and suspiciously asked, Does your family not have a son? You, what nonsense are you talking about? My younger son is almost 18. Aunt Wong was momentarily speechless. In families with sons, how could daughters still be considered treasures? Even if there were no sons, there would always be nephews or nieces, right? How could it possibly be the case that they would dote on daughters? Aunt Wong thought she must be a bit off in the head and chose to skip the topic. Lin's mother had no idea what she was thinking and continued to shower Lin An'an with praise, as if having Chu Mingzhou marry such a wife was a stroke of luck. Aunt Wong rolled her eyes in a place where Lin's mother couldn't see and, with a glint of mischief, said, I heard that Mingzhou's wife is in poor health and is going to the hospital for a checkup today. Lin's mother sighed, yes. I originally wanted to rush to Kyoto to see her, but An'an insisted on coming to this northwest region for Mingzhou, and, as parents, we had no choice but to send her over safely. Actually, Aunt Wong didn't even need to ask this question. Looking at Lin An'an's frail appearance, it was clear that she was a sickly person. Aunt Wong cleared her throat, deliberately looking around, lowering her voice several degrees, and in a mysterious tone said, By the way, young lady, are you going to the hospital this afternoon? Yes. Mingzhou is worried about An'an's health and arranged it in a hurry. Ah, I just remembered something. You all need to be careful. Lin's mother immediately became alert and also lowered her voice, leaning in. What is it? We just arrived. Could it be that there's something related to us? Aunt Wong raised her eyebrows playfully, eager to watch the drama unfold. You mustn't say I told you this. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Watching the two interact, Lin An'an found it hard to suppress a smile and was curious about what it was. Straining her ears to listen in. Mingzhou just filed for divorce, right? This is something everyone in the compound knows. Aunt Wong opened up, glancing at Lin's mother. Lin's mother's eyes widened slightly. What? A divorce application? Impossible. Chapter 6. Looking at people with your eyes, Aunt Wong noticed Lin's mother's reaction and felt her mood lift a few notches. She raised her hand and patted Lin's mother's arm. Little sister, Mingzhou is a good man. Not only does he look handsome, but he is also very capable. My husband says his future is limitless. You should hold on to such a good son-in-law tightly and not let him slip away to someone else for no reason. What do you mean? Lin's mother was flustered by Aunt Wong's words, who deliberately leaned in closer. You probably don't know, right? On the day Mingzhou finalized his divorce, it seems, he confirmed a relationship with another woman. Bang! Lin's mother slammed her hand on the table. Her blood rushed to her head, and her face turned red from anger. Stop talking nonsense. Don't be angry just yet. It's only natural, right? They are divorced now, You can't keep holding on to Mingzhou. Can you? Hold on to him. He is my daughter's husband. Their marriage was arranged by the older generation. How can you say it's holding on to him? Chu Mingzhou is our Lin family's son-in-law. Lin's mother was so angry she nearly stomped her feet. Aunt Wang, seeing her like this, felt pleased. But your daughter is the one who wanted the divorce, right? Who said that? Lin An'an, listening, felt her face turn a shade grayer than the snowy day outside. Auntie. She opened her mouth, but quickly raised her hand to cover her chest, taking a deep breath. It wasn't that she was being overly dramatic. She genuinely felt unwell. Lin An'an's voice was soft, but her words were pointed. Auntie, you can't spread rumors about something that isn't true. Mingzhou and I are fine, so you shouldn't believe those gossip and hearsay. No matter the truth, she and Chu Mingzhou were husband and wife now. Everyone understood the principle of if one suffers, all suffer. Moreover, Chu Mingzhou was a soldier and couldn't afford any blemishes on his reputation. Aunt Wang was momentarily taken aback by her words. Then she pouted. I'm just saying what I've heard. Many people in the compound know about it. Lin's mother sneered. So you're just listening to the wind and believing it? Aunt Wang, you're not a young person anymore. You should have your own judgment. Don't go spreading those ridiculous rumors to avoid making a fool of yourself. Seeing Lin An'an and her mother's attitude, Aunt Wang felt a bit bored. Fine, if you don't believe it, then so be it. I'm just reminding you out of kindness so you won't be kept in the dark and end up with nothing. After saying that, she turned to leave. Halfway out, she reluctantly stopped to gossip with Chu Minglan in the kitchen for a while and took away a small portion of pancakes. Lin An'an naturally wouldn't stop her and didn't have the energy to deal with her. After Aunt Wang left, she pulled Lin's mother aside, saying comforting words, Mom. Don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over. Lin's mother looked at her daughter, her eyes full of distress and a bit of helplessness. An'an, if Mingzhou really. Lin's mother's way of thinking was different from Lin An'an's. She was an ordinary woman from the 1970s, who could loudly shout slogans about the new China and new thoughts, but deep down, she was still bound by traditional shackles. She had never considered that her daughter would divorce, nor did she think a woman could get divorced. Supporting her daughter to finish college and letting her be separated from her husband for 4 years was already her limit. In her view, a woman's divorce meant being abandoned, with no way to live. Not only would she be ridiculed, but it could also affect the whole family. While she loved her daughter, life still had to go on. Even if her husband gave up being the captain, what about her younger brother? He might not even be able to marry a wife in the future. Moreover, how could there be overnight enmity between spouses? Feelings could be cultivated slowly. Why should a good man be given to a seductress? Isn't it better to live a down-to-earth life? Lin An'an's smile remained gentle, but perhaps she had spoken too much, and her chest felt heavy. She picked up a cup of water and took a few sips to calm herself down. Mom, we need to look at people with our eyes, not just listen with our ears. Lin's mother was momentarily stunned. She was suddenly enlightened. Yes, An'an, you're right. We are new here, and there's no need to argue with others. People like Aunt Wang are impulsive. If they hear anything that doesn't sit well with them, they might twist it. It's better to have less contact with them. She dares. Lin's mother spoke firmly, but in her heart, she already had a sense of direction. She had spent her life dealing with gossipy women. How could she not know? Aunt Wang was just that kind of person. Don't take it to heart. She's just talking nonsense. Mingzhou is a straightforward kid. I don't believe he would look at someone else while having a good thing at home. When he comes back, I'll have a good talk with him, and you just focus on taking care of your health. Okay. Lin An'an had considered the original owner's illness. It resembled tuberculosis, but was not contagious. It was most likely chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. This disease was proposed by an expert from Country M around 1960 and had only recently gained attention in the medical field, still considered rare globally, with no real cases of recovery. However, Lin An'an found that the General Hospital of the Northwest Military Region in Huagua had an expert in this field, named Professor Liang. This was her only hope, and she had to give it a try. At 1 p.m., Chu Mingzhou returned in a military jeep, with a middle-aged man in the passenger seat, also dressed in military uniform, but looking more serious and burdened than Chu Mingzhou. Lin An'an was bundled up tightly when she went out, and Lin's mother protected her like a hen guarding her chicks, not wanting to let go, truly afraid she would melt in her mouth or fall if held. The middle-aged man nodded at the two, acknowledging them. On the way, Lin's mother didn't dare to ask questions with an outsider present. Chu Mingzhou maintained a calm demeanor, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to check on Lin An'an in the back seat. Upon arriving at the hospital, the middle-aged man immediately took his leave, telling Chu Mingzhou, "Don't go back to the base this afternoon. Just take care of your wife. I'll head in first. There's a bit of trouble with the comrades from Xinhua News Agency and the art troupe here." "Yes, Team Leader Su, I understand." Chu Mingzhou led Lin An'an to register and queue. The hospital was bustling with people, filled with various sounds, and the smell of disinfectant pervaded the air. Lin An'an frowned slightly. Due to her past experiences, she disliked the smell of hospitals. Here, Lin An'an was sitting in the waiting chair when she looked up and was greeted by a pair of long legs. A thought flashed through her mind. This man's legs are so long, they probably outlive me. Chu Mingzhou handed her a mask, his voice cold. "Put this on." Lin An'an was momentarily stunned but stretched out her hand to take it. "Okay, thank you." She didn't say much. Chu Mingzhou had a cold expression, clearly in a bad mood. The mask was made of gauze, slightly stiff, not particularly white, but very clean. Lin An'an put the mask on and immediately felt much more comfortable. Chu Mingzhou sat down beside her, with an empty seat between them. Professor Liang was usually very busy, and this appointment was arranged rather last minute, so they might have to wait a while. Lin An'an's mouth slightly opened, her eyes wide with surprise. "Are you saying you've arranged for me to see that respiratory specialist?" "Yes." Lin An'an confirmed once more, receiving an affirmative answer. Her heart blossomed with joy. It really came without much effort. Chapter 7. Wrong person. After waiting for about 40 minutes, it was finally Lin An'an's turn to see the doctor. Professor Liang was a refined man in his 50s, not very tall and somewhat thin, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, kind and polite. As Lin An'an had expected, Professor Liang was indeed one of the top respiratory specialists in Huagua, with excellent professional skills. After a careful diagnosis, he confirmed the cause of Lin An'an's illness. "You have a condition called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, abbreviated as COPD. Coincidentally, my team is currently working on tackling this condition. Your case is very rare." As soon as Professor Liang finished speaking, Lin's mother had tears welling up in her eyes. She excitedly stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, are you saying my daughter's illness can be treated?" Professor Liang nodded. "Yes, it can be treated, but I will need to consult with my team. This type of case is extremely rare. Comrade Lin is the first case we have encountered at the General Hospital of the Northwest Military Region, so the treatment plan must be very cautious." This was the first time someone had mentioned Lin An'an's condition, telling her that it could be treated, that it wasn't tuberculosis, and certainly not a complication caused by congenital deficiencies. How could she not be excited? Lin's mother wiped her tears, feeling somewhat unreal. "Really? Can be treated?" Professor Liang smiled and glanced at Chu Mingzhou. "Comrade Lin is the partner of Captain Chu. We will definitely do our best." Professor Liang took out a prescription pad and began writing, instructing them on precautions. In daily life, it is essential to avoid exposure to secondhand smoke, dust, and irritating gases, as they can affect the respiratory system and worsen the condition. They must also prevent colds and avoid getting chilled. Spicy foods and intense exercise should be avoided. Lin's mother was having a hard time controlling her emotions, her whole body trembling slightly. Lin An'an was also focused on the tip of Professor Liang's pen, paying extra attention to every stroke. She instinctively reached out to hold her mother's hand, to comfort her and share the joy. But Lin's mother didn't grasp her hand. Instead, she held onto Chu Mingzhou's. When her fingertips touched, Chu Mingzhou stiffened slightly, looking down to see a delicate, pale hand holding onto two of his fingers. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled his fingers back. Lin An'an turned around and met his icy gaze. "Oh no, wrong person." Lin An'an opened her mouth to explain, but Chu Mingzhou had already averted his gaze, stepping back 2 or 3 paces, distancing himself from her. Instantly, the air became awkward. Lin An'an felt very uncomfortable turning back. Seeing his expression, there was no need for an explanation. The misunderstanding was significant. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips tightly, his thoughts somewhat complicated. It wasn't that he disliked her, but he was averse to being overly intimate with strangers. It was the nature of a soldier. His hands seemed to still retain that icy, soft touch. Chu Mingzhou's gaze lingered on Lin An'an for a moment. From his angle, he could see her profile clearly, and the light made the lower half of her face strikingly vivid. Her delicate nose was small and straight, her lips colorless, resembling the first snow of winter, pale and cold. Yet her lip shape was particularly beautiful. Chu Mingzhou withdrew his gaze and moved a couple of steps toward the door. The consultation room suddenly fell silent, until Professor Liang set down his pen, breaking the silence. First, go get the medication. Make sure to take it on time. It will help alleviate the symptoms. Come back for a follow-up next Thursday, and we will confirm the subsequent treatment plan then. Thank you, Professor Liang. I appreciate your help with the treatment moving forward. Lin An'an sincerely thanked him. Professor Liang smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. It's my duty. Chu Mingzhou also nodded to Professor Liang. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. It's within my capabilities. Lin's mother carefully stepped forward to take the prescription, as if she were holding her daughter's life. Thank you, thank you. Once An'an recovers, I want to bring you and the hospital a banner of gratitude. In this day and age, the value of a banner was not what it used to be. It required a formal application, making it the highest form of appreciation. Lin's mother bowed deeply, her demeanor very humble, her tone filled with gratitude. Until they left the hospital, Lin's mother felt like she was dreaming. After getting into the car, she even pinched herself. Ouch. Mom, what are you doing? Nothing. I'm just so happy. Leaning forward again, she said, Mingzhou, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, An'an's illness. Chu Mingzhou glanced at Lin An'an through the rearview mirror. It's nothing, just a small effort. Lin's mother settled back in her seat, sighing lightly, both relieved and emotional. Our An'an is just burdened by her health. If she can recover, she will definitely live a wonderful life with you. She was a graduate from university for workers, farmers, and soldiers, knowledgeable and well-educated with many talents. Moreover, she was beautiful, and when the time came, they could have several children together. Lin's mother had already started dreaming about her daughter's bright future after recovery. Lin An'an was completely stunned. She hurriedly interrupted, Mom, stop talking nonsense. Lin's mother glanced at her, with an expression that said, I understand. What are you shy about, dear? What nonsense am I talking? You're not a child anymore. I used to be afraid to bring it up. Given your health, just being alive is a blessing. But now that Professor Liang says it can be cured. Oh, Lin An'an exerted all her strength to pinch her mother on the arm. Lin's mother jokingly glared at her daughter. What is there to be shy about? I'm your mom. That's your man. Lin An'an glanced at Chu Mingzhou, only to see his profile flushed bright red. When they got home, Lin's mother took Lin An'an to the supply and marketing cooperative, saying she wanted to buy some meat to celebrate. The excitement was so great. It was as if Lin An'an had already recovered on the spot. Lin's mother was someone who, as long as she could hold her patience, was definitely an excellent socializer. She could chat with anyone for a few minutes and make them feel comfortable. People in this era were also simple and honest, all from the same military compound, and they wouldn't refuse a friendly face. Everyone who met Lin's mother responded politely, and her impression among them was quite good. The military compound had strict regulations, but there were many military families from all over with varied educational backgrounds. It was normal to chat casually. In the back and forth, Lin's mother heard a big piece of news. The military district's canteen had been shut down due to food safety issues and was currently under self-inspection. It was estimated that it would reopen next year after a change of personnel, and now every household could only eat at home. This had just happened a few days ago, and it was said that a journalist from Xinhua News Agency who had come to interview the troops had been poisoned. Yes, even the musicians from the art troupe ended up in the hospital. The poisoning was severe and nearly cost someone their life. Lin's mother recalled that the officer in the car with her son-in-law seemed to have gone to the hospital for this reason. She didn't say much, just listened. When others asked, she didn't voice her opinions on matter. Chapter 8 professionally matched Lin Mu was listening with great interest when a young daughter-in-law beside her suddenly spoke up. Aunt, you came at just the right time. Captain Chu can finally have a hot meal. He is so busy usually and really needs someone to take care of him, especially since Lan Mei is still so young. What she said sounded reasonable, but it was actually a complaint about Lin An'an. After all, Taking care of a man is the wife's responsibility. It shouldn't fall to the mother-in-law. Lin Mu glanced at her and noticed her slightly raised chin and a bit of pride on her face. She was dressed decently, which gave her some confidence to say this. Lin Mu's eyes dropped slightly, feeling a bit unhappy, but it didn't show on her face. Yes, you're right. My daughter's health isn't great, but she's already receiving treatment. Mingzhou took her to see specialists as soon as possible. I can only lend a hand. I won't stay long. Once her health improves, she'll definitely lead a prosperous life. I'll have her learn from you, my dear daughter-in-law. There aren't many capable and virtuous children like you. I really like you. With this one sentence, she shut the young daughter-in-law up, leaving her at a loss for words. Lin Mu didn't want to argue with her, smiling as she took her leave. I bought almost all the groceries, so I'll take Xiaolan back first. You all come over to our house to play when you have time. Chu Minglan lowered her little head, tightly clutching the peanut candy Lin Mu had just bought, and quickly followed her. By the time they got home, Lin An'an was sitting by the fire chatting with Chu Mingzhou. After the incident at the hospital, their relationship had inexplicably become a bit closer. At least they could talk now. Chu Mingzhou looked at her with less distance in his eyes, showing a bit more warmth and patience. At that moment, they were discussing Lin Zihua coming to the Northwest Military District to serve. Lin An'an was following the topic to make requests, trying to probe Chu Mingzhou's stance bit by bit. But the progress was minimal. He seemed a bit unyielding. No matter what she said, Chu Mingzhou hardly lifted an eyelid, showing no reaction at all. This was quite sudden. I asked my brother to join the military in the Northwest, and it just happened to coincide with the end of the year. There were 3 spots available in Sioux City, and not many people were willing to come at this time, so he managed to squeeze in. Chu Mingzhou frowned and lightly hummed in acknowledgement. It's good to be here. After all, with you as his brother-in-law watching over him, he will have a better sense of ambition. When Lin An'an referred to him as brother-in-law, Chu Mingzhou finally reacted, looking at her seriously and refusing. I can't help him much, nor will I give him any special treatment. Lin An'an hurriedly waved her hand. No need, no need. I know the Northwest Military District is the largest and most rigorous military district in Huagua, and it's also the toughest. If he can come, it means he is fully prepared. Lin Mu had been listening to their conversation and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She knew her son well. He had no real plans. When he was confirmed to be selected, he was still crying for his parents. Lin Mu was afraid he might end up as a deserter, facing punishment or even jail time. An'an was right. If Zihua could come, it showed he had awareness. No matter how hard it gets, he has to endure it. With Mingzhou as a role model to encourage him, he would definitely improve. This was something Lin Mu said, and Chu Mingzhou couldn't refute it. He stood up and nodded. Mingzhou, sit down. You've worked hard all afternoon. You must be hungry, right? Mom will drink some water and get dinner ready for you right away. Lin Mu's attitude toward Chu Mingzhou was as warm and friendly as toward Lin An'an. Sincere and heartfelt. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Lin Mu probably felt this way about Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou was naturally cold-natured and didn't say much sweet talk. Usually, people who weren't familiar with him found him a bit intimidating. But Lin Mu could sense his cold exterior hit a warm heart. She was sure he was a good kid. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Mingzhou's sudden expression of gratitude made Lin Mu pause as she reached for her cup. It's not hard at all, as long as you like to eat. Mom is very happy. Just tell me what you like to eat, and I'll make it for you. After Lin Mu finished her long speech, Chu Mingzhou's expression softened a little, and he nodded in agreement. Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. It was getting close to evening, the time when families were starting to prepare dinner. Anyone coming at this hour definitely had urgent business. Chu Mingzhou immediately went to open the door. The visitor was Captain Su, who had met Lin Mu and Lin An'an earlier. He wasn't alone. A young man wearing glasses was with him. Mingzhou, this is a reporter from Xinhua News Agency, Chen Huamao. This is my subordinate, Captain Chu Mingzhou. Reporter Chen politely stepped forward to shake hands. I'm really sorry. Yesterday's heavy snow blocked the mountains, and the trains were urgently halted, which delayed our schedule, causing Comrade Chu to make a wasted trip. No need for formalities. It's not a big deal. Chu Mingzhou welcomed them into the main hall. Lin Mu saw 2 guests arriving at this hour and thought they must be staying for dinner. More rice needed to be cooked, and a couple more dishes had to be added. Captain soon noticed Lin Mu standing at the kitchen door and slowed his steps, pulling out some tickets and money from his pants pocket. "Sister, we came in a hurry and didn't bring any food. We need to eat at your place tonight. I'm really sorry for the trouble." Lin Mu quickly waved her hand. "No need, no need. I bought too many groceries anyway. It's just one meal. Don't be polite." Captain Su insisted on giving her the money. In the end, it was Chu Mingzhou who spoke up to let her accept it. And only then did Lin Mu nervously take it, determined to make a good meal. Lin Mu didn't understand much else, but she knew that the captain was senior to the lieutenant, and this person was her son-in-law as superior. She had to treat him well. In the main hall, only Lin An'an was there. She had been lazily leaning back, but now she sat up straight, hands on her thighs, looking very well-behaved. Captain soon nodded to her and sat down opposite. After everyone was seated, Lin An'an politely stood up and found an excuse to return to her room. She certainly wouldn't interrupt them discussing important matters. Just as she reached the door, she vaguely heard them talking about translations, languages, and urgent manuscripts. Translations? Lin An'an was proficient in 6 languages: English, French, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, and Spanish. When it came to foreign languages, she was a perfect match for the job. If Chu Mingzhou needed help, she would be more than willing to do him favor. But thinking back, he was in the military. Even if there was a need, the organization would definitely assign someone, so she wouldn't be needed. Lin An'an bit her lip, didn't think much further, and continued back to her room. After a whole afternoon of various checks, she was indeed a bit tired and wanted to rest for a while to regain her energy. In the hall, Captain Su's expression was serious. "Mingzhou, you need to be mentally prepared. I know you've waited 2 years for this opportunity, but right now, the comrades from Xinhua News Agency are still in the intensive care unit and cannot complete their work. The English translation will be taken over by reporter Chun, but the Japanese translation." He mentioned a report about the Special Operations Battalion of the Northwest Army that needed to be precisely sent abroad, the importance of which was immeasurable, and it couldn't afford any mistakes. It directly related to Huagua's reputation. If the technique wasn't up to par, not only would they fail to promote the might of Huagua's military, but they could also make things worse. But right now, the arrow was knocked and must be released. Where could they find a Japanese translator in such a short time? Reporter Chen also looked worried. "We do have other Japanese translators at our headquarters, but it would definitely be too late to get them from Kyoto. If it were just written translation, it would be fine, but it also requires voice recording, which has high requirements for spoken language." Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brows tightly, feeling angry. He knew very well that the Northwest Military Region was a place where people were hard to find. Whenever the topic of the islanders came up, everyone wished they could swallow them alive. Who would bother to learn Japanese? "I'll go to Lin City to take a look tomorrow." Captain Su let out a deep sigh. "All right, don't worry too much. If it really doesn't work out this time, we'll aim for next year." Chu Mingzhou clenched his fist, feeling reluctant. As the captain of the Special Operations Battalion, he understood better than anyone how hard it was to come by this opportunity. With so many military districts in Huagua, the chances of a Northwest military region getting a turn were already slim. Chapter 9, Truly High Intellectuals. The dinner was quite lavish, with a total of 6 dishes and a soup. There was braised pork, spicy fish chunks, scallion fried eggs, shredded radish stir-fried with soy sauce pork, stewed cabbage, stir-fried bean sprouts, and Angelica old hen soup. As soon as the dishes were served, not only did they look good, but the aroma was also overwhelming, making the 3 troubled individuals relax a bit. "Leader, please take a seat. Reporter Chun, please sit down quickly. These are all home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your tastes." Lin's mother politely invited everyone to sit and serve them rice. Commander Su looked around and didn't see Lin An'an. "Where is Mingzhou's wife? Let her hurry up and eat, and you all sit down together." After saying this, he personally went to greet Chu Minglan, who also took a seat. Chu Minglan glanced at her elder brother, saw him nod, and then carefully sat at the very end. Her eyes sparkled. This table of dishes was partly her contribution, and her aunt had taught her how to make them, so she felt very proud. She felt like she was a chef right away. Lin An'an was helped out by Lin's mother, still a bit dazed and looking rather weak. Commander Su glanced at her, paused for a moment, said nothing, but felt a bit regretful. He had a deep friendship with Chu Mingzhou's father and had raised Chu Mingzhou himself, so he knew very well the child's excellent qualities. As an elder, he hoped Mingzhou could live a good life and that the family could feel like a home. When he first learned that Chu Mingzhou's fiancée, it was a teacher chosen personally by his late father, from a good family he met during the Rural Assistance Program, Commander Su wholeheartedly supported it. Country girls are great. They are capable, honest, and down-to-earth. But this Lin An'an clearly was not someone suited for domestic life. Just look at her. She would need Mingzhou to take care of her. She was obviously a burden. Commander Su was straightforward, and his feelings were visible on his face. He was polite, but not very close to Lin An'an. Reporter Chun, however, was quite talkative and got along well with Lin's mother. He had split up with colleagues 3 days ago to go to the nearby county for an interview, which was why he missed the food poisoning incident. A colleague was hospitalized due to poisoning, and the resulting reporting was a significant blunder, leaving him overwhelmed. He hadn't had a proper meal in 2 days. Now, facing a table full of appetizing dishes, his mood improved significantly. Feeling better, he decided to put his worries aside for now. Are you an overseas correspondent? Does that mean you're going to work abroad? Lin's mother exclaimed, Wow, little reporter Chun, that's impressive. You're not even 30, right? That's quite a talent. Lin's mother was astonished as reporter Chun talked about some interesting things from abroad. Feeling a bit shy from the praise, reporter Chun smiled and said, Yes, I'm 28 this year. Aunt, you're too kind. This is just my job. But the place I'm going is quite far on the other side of the globe. Haha. Lin's mother thought for a moment. She had spent her life in Sioux City, only going to nearby places with her late husband. The farthest she had been was the Northwest. She had no concept of the other side of the globe. She didn't dare to engage further and instead looked at her daughter. Lin An'an is a graduate of a workers' and peasants' university. She knows a lot. Lin An'an had just finished eating, wiped her mouth with a small napkin, and smiled as she nodded. If I remember correctly, it's in the southeastern part of South America, bordering the Atlantic Ocean. Comrade Lin, you really know? Reporter Chen exclaimed. I read about it in books. That area should be a country. Seeing that the young girl truly knew, his mood instantly brightened. He looked around at everyone with some pride and said in Spanish, Cierto. Cierto means correct. Lin An'an raised her eyebrows slightly, suddenly intrigued. Mr. Chun is impressive. You can speak Spanish. She responded in Spanish even more fluently than he did. The room fell silent. Reporter Chen's eyes widened, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Comrade Lin, you can actually speak Spanish? Lin An'an's smile paused for a moment, but then returned to normal. I was fortunate to come across it while studying and casually learn a bit. Casually learn a bit? Your language talent is remarkable. Not only is your pronunciation standard, but it's also very authentic. If you hadn't said so, I would have thought you were a professional. Lin An'an chuckled shyly, immediately reining it in. Some things shouldn't be flaunted too much. Lin's mother couldn't understand what was happening. She felt immensely proud. She thought her daughter only spoke foreign languages. No, English, but didn't expect her to also know Spanish. Feeling pleased, Lin's mother praised Lin An'an enthusiastically. Our An'an is amazing. She can also speak English. Her university teachers praise her, saying her English is better than theirs. It's really not easy for kids today to learn foreign languages well, right? Mine is quite capable, isn't she? Lin's mother's gaze was filled with pride and expectation, hoping to gain recognition from others, especially in front of her son-in-law. She wanted everyone to see how capable her daughter was. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an with a gentle smile, seeming to agree. Reporter Chen's face was full of admiration. Yes, Comrade Lin is really impressive. Truly a high intellectual. Yes. Lin's mother nudged Lin An'an. An'an, say a few words. Lin An'an felt her lips twitch. She felt just like a child forced by parents to show off talent during the new year. With so many people watching, she didn't want to disappoint and casually said a few everyday phrases. Her standard London accent left everyone stunned. The others were confused because they couldn't understand, while Reporter Chun was astonished. Comrade Lin, your is too standard. It's even better than my spoken English. No wonder you're praised by university teachers. Reporter Chun gave her a thumbs up. Lin An'an smiled shyly, changing the subject to small talk. However, her small talk reflected the original owner's genuine thoughts, simple yet sincere. I don't have grand ambitions, nor have I seen much of the world, but I have a deep respect and curiosity for it. I only know that studying more can truly help me step out into the world, serve the country, and give back to society. Unfortunately, my health has never been good since childhood. Everyone fell silent again, looking at the delicate little girl sitting in front of them, fragile, yet with an incredibly strong core. Her core thoughts were of a high awareness, far surpassing that of an average person. She was indeed a remarkable young woman. What a pity indeed. Reporter Chun sighed. Feeling ashamed, we came to the Northwest Military District this time. He paused halfway through, skipping the details. It was supposed to be a major happy event, but unfortunately, my colleague was hospitalized due to food poisoning. Otherwise, I would definitely have introduced you to her. She's just like you. A talented young woman who speaks multiple languages, not only English but also Japanese, a true high-knowledge worker from the workers and peasants. Lin An'an's expression was gentle, her tone sincere. I'm sure she will recover safely. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Mentioning this reporter caused Commander Su and Chu Mingzhou's expressions to darken again, serious and anxious, looking quite grim. Lin's mother glanced at the two, worry evident in her voice. Mingzhou, have you encountered some difficulties? Why do you look so upset? Chu Mingzhou shook his head. It's nothing. Commander Su naturally didn't want to elaborate on the subject. The meal was finished, and he stood up, preparing to take his leave. Lin's mother hurried to help send them off. Lin An'an had also finished eating, and it felt impolite to just sit there, so she quietly stood up to follow. Mingzhou, just do your best tomorrow. Finding a Japanese translator isn't easy. Remember, don't get too caught up in details, Commander Su instructed. Chu Mingzhou lightly acknowledged, politely seeing the two off. As he turned, his expression was cold, even colder than the ice and snow. His tightly furrowed brows indicated his current worries. A Japanese translator? A cold wind blew in, rushing into Lin An'an's collar, giving her a shiver. Cough, cough, cough. Oh my, what are you doing following me? Hurry back. The doctor said you can't catch a chill. Lin's mother urged Lin An'an back inside like she was chasing a duck. Lin An'an, Xiaolon has already warmed up the Kong for you, so go lie down and rest there. You don't need to be here. Lin An'an glanced at Chu Mingzhou, wanting to ask him about the Japanese translation, but she was coughing too hard to ask and had to return to her room first. Chapter 10-foot public toilet romance. The nights in the Northwest are long. The next day, when Lin An'an woke up, the sky was not fully bright yet, and the whole world was shrouded in a tranquil grayish blue. Thick snow lay like a giant quilt, covering the military compound. Through the window, the outlines of the mountains were faintly visible in the hazy morning light, with the trees on the mountains already stripped bare of leaves, leaving only the bare branches, resembling black silhouettes. Lin's mother woke up even earlier than Lin An'an. Wisps of smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, adding a touch of warmth to the cold morning. When Lin An'an came out, Chu Mingzhou was just opening his room door. Lin An'an's gaze lingered on him for a moment, her first reaction being how tall he was, and handsome. Even the heavy, stiff military coat looked particularly stylish on him, with his hands casually tucked into the pockets, standing tall like a green pine. The morning light cast on his profile made his features appear more three-dimensional, giving off a clean, stern, and sharp vibe. This man, like a leopard. An'an and Mingzhou are up? Lin's mother called out. I made brown sugar steam buns and cabbage and meat buns. Hurry up and eat. Lin's mother had already prepared breakfast, and Chu Minglan was holding a bun, with oil at the corners of her mouth. When she noticed both of them looking at her, she awkwardly retreated towards the kitchen. Brother, sister-in-law, I also helped Aunt make porridge. It's delicious with the buns. Thanks, Xiaolan. Sister-in-law will come and eat soon. Lin An'an greeted Chu Minglan and nodded at Chu Mingzhou. She pulled her scarf up to block the wind and snow and walked out to the yard. I'm going to the public toilet first. Hey, isn't there a chamber pot in the room? Just go back to your room. Mom will clean it later. It's so cold outside. Lin's mother still had things to do and shook her head helplessly when she saw her daughter already gone. The public toilet wasn't far from home, just around a couple of corners. Lin An'an felt 100 inconveniences in her heart, but there was no other way. The public toilet in the military compound was already much better than those outside. At least it was built properly, with separate male and female stalls. And the squat toilets had partitions, which was quite decent. Lin An'an was also helpless. If she could hold it, she wouldn't want to run out in this cold weather. But every household lacked a bathroom, and everyone had to squeeze into the public toilet. Every time she used that chamber pot, it felt like a punishment, awkward and embarrassing. Lin An'an had the thought of needing a bathroom for the nth time. I want it. Ever since she arrived in this 1970s, the thing she wanted the most was a bathroom in her own home, where she could take a shower and use the toilet. Sister who? Have you heard? Something big is going to happen in the Special Operations Battalion. It seems the report promoting the Special Operations is not going to happen. Just as Lin An'an squatted down, two other people also came in, arm in arm. The squat toilet was a hotbed of gossip. I know, how unfortunate is that? The soldiers from the Special Operations Battalion were supposed to be in the newspaper. If you ask me, it's definitely that white-eyed wolf's wife, Chu, who's causing trouble. Lin An'an? Hey, don't talk about superstitions like that. Be careful not to get reported to the enforcement team. What's wrong with that? Everyone talks like this privately. Haven't you seen that girl? Oh my, she's so sick she's almost dying. A gust of wind could blow her over. She definitely brings bad luck and illness. Is that so? I heard they are getting a divorce. Yes, Chu's been annoyed with her for a long time. He submitted the divorce application early, but it won't be approved until after the new year. I hope they don't end up not divorced and something happens to Chu's family. Just think about it. How could such a good comrade like Chu be so unfortunate? Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh in anger. Eating gossip. And it's about herself? These strangers are cursing her to death. She tidied up her clothes and walked past the two aunties, unashamedly. As soon as she made a little noise, the two closed their mouths. When they saw her face, the loudest aunt who, her mouth dropped open. Good morning. Auntie, just remember to wipe your mouth after squatting. Lin An'an smiled sweetly at her and waved her hand. Aunt who was stunned. It wasn't until Lin An'an walked far away that she reacted. What does she mean? Is she saying my mouth is dirty and stinky? Bah, that short-lived ghost. The other aunt suppressed a laugh at the corner of her mouth and quickly pulled up her pants. Oh, don't get angry. It was you who made the joke first. Hurry up. But it's freezing. I need to go back. Lin An'an hummed a little tune softly, looking at the snowy scenery around her, feeling pretty good, and didn't take those words to heart. Just as she got home, she ran into a hurried Chu Mingzhou. One frowned as he walked out, while the other smiled as she walked in. His speed was truly too fast, giving no one a chance to buffer, and they bumped into each other. Chu Mingzhou instinctively raised his arm to block, and when he saw it was Lin An'an, he immediately retracted his arm and switched to supporting her. He quickly pulled her back, steadied her. Are you okay? Lin An'an stumbled, her cotton shoes sinking deeply into the snow beside her, her face going pale with fright. Just that little scare left her chest feeling tight. Cough, 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 a violent cough erupted. Chu Mingzhou pressed his thin lips together, tightening his grip, and first helped her into the house. Lin's mother heard the commotion and rushed out, taking Lin An'an from his hands. I told you it's cold outside. Why are you so stubborn? What if you get frozen? Chu Mingzhou glanced at the time, then at Lin An'an, his eyes flashing with urgency and a hint of worry he himself was unaware of. When Lin An'an looked up, she just happened to meet his gaze. Putting together the scattered clues, she understood what he was anxious about. Lin An'an wanted to say she could speak Japanese and ask if he needed help, but she was coughing too much to speak. Mingzhou, don't you have urgent matters? You go ahead and do what you need to do. An'an has this old problem. It's nothing serious. Chu Mingzhou nodded, and after helping her to the main hall, he hurriedly left again. After he left, Lin An'an thought it over and figured it was fine. The military compound would have its own ways, and although she wanted to repay his kindness, she wasn't in a hurry. This was just a small episode, but it happened to fall into Aunt Hu's sight on her way back. This scene seemed to confirm her thoughts. Indeed, this sickly person had a black heart, a sharp tongue, and a poor constitution. Chu Mingzhou was not just annoyed with her. They were practically strangers. Look, she's sick like this, and Chu Mingzhou didn't even give her a glance before turning to leave. Just like that, Lin An'an's reputation took a hit because of her public toilet romance with Aunt Hu. By the time this reached Aunt Wang's ears, her smile never left her face. Aunt Wang was so happy that she started to steer the narrative, even discussing when Lin An'an would be kicked out. They came to enjoy the new year. Didn't they want to stay for the holiday, knowing that the military compound had good conditions, and that food would be distributed at the end of the year, with leaders handing out various meats? Also, They probably wanted Chu Mingzhou to spend money on her medical treatment. TSK, I heard she's still a college student. With her improper conduct, she doesn't have the spirit of a scholar at all. Those educated youth are more aware than she is. They at least know to go up the mountains and down to the countryside. Aunt Wang spat out the seeds, and although she herself was from a peasant family, does she look like one? Huh. With her like that, she probably wouldn't earn even a work point in the countryside. Chapter 11. Your wife is amazing. As for Chu Mingzhou looking for a Japanese translator, naturally, he couldn't find one. There were none in the Northwest Military District, nor in the large cities around the military district, such as Lan City, Shi City, or Bai City. The Special Operations Battalion sent out more than 30 people, all without any results. The main reason was that the language was rare and it was too impromptu. Chu Mingzhou returned home just after midnight, having run around all day. He wasn't physically tired, but felt very stifled and his expression was tense. He originally planned to go straight to his room, but he noticed that the door next door gently opened. Lin's mother came out wearing a cotton coat, rubbing her eyes. Mingzhou, you're back? Why are you so busy so late? It's so cold outside. Go sit in the living room. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Zhu Mingyu Bao said, his deep eyes flickering. No need. I'm not hungry. You should go rest. You're not eating? Just have a little, and then is hungry anyway. It's just boiling a bowl. It turned out that Lin An'an wanted a midnight snack. Chu Mingzhou wanted to refuse, but his stomach protested. He had only eaten 2 meat buns all day, and at that time, he was thinking about other things, hardly tasting the flavors. You've worked hard. It's not hard. It's just a matter of convenience. At this moment, Lin An'an was checking the temperature of her cotton coat with her foot to make sure it was warm enough before she moved to put on. Lin An'an didn't know what was going on, but her stomach had been making noises, continuously growling, which compelled Lin's mother to get up and cook a midnight snack. She was really hungry. It should be because of the medication. This body had always had a poor appetite, and the only change was that she took the medicine prescribed by Professor Liang. Ever since she took that medicine, she got hungry very quickly, wishing she could eat 6 meals a day. Lin's mother was overjoyed. She truly didn't mind the hassle of cooking, as long as her daughter was willing to eat. She would happily make 10 meals. When Lin An'an was getting ready to eat noodles, she faced the upright, sitting Chu Mingzhou. Where have you been? Why did you come back so late? There is a strong wind and snow outside. You need to be careful. Lin An'an had already woken up from a nap, and at this moment felt lazy, her voice soft, like a feather brushing over one's heart, especially gentle. Lin An'an didn't genuinely care about Chu Mingzhou. She just casually asked since they were sitting face to face. However, Chu Mingzhou's heart raced a bit at her concern, frowning slightly, shifting his body to the left to hide his slightly reddened cheeks in the dim light. After hesitating for a moment, he finally replied, I went to Lin City for some business. Lin An'an suddenly lifted her head, recalling that he said he was looking for a translator today. You didn't go looking for a Japanese translator, did you? Didn't the organization arrange anyone? Coming back so late, you must not have found anyone, right? After asking, Lin An'an realized she had spoken out of turn, because his gaze toward her was a bit fierce. In this era, it wasn't appropriate to inquire about military matters, especially sensitive translation issues, which could be serious. One could even be judged as a spy. I just heard about it and was worried about you. So I asked. Lin An'an swallowed hard, her heart racing. Come, let us eat something light at this late hour. Mom cooked you some scallion and egg noodles. Lin's mother happened to bring in 2 bowls of noodles, interrupting the awkward atmosphere between the two. Chu Mingzhou gave Lin An'an a deep look before getting up to take them. Thank you, this is great. You child, hurry up and taste it. See if it suits your taste. If it's too bland, I can add some soy sauce. 1 bowl of noodles was placed in front of Lin An'an. She glanced at Chu Mingzhou, bit her lip, and picked up her chopsticks to take small bites. Chu Mingzhou, in contrast to her, ate quickly, finishing half the bowl in just a few bites. However, his movements were proper, and he had good table manners. Lin's mother was really sleepy. Mom will go to sleep first. I have to get up early tomorrow. Just leave the bowls there when you're done. Lin An'an felt guilty. Her mom was so tired and still got up to make a midnight snack. Mom, you should go to sleep. I'll be back after I finish eating. Chu Mingzhou nodded in agreement, a warm feeling flowing through him, which was quite unfamiliar. This also dispelled his inquiry about Lin An'an. After Lin's mother left, Lin An'an noticed that Chu Mingzhou's expression was becoming colder. I just want to help. I can speak Japanese. If you need it, I can assist you. After Chu Mingzhou finished his noodles and put down his chopsticks, Lin An'an hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of noodles and mentioned her ability to speak Japanese. What did you say? Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brows, seemingly taken aback. I can speak Japanese. You can speak Japanese? Chu Mingzhou looked at her very seriously, finally fixing his gaze on her bowl. No need, just eat. He wanted to urge her to finish quickly so he could wash the bowls. After seeing Lin An'an speak English and Spanish yesterday, he knew she had a good language talent. But regardless, she was still so young. It couldn't be that she was proficient in 3 languages, could it? Even if she understood some, it surely wouldn't reach the level of being an international translator. Since it was impossible, there was no need to discuss it. This was a matter of utmost importance, and there could be no negligence. If it didn't work out, it would be illegal. She was in such poor health and shouldn't be dragged into risking herself for him. Lin An'an was completely unaware of Chu Mingzhou's thoughts and was somewhat confused by his decisive rejection. Did that mean he found a translator? Did you find someone? My Japanese is very good. I can communicate with the locals without any problem, very fluently. You say you can communicate with the islanders in Japanese? Lin An'an nodded. Chu Mingzhou instinctively tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and after a long while, as if he was testing the waters, he asked, How good is your Japanese? Proficient. Fluent, just like how we're talking now. Chu Mingzhou fell silent, his brows furrowing further as he began to consider the possibilities of this matter. Comrade Lin An'an. His tone was serious, as if he were discussing something very important. Lin An'an inexplicably felt nervous and immediately sat up straight. Yes. Are you sure you can translate the Japanese report and deliver it in fluent, precise Japanese? Chu Mingzhou stared intently at her, his expression more serious than ever. Lin An'an also quickly adjusted her attitude, nodding, yes, no problem at all. Your wife is really amazing. Trust me. Chu Mingzhou. Lin An'an was indeed sitting up straight, her expression sincere, but the little pride in her eyes was very obvious. And the title wife made the serious Chu Mingzhou's ears flush. I understand. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Hearing this official tone, Lin An'an almost laughed out loud, but held it in. Okay, Captain Chu. Hurry up and eat. It's going to get cold. Yes. Sitting across from her, Chu Mingzhou watched as she ate, which made Lin An'an feel quite embarrassed. But she was hungry, so she thought, let him watch. After all, I'm good looking. Once she finished her noodles, the bowl was taken away, and the table was tidied up quickly. Lin An'an then realized why he was sitting across from her. It was to wait for the bowl. Not bad. Captain Chu's diligence was commendable. Lin An'an adopted a serious demeanor, straightening her small face, putting her hands behind her back, and walking with a leader's stride. When Chu Mingzhou looked up, he saw this scene, and a slight smile crept onto his lips, inexplicably finding it somewhat cute. However, this smile was fleeting. As soon as he realized his thoughts, it disappeared, and he returned to his cold and serious demeanor. Lin An'an felt full and ready to sleep. But she had eaten too much, and by midnight, she still couldn't fall asleep. The consequence of staying up late was that she couldn't get up the next day, which led to Chu Mingzhou and several leaders were seated in the main hall, just waiting for her to wake up and wash up. Chapter 12, She is dazzling. When Lin An'an was all tidied up and seated in the main hall, she faced 5 old leaders, some smiling and others scrutinizing her. That Chu Mingzhou could directly invite someone to his home was enough to indicate that matters were urgent. He believed Lin An'an's word from last night. This is Comrade Lin. Lin An'an. Chu Mingzhou took the lead in introducing her. Group leader Su whispered a few words to an elder beside him, then turned serious and looked at Lin An'an. Comrade Lin, as a military wife, you should understand the burden on your shoulders. I hope you can uphold principles more than others. Our conversation here needs to be highly confidential. Lin An'an instinctively sat up straight and nodded earnestly yes. Seeing the child being obedient, the elder smiled and patted Su's arm. No need to be so serious. You might scare the person. Lin An'an met the elder's smile, but felt no relaxation in her heart. She was fully alert. It felt like she was about to engage in a critical revolutionary action. The burden on her shoulders was heavy. The elder glanced at the middle-aged man beside him, who immediately opened a notebook and began to ask questions. The others fell silent, each listening attentively, their focus on Lin An'an. Comrade Lin, Captain Chu has reported to the higher-ups that you are proficient in Japanese and can do one-on-one precise translation. Is that true? Yes. This translation is an international report, and the content is complex. Are you sure you can handle it by yourself? I can. This report not only needs to be translated in full, but also recorded for broadcast. Are you certain you can do this? It will be aimed at the whole world. Lin An'an's response remained firm. I can. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the pen and asked the final question. This report is nearly 5,000 words long, and you only have one day to prepare. Is that okay? Lin An'an was momentarily stunned, but hesitated not at all, nodding again, no problem. A 5,000-word report would take about 3.5 hours. Leaders, please rest assured, I will complete the work diligently and responsibly. The others, seeing Lin An'an's composed demeanor and assured tone, brightened their eyes. The elder quietly asked Chu Mingzhou, Captain Chu, this matter is significant. Are you sure you have confidence in her? Chu Mingzhou, for some reason, did not hesitate at all to trust her. I am willing to vouch for Comrade Lin and hope the organization will give her the opportunity. Seeing his attitude, the elder's smile became even warmer. All right. Then please let Comrade Lin An'an go to the translation office to finalize this matter. Notify the Xinhua News Agency reporters that everything remains as usual. Yes, Commander Zhang. Lin An'an's throat moved slightly. Her hand rubbed her thigh, feeling a bit nervous, but she sat up straight with utmost seriousness. Look at her. She is already connecting with the commander. Once the decision was made, another person took over the handover with Lin An'an, carefully asking about her educational background, language learning experiences, and so on. When they learned that Lin An'an was a student from the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University, they smiled with satisfaction. When they found out that Lin An'an had self-taught Japanese, they were even more impressed. In the end, Lin An'an showcased a segment of English that he could understand, which completely won them over. Rest assured, my Japanese is better than my English. Due to personal health reasons, I have limited opportunities to contribute to the country. I'm truly happy to have this chance, so I will definitely do my best. After saying that, she glanced at Chu Mingzhou. I won't let Captain Chu or the Northwest Military Region lose face. As soon as she finished speaking, several pairs of eyes turned to Lin An'an. Chu Mingzhou felt a bit flushed and coughed lightly, standing up and leaving with Group Leader Su. Seeing the door open and Chu Mingzhou come out, Lin's mother guessed. The discussion was probably over. Lin's mother sensibly served hot tea. This is our Jiangnan Longjing tea, grown in our own village. It's not expensive, but it tastes good. As she passed Lin An'an, she handed her a small lozenge, indicating for her to dissolve it in her mouth. There was no helping it. Urgent matters were at hand. Lin's mother was most afraid that her daughter would fall ill in front of so many big shots. Professor Liang said this lozenge was soothing for the throat and could stop coughing if held in the mouth. By the time everything was arranged, it was already past lunchtime. The leaders were in a hurry, and only Group Leader Su and Chu Mingzhou remained. Lin An'an felt as if she were starving. Once Lin's mother brought out the dishes, everyone picked up their chopsticks, and she was the most eager of all. More sorghum rice. It scratched her throat. What Lin An'an thought was a fervent effort to eat was seen by Chu Mingzhou as her chewing slowly and delicately. She really was very delicate. When they had nearly finished eating, Group Leader Su glanced at the time. Reporter Chun should have arrived by now. Let us head over. The concern in Chu Mingzhou's eyes was more palpable than yesterday. Can you manage? Are you feeling unwell? Me? I'm fine. A few hours of work is no problem. Good. Lin An'an put on her earthy-toned, checkered coat again, a thick braid hanging down her left chest, most of her small face wrapped in a knitted scarf, and her pair of bright eyes were scanning the surroundings. She was taken to the military translation office of the Northwest Military Region. The building's exterior was plain and unadorned, with gray cement walls showing signs of wear from the passage of time. The office door was a heavy wooden one with some paint peeling. Inside were several wooden desks, neatly arranged with paper, pens, dictionaries, and various documents. Tall wooden bookshelves lined the walls, filled with military books and materials in various languages. The floor was cement, clean with occasional signs of wear. Several people were already waiting, including Reporter Chun. Captain Chu, Comrade Lin. Hello, Reporter Chun. Reporter Chun greeted Chu Mingzhou and Lin An'an. I really didn't expect Comrade Lin to understand Japanese. You are truly discreet. Aside from reporter Chun, there were also several comrades in military uniforms present, obviously from the army. Their presence at this time was likely related to the translation work. Shall we begin? Lin An'an and reporter Chun were arranged at adjacent positions. This report had been refined by the poisoned journalist, and reporter Chun had also polished it repeatedly. Lin An'an only needed to translate it accurately in full. Comrade Lin, you can take a look at these photos to get a feel for the text. Okay. Chu Mingzhou stood quietly not far from the door, his gaze occasionally falling on Lin An'an's small face. Watching her so earnestly, she seemed so small and thin, yet it felt like she was bursting with energy. Bursting with energy? Chu Mingzhou frowned, feeling that this term was not quite right. But at this moment, Lin An'an was shining brightly. She wore an extremely confident expression, and her gentle voice paired with fluent foreign language was truly dazzling. Chapter 13 Progress. Smoothly, Lin An'an found it very easy to handle this translation work. It was as effortless as eating for her, with no difficulty at all. From time to time, she glanced down at the photos in her hands. The pictures were of the soldiers from the Special Operations Battalion, all carefully selected special forces, each with excellent innate conditions, standing tall like green pines with sharp eyes. In formation, their movements were synchronized, each step appearing steady and powerful, their arms swinging vigorously like a precision machine in operation, with no deviation whatsoever. Their appearance was impeccable and captivating. Among them, Chu Mingzhou stood out the most. There was a close-up of him climbing a rope, leaping down from a height. His muscles taut, showcasing immense strength, his state as graceful as a cheetah. Lin An'an's hand brushed over his face, her heart racing. This man really had some uniform temptation potential. So man, reporter Chin's English was quite good, but his spoken language was rather conventional, lacking vivid expressiveness. But Lin An'an was different. Her fluent London accent was quite striking. In no time, she stirred up the atmosphere in the military translation office, prompting everyone to communicate with her in English. Even the shy comrades who were hesitant to speak began to chat freely. Comrade Lin, your English is really good. I feel like you could be my teacher. Although I don't understand Japanese. Comrade Lin's Japanese must be very standard. Comrade Lin is amazing. She translates Japanese while talking to us, perfectly embodying multitasking. Once the translation work was over, everyone's gaze towards Lin An'an changed. From initial curiosity to friendly admiration, mixed with appreciation and respect. By the way, reporter Chun, is the filming tomorrow morning? Will Comrade Lin be on camera? I'm not really sure. Reporter Chun directed his gaze towards Chu Mingzhou, who was standing quietly a short distance away. Tomorrow was the final recording. Once filmed, it would be over. The opportunity to be on camera was indeed rare, but Lin An'an was neither a military person nor a member of Xinhua News Agency. Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brows slightly and nodded to reporter Chun. I'll verify that right away. For Lin An'an, everyone had a trial-and-error mindset, and this trust to try was still given to Chu Mingzhou. No one had really considered whether she would be on camera tomorrow. In fact, most people didn't believe she could finish the work in an afternoon. I'll have someone take you back first. Okay. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as she stepped outside, a gust of cold wind hit Lin An'an, causing her to cough violently. It was warm indoors, and she had hardly coughed at all during the afternoon's work. Now that her mind was relaxed, the cold wind stimulated her respiratory system, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together and gently pulled her back. Sit down and take it easy. Have some water. Reporter Chen also stopped in his tracks. Comrade Lin, are you okay? Lin An'an waved her hand, quickly taking the water cup and drinking a sip with Chu Mingzhou's help. Her harsh cough echoed down the entire corridor. The sky in the northwest darkened quickly. Just the time it took to drink some water, the sun had already set behind the mountains. There were still soldiers waiting for Chu Mingzhou at the entrance, occasionally glancing inside. You go ahead and get busy. I'm fine now. I can go back by myself. Lin An'an was aware of the seriousness of the situation, quickly insisting that she could return on her own and urged him to take care of important matters. Reporter Chen nodded. I'll take Comrade Lin back. You hurry to verify the important matter, Captain Chu. Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment. Okay. He looked at Lin An'an again, then continued to Reporter Chun, why don't you come over for dinner? Just wait for me a moment. I'll come back and confirm the result. Huh? That sounds great. I'm still thinking about Annie's cooking. Reporter Chun was not shy about it and patted his pocket for his ticket as he left with the two of them. Chu Mingzhou remained worried about Lin An'an's health. It would take at least 20 minutes to walk home, and seeing her sickly appearance, he was genuinely afraid she would be blown away by the wind halfway. Wait a minute. Before long, Chu Mingzhou had someone bring a bicycle over and signaled for Lin An'an to ride it back. Reporter Chun was very considerate. He immediately helped Lin An'an onto the back seat of the bicycle and didn't ride himself, instead pushing it along. It's dark and slippery out. It's safer to walk. Captain Chu, you can rest assured. I'll make sure to get Comrade Lin home safely. Okay, thank you. The last bit of twilight was swallowed by the dusk, and the sky was painted dark. A sense of tranquility enveloped the dimly lit road. Lin An'an's complexion was not good. She was pale as snow, looking particularly weak. Her body leaned slightly forward, as if she might slide off the bicycle at any moment. Comrade Lin, sit tight. I'll go a bit faster. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The bicycle wheels rolled on the ground, making a faint creaking sound. Reporter Chin occasionally looked back to check on Lin An'an's condition, his hands tightly gripping the handlebars of the bicycle, afraid even the slightest jolt would make her feel worse. What was just a common sending off caught the attention of Aunt Wong and Aunt Hu. As soon as they saw Reporter Chun pushing Lin An'an home, they immediately hid their figures and quietly followed for quite a distance. Isn't that Lin An'an? What's she doing? This guy looks unfamiliar. Is he a new soldier? I really haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him either. Lin An'an has only been here for a few days, and she's bold enough to openly do this? Such a disgrace. This not only disrupts the atmosphere of our courtyard, but it's a crime. Aunt Wong saw Aunt Hu getting more worked up and abruptly pulled her, exchanging a look before they turned and hurried away. By the time Lin An'an got home, she felt like her whole body was stiffening. Sister-in-law is back. The one who came out to open the door was Chu Minglan. The little girl had been helping Lin's mother with chores these past few days, and she seemed much livelier, her attitude towards Lin An'an also changing, showing a bit of familiarity amidst politeness. She glanced behind Lin An'an and saw Reporter Chun, but not her brother. Hello, Brother Chun. Hey, La Mei, you're really good. Chu Minglan shyly smiled and then asked, has my brother not come back? Annie has made dinner, just waiting for you too. Lin An'an gently rubbed her hand over her chest, mustering the strength to walk inside. He has some matters to attend to. He'll be back soon. While she didn't feel it during work, now that she was home, sitting down, the fatigue hit her like a ton of bricks. When Lin's mother saw her daughter had returned, she quickly started serving the dishes. Reporter Chun greeted Lin's mother warmly. Annie, let me help you. You know, Comrade Lin really brought you honor. Chapter 14, Follow the Organization. The organization in Heart Lin's mother originally wanted to refuse. What was the need for help with just a few dishes? But upon hearing him say that, her curiosity got the better of her. She nervously wiped her hands on her apron. Is that right? Mine has been smart since she was little. As she grew up, she became the most capable child in our family. She didn't hold you back today, did she? Of course not. Comrade Lin is not just capable. Oh, really? So impressive. One was willing to praise, and the other was willing to believe. Lin An'an's eyes were full of smiles, listening to Reporter Chun praise Lin An'an. Not only was Lin's mother overjoyed, but even Chu Minglan's eyes sparkled, as if they contained countless little secrets, glancing at Lin An'an from time to time. Is she really that impressive? Sister-in-law is really remarkable. Lin's mother set aside some food for Chu Mingzhou, and they all sat down to eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table was surprisingly good. When the topic turned to the filming and recording issue for tomorrow, Lin's mother became even more excited. Reporter Chun, are you saying, if this gets filmed, An'an could be on international newspapers, broadcasts, radio, and television? Lin's mother gasped, and for the first time, there was hesitation in her gaze towards Lin An'an. This seemed a bit too impressive. She wasn't sure herself. Yes, but we need to wait for news from Captain Chu. So don't rush it, Annie. If it doesn't work out, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, Comrade Lin is not from the army, nor is she from our Xinhua news agency. However, Comrade Lin's translation and recording reports are international, which is still quite remarkable. Reporter Chan was worried that the elder might get stuck on a point, so he gave a heads up. Lin's mother had a good quality. She knew how to be reasonable. Hearing this, she not only wasn't upset but eagerly nodded, Yes, yes, it's impressive. This is a great thing for our country. I'll send a telegram to her father tomorrow to let family and friends hear the good news. As they chatted and ate, their relationships naturally progressed. If Comrade Lin were in Kyoto, with her abilities, she might be able to join our Xinhua news agency, reporter Chen sighed. Lin's mother took this to heart and began to ponder what kind of work her daughter could undertake at the same level as Xinhua news agency reporters after she recovered. Brother, Chu Mingzhou came back, covered in snow. He first took off his coat and hat as he looked at Lin An'an with a hint of worry in his eyes. Mingzhou, you're back? Come sit down. I'm back. Lin's mother brought out the food she had saved for him. Lin An'an quickly served him a bowl of soup. Fig and lean meat soup, which was delicious. Chu Mingzhou's gaze lingered on the bowl of soup for a moment. Every bite was meaty and extremely generous, something the Chu siblings had not experienced in years. It wasn't tea that they couldn't afford to eat, but rather that no one had been able to organize it like this. Chu Mingzhou started eating, and no one asked questions first. Lin An'an would be following the filming and recording tomorrow, but she herself could not appear on camera. Upon receiving this answer, the most disappointed was actually reporter Chun. Neither Lin An'an nor Lin's mother had any special reaction. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an, his eyes holding a hint of solemnity and a bit of reassurance that he himself didn't even notice. The original plan was for Xinhua news agency reporter He Jia to be the Japanese translator, and suddenly changing to an unfamiliar face might not be appropriate. So the leaders arranged for you to follow the recording throughout, with the footage mainly showcasing the special operations camp. What do you think? I have no problem at all, of course. At that time, the name of the Japanese translator will be noted at the bottom of the report. Lin An'an's eyes flickered. Okay. The organization will also provide you with corresponding rewards and recognition. Good. Follow the organization. The organization is in my heart. No problem. Lin An'an nodded at him and even made an okay gesture. Lin An'an was genuinely satisfied, without any other thoughts. Since it was a report on the special operations camp, it was only right to give the camera to them. Moreover, her current sickly appearance was not suitable for the screen. To put it nicely, she looked unspirited. And to put it harshly, it would harm the country's prestige. Who would want to put a sick person on camera? Seeing reporter Chen sigh, Lin An'an immediately filled his cup with tea, thinking it was enough to have Brother Chen in front. She would support him from behind. Ha ha ha, Comrade Lin, you really are. This child of yours, don't be mischievous. After finishing the meal and sending everyone off, Lin An'an was forced by Lin's mother to take a long bath. From head to toe, they used 3 large pots of hot water. Take all this medicine with you. At a crucial moment, you can't drop the ball. Wear this set tomorrow, paired with a coat, and tie up your red headband. Lin's mother neatly folded the clothes, softly nagging. Lin An'an fell asleep amidst her murmurs. The next morning, Chu Mingzhou left the house first, but before he went out, Lin's mother stuffed a large bamboo backpack into his hands, one of those deep bucket woven ones. Inside the backpack was lined with thick cotton cloth, layer upon layer, filled with warm, large meat buns. Xiaolon said you like mushroom and meat filling, so Mom made some for you. Quickly cover it up, eat a few more yourself, and share the rest with your comrades. No need to save. Chu Mingzhou was momentarily stunned, his eyes hiding a whirlpool of astonishment. Isn't your canteen closed? They probably haven't eaten anything yet since they have to prepare early today. Hurry up and go. Chu Mingzhou raised his eyes to look at her, a complex light flashing his gaze. Okay, you have worked hard. He could never bring himself to call her Mom, and it felt inappropriate to call her Annie like Chu Minglan. So in the end, he settled on you. Not hard at all. And then leaves at 7 sharp, right? Someone will come to pick her up. Okay, no problem. Chu Mingzhou left in a hurry. After he left, Lin's mother began to tidy up Lin An'an. An'an, you must perform well. You helped Mingzhou a lot this time. He will definitely be very grateful, and he will treat you well in the future. Lin An'an, still drowsy, nodded with her eyes closed. When she finished getting ready and went downstairs, she saw a military vehicle parked at the door, with Aunt Wang leaning against it, chatting with someone inside. Coincidentally, the one coming to pick Lin An'an up was Wang Hu, Aunt Wang's eldest son. When Lin An'an came out, Wang Hu hurriedly got out of the car to open the door for her, Comrade Lin. Thank you. Lin An'an nodded at him and got into the back seat without any intention of chatting with Aunt Wang. Wang Hu, however, bore no resemblance to his mother. He was very tall, very thin, and had a rather handsome appearance. "Mom, we're leaving now, it's cold outside. If you have nothing to do, just go home." Ignoring Aunt Wang's questions, Wang who only urged her to go home. Lin An'an also waved her hand to Lin's mother, signaling her to hurry back. As the vehicle started, Aunt Wang was still quietly complaining. "Mingzhou is really something. Why should my son come pick her up? Doesn't he fear what others might say? He better not have any ideas about my son." Chapter 15 translation work completed. The vehicle gradually moved away, and Aunt Wang's complaints gradually faded. Lin An'an frowned slightly, feeling extremely annoyed by Aunt Wang's baseless accusations, but she said nothing, only quietly looked out the window. Wang, who glanced at the rearview mirror, a bit awkwardly cleared his throat. "Comrade Lin, don't take it to heart. My mom is sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. She's not a bad person, just a bit talkative." Lin An'an merely hummed lightly in response, not saying anything further. A person with a sharp tongue can hurt others upon speaking. How could they have a soft heart? The two remained silent during the journey, and the atmosphere in the car felt somewhat heavy. After a while, the vehicle arrived at the Northwest Military Region's Army Special Operations Camp. Many people were already busy on site, and various equipment was neatly arranged. After getting out of the car, Lin An'an immediately spotted Chu Mingzhou. His tall figure made him stand out in the crowd. "Comrade Lin, you're here. We'll need your cooperation today." Journalist Chun waved at Lin An'an with a smile. Journalist Chun was dressed very formally today, wearing a deep blue thick wool coat that made him look particularly spirited. Lin An'an smiled and nodded, walking towards him. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." The recording equipment of this era was still relatively outdated, and the film cameras were cumbersome, requiring staff to carry them around. After shooting a segment, they had to quickly move to a different location. "Is everything ready? Since the weather is nice, we're ready to start." With Colonel Su's command, the soldiers quieted down, standing at attention under Chu Mingzhou's lead, ready to perform at any moment. "Start." Once the recording began, Lin An'an immediately entered work mode, fully focused. In front of her stood journalist Chun and his colleague. One was responsible for the Mandarin explanation, and the other for the English translation, while Lin An'an naturally handled the Japanese translation. Each person had to be very careful, because any mistake meant a reshoot, which not only wasted time and effort, but also delayed everyone's progress. As the recording proceeded, the atmosphere on-site grew more intense and enthusiastic. Fortunately, 80% of the shots were completed in one take, and the cooperation among the few of them was quite tacit. Our Chinese soldiers not only possess excellent military quality, but also have noble character and sentiments. They love their country, are loyal to the people, selflessly dedicate themselves, and are willing to sacrifice everything for the peace of the nation and the happiness of the people. They are models of the era, the backbone of the Chinese nation. "Stop." As Lin An'an finished her last line, the camera operator called for a stop. Everyone wore smiles, their expressions filled with excitement, giving a thumbs up to the group. Lin An'an's gaze instinctively turned toward Chu Mingzhou, and their eyes met for a brief moment. Her face turned slightly red, and she deliberately shifted her gaze away. The recording work was completely finished, and their task was successfully completed. Journalist Chun whispered with a few colleagues for a moment, then clapped his hands and announced the end. Lin An'an let out a long sigh of relief, took a short break, and prepared to head back. She didn't have much to pack, just chatted with her colleagues from the military translation office for a few moments. "You must be tired? You performed excellently today." Seeing that it was Chu Mingzhou who came over, Lin An'an slightly raised the corners of her mouth. "Of course, just look at how impressive I am." Chu Mingzhou bao set. Then the corners of his mouth also lifted into a pleasant arc. Very impressive." The two exchanged glances again, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Chu Mingzhou wanted to say something more, but hesitated. In the end, he only gently nodded. "I'll give you a ride back." "All right. Mom must be waiting for us to have dinner." Along the way, Lin An'an's light coughs didn't stop. Chu Mingzhou occasionally glanced at her, worry swirling in his eyes. "Is it because of your throat?" Following her as a translator meant there was no break, which was equivalent to Lin An'an talking all morning. She was already weak and couldn't train in the cold wind like the soldiers. "Yeah, my respiratory system is a bit sensitive. The weather here is cold and dry, and my throat feels all scratchy." Lin An'an raised her hand to pat her chest and coughed a couple of times. It's not a big deal. Thanks to the medicine Professor Liang prescribed, it works wonders for my cough, so I didn't embarrass myself on camera, or it would have definitely delayed the progress. Lin An'an had an episode all morning, her voice steady and her tone smooth, just like any normal person, which was due to taking the medicine. Chu Mingzhou's lips moved a couple of times, wanting to say a word of thanks. But Lin An'an didn't give him the chance. Hey, Mingzhou, aren't you moved? I went all out for you. Zhu Mingzhou. Facing his astonished gaze, Lin An'an blinked at him. We're a couple, so no need to be polite. If you really want to thank me, tomorrow, could you help me pick up Lin Zihua from the train station? Lin Zihua? Your brother? Yeah, he really admires you, the officer brother-in-law. If you go to pick him up, he'll definitely be super happy. And it'll give him a lot of face in front of his future comrades. Chu Mingzhou. I'm telling the truth. Chu Mingzhou was amused by her words. He came here to contribute to the country. Serving in the military was a badge of honor, not to show off being someone else's officer brother-in-law. I know, mainly because you're handsome. This time, a male comrade came with him. He is the son of our sugar factory director and used to say he had a crush on me. Wow, all right. Lin An'an's eyes curved into crescents. Her gaze filled with joy. When the two arrived home, Lin's mother was sitting in the main hall with a dark expression. Chu Minglan sat not far from her, biting her lip, looking timid. Mom, we're back. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, and according to Lin's mother's temperament, she should be overjoyed. But her mood was very off. With her head lowered, she didn't react when Lin An'an called her, only sitting there holding back tears. Chu Mingzhou, who initially had a faint smile in his eyes, lost at the moment he saw Lin's mother. What happened? He directed the question at Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan, how that? Brother, someone said sister-in-law. Me? Lin An'an pointed at herself, surprised. Chu Mingzhou's brows furrowed, his expression stern. What did they say? They said sister-in-law is a bad person. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but she didn't dare say the words having an affair. In the end, she had to shift the focus, saying it was something Sister Lihua said. Dai Lihua? Yeah, today I went to the supply and marketing cooperative with Aunt and ran into Sister Lihua, and they got into an argument. Lin An'an lowered her eyes and thought. Dai Lihua. There seemed to be such a character in the original book, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. Lin An'an wanted to comfort Lin's mother first, but unexpectedly, Chu Mingzhou was a step ahead of her. He poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin's mother. Don't be angry. I'll handle this matter, and one let Lin An'an suffer any losses. Lin's mother let out a light hum, turning her head aside, not responding. She was so angry that it couldn't be resolved with just a few words. There must be a misunderstanding in this. Misunderstanding? That woman said our An'an is having an affair in a military district. Do you think that's a misunderstanding? She claimed to be family with you and that she could be the head of your household. Is that also a misunderstanding? Chu Mingzhou's expression suddenly froze. He glanced at Chu Minglan. Chu Minglan bit her lip and immediately nodded. Chapter 16. There's a misunderstanding Lin An'an remembered. Dai Lihua is a well-known military doctor, and both she and her husband, Song Jianmin, are childhood friends of Chu Mingzhou. The three share a deep bond. When she said she could handle Chu Mingzhou, it wasn't entirely a lie. Setting aside emotions, Dai Lihua's husband was seriously injured while saving Chu Mingzhou and retired as a result. Thus, Chu Mingzhou owes him a huge favor. On ordinary days, whenever this couple speaks up, Chu Mingzhou never refuses to help and takes their advice to heart. Now that Lin's mother has complained, it's easy to imagine the dilemma in Chu Mingzhou's heart. Lin An'an raised her eyebrows slightly and began to mediate. She sat down beside Lin's mother and gently patted her hand. Mom, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. I believe Mingzhou. He said there's a misunderstanding, and there must be one. He will handle it well. Seeing her daughter say this, Lin's mother felt even more wronged. She wiped her eyes and said, An'an, you can't be wronged like this. You can't let anyone slander you for no reason. Ma, I know. Please don't worry. Chu Mingzhou looked at Chu Minglan. You should tell us in detail what happened. With tears welling in her eyes, Chu Minglan nodded and began to recount the events at the supply and marketing cooperative. It turned out they had encountered Dai Lihua there, who was chatting and laughing with Aunt Wang. When Lin's mother wanted to leave after shopping, she was stopped by Dai Lihua. The following scene was predictable. It nearly escalated into a fight. Although Dai Lihua is a military doctor, she is also known for her fiery temper and straightforwardness. She can't tolerate any nonsense. After listening, Chu Mingzhou's brows furrowed even tighter. He remained silent for a moment and said, "Sister Li is quite upright. There must be a misunderstanding. I'll go talk to her." Lin An'an stopped him. "What are you going to talk about right now? Let's eat first. Nothing is more important than eating." Lin's mother felt wronged and saw her daughter acting as if nothing had happened, which made her heart feel even more constrained. With such little ability, she doesn't even realize she's being taken advantage of, and her health is still so poor. Let us eat. Seeing Lin An'an getting up to serve everyone, Chu Minglan hurriedly took over, dutifully helping with the dishes. The dining table was very quiet, even quieter than before Lin's mother and daughter arrived. "Mom, Mingzhou will pick up Zihua tomorrow. Do you want to go along?" "Huh?" Mentioning her son brought Lin's mother back to her senses. "Right, Zihua will be arriving tomorrow." "Yes, I'll go with Mingzhou." After that, the smile she had just brought up fell again. "However, this matter needs to be resolved first. Lin An'an is innocent. Such a good child. She can't be wronged like this." She shot a glance at Chu Mingzhou and muttered, "An'an is your wife. She has been sick for your sake, dragging her sick body to translate for you for 2 whole days without complaining once. Mingzhou, don't forget she just sat on a train for 3 days." While Lin's mother was complaining, Chu Mingzhou quickly finished his meal. He said, "I'll handle it immediately. Please don't be angry," and then left. Lin's mother huffed. "Originally planning to send a telegram to your dad after picking up your brother, but in her anger, she even forgot about your brother." Lin An'an was amused by her words. "Mom, maybe that sister Dai is just like you, recognizing people only by ear. What's there to be angry about?" Lin's mother paused. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, followed by a spark of anger. "I see. How could a good woman suddenly start cursing? It must be that Aunt Wong spreading rumors." "Mom, you're getting anxious again." Lin's mother stood up, but Lin An'an quickly reached out to gently pull her back. "An'an, you're just too soft-hearted. How can I feel at ease leaving you alone? The new year is coming soon, and once your brother is settled, I have to return to Sioux City. Don't expect your brother to protect you." Her temper may be explosive, but her words are filled with concern for her daughter. Lin An'an felt warmth in her heart, holding Lin's mother's hand and saying, "Mom, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself, and besides, I still have Mingzhou." Lin's mother sighed. "Mingzhou is a good child, but he is still a man. There are some things he might not think of. You have to learn to protect yourself. You can't always be so soft." "I understand, Mom." Lin An'an nodded. Lin An'an has always been calm. She didn't take the commotion to heart. Who says a woman's means are only to throw tantrums? Who says the weak can be bullied? After chatting for a while longer, Lin An'an was helped by Lin's mother to take a nap. Meanwhile, Chu Mingzhou had already arrived at the Song family home. The Song family is not far from the military district, near the supply and marketing cooperative consisting of several bungalows. At this moment, a limping man was shoveling snow in the yard. When Song Jianmin saw Chu Mingzhou, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Mingzhou, what brings you here?" Chu Mingzhou's expression softened upon seeing Song Jianmin. "Busy? I need to talk to Sister Li about something." Seeing Chu Mingzhou's serious demeanor, Song Jianmin felt a bit suspicious. "She's inside. The little girl caught a cold today and took leave to take care of her. If you have something to discuss, come in." "Okay." Saying this, Song Jianmin leaned on the shovel and limped into the house. Chu Mingzhou followed, his gaze still fixed on his leg, pursing his lips. The room was small but tidy. After a while, Dai Liwa walked out from the inner room. Upon seeing Chu Mingzhou, she was momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of discomfort appeared on her face. "Mingzhou, you're here." Chu Mingzhou looked at her and lightly responded, waiting for the three to sit down before speaking. "Sister Li, I came to discuss what happened at the supply and marketing cooperative today." Upon hearing this, Dai Liwa's brows furrowed slightly. "What? Did your mother-in-law complain to you?" "That's just how it is." "Dai Liwa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Song Jianmin immediately interrupted, looking at Chu Mingzhou in confusion. Chu Mingzhou's face darkened. His hands clasped on his knees, moved slightly. "Did you hear any gossip? Do you need someone to tell you? Don't you know what kind of person she is?" "Mingzhou, don't be foolish. This woman showing up might have bad intentions. You've already submitted the divorce application. You mustn't get trapped." Dai Lihua rubbed her hands together, feeling restless. No, I'll go stay at your place for a few days. And I'll keep a close eye on her to prevent her from flirting with others and ruining your reputation. Chu Mingzhou interrupted her. I don't know what rumors you've heard, but Lin An'an is different from what we think. She is of good character, highly educated, and has a strong personal awareness. Mingzhou, Chapter 17. Understanding her better than others die, Li Hua slapped her thigh and stood up, turning in circles in front of the two. Look at this. It's only been a few days. You've been bewitched by that white-eyed wolf. What can she help you with, huh? With her sickly condition. Can she do any work? Can she even dig? Zhu Mingdu Frauen Dai Li. If we're talking about these tasks, Lin An'an indeed couldn't manage them. With her small frame, she could hardly walk a few steps without floating away. But discussing the translation matter couldn't be detailed right now, especially since Song Jianmin had already left the army. Chu Mingzhou sighed helplessly. You're usually a reasonable person, and some things shouldn't be taken at face value. I'm the one who interacts with Lin An'an. I see her more realistically than outsiders do. Outsiders? Dai Lihua's face flushed red, and then pale, at Chu Mingzhou's words. She knew in her heart that she had indeed acted impulsively at that moment. And she shouldn't have argued with an elder. She just didn't think much in the heat of the moment. Song Jianmin, standing nearby, had also caught on to the gist of the conversation. Lihua, Mingzhou is right. We shouldn't just listen to hearsay. We need to clarify things first. After all, Lin An'an is Mingzhou's wife. Dai Lihua shot her husband a glare and then looked at Chu Mingzhou, her expression somewhat annoyed. Oh, so it's all my fault, is it? Who am I worrying about here? Seeing her attitude change, Chu Mingzhou softened his tone. I understand your point, but I hope there won't be a next time. Dai Lihua plopped back down her chair, arms crossed, still angry. I'm just worried you'll be deceived. And here you are, blaming me. Lin An'an hasn't shown up for so many years, and now she is making a fuss about a divorce. Trampling all over you. What can she do now that she is back? Enough, Dai Lihua looked at Chu Mingzhou, her eyes filled with complexity. Chu Mingzhou, is he falling for that girl? Not a word to say. Dai Lihua exchanged a glance with Song Jianmin. After years of marriage, Song Jianmin understood her meaning naturally. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jianmin advised, Lihua, don't be stubborn. This is just a misunderstanding, and we can clear it up. You really should work on that temper of yours. Every time you get impulsive, you end up offending people. Dai Lihua shot her husband a glare. You're the only one who knows how to placate. Song Jianmin shook his head with a light laugh, then patted Chu Mingzhou on the shoulder. All right. Tomorrow, Lihua, and I will visit your home and apologize to your sister-in-law and aunt. What do you think, Mingzhou? Jianmin. Dai Lihua clearly wasn't pleased. Song Jianmin gave her a stern look. Just listen to me. Dai Lihua fell silent for a moment, pressed her lips together, and finally nodded. Fine. We'll go tomorrow. But Mingzhou, you have to stay alert. If she does anything to wrong you in the future, I want to agree to it first. With that settled, a huge weight lifted off Chu Mingzhou's heart. Sister Lihua, what did Aunt Wang say about Lin An'an? He asked directly, leaving Dai Lihua momentarily stunned. Aunt Wang? She didn't say much. Not her. Dai Lihua quickly realized, hesitating for a while. Under Song Jianmin's urging, she finally recounted the situation. It turns out the news had spread throughout the compound these past few days, saying that Lin An'an had only arrived for a few days before getting involved with a young intellectual. The two were sneaking around behind Chu Mingzhou's back, acting intimately and corrupting the atmosphere of the military district. As if that wasn't enough, Lin An'an also had her eyes on Wang Hu, but fortunately, Wang Hu was resolute and firmly rejected her, preventing her from succeeding. Chu Mingzhou left the Song family with a dark expression. Before leaving, he even gave Dai Lihua a cold stare. The report from Xinhua News Agency had concluded, and reporter Chun and his team were set to leave the Northwest this afternoon. It didn't concern Chu Mingzhou, as the send-off had already been arranged. However, he turned around and returned to the army, specifically asking Wang Hu to accompany him to send off the guests. He wanted to personally see off reporter Chun. The others were puzzled. My mother-in-law got along well with reporter Chun and specially prepared many local specialties for him to take on the road, not wanting to disappoint the old lady's goodwill. Hearing Chu Mingzhou say this, reporter Chun was naturally the happiest, talking about the delicious food Lin's mother made, sounding genuinely greedy. That's great. Let us go. I'll ride in Captain Chu's car. You guys head to the train station first, and I'll circle back. Sure, just don't be late. Of course not. By the time Chu Mingzhou brought Reporter Chen home, it was exactly 5 in the afternoon, the time when families were preparing dinner. There was no snow today, and the weather was decent, with many people out and about. Wang Hu, go home and get some pancakes for Reporter Chen to take with him, Chu Mingzhou instructed. Wang Hu was taken aback. This was the first time the captain had asked for something personal, especially food. Wang Hu found it strange, but didn't think much of it. He simply replied and ran home. Reporter Chen hurriedly waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary. But he couldn't stop him. Don't be polite, let him go get it. Now you're being polite. You guys are the real ones being polite. I feel a bit embarrassed. Reporter Chen entered the house, and Chu Mingzhou not only didn't close the door but opened it wide. Anyone passing by could see straight into the living room. Lin's mother, seeing Reporter Chen come to say goodbye, hurriedly put down her spatula and came over to chat. This kid is great, knowing to come and say hello before leaving. So warm-hearted. Local specialties? Yes, we have plenty. Reporter Chen's smile froze, feeling awkward inside. Lin's mother was obviously unaware. Chu Mingzhou nodded at him, said nothing more, and got up to help Lin's mother pack. Little Chun, you don't have to be polite. By the way, and then write down our address for Little Chun. Huh? Okay. Reporter Chun and Lin An'an exchanged blank looks, both quite confused. Little Chun, when you get home, send a letter. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell your aunt. Your uncle has many friends and often goes to the capital. So that was her intention. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Reporter Chen no longer postponed the matter and accepted it. Laughter and joy echoed from the Chu family's house, catching the attention of many passers-by. Aunt Wang had come along with Wang Hu. When she saw Reporter Chen, her eyes couldn't hide her surprise. Isn't this the comrade who was involved with Lin An'an? She glanced at Chu Mingzhou, then at Reporter Chen. Only after asking her son did she learn that this was a reporter from the capital, sent to interview the military district, a big-time journalist. Aunt Wang felt a bit weak in the knees and awkwardly greeted him with a smile. This is a key figure from the central government, someone we can't afford to offend. Seeing Lin An'an so close to him, but he didn't look like someone who would be involved in such affairs. Realizing her own misjudgment, Aunt Wang didn't linger and quickly found an excuse to leave. Chapter 18. Early appearance. Lin An'an exchanged a glance with Lin's mother. Both of them aware of why Aunt Wang ran away, yet also a bit suspicious. In the end, Lin An'an met Chu Mingzhou's gaze and suddenly understood some things. This man is quite clever. Unknowingly, he made a move to shake things up, and not only did he avoid tearing the facade, but he also gave a significant warning. With Reporter Chen showing up, the relationship between him and Lin An'an was almost laid bare. In the military compound, where all are military families, it wouldn't take long for everyone to find out about Reporter Chen's identity and the true reason behind things. As long as Chu Mingzhou was present, no one dared to utter a word about Lin An'an and Reporter Chen. He specifically brought Wang Hu along to reprimand Aunt Wang, making her realize the error of her ways, and also to warn her. He wanted her to clearly understand that as long as he, Chu Mingzhou, was willing, he could let things go for Wang Hu's sake. If he wasn't willing, it wouldn't just be Aunt Wang who faced consequences. It could also implicate Wang Hu. Such a small action, yet the details were intricately connected. How could Aunt Wang not be afraid? Lin An'an chuckled lightly, her gaze towards Chu Mingzhou filled with interest. Aunt, Commander Chu, Comrade Lin, will contact each other later. Take care. Goodbye. She politely saw off Reporter Chen. At the dinner table that evening, Lin's mother was also sweet-talked by Chu Mingzhou. Upon learning that Dai Lihua and her husband were coming to apologize, Lin's mother hesitantly agreed. Mingzhou, I'm doing this for your sake. Well, they are all good comrades, and they will soon realize their mistakes. Your criticism will be beneficial for them. Lin An'an couldn't suppress her smile. She found Chu Mingzhou quite interesting. With the most serious expression, he could still say flattering words. Seeing Lin's mother happy, not only was her anger gone, but her appetite improved, and she finished 3 bowls of rice. Zihua has already arrived. Let's go pick him up. And then, stay home to watch the house. Okay. Also, if your friend really wants to come to apologize, it will have to be in the evening. They won't be free during the day. All right. Lin An'an didn't say much, lost in thoughts about Lin Zihua, mainly concerning military branch issues. Lin Zihua was even more handsome than Lin An'an, indeed, just pretty, commonly referred to as a pretty boy. Not only was his face beautiful, but he was also tall, with fair skin and a slim build. If placed in the future, he would definitely be a popular idol-type flower boy. But in the 1970s, such looks were not appealing at all and could even attract disdain. What would someone like him do in the army? The Lin family had high artistic talents. Lin An'an was versatile, and so was Lin Zihua. He had loved music since childhood and could play the accordion, harmonica, flute, and other instruments. This guy was most suited to be an artistic soldier. Joining the arch troop could lead to great achievements. Lin An'an felt conflicted. She wanted Lin Zihua to follow the path suitable for him, while also hoping he could gain real experience, overcome his timidity, and become a truly strong man. But Lin An'an didn't expect Jiang Tong to follow Lin Zihua to the northwest. Until the next day, the two were brought back home. An'an, are you up? Jiang Tong had been around the Lin family since she was little, and her relationship with them was always good. At this moment, she was very familiar, coming up and hugging Lin An'an's arm affectionately. Lin An'an felt a bit uncomfortable and pulled her hand back. What are you doing here? Before Jiang Tong could answer, Lin Zihua interjected. Tong Tong is now an employee of the Northwest Bus Company. She will be assigned to the position of bus ticket seller. Isn't that impressive? She got the job on her own. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping over to Chu Mingzhou and finally landing on Lin An'an's face. Well, Lin An'an, you know I'm quick at learning. It's not easy to apply for this position. I spent 2 weeks preparing. Lin An'an felt a throbbing headache at her temples. Mom, which room is Tong Tong staying in? I'll take her luggage inside. Before Lin An'an could react further, both of them planned to stay at the Chu family's home. Lin's mother hesitated for just a moment. How about Tong Tong shares a room with Xiaolan? They're S.A. Kong in Xiaolan's room. Mom. Lin An'an pulled her hand away from Jiang Tong and interrupted her mother's arrangement. Jiang Tong looked at her suspiciously, a bit confused. Lin's mother was still in a joyful mood and didn't notice her daughter's discomfort. What's wrong? You go ahead and cook. I'm hungry. Oh, okay. You all chat. I'll go cook. Once Lin's mother left, Lin An'an didn't beat around the bush. It probably won't work out here. Zihua has to report to the army this afternoon, and Mingzhou has already arranged everything. So Tong Tong, you should go report to the company first. After everyone is settled, we can gather again. Everyone was taken aback, and Chu Mingzhou also looked up at her. Lin An'an ignored the others and stood next to Chu Mingzhou. Her movements were a bit stiff, but she still linked her arm with his wrist, discreetly squeezing it to signal him to help her. Mingzhou said he would pick up Xiaoyu in a couple of days. The house itself didn't have many rooms, so her refusal was quite clear, but it was reasonable and left no room for criticism. This was Chu Mingzhou's home, and Lin An'an had just arrived. Moreover, it was for a child to stay. One couldn't really compete with an injured child, right? Lin An'an squeezed Chu Mingzhou again. Chu Mingzhou's gaze lowered, quietly resting on her small hand, and then he nodded lightly in agreement. If she wanted to send someone away, there must be her reasons. Chapter 19. Driving people away. Jiang Tong's expression changed slightly, and she bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Sister and I. We've been on the train for so long. I'm really tired. And I'm unfamiliar with this place. I just arrived in the Northwest. Lin Zihua saw that Jiang Tong was about to cry and immediately got anxious. Sister, what do you mean? We just got here, and you want to drive us away? Lin An'an tightened her grip on Chu Mingzhou's hand instinctively, wanted to say something, but Chu Mingzhou spoke first. Lin Zihua, your reporting time is this afternoon. I'll personally take you there, so prepare yourself. His businesslike tone surprisingly calmed Lin Zihua down. Lin An'an quickly took advantage of the situation. Zihua, you should thank your brother-in-law. He'll take you there personally and make sure everything is arranged perfectly. And what do soldiers need? It's just an attitude. If you're already so proactive about reporting for service, then... Just then, Lin's mother came in with tea, overhearing the conversation, and immediately advised, Zihua, listen to your sister and brother-in-law. After giving her instructions, she hurried back to the kitchen. Lin Zihua was straightforward and a bit stubborn, but he could understand right from wrong. Moreover, Lin's mother and Lin An'an had always cared for him most. Even if they were arguing, he still trusted them highly. I understand, but what about Tong Tong? You have to let her settle in first, right? Once I'm done here, I want to take her around the Northwest. Lin An'an secretly felt distressed, but put on a gentle face. Zihua, don't come up with crazy ideas. Tong Tong is already an employee of the public transport company. With such a good job, she needs to show a perfect work attitude. And the company will definitely arrange accommodation. We can't take on everything ourselves, or it might backfire. There was no helping it. Lin Zihua was purely in love and always prioritized Jiang Tong. Being tough wouldn't work. Hearing this, Jiang Tong opened her mouth, her eyes immediately welling up with hurt. Looking at Lin An'an pitifully, Sister An'an, are you trying to drive me away? I just got here, and the company isn't in a hurry. I came early just to accompany Zihua. Lin An'an nodded, indicating her understanding. Tong Tong, your early arrival shows your enthusiasm. Since you just got the job, you need to leave a good impression. And look at Zihua, he is about to report to the military soon. I'm not in a hurry. I can hang out with Tong Tong for a few days. Lin Zihua immediately retorted. Lin An'an couldn't hold back any longer. She released her grip on Chu Mingzhou and slapped Lin Zihua on the back of his head, interrupting his nonsense. Hang out? You're here to be a soldier, not to enjoy yourself. Don't you know how important first impressions are? Would I harm you? Why are you arguing with me? Sister, what are you doing? Lin Zihua exclaimed in disbelief, completely stunned. Chu Mingzhou seemed to understand the situation, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Tong. Lin An'an didn't he like her? Why? Aren't they relatives? In the end, it was Chu Mingzhou who interrupted the argument among the three. When doing things, there should be a priority. Since you've come to the Northwest, you should follow the local rules. His voice was steady and powerful. As soon as he spoke, Lin Zihua instinctively fell silent. Although he was still somewhat reluctant, he didn't dare to retort. Jiang Tong's face paled slightly, gently pressing her hand to her chest, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Lin An'an relaxed her heart and suddenly started coughing again, making her whole body sway a bit. Seeing this, Chu Mingzhou quickly reached out to support her back down. Are you all right? At this moment, Lin Zihua couldn't care less about being angry with Lin An'an. Seeing her cough until her face turned red, he felt a pang of guilt and quietly said, Sister, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry with you. I'll listen to you. Lin An'an took a while to calm down her cough and waved her hand weakly, saying, I'm fine. I just lost my temper for a moment. Zihua, your sister is also doing this for your own good. You're about to start a new life, and you need to focus on the main thing. Chapter 20, How Could They Not Get Divorced? Lin Zihua completely didn't understand the hidden meaning in her words. Sister, I understand now. Don't be angry. I'll go report to the army with brother-in-law this afternoon. Jiang Tong watched from the side, a fleeting hint of displeasure in her eyes, which was quickly caught by Chu Mingzhou. Sister An'an, it's all my fault for making you worry. I'll leave now and go report to the bus company, so I won't trouble you anymore. Saying this, she turned to grab her luggage, looking ready to leave. Lin Zihua wanted to stop her, but was held back by a glance from Lin An'an. Lin An'an looked at Jiang Tong, knowing she was just putting on act again, but she didn't expose her. Tong Tong, it's good that you can think this way. You're so smart and capable. You'll definitely adapt to the work environment quickly. But you have to listen. Eat first before you go. My mom has been cooking a lot for this meal. Jiang Tong's body stiffened for a moment before she forced a smile. Right, I'll stay and eat with you before leaving. Chu Mingzhou ignored this. And when Lin An'an stopped coughing, he poured a glass of water. Jiang Tong returned to her seat, her expression extremely ugly, changing like a palette of colors. When her gaze fell on Chu Mingzhou, her obedient demeanor was almost lost. She herself didn't understand what was happening. She just knew at first sight that she had taken a liking to this man in front of her. This man was exactly her type, tall, handsome, with an aloof demeanor and a simple family background. Moreover, he was such a young officer, commanding the most elite special operations battalion. Jiang Tong couldn't figure out, how could Lin An'an be so affectionate with him in just a few days? Weren't they supposed to be getting divorced? The letter clearly, remembering the letter. It was indeed a bit of a blunder. Chu Mingzhou had received 6 letters from Lin An'an, of which only the first one was written by her. The other 5 were written by Jiang Tong and sent by Lin Zihua. Lin An'an had complained multiple times in front of them, clearly expressing her dislike for this marriage and her desire for freedom. When Jiang Tong sent those letters, she really meant to help. At this moment, She felt a bit fortunate. But did Chu Mingzhou not receive those letters? If he did, how could he not get divorced? Jiang Tong found it hard to understand, feeling as if a mixture of emotions had surged up. At this moment, Lin's mother came out of the kitchen, smiling and saying, "The food is almost ready, don't just stand there." Jiang Tong quickly collected her thoughts, putting on that obedient look again. "Auntie, you've worked hard. Let me help serve the dishes." Lin Zihua curled his lips, glanced at Chu Mingzhou, and also got up to go to the kitchen. When only the two of them were left in the living room, Chu Mingzhou leaned slightly closer and asked in a low voice, "You don't like this relative?" Lin An'an corrected him, "Not a relative. She is a neighbor." "Oh, got it. Got what?" Lin An'an looked at him in confusion. Soon, the dishes were served on the table, a full spread that looked delicious and plentiful. Lin's mother warmly urged everyone to dig in and eat. Lin Zihua was the first to pick up his chopsticks, stuffing his mouth with food, and the last bit of sadness disappeared. "My mom's cooking is the best. I haven't eaten it for days and have lost weight." Jiang Tong also picked up some dishes, chewing slowly, but her mind was completely off the food, and she occasionally glanced at Chu Mingzhou. Lin An'an noticed Jiang Tong's gaze and secretly sneered, but on the surface, she appeared calm and affectionately served Chu Mingzhou a couple of bites. "Mingzhou, you should eat more." Chu Mingzhou was slightly taken aback. The meal continued in an atmosphere that seemed harmonious, but was filled with hidden intentions. After finishing the meal, Lin Zihua volunteered to help clean up, and Jiang Tong also got up to help, but they were both stopped by Lin's mother. "You two sit and rest. There's Xiaolan helping me. So it's not your turn yet." Speaking of diligence, Xiaolan is really hardworking. Having such a daughter is truly a blessing. "Is Xiaolan Mingzhou's sister?" Jiang Tong asked. Chu Minglan was not very noticeable, and now being singled out for praise by Lin's mother caught Jiang Tong's attention. "Yes, she is Mingzhou's sister," called Chu Minglan. As soon as Jiang Tong heard Lin An'an's introduction, her attitude immediately changed. Lin An'an was surprised to see an extremely kind affection on a girl's face for the first time. It was a bit strange. She then remembered the original book's setting. A long sister-in-law is like a mother. Lin An'an tightened her grip, glancing at Chu Mingzhou beside her, feeling worried inside. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin An'an pointed at Lin Zihua. "Zihua, I'll leave it to you. He's very perceptive, and he will follow any arrangements you make. You can take him away later." Lin Zihua was dumbfounded. He had just finished eating and was already being sent away by his sister. Zihua had a lot of luggage, and there was no need to leave it at home. Just take everything over. Lin An'an stood up, directing Chu Mingzhou to stuff Lin Zihua's luggage into the military vehicle. Lin Zihua had just agreed and then turned back, unwilling to go at all. At first, he said he hadn't accompanied Jiang Tong to go shopping yet. Then he said he couldn't walk anymore. He was too tired. Then he said he was worried about Jiang Tong and insisted on sending her first. In the end, all his struggles were cut short by Lin An'an's cough. This sibling bond still existed. He cared a lot for his sister and knew how to be considerate. After sending Lin Zihua off, Lin An'an finally turned her attention to Jiang Tong. "We want to see you off, Tong Tong. We have guests coming over tonight." Chapter 21. A man's chest harder than steel. As soon as Lin An'an finished her urging words, Lin's mother interrupted. "Tong Tong, Annie will take you." Lin's mother skillfully picked up Jiang Tong's luggage and also hung a bag on Chu Minglan. "I was just going to take Xiao Lan to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. We're running out of rice at home. Although Dai Lihua is a bit talkative, at least she's a friend of my son-in-law. So I'll buy a few more vegetables to avoid making people think we're stingy." Jiang Tong pursed her lips. Seeing that Lin's mother had already packed the luggage, she could only awkwardly prepare to leave. "Sister An'an, I'll go report to the company first. After I settle down, I'll come back to see you." At this point, Lin An'an couldn't persuade Lin's mother not to go, so she could only respond with a soft watching Lin's mother take Jiang Tong out. Lin An'an sighed inwardly. One is warm-hearted, and the other takes advantage. This send-off might lead to trouble, but now that things had come to this, she could only let them be. Lin An'an turned back into the house, half leaning against the wall, rubbing her slightly aching temples. On the other side, Chu Mingzhou led Lin Zihua to report, which attracted quite a bit of attention. Lin Zihua was assigned to the communications company and became a communication soldier, registering his identity, receiving supplies, arranging accommodation. After a series of tasks, it was almost 4 in the afternoon. Brother-in-law, can you show me around the camp? As soon as Lin Zihua spoke, Chu Mingzhou casually called someone over, pointed to Lin Zihua, and said, "This is a new comrade, Lin Zihua. You take him to get familiar with the environment." Lin Zihua, "I have something to do. I'll head back first." "Hey, brother-in-law, call me Captain Chu." After Chu Mingzhou finished speaking, he shot him a cold glance and turned to leave with long strides. Lin Zihua was a bit confused. He originally thought he would receive special treatment, but that didn't happen. He thought it would be easy and comfortable, but that was even less likely. During dinner time, Lin Zihua was blown the whistle and was required to join the evening assembly directly. He had just been relieved, thinking being a communication soldier was good, as he could not only access high-tech products, but also looked cool, definitely different from others. And didn't he need to train every day? As a result, that night he was thoroughly trained. He had to endure the cold wind and run 10 kilometers. He had never run this long in his life. Back in the brigade, he was only responsible for work points registration and had never even done farm work. When Chu Mingzhou got home, the Song couple happened to arrive at the door. Dai Lihua was carrying a basket that looked quite heavy. "Mingzhou." The door was opened by Lin An'an, and Lin's mother had just had a confrontation with Dai Lihua, so it wasn't appropriate for her to come out and greet them. "Comrade Song, Comrade Dai." Logically, Lin An'an should call them brother and sister-in-law, but the relationship was still very delicate at this point. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or a prejudice, Lin An'an wouldn't try to get close to them. Not showing a grim face was already showing her upbringing. Song Jianmin smiled and nodded at Lin An'an, looking very kind. "Sister-in-law." Dai Lihua was a bit stunned, because Lin An'an was completely different from what she had imagined. Although she was thin and her complexion wasn't great, her temperament was clean and fresh, and she was neither arrogant nor impetuous in front of strangers, presenting a beautiful demeanor of tranquility. She didn't resemble the vixen that Aunt Wang described at all. "Please come in." Okay. Dai Lihua's voice was not loud, but her tone was a bit cautious, completely losing the arrogance she had when arguing with Lin's mother. Chu Mingzhou walked up to Lin An'an, wanting to say something, but suddenly a large chunk of snow from the roof fell down, heading straight for her. "Be careful." Lin An'an's mind was still thinking about how to communicate with others later, and her body suddenly spun around, and then fell into a hard embrace. Hiss! Lin An'an felt pain from the impact. This man's chest was harder than steel. The sound of inhalation coincided with the sound of the snow hitting the ground. "Are you okay?" Lin An'an's eyelashes fluttered, feeling trapped with a hint of confusion. When Song Jianmin and his wife turned around, they saw Chu Mingzhou holding the little girl in his arms, with a face full of concern. Chapter 22 Statement. Come join the bookshelf. He was tall enough to block people completely. Not to mention the snow. Not even a single snowflake fell on Lin An'an. It took Lin An'an a while to come to her senses. She shook her head slightly. "I'm fine, just startled. Not by the snow, but by him." Chu Mingzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the eaves, and thought the snow needed to be cleared. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Song Jianmin and his wife exchanged glances, cleared their throats, and then spoke. "Comrade Lin, are you all right?" Lin An'an struggled slightly, and only then did Chu Mingzhou react, quickly releasing her. "I'm fine, let's go inside." "Okay." The cold wind, accompanied by heavy snow, was exceptionally biting. However, Lin An'an's face was burning, an unnatural flush softening her pale complexion. The few of them entered the house, and the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Lin An'an poured tea for everyone, using the Longjing tea brought from Sioux City, the rich aroma of tea wafting through the hall. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Just as they sat down, both sides felt a bit awkward. Before long, Song Jianmin and his wife noticed Lin An'an's remarkable qualities. She was quite tactful, and each sentence she communicated was relaxed and measured, getting to the point without being abrasive, making everyone feel comfortable. As they chatted, Dai Lihua suddenly asked, "What would you do if Mingzhou were injured on duty?" Lin An'an paused for a moment. Song Jianmin had retired due to injury. This question carried significant weight. Lin An'an took a small sip of tea, her expression unchanged. "Mingzhou is a soldier. If he were injured for the country, I would feel proud of him. Of course, I would take care of him and stand by him in good times and bad. Even if he retired, it wouldn't be a problem. He is so outstanding, just moving to another place, to continue shining. Chu Mingzhou's heart leaped, and he looked at Lin An'an, his eyes sparkling. We are husband and wife, and even more so, comrades in arms. He can completely trust me. Lin An'an was making a statement. Or was it a statement made in front of outsiders? Chu Mingzhou's face gradually warmed, and Lin An'an knew it was about time. She then looked at Dai Lihua. I believe anyone would choose this, right? Comrade Dai. Dai Lihua looked at the two, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Her previous attitude towards Lin An'an had been quite poor, and now seeing them so affectionate, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Clearing her throat, she spoke, Comrade Lin, I was wrong about the previous matter. I shouldn't have listened to others' gossip. I shouldn't have argued with my elders. I will apologize to you later. Quite straightforward in her dealings. Lin An'an showed just the right amount of surprise in her expression. The previous matter? I'm not very clear on the details. Let my mom talk to you later. You are Mingzhou's friends, so you are like family. There must be some misunderstandings, and there's no need for such a formal apology. Song Jianmin's smile faltered for a moment as he raised his hand to stop Dai Lihua, quickly going along with the flow. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. It's good to clear things up. From now on, we are all family. Let's communicate well and help each other. Brother Jianmin, Sister Lihua. Chu Minglan came in with the dishes, her eyes full of anticipation, naturally looking forward to the food. But knowing that the two families had conflicts, she didn't dare to ask how her cooking turned out. In short, she felt stifled. Lin's mother was the last to sit at the table, with a stern face, not saying a word or rushing anyone. However, Lin An'an noticed that her mother had dressed up. The cotton coat she wore was new, a stylish purple-red. Her face was made up, and her hair was meticulously styled. She looked a bit good. The Lin family had the classic Jiangnan appearance, with soft features and delicate facial features. Just by looking at Lin An'an and Lin Zihua, one could guess what Lin's mother looked like when she was young. Definitely a village beauty. However, people in this era valued hard work and didn't pay much attention to appearances. But today was different. Lin's mother felt she was giving her daughter and son-in-law face, pulling out all the stops. Chapter 23. Handshake and Reconciliation Ante. Song Jianmin was the first to break the silence. Lin Mu made a short nasal sound. Lin An'an smiled slightly, pretending to be unaware, and introduced Mom. This is Comrade Song Jianmin, an old comrade of Mingzhou. This is Comrade Dai Lihua, also a friend of Mingzhou. Lin Mu responded with another her expression stern, but she still welcomed them, saying since they were here, they shouldn't just sit there. They should start eating and see how the dishes turn out today. Song Jianmin smiled and agreed, saying the food looked delicious and Andy's cooking was really good. He picked up a chopstick of food and put it in his mouth. Nodding in praise, really good. Dai Lihua followed suit, now sitting down and interacting with Lin An'an and Lin Mu. She wasn't blind. She knew she had been used by others, and she felt increasingly uncomfortable inside. However, Dai Lihua was also a quick-witted person. She stood up, lifted her tea cup towards Lin Mu, and said, Auntie, it was my fault before for not understanding things and speaking without thought. Please don't take it to heart. I'm here to apologize. Her apology was straightforward, and her attitude was sincere. Lin Mu's expression softened a bit. Since this person had apologized and was a friend of her son-in-law, it was essential to be gracious. You girl, you need to change your temper. Don't always jump to conclusions. You can't be so impulsive in the future. Dai Lihua nodded repeatedly. Yes, Annie, I'll remember. I definitely want to do it again. Lin An'an watched from the side, smiling and trying to ease the tension. Mom, don't be angry. Oh, today's braised pork ribs taste really good. Chu Minglan's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, is it really delicious? Lin An'an nodded and sincerely praised. It's especially good. Did you make this, Xiaolan? I thought so. The taste is like my mom's, but more tender. Chu Minglan pursed her lips and then smiled broadly, revealing all 8 of her little white teeth. Song Jianmin and his wife were also perceptive. Each took a piece and started to compliment the food. After a meal, the atmosphere gradually improved, and the argument seemed to be forgotten. Dai Lihua, being a woman, was much more talkative than the taciturn Chu Mingzhou. Once she started talking, she was quite chatty. When discussing Lin An'an's illness, it turned out that Professor Liang was a relative from Dai Lihua's maternal side, and she was the one who made the connection. Once Lin Mu learned this, she lost the last bit of her temper, and her attitude made a complete turnaround. She politely told them it was all a misunderstanding and acknowledged that saying, "You don't know someone until you've fought with them." An'an and Auntie are spending the new year here, right? With you all here, the house will be livelier. When we bring back Yuga, the whole family will be together. Lin Mu waved her hand. "I have to leave in a couple of days. Your father is home alone." An'an isn't feeling well, and the treatment plan won't be available until tomorrow. Lin Mu's meaning was clear. She was waiting for the results, and as soon as they were out, she would have to rush back. Chu Mingyu was the youngest brother of Chu Mingzhou, only 9 years old this year. He had recently broken his leg and was currently staying at his aunt's house to recover. There was no choice. Chu Minglan was still young, and Chu Mingzhou was busy in the army. Children have soft bones and need someone to take care of them carefully, which was why he was taken away by his aunt. Lin Mu wanted to leave, but Lin An'an looked like this. It was probably impossible for her to take care of the family during the new year. Dai Lihua's smile, which had just risen, faded again. Everyone seemed to have the same thought, and there was a moment of silence in the hall. Lin An'an turned to look at Chu Mingzhou. He was also frowning at her. "Don't worry, aside from cooking, I understand everything else. We'll prepare in advance, and we can definitely have a good new year," Lin An'an said softly, her tone not very certain. Before Chu Mingzhou could respond, Chu Minglan raised her hand. "It's okay, I can cook. I've learned a lot from Annie recently. I'll do it. No need for sister-in-law to be busy." "Xiaolan is really good." Lin An'an gave her a thumbs up. Her praise for the little girl was sincere, but deep down, she felt a bit ashamed. Others were like a mother to their elder sisters, but for her, it felt like being a burden. Lin Mu glanced awkwardly at her daughter and cleared her throat. "Mingzhou, what do you think?" Chu Mingzhou pondered for a moment. "It's okay. I will arrange it." "Oh, that is good. That is good." Lin An'an raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking he was rationally accepting himself, right? "That is a good thing. Annie, don't worry. Lihua and I will help out too. Cooking is a small matter. My skills are pretty good. I'll help Sister Lan when the time comes," Song Jianmin hurriedly reassured. Okay. Our An'an is a bit spoiled. You all bear with her." "Thank you, Auntie." "It's fine. No need to be polite. We are all family." After the meal, the two families had finally reconciled completely. Once they sent the guests off, Lin An'an was pulled back into the room by Lin Mu. Lin An'an watched her mother turning around in front of her, rubbing her hands and stomping her feet. She looked quite adorable. Chapter 24, 20 Bundles of Unity. You say you look like this, and with your brother added in. How are you going to get through this year? I heard Xiao Yu's leg is almost better, but he's just a little kid, and he needs to be taken care of properly when he comes back. We can't let him end up with lingering issues. With someone like you, how can you take care of anyone? If you don't manage it, people will talk behind your back. Lin An'an reached out to hold her hand and shook it gently. Mom, you don't need to worry. These things won't be difficult for me. Interrupted by her, Lin's mother's thoughts were pulled back. How can I not worry? If it weren't for things at home. Another round of instructions and nagging followed. Lin's mother was 100% uneasy. Lin An'an just listened with a smile, holding a pair of scissors to trim her nails. After finishing her left hand, she couldn't manage the right hand by herself, so she switched to her toenails. Not even having nail clipper, she really didn't look good like this. Just then, Chu Mingzhou happened to knock on the door. The door wasn't shut tightly, and with his knock, it opened by itself. When Lin An'an met his gaze, she was just stretching her little foot, arching her foot back. Chu Mingzhou froze, his eyes directly falling on that delicate little foot. Even the round and pink toes were clearly visible. Lin An'an's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly pulled her foot back, flustered as she grabbed the quilt to cover herself. Why did you come in without knocking? Only then did Chu Mingzhou come to his senses, his ears also tinged with a hint of red. He turned his head away and said awkwardly, I did knock. But the door wasn't closed tightly, it just opened when I knocked. Lin's mother watched the two of them in this awkward state and found it quite funny. All right. Mingzhou, do you need something? Chu Mingzhou replied lightly, and it has a follow-up appointment tomorrow, scheduled for 9 in the morning. But I have an urgent matter and can't get away, so I will arrange for someone to pick her up. It's fine, I'll go with it in. We can find our way. I've made all the arrangements. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside, placing a small stack of money and tickets on the nearby table, then quickly retreated, get some rest. Lin An'an recovered from her embarrassment, and by the time she looked up, Chu Mingzhou was already gone. Lin's mother wanted to stop him, but he was too quick. How could they take Chu Mingzhou's money? Although Lin An'an was Chu Mingzhou's wife, this money shouldn't be his responsibility. An'an, Lin's mother picked up the money awkwardly, counting it, and exclaimed in surprise This is a stack of Unity, 200 yuan. Lin An'an was also taken aback. She didn't expect Chu Mingzhou to take out so much money at once. What did he mean by this? In this era, 200 yuan was not a small sum. It could cover a lot of expenses. Underneath the money were tickets for grain, cloth, oil, meat, and sugar. Was he emptying his pockets? Lin An'an felt a complex mix of emotions rising within her, inevitably leading to more thoughts. Did he want to sever ties with her? Or was he trying to increase their connection? Recently, Lin's mother had been responsible for cooking and buying groceries, so naturally, she was the one paying for things. Now that Chu Mingzhou sent so much money, did he want to offset that? Was it a repayment? Or was he genuinely worried about her? Did he want to take care of her life? Did he want to cover her future medical expenses as well? And then, we can't accept this money. Even though you are married, this isn't appropriate. Just focus on your treatment. Your dad and I will figure out the medical expenses, so you don't need to worry. Lin An'an pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then made up her mind. She shifted the conversation. Mom, I understand your intention, but Mingzhou is just being kind. Besides, we are family. If he is willing to spend this money, it shows he is responsible and wants to take care of me. If we refuse outright, he might feel bad and think I've become distant from him. Lin's mother still felt uneasy, but it's not right. If you take this money, how will you hold your head up in front of him in the future? It's one thing to keep things separate. Lin An'an gently held her mother's hand and patiently persuaded her. Mom, we are a couple. There's no such thing as that. It's only natural for me to spend his money. How about this? We accept the money for now, and if the medical expenses are enough tomorrow, we can return it if you want. If it's not enough, we can use it first, and I can repay him later. After hearing Lin An'an's words, Lin's mother felt there was some truth to it, but she still hesitated. Can we really do this? Why not? What if my treatment ends up being particularly expensive? Lin's mother thought about her savings and felt a bit panicked. It wasn't that she hadn't brought enough money. She had never considered that the illness could actually be treated. Her daughter insisted on going to the Northwest, saying it was for treatment, but she subconsciously felt that her daughter was actually trying to find her husband, and the treatment was just an excuse. Chapter 25, Are you worried about me? Lin's mother sighed and nodded. All right, we must remember this favor. We can't forget Mingzhou's kindness. Don't worry, Mom, I won't forget, Lin An'an said. She had considered it, and this man was quite good. One shouldn't miss a chance when it comes along. If she wanted to change the outcome, she had to take the initiative and not let her own strong ox be driven to someone else's field. After all, such a prominent female lead had appeared early on, and the plot could be changed, so the ending could also be altered. Her appearance here was precisely to turn the tide. Since Chu Mingzhou had extended this goodwill, it confirmed that he cared for her and wanted to look after her. So she had to deepen this bond. There was no other possibility, nor did she need any. Lin's mother carefully put away the money and tickets before turning to remind Lin and then to go to bed early and cover herself well. After saying that, she began to tidy up. Lin An'an lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, still thinking about Chu Mingzhou's various actions. As she thought, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a slight smile, carrying a sweetness she was unaware of, and she slowly drifted into dreamland. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window and into the room. Lin An'an slowly opened her eyes, stretched lazily, feeling much more refreshed after a good night's sleep. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the familiar furnishings in the room, her thoughts immediately returning to what had happened yesterday, especially the figure of Chu Mingzhou that kept appearing in her mind. An'an, get up. We have to go to the hospital early today, or we'll miss the appointment with Professor Liang. I'm up, Mom, Lin An'an replied. Lin's mother quickly brought in a cup of hot water. How did you sleep last night? I was worried all night, not knowing if Professor Liang's treatment plan would work. I slept well, Mom, don't worry. I have good fortune on my side, Lin An'an smiled. After washing up and having a quick breakfast, they heard the sound of a car horn outside. Lin's mother hurried to the door and looked through the yard. Oh, it must be the car sent by Mingzhou. Saying that, the two hurried outside, and it was indeed a military vehicle. A young soldier got out of the car, saluting Lin An'an, sister-in-law. "Hello, my name is Li Hongjun. Captain Chu asked me to pick you and your aunt up for the hospital. Captain Chu has something else to do, but he said he would come to the hospital to see you if he has time." Lin An'an smiled. Chu Mingzhou is really thoughtful, even with his busy schedule. He still remembers me. "Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Li. Sister-in-law, you are too kind." The car slowly drove toward the hospital, and the scenery outside kept retreating, everything appearing white and hazy. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Li Hongjun parked the car, hurriedly got out to help Lin An'an and her mother open the car door. "We're at the hospital now. I'll accompany you inside. It'll be easier for me to run errands." "No need, Comrade Li. We're already very grateful that you could bring us here. We can go in by ourselves." Seeing that Lin An'an insisted, Li Hongjun didn't push further. "All right, sister-in-law, I'll wait for you nearby. Once you finish, I'll take you back." Lin An'an and her mother thanked him and walked into the hospital. By the time they arrived at Professor Liang's office, it was only 8:30, a bit early. They had just taken a seat on the waiting bench when a familiar figure caught Lin An'an's eye. Zhu Mingdu. She thought he was supposed to come after he finished his work, just as a smile appeared on her face. It froze when she noticed the person following him from a distance. Lin's mother was still chatting happily with Lin An'an, but upon seeing her daughter's expression change, she followed her gaze. "Mingzhou? Tong Tong?" Chu Mingzhou's gaze happened to sweep in their direction, and upon seeing Lin An'an, his expression softened slightly, and he walked straight toward her. Jiang Tong noticed Chu Mingzhou's sudden, quickened pace and hurriedly followed, but when she saw Lin's mother and Lin An'an, the smile on her face stiffened. It was a rare encounter with Mingzhou in the hospital, but she didn't expect Lin An'an to be there too. Jiang Tong lowered her head slightly, feeling frustrated and wanting to stamp her feet. Lin An'an slightly lifted her eyelids and patted her chest to calm herself. "Didn't you say you had things to do in the army?" Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, stepped forward, and stood beside Lin An'an. His movements were very natural as he gently patted her back. "I handed my tasks over to Instructor Qin, and I came to find you right away." He then coldly glanced at Jiang Tong. "As for her, I ran into her downstairs." Lin An'an let out a soft "oh," her lips curving slightly. "You came rushing to find me. Are you worried about me?" Lin An'an asked directly, and Chu Mingzhou was clearly taken aback by the question. Then he lightly hummed in response. "You child, if you have things to do in the army, just focus on that. An'an has her mom here." Chu Mingzhou nodded slightly at Lin's mother, explaining that it was a temporary matter and that he was busy coming and going. "Besides, if I didn't come to check on you, I wouldn't feel at ease." "All right, you coming means An'an must be happy." Lin An'an's eyes curved, and she nodded in agreement. "Mingzhou, I'm indeed a bit scared. What if even Professor Liang can't do anything about it, then I?" After saying this, Lin An'an felt goosebumps rise on her skin, realizing how heavy her words sounded. Tea is tea, but the man in front of her was quite taken with it. Chu Mingzhou crouched down, looking at her with unwavering eyes. "Don't be afraid. There will definitely be good news. If there really isn't, it won't matter." "Huh? What won't matter?" Lin An'an leaned slightly closer to him. Chu Mingzhou's face showed a hint of discomfort, and his ears visibly turned red. Chapter 26, it turns out to be the employee's family well. It's okay. I'll find you a better doctor, and you'll definitely get better. What if I don't get better? Lin An'an was asking for a promise. Chu Mingzhou's gaze flickered, but he answered very straightforwardly. If you don't get better, it doesn't matter. I will take care of you forever. Lin An'an smiled. Surrounded by people, if there were no one around, she really wanted to wrap her arms around his neck and give him a big kiss. Thank you, Mingzhou, you're so nice. You don't have to say thank you to me. Chu Mingzhou was serious. He truly didn't mind her. Even if she didn't get better, he would just work harder to take good care of her. Jiang Tong watched Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou interact intimately, her hands unconsciously clenched, her nails almost digging into her palms, but she still had to maintain a weak and obedient demeanor. She bit her lip and stepped forward, saying in a slightly aggrieved tone, Mingzhou, you and An'an's relationship is really good. It's so bit. Unlike me, I've had to tough it out by myself whenever I was sick since I was little. An'an is much happier than I am, with uncles and aunts taking care of her at home, and here with you caring for her. Listen to what you're saying. Lin's mother, who was listening nearby, frowned slightly, feeling something was off. Her impression of Jiang Tong gradually worsened, thinking that this girl seemed like a completely different person since coming to the Northwest. Tong Tong, why would you say that? You have us. Since you were little, we've always helped you when you needed anything. We've never neglected you, not even when you were sick. Taking care of you has been no less than taking care of our own son. If you had any difficulties, we never turned you away. We just thought it was hard for you, young lady. You, saying this in front of Ming Zhou is just stabbing me in the heart, Lin's mother said sadly. Jiang Tong panicked and quickly tried to remedy the situation. Annie, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. I was just saying that Ming Zhou cares for Annan very much, and I'm happy for her. I'm just not good with words, so please don't take it to heart. The Lin family and the Jiang family lived right next to each other, and the two families were close. Jiang's father had a good relationship with Lin's father. They were childhood friends and brothers. Unfortunately, Jiang's father passed away young. Later, Jiang's mother remarried a barefoot doctor in the village and started a new family, not caring much about her daughter Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong saying that no one cared for her at home was true, but Jiang Tong had grown up in the Lin family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was raised on their food. Whenever she had a minor illness or pain, Lin's parents would rush her to the hospital, even at night, and they never neglected her. Taking care of Jiang Tong to such an extent was no easy feat with multiple children to support. The Lin family indeed invested both money and affection with such a bond for her to ultimately cause the Lin family to fall apart. It showed her malicious intentions and that she was an ungrateful bad seed. Lin An'an understood Jiang Tong's intentions but didn't expose her. Instead, she deliberately acted close to Chu Mingzhou, leaning against him and smiling at Jiang Tong. Tong Tong, thank you for your concern. But you should think before you speak next time. Otherwise, it'll just lead to misunderstandings. By the way, what is bothering you? You should go see a doctor quickly. Jiang Tong was left speechless. At that moment, the door to Professor Liang's consultation room opened, and 3 people came out, a plump aunt and a couple. What are you doing here? The plump aunt and Lin's mother exclaimed almost simultaneously. Lin An'an recognized the person. This was the plump aunt with whom they had a disagreement on the train. Wenbao, what are you doing here? Jiang Tong blurted out upon seeing the young man next to the plump aunt. So, it was indeed a coincidence. Even thousands of miles away, they could still bump into someone half familiar. Xiao Tong, what are you doing in the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? These people are. Su Wenbao, a leader of the Northwest Public Transport Company, was young but managed 3 large districts of public transport, making him quite a notable figure in this area. Yesterday, when Jiang Tong reported to the company, it happened that no one from the HR department was there, and he personally welcomed her, which made them friends. As for their relationship, the way they addressed each other showed they were quite close. The plump aunt frowned, her tone still unpleasant. Son, do you know them? Su Wenbao glanced at them, focusing on Lin An'an's face and Chu Mingzhou's military coat, while he didn't even spare a glance at Lin's mother. Mom, this is the new employee Jiang Tong from our bus company. These people must be Xiao Tong's relatives, right? I don't know them. Before Jiang Tong could introduce, the plump aunt clicked her tongue. So they're your employee's family? No wonder so uncouth. Chu Mingzhou's expression gradually turned cold, clearly indicating he had no intention of engaging with them. He reached out to shield Lin An'an and blocked them. Let us go in. We should keep Professor Liang waiting. Okay. Lin's mother shot a glare at the group and quickly followed. Nothing was more important than her daughter's health. She had no time to argue with anyone now. Mingzhou, Jiang Tong took a couple of steps forward, wanting to follow, but Lin's mother had already closed the consultation room door behind her with a bang. Chapter 27. Exorbitant medical expenses. Son, did you see that? These people have no quality at all. Do you remember what I told you? I ran into a sickly person on the train, and there was an old shrew. The plump aunt brought up that little incident on the train again, embellishing it as she spoke. So it was them. Isn't it just bad luck to run into them again so early in the morning? Ugh. Su Wenbao's wife lightly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stop talking. She then gently advised the plump aunt, Mom, let's not talk about it. We're still in the hospital. Let's go back first. After her words, the plump aunt shot her a fierce glance and retorted, What did I say? You're the one who talks too much. You should worry about yourself. You might not be able to catch your breath and die. The woman's face instantly turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Knowing she had asthma, Her mother-in-law still chose to say such hurtful things. She looked at Su Wenbo, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he walked over to Jiang Tong and asked, Xiao Tong, why are you at the hospital? Brother Wenbo, I'm feeling unwell due to the change in environment. So I came to check it out. Have you finished? Not yet. I was just about to register when I ran into a neighbor from back home. She's been seriously ill for years, so I wanted to check on her, but she mocked me. So it was just a neighbor? People like that have such low quality. You're now an employee of our bus company. You need to pay attention to your social connections and protect your reputation. I have nothing else to do this morning. I'll accompany you. Consider taking care of a new employee. The two began to chat casually. The plump aunt didn't say anything further, but her attitude toward her daughter-in-law remained poor. The woman finally shook hands, gave her husband a deep look, straightened her back, and walked away directly. No one stopped her, and even as she walked away, they could still hear her mother-in-law's sarcastic remarks. Amidst all this, Lin An'an and the others were naturally unaware. At that moment, the consultation room was filled with joy. Lin An'an's treatment plan had been finalized. Professor Liang held a stack of documents in his hand, flipping through a few pages as he explained the details to the group. This is a genetically chronic illness, and treatment will require a long process, so you need to be mentally prepared. Comrade Lin is quite lucky. She just happened to encounter a newly released special medication. However, this medication is an aerosol drug that must be used with an aerosol machine. Currently, there are only 2 aerosol machines in the entire Northwest. One is in our hospital's inpatient department, and the other is in the health unit of the Northwest Military Region. Professor Liang could prescribe the medication for Lin An'an, but using the hospital's aerosol machine required an application. Not only was it expensive, but there was also a queue, and getting an appointment once a week was not guaranteed. So he discussed with Chu Mingzhou to see if he could apply to use the military's machine, which should be mostly idle. After all, Comrade Lin was a military wife, so she had the right to apply. Chu Mingzhou furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll apply to the military when I get back. No matter what, I will ensure she gets to use that aerosol machine. Lin An'an felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you. If it's too much trouble, we can think of other ways. Chu Mingzhou looked at her and shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to say more. He had it under control. Lin's mother patted Lin An'an, signaling her to be quiet. Mingzhou, then thank you for your hard work. Our whole family is counting on An'an to get better soon. Her health is more important than anything. If the machines in your unit are available, please give it a try. The cost isn't an issue. Chu Mingzhou replied, Don't worry. I will definitely do my best. You don't need to worry about the costs. After confirming the follow-up medication and precautions for using the aerosol machine, he left the consultation room and headed toward the pharmacy. Indeed, Lin An'an's illness was not only rare and difficult to treat, but it also cost a lot of money. Most of the medications used were imported, and not many families could afford imported drugs in this era. $52. When the prescription was issued, even Lin's mother was taken aback. Lin An'an looked at the prescription. The cost for the weekly aerosol treatment and an additional injection made up the bulk of the expenses, along with 3 other medications. How could it be this expensive? $52 is just for 2 weeks' worth of medication. That means over $100 a month? What kind of family can afford such exorbitant medical expenses in an era when the average monthly salary is only 20 or 30 yuan? Even a company commander like Chu Mingzhou only earns 80 yuan a month. Lin's mother fell silent, and it wasn't until they left the hospital that she took Lin An'an's hand and comforted her. An'an, just focus on getting better. Mom and Dad will send you money on time every month. You mustn't worry about the medical expenses. Mom, I'm not worried. Good, that's good. Although Lin An'an said she wasn't worried, how could she genuinely not care? She was aware of the family situation, but it was also not easy for her parents to earn money. The high medical expenses felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on her heart. Chu Mingzhou seemed to sense her thoughts. Don't think too much. I'll handle the financial matters. Lin An'an was taken aback and looked up at him, her eyes inexplicably moistening. Applying for the aerosol machine will be troublesome enough. I won't burden you with the medical expenses. I will find a way myself. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, instinctively reaching out to touch the corner of her eye, softly saying, Don't say that. The moment his fingertip brushed against her skin, Chu Mingzhou himself was taken aback. Chapter 28 touched Lin's mother open her mouth and turn around. Company commander. Li Hongjun drove over from a distance, saluting the two with no sense of the situation. Ahem. Chu Mingzhou lightly coughed, immediately retracting his hand and seriously putting it behind his back. Let's go. Yes, company commander. Li Hongjun then realized that he seemed to have interrupted the company commander's good moment and scratched his head. Lin An'an was suddenly caught off guard by this scene, her face turning red to the roots of her ears, her heart racing like a little rabbit. Lin's mother chuckled lightly. Oh dear, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get in the car. The car slowly started and drove towards the military district compound. Chu Mingzhou looked out the window, seemingly enjoying the scenery. But his mind was still lingering on the soft and cool sensation from just now, causing his thoughts to be in disarray. After dropping Lin An'an and her mother at home, Chu Mingzhou went straight to the army. The matter of the nebulizer was urgent. He needed to quickly submit an application, as the year was coming to an end, and he was worried about delays. Lin An'an sat in the living room, propping her chin in her hand, thinking about money. Including the cost of using the nebulizer, it would be over 100 for the month and over 1,000 for the year. She couldn't do business now. Private trading was considered speculation, and one could end up in jail for it. As for finding a job, she had a degree, so even if assigned, she could get a decent job. But her health wouldn't allow it. She couldn't go to work even if there was a position available. Moreover, what kind of job pays only 100 or so a month? And then, Mom took Xiao Lan to buy groceries. Okay, be careful. I made stewed pear with rock sugar for you. Drink it yourself later. All right. Lin An'an sat for a while, recalling the books the original owner had written. Dang, dang, dang. She ran to the room and dug out a large stack of manuscripts from the cupboard. Sitting at the Kong table, she carefully flipped through them, gently smoothing out the paper with her fingertip. She realized that the original owner wrote very well, with clever story ideas and engaging plots. If she could organize these manuscripts and submit them to a publisher, it would be a great option. While reading, Lin An'an roughly categorized them according to different types and styles. She worked for quite a while, sorting the stories into several categories. There were youth literature pieces, depicting the lives of young intellectuals sent to the countryside, showcasing their pursuits and dreams during a special period, quite realistic and relatable. There were also historical and social change pieces, centered around contemporary societal changes and major historical events, reflecting the pulse of history through personal or group experiences, showcasing the development of Chinese society from a side angle. The writing was strong, conveying a rare sense of sentiment. Additionally, there were growth and inspirational stories, narrating the struggles of a couple, reflecting the stories of ordinary people fighting amidst the waves of the tremendous changes in the 1970s with a strong romantic color, directly discussing the love of revolutionary friendship. The descriptions were bold, and for people of this time, it was definitely top-notch. No wonder Jiang Tong became famous overnight with these manuscripts, becoming a well-known writer in China. Lin An'an pondered for a moment and got up to find paper and a pen. She needed to make time to buy some supplies. This was too shabby. After searching the entire house, she found a short pencil, which was already dull. She picked one of the stories, reading and contemplating where it needed modifications and polishing to make the story more perfect and more in line with the tastes of contemporary readers and publishers. If Jiang Tong could reach the level of a famous author with the original manuscript, then, after Lin An'an, a top student from the 21st century, made her revisions. The achievements of this writing could be immeasurable. She took the short pencil and made some notes, improving areas that could be enhanced, such as making certain plot transitions smoother or the psychological descriptions of characters more nuanced, etc. Although the conditions were limited, she excelled in her clear thinking. Just as she was deep in thought, Lin's mother and Chu Minglan returned from grocery shopping. Lin's mother saw Lin An'an sitting at the Kong table writing and said nothing, gently closing the door and went to cook. Writing books like this was truly all done by hand, which was both inconvenient and laborious. Not only did she lack good paper and pens, but she didn't even have a decent writing desk. And then it's time to eat. Coming. Lin An'an put down her pen and got up to stretch her stiff body. The dining table was already set with several steaming dishes, and Chu Mingzhou had also returned. Sister-in-law, come and sit. Chu Minglan served Lin An'an a bowl of soup, her eyes shining. Without a doubt, it was made by her. Thank you, Xiaolon. This soup is really great. Chu Minglan smiled, her little face almost turning red. About the nebulizer, Sister Lihua has already arranged it. If all goes well, you can use it every Wednesday. Lin An'an's face immediately lit up with surprise. Really? That's wonderful. Lin's mother also smiled, the compliment feeling completely natural. Sister Lihua was truly a good person with a warm heart, and this matter was handled so timely. Well, if there is anything else you need help with later, just let her know. Lin An'an felt grateful. Thinking about the issue of book publishing, Lin An'an inquired further with Chu Mingzhou. Is there a Xinhua news agency in the Northwest? Lin An'an suddenly asked about the Xinhua news agency. Even Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment. Yes, there is. The Northwest Xinhua news agency originated from the 1st Field Army's branch, with quite a history. Is it far from here? Not far, about 20 minutes by bus. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing, just curious. By the way, is there a Xinhua bookstore here? Or a good bookstore? I want to buy a few books. Publishing books is no small matter. Even Lin An'an, who wasn't sure before, decided to inquire first, planning to finish organizing the manuscripts before looking into it. Zhu Mingju note that? Yes, there's a Xinhua bookstore. It just opened recently. I can take you there on Saturday. With the confirmation that there was a Xinhua bookstore, Lin An'an felt happy and nodded with a smile. All right, Saturday? That's the day after tomorrow, no problem. Lin's mother also calculated the time in her heart. There were still 19 days until the new year, and she needed to go back. Otherwise, there would be no way to celebrate the new year. She still had to return to the village to slaughter pigs, make rice cakes, and prepare food. She was counting on her fingers, and the more she counted, the more things there seemed to be, making her more anxious. There was no way. This was how rural people were. The new year was the biggest festival, and any oversight was unacceptable. This year, with both her son and daughter not by her side, it was already enough to be upsetting. She still had to prepare for the new year. Chapter 29 Entrustment. No, I will go by the train ticket tomorrow. Lin's mother was determined to leave. Chu Mingzhou wanted to keep her, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. Leave this to me, I'll buy it. Which day do you want a ticket for? The day after tomorrow or the day after that? Lin's mother hesitated for a moment and said with some difficulty, Mingzhou, Zihua just joined the army. I don't know if he can come out for dinner. He can. That's great. You wait. Mom will get you the money. You help Mom buy the ticket. Lin's mother quickly finished her meal and turned to get the money, leaving Chu Mingzhou no time to stop her. Not only did she return the money that Chu Mingzhou had left yesterday, but she also gave him the money for the train ticket. Chu Mingzhou looked at the pile of money in front of him, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was quite unpleasant. However, Lin's mother didn't mind his expression at all. She sat down beside him and said earnestly, You take this money back first. It's not easy for you to earn it, and you have a whole family to take care of. Seeing that Lin An'an had also finished eating, she waved to her. An'an, come here. Huh, okay. Lin An'an sat down next to her. Lin's mother took Lin An'an's hand and directly placed it into Chu Mingzhou's hand, saying, Mingzhou, Mom is entrusting An'an to you. You two have been living apart for a long time, and there's a bit of distance between you, but you are husband and wife, and you need to live well together in the future. Our An'an is a good girl, just a bit spoiled, so please be more understanding and take care of her. Lin An'an's face immediately turned red, and she shyly tried to pull her hand back, but Lin's mother held her hand tightly and pushed it toward Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an's blushing face and smiled, subconsciously returning the, as if responding to Lin's mother. You can rest assured. Lin's mother lightly patted their joined hands. Mom is very relieved. An'an has always been sensible since she was little, but we have spoiled her a lot. If she does anything wrong in the future, just tell Mom, and I will scold her. Lin An'an hurriedly said, Mom, please don't say that. Lin's mother, being an experienced person, could see their current situation and was extremely happy. She then reminded them about the new year and Lin An'an's medical care. Before standing up, I will go clean up the dishes. You two should cultivate your feelings. Chu Minglan bit her lip and smiled secretly, also hurriedly taking the dishes into the kitchen with Lin's mother. Once there were only the two of them left in the hall, Lin An'an lightly pulled her hand, but it was so light that it was effortless for Chu Mingzhou to hold it tighter. Lin An'an's little face was burning hot, with a blush spreading across her fair skin. My mom worries too much. don't mind what she just said. Chu Mingzhou smiled. Lin An'an was actually more confused than shy. So soon? She thought to herself. After all, it's easy to talk about things on paper. But now it seemed like they were entering the practical stage, with her overly concerned mother operating behind the scenes. The little bit of ambiguity between them seemed to be ignited, as if it were about to spread like wildfire. Chu Mingzhou stuffed all the money on the table in her hand. Take this, buy whatever you want. In the future, I will give you the monthly living expenses and medical fees separately. Lin An'an. The shyness in Lin An'an's eyes faded, replaced by suspicion. Chu Mingzhou seemed to understand a question in her eyes. Big brother, do you have money? I have money. You don't need to worry about it. Lin An'an actually already had some ideas about how to make money. But for a man, it's rare to be sincere. Since he said so, she had to see his sincerity, right? Since you have money, can you buy me a desk and build a bathroom? A desk? A bathroom? Lin An'an's eyes were carefully examining his face. Seeing her staring at him again, Chu Mingzhou's eyes flickered, and he gently squeezed her hand. You want a desk, right? And the bathroom you mentioned, is it a toilet? Yes. Lin An'an tried to pull her hand back again, but still couldn't. She had to use her other hand to gesture on the table. Can we add a bathroom to our house? A small one will do, just enough to wash up, take a shower, and use the toilet. Chu Mingzhou understood, and not only did he not oppose it, but he also thought her idea was quite advanced. Without thinking, he raised his hand and rubbed her head. Okay, that's fine. At this moment, both he and Lin An'an were taken aback by his action. Chu Mingzhou quickly withdrew his hand, coughed lightly, and frowned seriously. Adding a bathroom is not a simple matter. I need to apply for it with the army. As for the desk, I will prepare it for you as soon as possible. Lin An'an was pulled back to her thoughts by his words and immediately leaned over excitedly. Really? That's great, Mingzhou, you're so good. Chu Mingzhou looked at her indulgently and softly replied, but in a place where Lin An'an couldn't see, he smiled again. Whenever Lin An'an achieved her goals, her little mouth would sweeten. Then I'll wait for your good news. I will be the best to you in the future. Once I succeed, I will definitely treat you even better. And I also want a chair that matches the desk. Is that okay? I have a habit of writing. Okay. Long live my husband. I love you so much. Chu Mingzhou was stunned by her address. What? Don't you like me calling you that? But you are my husband. Calling you husband is how I want to put all my tenderness and favoritism into these two words for the rest of my life. In the 1970s, husband was still a novel term. Generally, people would refer to each other as so-and-so's father or old Chu, something like that. But Lin An'an thought calling him husband was especially sweet. Chu Mingzhou's eyes deepened, and when he looked at her again, there was a hint of redness in his gaze. She was currently very close to him. Chu Mingzhou hesitated for just a moment before reaching out and pulling her into his arms. He was already tall, and even sitting down, he was much taller than Lin An'an. He gently rested his head on top of hers, his voice a bit muffled. I really like it. And please remember what you just said. Chapter 30, another pile of money and tickets. Lin An'an was frozen in place by Chu Mingzhou's sudden action, her face instantly turning bright red. She could clearly feel the powerful heartbeat of Chu Mingzhou, the sound seemingly transmitted through his chest and her heart, causing it to uncontrollably race. Her hands unconsciously grabbed the hem of Chu Mingzhou's shirt, her voice trembling slightly. Of course. Chu Mingzhou half embraced her lightly, inhaling the faint fragrance coming from her hair, a wave of softness rising in his heart that he had never experienced before. However, his moment of loss of composure was fleeting, and the intimate gesture vanished in an instant. He released her and adjusted her posture, looking at her flushed face. He reached out and poked her cheek. Lin An'an looked up at him in disbelief. Chu Mingzhou stood up, straightened his cuffs, his expression still serious, as if the intimate moment they just shared was entirely not him. Get some rest. Lin An'an watched his retreating figure open her mouth, and then raised her hand to touch her burning cheeks, feeling as if her heart was in turmoil. Was he teasing her? Just as she was lost in thought, Lin's mother walked in. Noticing Lin An'an's red face and somewhat dazed expression, she couldn't help but ask, An'an, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Saying that, she reached out to touch Lin An'an's forehead. Lin An'an came to her senses and quickly dodged her mother's hand. Mom, I'm fine, it's a bit hot in the room. Lin's mother looked at her suspiciously. Hot? Mom, Mingzhou asked me to take you out shopping. You have to bring back some local specialties from the Northwest this time, right? Bring some for Uncle, and also for my grandparents, Lin An'an said, raising the money in her hand, quietly diverting the topic. Once Lin's mother heard about buying local specialties, her attention was indeed diverted, and she nodded. Yes, we should bring back some specialties since we're out. But what local specialties are there in the Northwest? Just then, Chu Minglan walked in, handing Lin An'an a cup of hot water. And I know about this. You know, Xiaolon? Then quickly tell us. The sand jujubes and red dates from our side are particularly famous, as well as raisins and goji berries. And there's also lamb jerky and beef jerky, and she indeed named quite a few. The local specialties of this era were not like those in the future. They were all genuine green products. Besides the trouble they brought, the items were truly good. Lin's mother's eyes lit up. Then let's go shopping tomorrow. We should buy more since there are many relatives at home. We need to take care of everyone. We have several state-owned stores here. For example, Yongqin Building, Shiguan Department Store, and Agricultural Trade Market. Everyone says the Northwest is poor, but I didn't expect the commerce to be so developed. There are even department stores now. Let's have a good look tomorrow, and you will be the one in charge in the future. You need to know the way. Finally, it was decided. Tomorrow, during the day, they would go to the department store and the agricultural market, and tomorrow night, they would pick up Lin Zihua to have a meal at home, also to bid farewell to Lin's mother. The next morning, when Lin An'an got up, Lin's mother and Chu Minglan were already having breakfast. There was also someone sitting next to them. Aunt Wang was visiting. Aunt Wang was wearing a deep purple cotton coat today with floral prints, which was quite fashionable. Her hair was also cut short, styled in a slightly inward curl, making her look more energetic. Is the young mistress up? That's quite early. I thought you'd sleep until noon. People may have changed, but this line remained the same, quite annoying. An'an, have breakfast. Lin's mother brought out the congee, specially warmed for Lin An'an. Sea cucumber, Job's tears, and millet porridge. When Aunt Wang saw it, her smile froze again. She muttered softly, a rural girl, raised more delicately than a young lady. Such a waste of good food. Mom, it's delicious. Lin An'an ignored her, drinking on her own while counting the things she wanted to buy. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Aunt Wang felt embarrassed. Well, I've delivered this wedding invitation. The banquet is on the 6th day of the new year. Remember to come. Having said that, with no one responding, Aunt Wang was left feeling amused by her own frustration. After she left the yard, Lin An'an turned to Lin's mother. What's she doing? Lin's mother pointed to the wedding invitation. Her nephew is getting married. Said it's Mingzhou's comrade. Wants us to go eat on the 6th. Lin An'an nodded. Take it to Mingzhou's room. I don't know these people. It's not good for me to take charge. The mother and daughter chatted for a few more moments, then tidied up and took Xiaolon to the Shiguan Department Store. Shiguan Department Store, located in the most bustling center of the Northwest. From a distance, the square outline of the department store stood out brightly under the sun, the sign hanging high with several bold red characters. The gray brick walls were simple and solid, and there were many advertisements in the form of posters of workers, farmers, and soldiers on walls. Suddenly, Chu Minglan quickened her pace, grabbing Lin An'an's hand, sister-in-law. Xiaolon, what's wrong? Lin An'an's steps were slow. She felt a bit uncomfortable in her chest, and being pulled by Chu Minglan made her feel even worse. Sister-in-law here. My brother said this is for you to buy clothes. Let you pick out a few good ones. Another pile of money and tickets was handed to Lin An'an. Chapter 31, Sewing Machine Ahem. A violent coughing sound erupted as Lin An'an hurried to the side, coughing so hard her waist bent. Chu Minglan was startled by Lin An'an's sudden cough and quickly reached out to support her, her face full of worry. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Is it the money that scared you? I was also quite startled at first. Lin's mother anxiously looked at Lin An'an and quickly stepped forward to help her catch her breath. Are you tired? Let's go inside. Standing at the door in the wind will only make it worse. Lin An'an waved her hand and coughed for a while before she calmed down. She cleared her throat. I'm fine, just got choked by the cold wind. In her heart, she knew that her body was too weak. After walking for just a short while, she was already tired, and the sudden appearance of money had startled her, causing her to cough like this. Lin's mother still wasn't reassured. She reached out to touch Lin An'an's forehead. Are you really okay? Don't push yourself. If you're not feeling well, we need to hurry to the hospital. We can't delay. Lin An'an smiled and nodded. I'm really fine, Mom. Please don't worry. By the way, Xiaolon, what's going on with this money and the tickets? Another 20 large Unity tickets. Is Chu Mingzhou really that rich? Buying a few clothes? Does he need to give so much? And he knows I already have over 200. Adding it all up, Lin An'an was taken aback. It was an unexpected wealth of over 400, which is more than an ordinary person's salary for over a year. Sister-in-law. Brother said, this is for you to buy new clothes since the new year is coming. He wants you to take this money and the tickets to pick some nice and warm clothes. Lin An'an stared blankly at the money in her hand. Lin's mother smiled. An'an, Mingzhou is being considerate of you. Just take it. Go pick out a few clothes you like. You need to take good care of your health. And wearing warm and comfortable clothes will be good for your condition. Lin's mother, who usually kept a close account of money, actually didn't refuse this time. Chu Minglan also smiled and chimed in, pointing to the Xiguan department store. Yes, sister-in-law, just listen to brother. Let's go inside and take a look. The clothes in this department store are particularly nice. We'll browse the department store first and then go to the farmer's market. Lin An'an hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right, since it's his intention, I'll accept it. Lin An'an's mind shifted. She wasn't thinking about buying new clothes, but wanted to see a sewing machine. There was a sewing machine ticket included in the receipt that Chu Mingzhou gave her last time. In this era, sewing machines were valuable items. Not only large, but also the most practical. Let's go. If I buy a sewing machine to take home, it will be much more convenient for sewing and mending at home. In addition to revising my manuscripts, I can also try making some small things. Even if I don't sell them, they can be quite useful in terms of social relationships. The group entered the Xiguan department store, which was bustling with people. Everywhere they looked were counters, with products displayed in rows on counters and shelves. Lin An'an found it refreshing. This department store was like a larger version of a supply and marketing cooperative. Although everything was categorized, it resembled a mixed grocery supermarket with everything available. To the left upon entering was the clothing area. The colors were muted and the style simple, but compared to other places, the variety of products being sold was already quite rich. Mom, wait. Lin An'an immediately spotted a cotton jacket with frog buttons. The style was fashionable and looked particularly warm. There was also a thick black wool coat, a long one. Mom, look at this cotton jacket. It's so nice. It would be perfect for you to wear during the new year. And this coat for Dad. He's tall, and it would definitely look good on him. Lin's mother followed Lin An'an's direction, and her eyes lit up. Oh, An'an, your taste is really good. This cotton jacket style is indeed novel. I've never worn one like this. And that coat would make your dad look spirited. It looks thick and warm, perfect for visiting relatives during the new year. Lin An'an nodded with a smile, and then looked at a dark red cotton jacket nearby. This one will look good on Xiaolon too. Chu Minglan's smile froze on her face, her eyes full of disbelief. Sister-in-law, I don't want it. I have clothes. As for Mingzhou, Lin An'an thought that he wouldn't need it. She could make him something later. In her previous life, Lin An'an's best friend was a fashion designer. So, she had some exposure to this industry. While she couldn't do highly technical work, making a few clothes by hand was completely fine. Plus, she had all the trendy styles from the future in her mind. Lin An'an was just about to find someone to ask if the 3 pieces had sizes and what the prices were. Before she could speak, Chu Minglan insisted she didn't want anything, and if Lin An'an insisted on buying, she would leave. Lin An'an had no choice but to give up. She could always make a couple of pieces for the young girl later. Excuse me, could you please help us with the clothes? It's this cotton jacket with frog buttons and that black wool coat. I want to see if the sizes are suitable. The salesperson, hearing Lin An'an's call, responded and immediately turned to take the clothes from the shelf, handing them to Lin An'an smoothly, and warmly said, "These 2 pieces are of the best quality. You can check if the sizes fit." "Thank you." Lin's mother gently shook out the clothes and compared them on her body. "The size is just right. It's as if it was made to my measurements. Really nice." Seeing Lin's mother so happy, Lin An'an felt delighted as well. "Excuse me, how much are these 2? The jacket is 40 yuan plus 8 yards of fabric tickets, and the coat is 55 yuan plus 10 yards of fabric tickets." Lin's mother's hand paused. "So expensive?" Chapter 32. Having ambition is a good thing. The salesperson smiled and nodded. "Comrade, you have a good eye. You've picked all the best brands. This clothing is considered cheap here. It would cost $20 more in Kyoto." Lin Mu hesitated a bit. She touched the fabric, looked closely, and wanted to say not to buy it. Wrap it up. Lin An'an could see through her mother's thoughts and decisively took out the money. Upon hearing Lin An'an's words, Lin Mu hurriedly grabbed her hand and whispered, "An'an, this is too expensive. Why don't we just not buy it? Spending this much makes my heart race. Even though it's the new year and we should wear new clothes, spending so much at once is not right." Lin An'an smiled and held Lin Mu's hand tightly, softly advising, "Mom, don't worry about the money. This clothing is of good quality and you like the style. It's the new year. We should dress festively and decently. Besides, this money is from Ming Zhou, and it's his way of honoring you, his mother-in-law. We can't refuse it." Lin Mu shook her head. "No way, Mom has money. You keep Ming Zhou's money for yourself. There will be plenty of places to spend in the future." Lin An'an ignored her refusal, counted the bills carefully, and handed them to the salesperson. The salesperson's eyes crinkled with a smile, not expecting this frail-looking female comrade to be so decisive. Seeing the salesperson starting to ring up the sale, Lin Mu had no choice but to pat Lin An'an lightly. "You child. Well, then let's buy it." "Oh, my heart isn't at ease. I've never worn such expensive clothing at my age." "Mom, don't think so much. When a new year comes and you wear it, you'll know the money was well spent." Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh at her. Lin An'an wandered around the fabric section, casually picking several types of fabric. "An'an, what are you doing? Buying some fabric. Why are you buying fabric?" Lin An'an was someone who had never touched a needle and thread, and she couldn't sew clothes. "Mom, don't worry about it. Just consider it as me learning to make clothes. But this fabric is too good. You want to learn to make clothes? No, you can't handle it." Lin An'an gave her a reassuring look and didn't explain further. "This deep brown wool needs 13 feet. This light blue printed fabric needs 8 feet. This earth yellow one needs 6 feet. This one with a subtle pattern needs 9 feet. Oh, and I need cotton, buttons, zippers, needles, and thread." Lin An'an quickly listed everything. Luckily, the department store had everything in stock. "All right, just a moment, comrade." Lin Mu and Chu Minglan were dumbfounded. Lin An'an bought a lot, ultimately spending 147 yuan. "Comrade, can I leave these items here for a while and come back to pick them up later?" No problem at all. I will definitely keep them safe for you." Having made the purchase, Lin Mu didn't say anything further about the money. She just advised her to not go overboard, and if it was really too difficult, to ask the ants in the courtyard for help, offering them a small fee for their work. "Mom, I understand. Let's go look on the second floor." Lin An'an had just asked the salesperson and learned that sewing machines were sold on the second floor, including the currently fashionable Gongnon and B brands. "An'an, are you going to buy a sewing machine?" "Yes, buying one is convenient. It will save money in the future." Lin Mu didn't know how to advise her. It's good that her daughter was ambitious, but it also depended on the actual situation, right? With her small build, how could she sit still? Lin Mu felt a headache coming on, so she had 400 yuan on her, and she insisted on spending it all before returning home. On the second floor, it was noticeably quieter than the first. The sewing machines were gleaming under the lights, looking particularly sturdy and durable. Lin An'an walked over to examine the Gongnon sewing machine closely while asking the nearby salesperson about its features and capabilities. The salesperson patiently explained, "Comrade, this Gongnon sewing machine is very popular. It's simple, convenient, and cost-effective." Lin An'an nodded and then walked over to check the B sewing machine, comparing the appearance and some details of both models. Chu Minglan's eyes widened as she reached out to touch it, but quickly withdrew her hand. "Auntie, are you really going to buy a sewing machine? There are hardly any in our courtyard. It's not that others couldn't afford it. It's just that sewing machine tickets were rare and hard to come by, no matter how capable the women in the courtyard were. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice." Lin Mu sighed helplessly. Sewing clothes is not an easy task. It takes a lot of effort. Her health is already weak. Lin An'an had made her decision and pointed at the Gongnon sewing machine. "Comrade, I want this one." The Gongnon sewing machine was only 140 yuan, a whole 100 yuan cheaper than the B model. The configurations and craftsmanship of the two sewing machines were almost the same. The Gongnon model was sufficient for home use. "Comrade, we have it in stock. I will immediately prepare the invoice for you. You can take the ticket over there to pay. Once you finish paying, the sewing machine will be yours." Lin An'an replied, "This includes home delivery, right?" "Yes, it does." "Are you from out of town?" Only our department store in the Northwest offers this service because we have a commercial delivery truck. As long as it's within a half-hour drive, we can deliver. Lin An'an was delighted and, taking the ticket hesitantly, said, "Comrade, I also bought some other things and they're a bit heavy for me. If it's convenient." Convenient? What's not convenient about it? Bring them over, and I'll carry them for you. All right. Lin An'an smiled, hugged Lin Mu, gently patted her arm, and reassured Mom, "See? This sewing machine was a good deal, right? Not only will they deliver it to our home, but they're also helping us carry other things." You child. Buying a sewing machine was a big deal, and since it was already done, Lin Mu wouldn't dampen her daughter's enthusiasm. Instead, she sincerely praised. "This sewing machine is indeed a good thing. Look at how well it's designed. When not in use, you can turn it in like this, and it can also serve as a little writing table. How neat." Chapter 33. Looks expensive, Lin An'an hummed in response. And seeing Chu Minglan staring intently at the sewing machine, she lightly poked the little girl's cheek. "If you like it, sister-in-law will teach you how to use it later." "Really?" Chu Minglan felt her heart almost jump out, overwhelmed with happiness. "Of course, what's the big deal? Thank you, sister-in-law." After Lin An'an finished paying and provided the address, she prepared to leave. When the sales clerk learned that there were clothes to take from the first floor as well, her enthusiasm increased, and she even gifted Lin An'an a pair of tailor scissors. "Haha, thank you so much. The sales clerk at the clothing counter is my husband. These tailor scissors are a great item. They cost several dollars, and you can't find them in the market. Good brands like this are usually supplied by sewing machine companies, and are typically kept by merchants or employees for personal use, rarely reaching customers." "You're welcome. Thank you for the scissors." "No problem. I'll also give you a measuring tape and chalk later." The three of them wandered around the Shiguan department store. When they passed the skincare counter, Lin An'an bought several boxes of snowflake cream. She handed one box to Chu Minglan and stuffed the rest into Lin's mother's hands. "Mom, keep one for yourself, and take the rest home as gifts for Auntie, little aunt, uncle, little uncle, and grandma. We can't buy this in Sioux City." Lin's mother tightened her grip on the bag, her eyes filled with joy as she looked at her daughter. "You're so thoughtful and filial. How can I not be happy? An'an, you're really considerate." The agricultural market was 2 streets away from Shiguan department store, not too far, about a 10-minute walk. The market was bustling with activity. As soon as they entered, various products caught their eyes, with stalls lined up next to each other, full of choices. They first saw a stall selling goji berries, the bright red berries looking plump and appealing. Lin's mother walked up and picked up a small handful to examine closely. "Comrade, our goji berries are authentic Northwest goji berries. Carefully dried and selected, very nutritious. They're 30 cents per tael. If you buy more, I can give you a better price." Lin's mother nodded in agreement. "They do look good." After a moment of consideration, she ordered a full 8 pounds. Next, they moved to a stall selling raisins, where the raisins were piled high, with green and purple varieties looking particularly good, glistening with a thin layer of sugar. "Comrade, would you like to buy raisins? Feel free to try any variety." Lin An'an picked one up to taste, immediately finding it sweet and tangy. "Mom, these raisins taste great, sweet and chewy. We should buy some to eat as snacks or use in desserts." Lin's mother tasted one and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, this one's really big." Chu Minglan helped pick out a large bag, totaling 10 pounds. "I'm going to check out the lamb jerky. I can smell it from far away." By the time the group emerged with their bags, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Lin's mother also bought some vegetables, saying she needed to head home to cook a good meal for the kids. Once everything was purchased, the delivery truck was waiting. The driver, Mr. Chun, was very courteous, not only loading their items into the trunk, but also offering them a ride. "How can we accept this?" "It's fine. There's room anyway. It's on the way." They later learned that Mr. Chun was the father of the sales clerk. It turned out the whole family worked at Shiguan department store, which was quite nice. In this era, a public delivery truck was considered quite valuable. When the truck drove into the military compound, many people stopped their cooking and rushed over to take a look. Everyone understood that with the appearance of this truck, someone must have bought something big. "Oh, what did Commander Chu buy?" "I don't know. I just caught a glimpse of his wife in the truck. She, a sickly woman, can buy anything good? I'm afraid she might be wasting money." Who knows? When the brand new sewing machine was brought out by Mr. Chun, many people widened their eyes in surprise and envy. "Oh, they bought a sewing machine. That's impressive. These things aren't cheap. Commander Chu's family must be doing well. One aunt couldn't help but exclaim. Exactly. Commander Chu is really good to his wife, willing to spend this money. Just look at this sewing machine. It looks so high-end, another aunt chimed in. Chapter 34. The recorder was ruined by Huahua. However, there were some who felt a bit sour and whispered to each other, "Humph, buying such an expensive thing. Who knows if it will even be useful? I hope it won't just sit there gathering dust and wasting money." Lin Mu heard these comments, but only smiled lightly. Instead, stepping forward to greet everyone, pulling out some raisins from a bag and offering a handful to each person. "Aren't you all busy? I'm going back to Sioux City tomorrow, so I hope everyone can take good care of my An'an in the future." This sewing machine was bought for An'an by Mingzhou. This child knows how to care for his wife, so I feel at ease handing An'an over to him. Lin Mu's warm and generous actions made those who had been murmuring feel embarrassed and unable to continue. Everyone smiled as they accepted the raisins, exchanging polite words. "Oh my, young lady, you're too polite. Captain Chu and An'an are both good kids. They can support each other, so there's no need for us to worry," said an older woman with a smile as she chewed on the raisins. "That's right, Andy, you can rest assured and go back to Sioux City. We're neighbors, and if the kids need anything, we will definitely lend a hand," another aunt chimed in, her face full of smiles. Lin An'an was touched by how Lin Mu was handling the situation. She knew Lin Mu was defending her in her own way, helping to change the opinions of those with ulterior motives. An'an stepped forward and linked her arm with Lin Mu's, smiling at everyone. "Thank you, aunties. My health isn't great, so I will need everyone's help in the future. Once I learn how to make clothes, if anyone needs help, feel free to come to me." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed heartily, and the atmosphere became harmonious. They gathered around Lin An'an, curiously asking about what good things she had bought today. And a lively spirit felt as if the new year had come early. At this time, Master Chen smiled and reminded them, "All the things have been moved to the main hall, and it's getting late, so I'll be leaving now." "All right then," Lin Mu waved at everyone, indicating she still had things to do, so they should carry on. She busied herself in the kitchen, wrapping 2 large pancakes. "Master Chen, I really appreciate your help today. Dinner time is almost here, so please eat these pancakes on your way." Master Chen refused, but couldn't resist Lin Mu's insistence, so he finally accepted with a smile. Just as Master Chen left, Chu Mingzhou returned with Lin Zihua. The neighbors at the door had not yet dispersed. Many people curiously sized up Lin Zihua. Although Lin Zihua was handsome, he had a straightforward personality and was a bit fierce, but he was sweet-tongued, greeting everyone without hesitation, which made him quite likable. First, Lin Mu was polite and generous, shoving things into their hands. Then, Lin Zihua sweet-talked everyone and acted charmingly, which changed many neighbors' views of the Lin family. Lin An'an was just physically weak, but her family was still quite good. Moreover, Captain Chu was capable and would take care of his wife, which was no big deal. The Lin family was also sincere. Now that her mother was leaving, she had even brought her younger brother over. With his brother's support, life wouldn't be too difficult. Yes, and there was also Lan Jia. She still had a few years before marrying age, and for now, she could help at home. Lin An'an didn't realize that in such a short time, her image had shifted from a burden to a little helper. Although she was still a burden, she was no longer a heavy one. When Chu Mingzhou saw the sewing machine, he didn't say anything. However, Lin Zihua, in surprise, blurted out, "Sis, you bought a sewing machine? I traded that recorder for a sleeper ticket. Otherwise, you would have 2 turns out of 3. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Zihua was taken aback. Just as Lin Mu washed her hands, she heard her son's outrageous words and came over to give him a couple of knocks, making Lin Zihua cry out. "I knew it. Your dad clearly said he would buy a recorder for An'an, but it never showed up. I thought your dad couldn't get one, but it turns out you ruined it." After being hit by Lin Mu, Lin Zihua immediately became scared and tried to explain, "Mom, I didn't ruin it. I traded it for Tong Tong's sleeper ticket. You know her health is weak." Mom. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu became even angrier. "You dare mention Jiang Tong? Her health is weak, but your sister's health isn't? Your sister came here in a hard seat. Is she more delicate than your sister? That recorder was specially bought for your sister by your dad, and you just ruined it without a word. Do you even care about your sister?" Lin Zihua was scolded into silence, shrinking his head to hide. Lin An'an glanced at him, The formal military uniform made the young man look a bit more serious than usual. Just a bit. Lin An'an stepped forward and held Lin Mu's arm. Mom, don't be angry. The recorder is gone. So it's gone? It's not a big deal. Lin Mu sighed and said with heartache, you just indulge him. That recorder was such a precious thing, and now it's gone. Your dad put in a lot of effort to buy it. Seeing her mother like this made Lin Zihua feel a bit sad as well, and he quietly said, I know I was wrong. I won't do this again in the future. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chapter 35, Don't Be Afraid. Lin Mu was wiping her tears while cooking. Chu Minglan didn't dare to say much and hurriedly followed, softly comforting her. Chu Mingzhou said he was going to change his clothes and went out, leaving space for the siblings. Lin Zihua was called over by Lin An'an to sit next to her. Lin An'an looked at him, and he lowered his head and remained silent, like a puppy that had made a mistake. Seeing Lin Zihua like this, Lin An'an felt both angry and amused. She sighed lightly. Mom will go back tomorrow. You spend this new year with me. Lin Zihua suddenly raised his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He hadn't considered this issue yet. What? Unwilling? Lin Zihua scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Sis, that's not it. It's just, I'm a bit unaccustomed. Get used to it quickly. In the future, I can only rely on you here in the Northwest, Lin An'an said. The boy looked astonished, completely unsure how to react. He had always been pampered by his family, with others taking care of him. Now, Lin An'an suddenly placed responsibility on him, leaving him a bit at a loss. Lin An'an looked at Lin Zihua's bewildered expression and patiently said, Zihua, you're not a child anymore. My health isn't great, and in the future, I'll need your help with many things here in the Northwest. Lin Zihua was stunned for a while before coming to his senses. Sis, you understand. I will definitely take good care of you. As he spoke, he began to doubt himself. Lin An'an gently patted his hand, affirming, It's okay, take your time. No one is perfect at the start. Just like in daily life, whenever you have free time, help with errands or buy things. If anyone bullies your sister, stand up and protect her. These are all things you can do. Lin Zihua blinked, realizing that he often did similar things. Just that the person he did them for was Jiang Tong. Zihua, your sister needs you more than anyone else. Lin Zihua was about to say that he still needed to take care of Tong Tong, but Lin An'an stopped him. People are like this when thinking. They habitually choose rigid thinking, only by repeatedly telling them that it's wrong and that it should be done this way. Can you turn what you say into rigid thinking? That's what transformation means. Lin An'an pulled Lin Zihua up, looked him up and down, and smiled, nodding. My brother is really grown up, tall and handsome. Looks reliable. Lin Zihua puffed out his chest, of course. I measured yesterday, barefoot 183 centimeters. I should still grow taller. Probably as tall as my brother-in-law. Lin An'an raised an eyebrow. Brother-in-law? Just one day, and you're already calling him so affectionately? To get close to her own brother. Her biological sister had to rely on brainwashing. Sis, don't worry. Actually, my brother-in-law is more reliable than me. If you get bullied, he will be the first to stand up against it. Lin An'an felt helpless. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou returned. He glanced at Lin Zihua and sat down next to Lin An'an, saying, Mom's ticket is for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will have someone send her. Mom? Lin An'an was surprised again. She turned and smiled at him. This was the first time he referred to Lin's mother as Mom. What does this represent? It means the man has changed. He has truly accepted his wife. A warm feeling surged in Lin An'an's heart as she smiled sweetly. Thank you, husband. Mom has brought a lot of things, so you must let the little comrade lend a hand. Chu Mingzhou was quite pleased with being called husband. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. I know. At this time, Lin Mu and Chu Minglan came out of the kitchen with dishes. Hearing their conversation, Lin Mu also smiled. Come on, stop just talking. Let's eat. Lin Mu was leaving, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Not only was Lin Zihua nervous, but Lin An'an was also a bit anxious. Lin Zihua was nervous about leaving home for the first time and having to spend the new year outside. Lin An'an had a bit of a fledgling mentality. Since she entered this alternate world, Lin Mu had always been the loving and doting mother figure. Suddenly having to part ways, her future life would have to be faced alone in this strange world. Lin Mu kept serving the two of them dishes, all of their favorites. You both need to be obedient and sensible. If there are any problems, Send a telegram or call home. If you lack anything, just say it. Lin An'an responded lightly. Unlike her, Lin Zihua had a ton of grievances he couldn't finish expressing. When Lin An'an put down her chopsticks, she found her left hand covered by a pair of warm, large hands. Lin An'an was startled. The large hand gently wrapped around her fingers. Don't be afraid. A deep voice from Chu Mingzhou reached her ears. Lin An'an turned to look at him. He sat upright, his expression calm, as if someone else was holding her hand and comforting her. Lin An'an chuckled softly, and instead of pulling away, she turned her hand over and clasped it back. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Chu Mingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Then a pleasing smile appeared on his lips, and he tightened his grip slightly. Mingzhou, I will leave An'an in your care. Whenever you encounter something, remember to negotiate amicably. If she doesn't understand something, explain it to her well. Lin Mu continued to give instructions, fully aware that her son-in-law was good, but her worries still lingered in her heart. Chapter 36. I designated a sleep in Chu Mingzhou's bed the next day. The morning sunlight poured into the room through the window, bringing a touch of gentle warmth. Lin An'an also got up early, helping her mother Lin tidy up, trying not to leave anything behind. Mom, you have so many things to move, it's not easy. And the train station is so far from our village. How could you forget about your uncle? Isn't he at the train station? Just let him move it when the time comes. Stop fussing around. Mom can handle it herself. You need to rest your body. Lin An'an didn't stop her actions and smiled, saying, Mom, I'm not tired. I can't leave anything behind. Otherwise, when we need it, it will be a hassle to find. Lin's mother sat down beside her, patiently starting to teach. And when Mom leaves, Xiaoyu should be back too. You need to give this room back to him. As for you, just go back to Mingzhou's place. Lin An'an looked at her mother in surprise, her hands pausing. Lin's mother lightly coughed, patted her leg, and said, Oh dear, why can't you understand? You and Mingzhou are a couple. What is the reason for couples to sleep in separate rooms? It was because you were unwell before, and you weren't familiar with each other. In short, Lin's mother had one message. You two have been familiar long enough, and judging by how you look, it seems there's some sweet affection. Hurry up and live together. What sense does it make for a couple to sleep apart? If there are any issues, just sleep it off. Lin An'an's cheeks flushed red, Mom. Mingzhou and we haven't reached that stage yet. Lin's mother was more serious. You've been married for 4 years, and you mustn't be foolish. Feelings are cultivated slowly. Mingzhou is a good boy. He cares about you. So stop being pretentious. Listen to Mom, go back to his place, and live well. Once you feel better, strive to give Mom a fat grandson soon. Lin An'an was completely confused. Mom, what are you talking about? This can't be rushed. Besides, I need to take care of my health slowly. Lin's mother covered her mouth and chuckled. Mom knows it takes time, but you need to have that intention. What is there to be shy about? Sleeping in the same bed naturally leads to that. But you need to pay attention. Lin An'an's mind was filled with a pile of inappropriate thoughts. Who said people in this era are conservative? They are so straightforward. She felt like a girl from ancient times, suddenly being educated on intimate knowledge by a matron the night before her wedding. Stop, Mom, I get it. Once Xiaoyu is back, I'll definitely sleep in Chu Mingzhou's bed. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The one who said he had something to do, Chu Mingzhou, was now standing at the door, looking serious. The one who pushed the door was Chu Minglan, who was also standing there dumbfounded. When she reacted, she quickly withdrew her hand. I just wanted to ask if you needed help. And my brother is back. He said he was taking Aunt to the train station. Lin An'an felt her face burning, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Chu Minglan was also extremely embarrassed, her face red as she whispered, Sister-in-law, I really didn't mean to. I thought you had everything packed. Chu Mingzhou, however, looked calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He turned to Lin's mother and slightly nodded, saying, Mom, it's about time. We should get ready to leave so we don't miss the train. Lin's mother quickly put away her previous lecturing demeanor and smiled in response. Yes, all right, let's go then. Saying that, she picked up the small bag beside her. By the way, Mingzhou, didn't you say you were busy today? I handed it over to the instructor. Got it. Handed it to the instructor again. There are no small matters in the army. How can it be so easy to hand over to someone else? Clearly, he went out early in the morning before dawn, and he must have finished everything he needed to do, especially rushing back to send someone off. He was clearly very thoughtful, yet always downplayed it. Lin An'an felt a warmth in her heart, which suppressed her embarrassment, and she stood up to follow. Lin's mother initially didn't want Lin An'an to go, fearing it would be hard for her, as it was quite a distance back and forth. An'an, go change into another outfit. But Chu Mingzhou spoke up, suggesting she change into a thicker coat to go together. Huh? Can I go? Didn't you say you were going to Xinhua News Agency and Xinhua Bookstore? Did you forget? Lin An'an's eyes brightened. Okay. She immediately turned back into the room, changed into a wool coat, tidied her hair, then followed to get in the car. Lin An'an certainly hadn't forgotten about this matter. She just subconsciously pushed it aside when he mentioned he was busy yesterday. She was still thinking of taking the time to go and inquire about it properly. After getting in the car, Lin's mother began to feel sentimental, holding Lin An'an's hand while giving instructions left and right, turning to entrust Chu Mingzhou, and finally not letting go of Chu Minglan either. After receiving nods of assurance from the three, she felt a bit more at ease. Soon, the car arrived at the train station. Chu Mingzhou got out first to carry the luggage, and everyone else followed suit. As soon as An'an got out of the car, the cold air hit her face, making her shiver involuntarily. Chapter 37, gently patting her back, Lin's mother looked at the familiar train station with red-rimmed eyes, holding Lin An'an's hand and saying, An'an, you must take good care of yourself after I leave. If anything happens, discuss it with Mingzhou. Don't bear it alone, okay? Lin An'an felt a pang in her heart and nodded vigorously. Mom, I understand. Please be safe on the road. Take care of yourself. And remember to write to me when you miss me. Chu Mingzhou quietly stood by, and only when the train arrived did he start moving the luggage onto the train. Although the luggage was clearly heavy, it felt weightless in his hands. He carried several pieces at a time and soon had everything arranged. Mom, take care, be safe. Hey, you two should go back, it's cold outside. From the beginning of the farewell to the point of almost losing control, as the train started, Lin's mother's figure slowly receded. Tears streamed down Lin An'an's face, and she began to jog after the train. Mom, have a safe journey. Remember to let me know when you get home. Chu Mingzhou quickly stepped forward and pulled her back. Don't chase, it's dangerous. After being pulled back by Chu Mingzhou, Lin An'an was still immersed in the sadness of parting. Unable to stop her tears, she leaned against Chu Mingzhou's chest, her voice trembling. I can't bear to see Mom go. Once she leaves, I don't know when I'll have her again. Her whole body trembled slightly, and her words were unclear. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, gently patting her back to soothe her. Don't cry. If you really miss your mom, I'll find a way. Lin An'an didn't quite catch what he said, continuing to vent her emotions. She wiped her tears and stood up. Didn't you say you would take me to the city? This wave of emotion came quickly and went just as fast, leaving Chu Mingzhou a bit amused. Yeah, Chu Minglan carefully chimed in, sister-in-law. I heard from others that there are many beautiful picture books at the new China bookstore. Is that true? Lin An'an was slightly taken aback, rubbing the little girl's head. Yes, there are many beautiful books. After we get to the bookstore, if you find something you like, I'll buy it for you. Really? Of course. It wasn't far from the train station to the city center. It took just about 20 minutes by car. Lin An'an noticed something. Driving a military vehicle seemed particularly convenient. No matter where they went, others would automatically give way. Out of curiosity, she asked, haven't you heard a saying? The spring breeze of reform blows from the northwest. This place has always been the center of war ties, and people from the northwest are more protective of soldiers. Because it's a war zone, every household has children in the military. Because of their sacrifices, they are respected. I see. The group first went to Xinhua News Agency. Chu Minglan waited in the car, while Chu Mingzhou accompanied Lin An'an upstairs. Before Lin An'an could ask around, someone recognized them. Commander Chu? Translator Lin? The person was one of the cameramen from the Special Operations Camp report last time. Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou were the main characters, and their appearances were particularly striking. So he had a deep impression of them. Lin An'an didn't recognize him and didn't even know how to address him. Comrade Pang. Chu Mingzhou nodded politely. Pang Lining welcomed them into an office and made 2 cups of tea. Is there something you need at Xinhua News Agency? Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an, indicating that she could speak directly. Lin An'an took a small sip of tea and asked Comrade Pang, I would like to inquire if there is a publishing house under Xinhua News Agency. Upon hearing this, both Pang Lining and Chu Mingzhou were taken aback. Publishing a book? Yes. Pang Lining looked at Lin An'an with surprise, seemingly not expecting her to ask such a question. Translator Lin, we don't have a publishing house under Xinhua News Agency. For publishing books, you'll need to find a professional publisher. Lin An'an paused. In her memory, Xinhua News Agency did have a publishing house. Could it be that it was too early for them to have been established? However, what type of book are you looking to publish? I do have a few familiar publishers. Lin An'an immediately nodded, putting down her teacup. Comrade Pang, it's like this. I enjoy writing things in my spare time and am thinking about organizing what I've written to see if there's an opportunity to publish a book. So I came to inquire about the relevant situation today. A hint of interest appeared in Pang Lining's eyes. Oh? So Translator Lin is quite talented? What type of content do you write? Lin An'an briefly introduced her work, expressing that not only could she publish a Chinese version, but she also supported an English version, and the manuscripts could be translated before submission, ensuring professionalism. You mean, you can publish a bilingual book? Pang Lining stood up, visibly a bit tense, pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands. That's a huge advantage. If the content is good, this could be the biggest potential for publishing. However, it mainly depends on the quality of the content and its innovation. Do you have any manuscript with you? Chapter 38, do you want to publish a book? Lin An'an shook her head a bit shyly, saying that the first draft was already finished, but she hadn't organized it well yet. I came here to inquire about publishers first. If there's hope, I'll tidy up the manuscript and strive to meet the publishing standards. Pang Lining stopped walking and approached Lin An'an, saying, I do have some familiar publishers. Would you like me to introduce you? That would be great. Pang Lining nodded and said, wait for me. I'll contact them. As he walked away, he added, books published in bilingual editions are very competitive. You need to hurry up and get your manuscript ready. It's a good time. Lin An'an hurriedly nodded. Okay, I'll wait. Once he left, only the two of them remained in the office. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an with curiosity in his eyes. Do you want to publish a book? Lin An'an smiled sweetly, leaning closer to him and saying, my writing isn't bad. I just write for fun when I have nothing to do. A few days ago, I happened to find it and thought I'd try asking. I wasn't sure and didn't dare to tell you. She leaned in closer, her words charming and her tone filled with pride. Chu Mingzhou gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, a slight smile on his lips, filled with a hint of affection. I hadn't heard you mention it before. Turns out you're so talented. That's because you didn't get to know me well. What have you written specifically? Lin An'an tilted her head and thought for a moment, just some little stories from life, as well as some of my own insights and imaginations, various kinds, including love stories. Chu Mingzhou raised an eyebrow. I'll take a look when the time comes. Hey, why? No problem. Before Pang Lining returned, Chu Mingzhou released her and helped her sit properly. Lin An'an, good news. I contacted Yuan Ing Publishing House for you. This is the best publisher in our Northwest, and it's a state-owned enterprise. They're very interested in bilingual books. Here's the contact information. Pang Lining handed over a detailed address and a string of phone numbers. If your manuscript is ready, you can go over any time. Okay, thank you so much. Lin An'an said sincerely. Lin An'an deeply felt the warmth of the people in the Northwest. She also illustrated the saying that having multiple friends means having multiple paths. When Pang Lining learned that Lin An'an could not only speak Japanese and English, but also other languages, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. My gosh, Lin, you aren't kidding me, right? Of course not. I graduated from a workers' and peasants' university, and I have a good language talent. Mastering them is just a personal hobby. Lin An'an understood the intricacies of human relationships. When necessary, one must be appropriately high profile to avoid being looked down upon. Sure enough, Pang Lining patted his chest and assured her that he could guarantee her publishing endeavors in the future. However, he also had a request. If the Xinhua News Agency ever needed urgent translation assistance, he hoped Lin An'an could lend a hand. Lin An'an readily agreed, considering it a way to build relationships while also finding a side job. Chu Mingzhou watched Lin An'an handle everything with ease, a smile playing on his lips. After leaving the Xinhua News Agency, the publishing matter seemed to be taking shape. When Chu Minglan saw them coming, she poked her head out of the car and asked, Sister-in-law, how did it go? Was everything smooth? Lin An'an got into the car, her good mood evident on her face. Pretty smooth. Sister-in-law, let me take you to the Xinhua bookstore for a look. Chu Mingzhou started the car, turned around, and headed to dinner first. This was Lin An'an's first time stepping into a state-run restaurant. As soon as she entered, she could smell the unique aroma mixed with the scent of dishes. The lobby was filled with square tables, and many people were already seated, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. The waiters, dressed in dark blue uniforms, busily moved between tables, serving dishes and clearing bowls and chopsticks. Chu Mingzhou led the two of them to an empty seat, and soon after, a waiter approached, gesturing to the menu behind him. "Comrades, what would you like to eat? Today we have braised pork, hand-grab lamb, potato dumplings, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and tomato egg soup. All are specialty dishes. We'll have a portion of braised pork, hand-grab lamb, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and tomato egg soup." After the waiter noted their order, he smiled and said, "All right, please wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you soon." While waiting for the dishes, Lin An'an curiously observed her surroundings. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the restaurant, followed by a woman's cry of pain. The originally lively atmosphere in the restaurant fell silent in an instant. Lin An'an frowned slightly and turned to look. "Get up. There are so many people here. I don't want to argue with you." The man struck heavily, and the woman fell to the ground, unable to get up. The man had his back to Lin An'an, so she couldn't see his face, but she recognized the woman on the ground at a glance. She had seen her before, that day at the hospital, in front of Professor Liang's office. Tears as big as beans fell onto the concrete floor. "Su Wenbo, you actually want to divorce me? Do you have any conscience? The Hu family has treated you well. Do you still remember how you promised my dad?" Slap. Another heavy slap cut off the woman's words, and she lay still on the ground, no longer speaking or moving. Chapter 39. A life saved seeing this. Lin An'an's heart skipped a beat, her eyes filled with anger. Without caring about anything else, she hurriedly stood up, took 2 steps to the side of the fainted woman, squatted down, and reached out to check the woman's breath, only to find there was no longer any breath. Su Wenbo saw a frail figure dart in front of him, grabbing his wife and moving her around recklessly, and immediately shouted, "Who do you think you are? I advise you not to meddle. This woman is just pretending. If you touch her again, you might get blamed for it. Don't say I didn't warn you." Su Wenbo tried to pull Lin An'an away, but was grabbed by Chu Mingzhou. "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" With a firm grip on Su Wenbo's hand, Chu Mingzhou caused him to scream in pain. "Shut up." Lin An'an frowned tightly, anxiously saying, "Her breathing is very weak. We need to save her quickly, or she might be in life-threatening danger." Saying this, she disregarded the fact that they were in a restaurant lobby and quickly unbuttoned the 2 buttons at the woman's collar to help her breathe more easily. Then, she placed her hands together and began rhythmically pressing on the woman's chest. 1 press, 2 presses, 3 presses. Lin An'an's forehead gradually broke out in fine beads of sweat, but her strength was too small. She had to seek help from those around her. "Sister, could you help me out?" Me? Yes. But okay." Lin An'an nodded, demonstrating the operation twice. "Press like this with some force. I really don't have the strength. Please help." "All right, I'll do it." Fortunately, people in this era were simple and sincere. Seeing something life-threatening, they dared not be careless. The sister quickly squatted down, following Lin An'an's demonstration, placing her hands together on the woman's chest and starting to press down with all her might. "Everyone, please step back a bit. Let the air circulate. This comrade has stopped breathing, and the situation is very dangerous." The onlookers moved aside, losing their appetite for food as they surrounded the scene. On Chu Mingzhou's side, he still held Su Wenbo tightly, not easing his grip at all. Su Wenbo continued to shout, not stopping for a moment, and finally, shamelessly began to make a scene. "You're committing murder. If anything happens to my wife, you all will be held responsible. None of you will escape." His words caused the crowd to step back a little, even making the sister who was performing CPR pause for a moment. "Sister, continue." Okay." Lin An'an carefully observed the woman's face and changes in her condition while softly counting the number of compressions. 30, 31, 32. Chu Minglan stood in the crowd, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her eyes red. She was worried about the fainted woman and afraid her brother and sister-in-law would get into trouble. After pressing for a while, Lin An'an reached out again to check the woman's breath and found the situation was still not optimistic. She gritted her teeth, and said, "Sister, keep pressing. I'll try giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. We need to hurry." At this point, the sister didn't hesitate and quickly nodded, keeping her hands moving, responding, "All right, let us hurry." Lin An'an took a deep breath, bent down, pinched the woman's nose, and then carefully gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Her actions were quick and standard, each breath seeming to contest with death for the precious life. However, many people around didn't understand what was happening and frowned in discomfort at the sight of 2 women mouth-to-mouth. Just as everyone had their own thoughts, suddenly, a slight coughing sound came from the woman's throat, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Lin An'an let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly told the sister to stop, finally showing a hint of joy on her face. "Comrade, how are you feeling?" The woman's gaze was still a bit dazed as she weakly shook her head, her voice hoarse. What happened to me?" When she met Su Wenba's fierce glare, she trembled and instinctively shrank back. Lin An'an firmly held her shoulder and soothingly patted her. "It's okay, don't panic. If you have asthma, it could be troublesome right now." The woman looked at Lin An'an in disbelief. How do you?" She stared at Lin An'an for 2 seconds, gradually recalling the events. "It's you." The sister who had been performing the compressions wiped the sweat from her forehead. "In this cold weather, I've sweated all out. Little sister, you really need to thank this person. If it weren't for her quick reaction, you would have surely lost your life here." With this, many people around echoed, "Oh, it's really thanks to this little comrade. It's strange. She just directed people to press on you and gave you a breath, and it actually saved you. Yes, she really has skills. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation worked. Little sister, you're very lucky. You must have good fortune after surviving such a disaster." It took the woman a while to regain her senses. Remembering what had happened earlier, tears welled up in her eyes again, and she choked out, "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, I might have." Lin An'an helped her sit up and felt a bit drained herself, waving her hand. "Let us not talk about that anymore. It's good that you're okay now." At this moment, Chu Mingzhou had already released Su Wenba, but his gaze remained coldly fixed on him. Su Wenba, realizing the fear, took several steps back. "Hu Xiaomei, come here." Chapter 40. The era version of a phoenix man with a roar. He scared someone into a shudder. Lin An'an glared at Su Wenba, her eyes filled with unspeakable disgust. What kind of leader, what kind of successful person can hit a woman in front of everyone? That's pure trash. "Sister Xiaomei, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No need. I'm fine now, just need to catch my breath. If you don't mind, come sit with us at our table." Hu Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and nodded. She walked carefully, cautiously avoiding Su Wenba. "You take care of everything, even my family matters?" Su Wenba took a couple of steps forward, trying to grab her. "Hu Xiaomei, if you dare take another step today, you're finished." Hu Xiaomei froze, her footsteps halting. Chu Mingzhou quickly blocked her, saying, "Comrade, please mind your behavior. Step aside, this is our family matter. You'd better get out of the way and not meddle." Su Wenba sneered, raising his voice again, warning, "Hu Xiaomei, come here, I'm only saying this one last time." Lin An'an gently held Hu Xiaomei's arm. This time she didn't say much. It was an emergency situation, saving a life. But others have their own lives, and any choice they make is their freedom. Hu Xiaomei's eyes turned red, and she grasped Lin An'an's hand, as if seeking courage. "Su Wenba, I agree to the divorce. You can leave." Su Wenba was taken aback upon hearing this, and then his expression turned extremely ugly. He glared at Hu Xiaomei, jabbing his finger at her, saying, "Fine. Remember this. I hate this look on your face the most. Do you think you're still the leader's daughter? Without me, you are nothing." After saying this, he coldly glanced at everyone present, telling them to clear out. With a huff, he left. Hu Xiaomei's body trembled slightly, biting her lip as she murmured, "I never expected our Hu family would choose such an ungrateful wolf. He wants to cut off our livelihood." Lin An'an looked at Hu Xiaomei, filled with sympathy. "Sister Xiaomei, don't be agitated, just sit down for now." Hu Xiaomei wiped her tears, looking gratefully at Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou. "Thank you so much for today." Su Wenba was quite well known in this part of the Northwest, and several people dining at the state-run restaurant today recognized him. It wasn't that everyone was indifferent. He was the youngest leader of the bus company, and even if they sympathized with Hu Xiaomei, They didn't dare to offend him easily. Now that Su Wenbo had left, many people approached. Although their comfort was merely verbal, it was still very helpful for Hu Xiaomei. It wasn't until the waiter brought the dishes that everyone gradually dispersed. "Comrade, this is a dish sent to you by our chef. You bravely saved someone just now. That was really impressive." The waiter gave Lin An'an a thumbs up. Lin An'an was taken aback and quickly thanked him, saying, "Thank you. I just lent a hand. It was nothing. I know the method you used to save the person. My cousin studies medicine and has mentioned it before. It's called cardiopulmonary resuscitation, right? Yes. You really are capable to understand this. Thank you." Once Hu Xiaomei calmed down, she began to talk about her own situation. Lin An'an felt her worldview shatter and was infuriated. Wasn't Su Wenbo just a typical era version of Phoenix Man? Su Wenbo was not a local from the Northwest. He was a sent-down youth from the southern city to the rural Northwest. By chance, Su Wenbo met Hu's father, Hu Xiaomei's dad. Su Wenbo was clever, articulate, and charming, and he caught Hu's father's eye. As a big leader in the Northwest Bus Company, Hu's father naturally had some skills. He admired Su Wenbo and thought to promote him. After Hu Xiaomei and Su Wenbo fell in love, he transferred Su Wenbo to the city. After 2 years of marriage, when Hu's father retired from the bus company, he handed over the position to Su Wenbo. Everything began to change after Hu's parents passed away. The originally considerate and gentle Su Wenbo became ambitious. He used the connections and inheritance left by his father-in-law to carve out his own influence within the bus company. Once a person gains power, their thoughts become distorted. He felt that Hu Xiaomei was not worthy of him and began to treat her worse and worse, causing their previously harmonious relationship to collapse. Though Su Wenbo came from a background of sent-down youth, his education level was quite average, which was a shortcoming. Thus, he particularly admired capable women like Jiang Tong. This divorce issue wasn't for any other reason but because of Su's mother, that plump aunt. The plump aunt came to the Northwest intending to settle down for retirement. Not only did she want to come herself, but she also wanted to bring her daughter over. If her daughter came, she would need a job, and the position at the bus company had to be earned through ability. If her daughter was not capable enough, she would aim for Hu Xiaomei's job as a sales clerk at the Xinhua bookstore. Hu Xiaomei was unwilling to give up her job, leading to the current situation of wanting a divorce. After listening to Hu Xiaomei's story, Lin An'an felt a surge of emotion. Su Wenbo was too much. If it weren't for the Hu family helping him back then, he wouldn't have the status he has today. Treating you like this now is truly like the farmer and the snake. Chu Mingzhou frowned from his side. He didn't say much, but his displeasure was quite evident. Hu Xiaomei sighed, her eyes filled with helplessness and sadness. "I never expected it would come to this. It's also my fault for not recognizing people clearly, which led to this outcome. This was someone else's long-planned scheme. How can it be blamed on you?" The few of them continued eating while chatting. Eventually, the conversation turned to the Xinhua bookstore. "What a coincidence. After we finish eating, we are going to the Xinhua bookstore. I'll take you there. If you want to buy books, use my employee discount." "Thank you, but Sister Xiaomei, are you really okay?" Hu Xiaomei shook her head, saying, "I'm actually fine. Just have asthma." When they were almost done eating, Lin An'an got up and went to the kitchen door, eventually bringing back 2 boiled eggs, wrapping them in a cloth and handing them to Hu Xiaomei. "Rub your face with these." Both sides of her face were swollen, with obvious handprint marks faintly visible. Hu Xiaomei looked at the boiled eggs handed over by Lin An'an, her eyes reddening again. She choked out, "Thank you, sister." Saying this, she took the eggs and gently rubbed them on the swollen areas of her face. The warm touch made her heart swell with warmth, easing some of the pain and grievance. "It's nothing." Chapter 41. My Mingzhou is the best. The Xinhua bookstore is very close to the state-run hotel, and a few people walked over. The bookstore had just recently opened, and the decoration was quite trendy, mainly in warm colors, looking bright and tidy at a glance. As soon as they entered, the familiar scent of ink rushed over, with light brown bookshelves neatly arranged, filled with all kinds of books, organized in a tidy manner. Hu Xiaomei was a bit hesitant. Being beaten up like this was indeed not a good look. She had come here during her lunch break and had to return to work after eating. "Xiaomei, what is wrong with you?" Her attempt to dodge did not escape her colleague's eyes. Fortunately, they only exchanged a glance and a quick question before going about their own business. Clearly, this kind of situation was not unusual for them. Lin An'an felt even more uncomfortable inside. Why does it seem ordinary for a woman to be beaten? This is domestic violence. Chu Mingzhou seemed to notice her unhappiness and took a milk candy out of his pocket, gently placing it in Lin An'an's hand. An'an? Lamir, there are many kinds of books here. See if there's anything you like. Sister will buy it for you. Thank you, Sister Xiaomei. Chu Minglan cautiously stretched out her little hand towards her, extremely obedient. Hu Xiaomei lowered her head, took Chu Minglan's hand, and led her to choose books. At this moment, she didn't want to face them, and she genuinely wanted to give the child something as a token of gratitude for Lin An'an's help. Lin An'an naturally understood her emotions and let them go. She unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth, the milky flavor spreading on her tongue, making her narrow her eyes in delight. Falling back a couple of steps, she stood next to Chu Mingzhou. Honey, it's so sweet. Chu Mingzhou was clearly taken aback. What? I said you are a bit thoughtful, a bit sweet. The corners of Chu Mingzhou's mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. He felt that this person had a way with words, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Seeing him smile so beautifully, Lin An'an blinked and took a couple of steps closer, wrapping her arm around his. Come help me pick a few books. Okay, that Su Winba is too bad. Treating people's kindness and feelings as stepping stones. Now he has even resorting to violence. It's really too much. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly and nodded. Look at Comrade Shumei. She is alone and helpless, yet being bullied by someone so close to her. Really, how could she live? Lin An'an's tone was filled with emotion, but her gaze kept darting towards Chu Mingzhou, her intentions unmistakable. Chu Mingzhou found it amusing in his heart, removed her hand from his arm, and gently interlaced his fingers with hers. He held her hand openly, his attitude serious, his tone firm. Lin An'an, I want to treat you that way. Huh? What? Lin An'an pretended to be confused. Chu Mingzhou tightened his grip on her hand, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something promising, but found it a bit hard to articulate. In the end, he simply said, let us live well together in the future. Lin An'an felt as if something had gently touched her heart, creating ripples within. She looked at Chu Mingzhou, her eyes sparkling, the corners of her mouth lifting in a proud smile. Huh? What? I can't hear you. Chu Mingzhou, you said you love me very much? I understand now. My Mingzhou is the best, and I love you too. I only think you're the best in the world. A flush of red spread from behind Chu Mingzhou's ear, gradually climbing to his cheeks. He didn't expect Lin An'an to respond so straightforwardly and playfully, leaving him a bit shy. He cleared his throat a couple of times, lowering his voice. Don't mess around, there are people around. However, Lin An'an was unfazed, instead smiling even more brightly. She shook their tightly interlocked hands and sweetly called out, honey. Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but laugh. He felt as if his heart had been forcefully opened, impossible to resist. It seemed like even her love was burning hot, despite the playful banter. Lin An'an knew her limits. After all, they were in a bookstore, and Hu Xiaomei's situation was still fresh in her mind. The interaction with Chu Mingzhou felt more like Lin An'an was affirming and comforting herself. Lin An'an admitted that she had a bit of a gambler's mentality. Wanting to confirm that Chu Mingzhou was worth it, choosing him would at least not end up with a tragic outcome like Hu Xiaomei. Help me get that book on the top shelf? Okay, and that one over there. Sure. In the end, Chu Minglan only picked the children's book, while Lin An'an chose quite a few. After the discount at Hu Xiaomei's employee price, it still cost 20 yuan. Lin An'an thought simply, in this era, there were few entertainment options, and their home didn't even have a television, so reading books could help pass the time. Moreover, she needed to understand the types of books being published now, from layout to language, all needed careful consideration. This money couldn't be saved. She also picked some special manuscript paper exclusive to Xinhua bookstore, which was a bit pricey but had excellent quality. Lin An'an touched it. The texture and appearance were definitely plus points. Buy it. An'an, you can actually write books? And you can write bilingual books? When Hu Xiaomei learned that Lin An'an was buying so much paper to write a book, she was quite surprised. Being in this industry, she certainly knew how rare bilingual books were. Chapter 42. Don't wake your sister-in-law. Lin An'an didn't hide anything, since she was going down this path anyway. If the book became popular, Xinhua Bookstore would be a key sales channel, so she shared her plans again. Yuaning Publishing House. My uncle is the distribution director there, but he mainly handles sales channels. He's been with the publishing house for a long time, so recommending you won't be a problem. Lin An'an glanced at Chu Mingzhou, somewhat taken aback. Really? Is that true? See, as the old saying goes, good people are rewarded. You just did a good deed, and now the reward is here. Hu Xiaomei didn't even ask how Lin An'an's writing was. For her, this was a lifesaver. She would be willing to not only have her introduce a publishing house, but even ask her uncle if necessary. Once you have your manuscript ready, bring it over, and I'll take you there. Lin An'an felt a bit embarrassed. My friend did give me a contact, so I'll ask first. If it doesn't work out, I'll trouble you again, Sister Xiaomei. Hu Xiaomei nodded in agreement. No problem. An'an, if you have any questions, just ask me. Okay. Lin An'an was incredibly happy, feeling that her luck today was remarkably good. Originally, she just wanted to inquire about publishing houses, but unexpectedly, she gained another solid avenue. Sister Xiaomei, thank you. I'll head out now, and we'll stay in touch. An'an, don't say that. You saved my life today. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened. What I did was just a small thing, and I'm glad I could help you. The few of them politely saw each other off from the bookstore. The setting sun cast its golden light, draping the snowy ground in a shimmering veil. Lin An'an squinted her eyes, feeling a sense of comfort wash over her from the warm light. Heading home now. After a long day, Lin An'an was already tired. As soon as she got in the car, she tilted her head and fell asleep. Chu Mingzhou parked the car in front of the department store, gestured for Chu Minglan to be quiet, and got out alone. When he returned, he had a fountain pen in hand. Seeing this, Chu Minglan curiously asked in a low voice, "Brother, what did you buy the pen for?" "For your sister-in-law to write with." Chu Minglan's eyes sparkled at this, and she covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Brother is so good to sister-in-law. If she sees this, she'll definitely be really happy. A hint of a smile appeared in Chu Mingzhou's eyes as he turned to look at Lin An'an, noticing a few strands of hair falling onto her cheek, slightly messy. He reached out gently to tuck the hair behind her ear, his movements exceptionally tender. The car slowly started and headed home. Chu Minglan sat obediently in the back seat, quietly watching the scenery retreat outside the window, occasionally stealing glances at her brother in front, feeling warm inside. She had never seen her brother like this before. It was wonderful. Having a sister-in-law is good, but having a lively brother is even better. Before long, the car stopped at home. Chu Mingzhou got out first, hesitating for just a moment before gently opening Lin An'an's door, leaning down to pick her up horizontally and walking straight towards the bedroom. Lin An'an murmured a couple of times in her daze, but didn't wake up at all. "Shu, be quiet. Don't wake your sister-in-law." Chu Minglan was about to ask what was for dinner, but had to remain silent. "You go rest. I'll cook in a bit." Chu Minglan opened her mouth to respond, but then smiled brightly. "Okay, I'll go start cooking." Chapter 43. Chu Mingzhou called his wife after settling everything and covering the blanket. Chu Mingzhou turned and walked into the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeves, opened the cupboard to check the available ingredients, and began to prepare. First, he took a clay pot and made a bowl of porridge for Lin An'an. Then he started washing and chopping vegetables, moving skillfully and efficiently. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of food. When Lin An'an woke up, it was already late at night. Chu Mingzhou had left a small light on in her room, the faint glow illuminating the familiar bedroom environment. She stretched, slowly opened her eyes, paused for a moment to regain her senses, and remembered she was home. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, wondering how long she had slept. Draping a coat over herself, she stepped out of her room and saw a light still shining in the living room. Chu Mingzhou's tall figure was elongated by the light as he leaned back on the sofa, his long legs crossed, holding a book and reading intently. The book was one Lin An'an had bought today, a love story. "Mingzhou, what are you doing?" "Woke up." Chu Mingzhou pinched the corner of the page, folded it, and naturally closed the book, placing it back and pressing another book on top of it. "Sitting, I'm bringing you food." "Oh, okay, I'm so hungry." Lin An'an glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. Chu Mingzhou had made barley and yam porridge and fried 2 eggs. "This is delicious." Lin An'an sat at the dining table, spooning the porridge, the soft, fragrant sweetness spreading on her tongue, warming her stomach and making her feel much more comfortable. She looked up at Chu Mingzhou, not holding back her praise. This porridge is amazing. Mingzhou, you're incredible. Is there anything you can't do? Chu Mingzhou smiled slightly. If you like it, eat more. Lin An'an swallowed her food and took a bite of the fried egg, chewing as she said, I like it, especially like it. Can you make this for me often when you have free time? It's really good. Sure. By the way, why are you still awake so late? Not sleepy. Lin An'an responded with an O. She had gotten up early and had been busy all day. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can rest, right? Yeah. Then make sure to get a good sleep. Chu Mingzhou's fingers moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. When Lin An'an had eaten most of her meal, he mentioned Chu Mingyu, saying, in about 10 days, it will be the new year. I plan to go pick up Yigur. Chu Minggu. Great, when are we going? I'll go with you. How about tomorrow? Lin An'an had no objections. Feeling she had eaten enough, she put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Sure. What time tomorrow? If it's in the morning. You might have to wake me up. I'm afraid I'll oversleep. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an's cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. I'll wake you. We'll set off early to try to arrive by morning, so we can pick up Yigur in the afternoon. Okay. Lin An'an nodded and casually began to clear the table. Chu Mingzhou took the bowls and chopsticks from Lin An'an's hands and walked toward the kitchen. You go rest. I'll wash them. Lin An'an followed him into the kitchen and stood by watching. By the way, when we go to pick up Xiaoyu, should we bring something? Since it's at Andy's house, we should bring some gifts, right? No need to worry. I'll prepare everything. Perhaps the water temperature was too cold. As Chu Mingzhou's knuckles were slightly red from the chill. Chu Mingzhou, are you an idiot? Huh? Lin An'an suddenly said this, catching Chu Mingzhou off guard. Lin An'an didn't explain anything. When he dried his hands, she eagerly leaned in. She held his hands with both of hers and blew on them. Chu Mingzhou stiffened. You. Oh no, the water is so cold. Why don't you add some hot water? What if you freeze your hands? She said, bringing his hands closer and gently blowing on them. Chu Mingzhou's Adam's apple moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you worried about me? Of course, you're my man. I care. Chu Mingzhou's eyes deepened, his palm slightly turning. He raised it and gently pointed his index finger at Lin An'an's chin, lifting her face. Lin An'an was taken aback by his sudden move, her cheeks unconsciously starting to heat up. Looking at the person so close, she felt a bit at a loss. Chu Mingzhou's eyes were beautiful, long and deep, with distinct black and white. His pupils were dark black, as if hiding endless allure. He gazed at Lin An'an, and when he spoke again, his voice was slightly husky. Thank you, wife. Lin An'an's eyes widened slightly. Oh my, look who's getting bold. Chu Mingzhou called me wife. But your room needs to be freed up. Lin An'an originally wanted to tease him back, but with the atmosphere being what it was, his comment left her dumbfounded. Blinking, she asked, huh? Chu Mingzhou withdrew his hand, his expression returning to normal, but his tones still had a sweet softness. Yigur likes to sleep in his own room, so you need to move out. Will I sleep? As soon as she said it, Lin An'an realized, remembering what Lin's mother had said. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an's cute yet slightly frustrated expression, his smile deepening. Go back to your room and sleep. Chapter 44, the first gift back to the room. Does this guy mean I should roll in his bed? So soon? This. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an's flushed cheeks, deliberately leaning in closer, a smile hidden in his eyes, and said in a low voice, which one? Lin An'an, we are husband and wife. Lin An'an shot him a reproachful glance and took several steps back, her words stammering a bit. I know, I just feel a bit sudden. Chu Mingzhou chuckled softly, no longer teasing her. He stood up, tidied up the kitchen, and pulled her back to sit on the sofa in the living room. All right, it's all up to you. Upon hearing this, Lin An'an raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, Oh, can I sleep with Xiaolon? Sure. Lin An'an was skeptical at how straightforwardly he agreed, but his demeanor was too proper. She hesitated, touching her chin. How could she stay calm, facing such a handsome face? Oh no, beauty is going to lead her astray. Aren't you going to sleep? I already did. Hurry up. Seeing the red blood vessels in his eyes, Lin An'an urged him to leave. Though she was playful, she genuinely cared about him. This is for you. Before leaving, Chu Mingzhou took out a small box and gently handed it to Lin An'an, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. Lin An'an looked at the small box in her hands, stunned for a moment, then opened it with surprise. Inside lay a Hero brand fountain pen, different from ordinary pens. The shell was off-white, glowing softly under the incandescent light, and the pen body was slender with smooth, beautiful lines. Lin An'an looked up at him, her eyes glistening. "Did you buy this for me?" Chu Mingzhou replied with a soft "You'll use it often in the future." Lin An'an beamed, moving closer to him while holding the pen. "I really like it." "Thank you, hubby. You're so thoughtful. I love you even more now." The faint sweetness filled the air, and the corners of Chu Mingzhou's eyes turned red. He tightened his grip, but eventually let go, helping her settle down. "I'm going to rest." In the current situation, even Chu Mingzhou didn't dare to stay too long, feeling his heart racing. If he continued, he wasn't sure what would happen. But he knew clearly that Lin An'an's health wasn't great, and they needed to maintain a proper distance. "Then you should go sleep. I'll tidy up and sleep too." After he walked a few steps, Lin An'an chuckled softly, muttering, "He's actually quite nice. He even gave me a pen. Can't he just kiss me before leaving?" Chu Mingzhou's footsteps obviously paused. He turned back to look at her, his eyes filled with disbelief. But Lin An'an shamelessly waved her hand. "Good night, hubby. Wish you sweet dreams." After sleeping for 4 to 5 hours, Lin An'an felt completely awake. First, she touched the sewing machine, casually pulled out a few sheets of paper, and sketched out the clothes she wanted to make for her family. Having a draft would save time later. She then returned to the room and took out the manuscript to start revising. The original framework was well written, so it wasn't tiring to modify it. It was just that the low table was a bit uncomfortable for sitting too long. While revising the manuscript, she occasionally stretched and moved her neck, feeling a great sense of accomplishment as she looked at the gradually improving content. After a while, feeling it was about time, she moved the manuscript and the low table aside and prepared to sleep. Lin An'an was also aware of her limits. She had to pick someone up tomorrow and couldn't stay up too late. The next morning, just as the sky showed a hint of dawn, there was already movement in Chu Mingzhou's room. First, there was the sound of a door opening, followed by the distant sound of flowing water. Lin An'an had slept too soundly, and her sleep became light. As soon as there was noise outside, she immediately got up. Stepping out of her room, she saw Chu Mingzhou busy in the yard, a large wooden basin beside him filled with soaked bed sheets, and he was bending over, scrubbing them vigorously. Lin An'an furrowed her brows slightly, filled with confusion. Why was he washing bed sheets so early in the morning? Upon hearing the movement behind him, Chu Mingzhou froze. Turning around to see Lin An'an, his face immediately turned red. His moment of embarrassment passed quickly, and he straightened up, his expression returning to normal. "Why are you up so early?" Lin An'an rubbed her hands together, exhaled a breath. "Hubby, why are you washing the bed sheets so early? It's so cold. Be careful with your hands, don't freeze them." Chu Mingzhou's eyes flickered, his tone inexplicably turning cold. "Go inside." "Huh?" Just then, the door to Chu Minglan's room also opened. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law standing in the yard, she was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, sister-in-law, aren't you cold?" Her reminder made Lin An'an shiver, and she quickly turned to head to the kitchen. "I'm freezing. I'll get some hot water to wash my face." After bringing out hot water, she reminded Chu Mingzhou again. "Hubby, you should go in too. Wait until the sun comes out to wash. It's too cold. Don't catch a cold." Chu Mingzhou responded with a soft However, his expression was as cold as the wind and snow. He recalled the vivid scenes from his dream, his brows furrowing even tighter. His mind was filled with her clingy calls of hubby. Having grown up, he had never had such an absurd dream. Chu Mingzhou glanced towards Lin An'an. His thin lips pressed into a line, and his movements quickened. Lin An'an was completely unaware of the situation. If she knew, she would definitely tease him. Captain Chu. Washing bed sheets with a cold face? Chapter 45. Mingzhou arrives with his wife by the time Lin An'an finished tidying up and came out. Breakfast was already set on the table. There was steaming red date and millet porridge, plump white steam buns, and a few plates of pickles. Her appetite was whetted. "Sister-in-law, here you go." "Thank you, Xiaolan." When Chu Mingzhou sat down, he didn't say a word. His expression and demeanor were as if it were the first day Lin An'an met him. Lin An'an felt suspicious but didn't think too much about it. Chatting casually with Chu Minglan. Aunt Chu's home was in Baitian County, which is situated in the northwest countryside, about an hour's drive from the military compound. The family was quite simple, consisting only of Aunt Chu and her 2 grandsons. Lin An'an seemed to realize something and didn't ask where her children were. Chu Mingzhou said, Uncle and seventh uncle are also martyrs. Most of the martyrs in the Northwest are soldiers who have already sacrificed. After finishing breakfast, Chu Mingzhou took out several items, including food that Lin's mother had brought from her hometown and 2 brand new thick cotton quilts. "Captain, I brought the car over," called out the soldier Li Hongjun from outside. "All right, park it there." Chu Mingzhou moved everything to the car. In the trunk, there was also a piece of cured ham, tightly wrapped in straw. Lin An'an and Chu Minglan also got into the car. The car slowly started, passing through the bustling city area, and finally drove along winding country roads, the wheels crunching over the snow. Outside the window were fields and villages unfamiliar to Lin An'an, now covered by a thick layer of pure white snow, creating a serene atmosphere. Chu Minglan looked out the window, seemingly lost in thought, and suddenly asked sister-in-law, "Yu Gu'er is a bit mischievous. Do you like him?" When Lin An'an looked up, she just happened to meet Chu Mingzhou's gaze in the rearview mirror. Although it was just a glance, she saw the concern in his eyes. Lin An'an reached out and pulled Chu Minglan closer, poking the little girl's cheek and smiling as she replied, "Of course. My mom says that naughty kids are clever. My brother was even naughtier when he was little." "Thank you, sister-in-law. What are you thanking me for? You're also my younger siblings." Chu Mingzhou focused on driving, not participating in the conversation. Compared to the morning, his expression had softened a lot. But thinking about that absurd dream, he still felt frustrated inside. Baitian County, Gaojiakuo. The car stopped in Aunt Chu's yard. In front of them was a large courtyard with 4 mud-tiled houses in a row, which looked a bit old, but the owner clearly took pride in cleanliness. Not only were the houses tidy, but even the snow in the yard had been thoroughly shoveled. There was also a large kitchen on the side, with smoke billowing from the chimney. A woman holding a child was coming over, and upon seeing the military vehicle, she hurriedly leaned in to take a look, just in time to meet Lin An'an's eyes. "Oh, Aunt Chu, your Mingzhou has brought his wife." As soon as she shouted, the kitchen door swung open, and several heads popped out. The first to come out was an elderly lady, her eyes squinting with a smile, looking particularly kind-hearted. Behind her were several aunts, all eagerly waiting to see the people in the car. Lin An'an and the others quickly got out of the car. Chu Mingzhou greeted everyone and introduced Lin An'an to Aunt Chu. Lin An'an nervously rubbed her hands together and politely greeted everyone. "Hello, Aunt Chu. Hello, aunts. I am Lin An'an." Aunt Chu, all smiles, took Lin An'an's hand and said, "An'an, you must be tired from the journey. Come in and warm up." Lin An'an felt a bit shy and shook her head. "Aunt, I'm not tired." The scenery along the way was quite nice. The nearby aunts gathered around, looking Lin An'an up and down, continuously complimenting her. "Wow, Mingzhou's wife is really beautiful. Indeed, she looks so smart. Mingzhou is lucky. But she is a bit too thin. By the way, we're making dumplings. An'an, are you hungry? I'll get you a bowl." As they chatted, they walked into the house. Lin An'an arrived at just the right time, coinciding with the villagers making dumplings. People in the Northwest love to eat beef and lamb, but during this era, beef and lamb were rare and could only be bought at the festival. Every family would choose this time to make lamb or beef dumplings, freeze them, and eat them during the new year. Aunt Chu was good at cooking, and since the kitchen was large, they would gather with neighbors to make dumplings together. The room was simply decorated but very tidy and warm, with a stove burning in the center, creating a cozy atmosphere. A group of people sat around Lin An'an, being very warm and welcoming. The aunts were all very kind, asking questions with just the right amount of curiosity. Chu Mingzhou moved the items he brought inside and casually took out several snacks for the aunts, giving extra to those with children. Everyone was delighted and kept showering compliments. Seeing that the kitchen work was almost done, everyone got busy. Aunt Chu brought dumplings to the 3 of them. "Try this. These are Mingzhou's favorite lamb and radish dumplings. I wonder if anyone will like them." "Thank you, Aunt Chu. I can eat them." Lin An'an picked up a dumpling and put it in her mouth. The delicious flavor of lamb and the sweetness of the radish blended perfectly, with no gamey taste at all, and it was very tasty. "Aunt Chu, these dumplings are really good." Seeing Lin An'an enjoying the food, Chu Mingzhou's lips also curled up slightly. Chapter 46. First meeting with you, Gu'er. Chu Minglan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, our Aunt Chu's dumplings are famous for being delicious in the village." Aunt Chu beamed with joy. "I'm glad you all like them. If anyone wants to eat them in the future, just let me know, and I'll make more for you to take home. As they ate dumplings, they chatted casually, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lin An'an wasn't very hungry and could only eat a few before feeling full. The remaining dumplings were taken away by Chu Mingzhou, all ending up in his stomach. Seeing the good relationship between the couple, Aunt Chu was quite pleased. "Auntie, I'll wash the dishes." Lin An'an volunteered to help clear the table, but Aunt Chu quickly stopped her. "An'an, you don't need to do anything. Just sit there." Unable to insist further, she let Lin An'an have her way. After finishing the dumplings, there was a commotion coming from the room. Chu Minglan hurried inside and soon came out with 3 little turnip heads. "Sister-in-law, this is Yu Ger, this is Chung Ger, and this is Ji Ger," Chu Minglan introduced. The 3 children looked to be around the same age, about 8 or 9 years old, and they resembled each other, looking quite adorable with their round faces and tidy attire. Lin An'an looked at the 3 children and smiled gently. She crouched down and softly said, "Hello. I'm very happy to meet you." The 3 children were a bit shy, but politely responded, "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin An'an patted Chu Mingyu's head and asked Xiaoyu, "Is your leg better?" "Yes, it doesn't hurt at all now." "That's great." Lin An'an hurriedly took out the red envelopes she had prepared earlier, giving each of them one, along with 3 bags of candies, 1 for each. "Wow, what kind of candy is this? It smells so good." The children, having simple minds, had no concept of the red envelopes and casually placed them on the table, their attention fully on the colorful candies. After spending some time with the 3 little ones, Lin An'an quickly bonded with them. "Sister-in-law, let me show you my invention." "Huh? Did you invent something yourself?" "What is it?" Chu Mingyu puffed out his chest proudly. "It's a train." "A train?" Lin An'an was a bit confused. When she saw a pile of copper and iron on the ground, she was even more puzzled. "Sister-in-law, I'm really amazing." Chu Mingyu waved a piece of iron in front of Lin An'an, his eyes sparkling, as if waiting for her praise. Lin An'an took it and examined the dark iron piece closely. "Could this be the train engine? That's amazing. Xiaoyu, are you going to make the carriages too?" "How did sister-in-law know this is the train engine?" I could tell at a glance." Lin An'an narrowed her eyes, not caring about logic anymore, and began to praise Xiaoyu. "You're so impressive. Will this train be able to run?" "Yes, it will. Once I finish it all, and when I power it up, the little train will run by itself," Chu Mingyu said excitedly, gesturing animatedly, while Lin An'an listened attentively. He felt her praise filled him with joy. "I believe Xiaoyu can definitely do it." In that moment, Chu Mingyu thought his sister-in-law was the best person in the family, the only one who understood him, and she was particularly nice, making him feel quite remarkable. After lunch, it was almost time for them to say goodbye. Lin An'an initially thought Chu Mingyu would be reluctant to leave, but to her surprise, he was very decisive this time, gathering his pile of copper and iron and asking Chu Mingzhou to put it in the trunk. He waved goodbye to Aunt Chu and his 2 brothers, signaling that he was leaving. Lin An'an was still standing there when the little guy unexpectedly took the initiative to come forward and hold her hand. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Chu Mingzhou watched this scene, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he called for Chu Minglan to get in the car. As the car slowly started, Aunt Chu and the others stood at the gate, waving goodbye. Lin An'an rolled down the car window, reaching out her hand. "Annie, we'll see you during the new year. Take care of your health." "All right. And then, be careful on the road." Just before the meal, Chu Mingzhou had discussed with Lin An'an and decided to bring Aunt Chu and the 3 boys to celebrate the new year together. One reason was that he was worried Lin An'an would have a hard time. Her body couldn't handle too much labor, and there were many trivial matters during the new year, which would be difficult to manage with just Chu Minglan. The second reason was that he felt the elderly would be lonely, as there were few family members, making the new year feel quite deserted. Lin An'an had no objections. Aunt Chu was kind, and the 2 boys were well-behaved and sensible, so it was all good. The atmosphere in the car was very relaxed, as Chu Mingyu chattered about various interesting things in the village, while Chu Minglan shared updates about their lives. Lin An'an listened attentively, occasionally sharing her thoughts, which made the 2 little guys burst into laughter. Chu Mingzhou focused on driving, occasionally glancing at the back through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with tenderness. As they passed through the city center of Baitian County, the car turned into a small alley. "Brother, where are we going?" Chu Minglan was the first to notice something was off and asked. "We're going to buy something for your sister-in-law." Lin An'an blinked, wondering what there was to buy in this unfamiliar place. Chu Mingzhou parked the car in front of a small alley, instructing everyone to stay in the car and not to wander off, and then he got out. Shortly after, Lin An'an saw him coming back with a bag. "Here, it's goat milk soap." Lin An'an was a bit surprised. She took the bag and glanced inside at the goat milk soap. Chapter 47 Moving Rooms. The blocks of goat milk soap lay quietly in the bag, emanating a faint, creamy yellow glow. They were perfectly square, with cut edges that still showed signs of roughness. As I leaned in to sniff, a light milky fragrance wafted through the air, not overpowering, but carrying the natural sweetness of goat milk, mingled with a hint of floral and herbal scents, fresh and pleasant. Why did I think of buying goat milk soap? Chu Mingzhou sat back in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt as he said, Baitian County is also known as Sheep County. Goat milk soap is a local specialty craft here. You should like it. I really like it. Of course you'll like it. Things these days are all pure and natural, with no additives. This is a true product of traditional craftsmanship. Having goat milk soap for bathing is quite a luxury. Thank you, Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou met her gaze through the rearview mirror, paused for a moment, and simply replied with a soft emma. Lin An'an noticed that his complexion had improved significantly. He wasn't looking dark or downcast anymore, which indicated that he was in a better mood. The car started again, continuing towards the northwest military district. The car was filled with laughter and chatter as Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu began discussing how to celebrate the new year. Before long, they drove into the military district compound. Chu Mingzhou parked the car, and everyone got out one after another. Chu Mingyu and Chu Minglan rushed to the trunk to unload their things. Lin An'an wanted to help, but was stopped by Chu Mingzhou. "You go in first." Lin An'an shrugged helplessly and waved to Chu Mingyu. "Xiaoyu, let us go in first." Aunt Chu had asked several people to bring back a lot of goods from the village. Chu Mingzhou moved the items into the kitchen to organize them, putting away what needed to be stored and freezing what needed to be frozen. Lin An'an then began moving her belongings, having packed her luggage yesterday. And now she was preparing to move into Chu Minglan's room to return this room to Chu Mingyu. "Sister An'an." Just as Lin An'an was moving, she heard a familiar female voice. Looking outside, she saw Jiang Tong waving at her from the yard. "Sister An'an, hurry and open the door." The door was opened by Chu Mingzhou, and Lin An'an had her hands full, making it inconvenient for her to do so. "Thank you, Mingzhou. Are you busy? Do you need my help?" "No need." After receiving a cold face from Chu Mingzhou, Jiang Tong didn't mind at all. Instead, she smiled even more sweetly. Jiang Tong was holding a bag containing peeled and cut sugarcane. "Sister An'an, look what I brought you. It's your favorite sugarcane." Lin An'an, the original owner, didn't like sugarcane, and neither did Lin An'an. This sugarcane was clearly something Jiang Tong liked. How could she bring it as a favor? "Why are you here? Is there something going on?" With people coming to the house, Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu were naturally curious and leaned out to see. When Jiang Tong's eyes met Chu Mingyu's, they brightened, and she quickly stepped forward, greeting him warmly. "Hey, who is this? He is so cute." Chu Mingyu flattered, shyly hid behind Chu Minglan. However, the little guy was very polite and greeted Jiang Tong. "Hello, sister, I'm Yugur." Jiang Tong stepped forward, intending to hug him, but was instinctively blocked by Chu Minglan. "Sister, Yugur doesn't like to be hugged. Otherwise, he will get angry." Jiang Tong paused, then stopped her movement. Seeing that everyone was carrying things and the door behind them was wide open, she quickly changed the topic. "Sister An'an, what are you all moving?" "Moving rooms." "Moving rooms?" Jiang Tong looked around, confused, and asked, "This is Xiaolan's room, right?" Chu Minglan nodded instinctively. Jiang Tong immediately realized her heart skipped a beat, and she almost blurted out, "Sister An'an, let me help you move." "Are you moving to live with Xiaolan?" Jiang Tong's smile hadn't faded, but Lin An'an directly denied her. "No. I'm returning this room to Xiaoyu. Of course, I'm moving to Mingzhou's room." With that, she turned and walked towards Chu Mingzhou's room next door. Chu Minglan blinked and quickly understood, running ahead to open the door for her. Jiang Tong's smile froze on her face, muttering, "Moving to Mingzhou's room?" The happiness that had just risen a moment ago completely dissipated. She felt something was off. Didn't they say they had filed for divorce? Clearly, everyone in this courtyard knew they were getting a divorce. If they were getting divorced, why would they sleep in the same bed? No, they couldn't possibly not get divorced, right? As soon as this thought arose, Jiang Tong immediately dismissed it. Impossible. There was no reason for it. Chu Mingzhou's room was very orderly, clean, and hygienic, with simple furnishings. A large heated Kong occupied the main space of the room, with the sheets and quilt neatly arranged. On the left side against the wall was a wooden wardrobe, 2 camphor-wood boxes, and on the right side was a wash basin stand, with neatly stacked towels hanging above and a porcelain basin. Lin An'an hesitated, not daring to move things around casually, so she placed everything on the Kong for now, planning to move to Chu Minglin's room after Jiang Tong left. There was no other way. Lin An'an felt anxious inside. Her apprehension towards Jiang Tong seemed instinctual, and she absolutely couldn't show any weakness in front of her. Chapter 48. Guarantee. Chu Mingzhou glanced through the kitchen window at the direction of the room, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips, clearly in a good mood. Jiang Tong stood in place, her expression shifting, her heart feeling like it had been turned upside down. She bit her lip, forcing a smile as she walked towards Lin An'an, pretending to be casual. Sister An'an, let me help you. Seeing you and Mingzhou brother getting along so well makes me happy for you. Lin An'an could see through Jiang Tong's intentions, but only smiled and replied, no need. My things are very simple. I've already moved everything. With that, she closed the door to Chu Mingzhou's room, not allowing her to enter. By the way, did you come here today to bring me sugarcane? Aren't you supposed to be at work? I have something to ask Mingzhou brother for help. Jiang Tong finally remembered her purpose for coming, glancing at the kitchen with a hint of grievance. Seeing Chu Mingzhou, a big man, busying himself, her heart ached even more. Oh, what is it? The weather outside was really cold, and Lin An'an stepped toward the main hall. Without needing her to invite, Jiang Tong immediately followed. It's like this. I'm currently living in the company dormitory for the bus company, and the environment there is quite poor, so bad that it's hardly livable. So I want to apply for an employee room in the family housing of the bus company. But the boss said I lack qualifications, and I can only apply after 1 or 2 years, unless I have a guarantor. Jiang Tong entered the main hall and immediately spotted the brand new sewing machine. Her eyes widened, and her words came to a halt. Why should this be? That was the 3 words that popped into Jiang Tong's mind. With Lin An'an's situation, why should she be able to live in such a nice place, spacious and comfortable, even with a sewing machine? It had only been a few days. People are most vulnerable to comparison. Jiang Tong thought of Chu Mingzhou's rank and conditions, then looked at Lin An'an's life and her own life. Jiang Tong's eyes turned red. Family housing? That must be for employee housing. As a ticket seller, you're still new to the job, so indeed you lack qualifications. Lin An'an's words were straightforward but also factual. Employee housing can be transferred to one's name. How can that compare to a temporary dormitory? You've only been working for 2 days. Can you really think so highly of yourself? You really dare to think, I want to ask Mingzhou brother for help. No, Lin An'an directly refused, without a hint of politeness. Why not? Sister An'an, you can go see for yourself. My living conditions are really, really bad. A small room shared with 3 other people, so cramped that you can't even turn around. There isn't even a fire pit. It's so cold at night that I can't sleep. Jiang Tong felt more and more aggrieved, her eyes slightly reddening. Lin An'an, however, remained unmoved. She slightly raised her chin, adopting the lecturing tone that Jiang Tong hated the most. Tong, you said it yourself. You lack qualifications, so you should strive for better conditions through your own efforts. Not always think of shortcuts. Besides, your brother-in-law is very busy. You shouldn't get involved in such matters. One calls him Mingzhou brother, the other corrects to call him brother-in-law. Don't think things are so simple. Mingzhou's identity is special. He can't casually guarantee for others. Moreover, even if he could help you, it would depend on the situation. Your current situation doesn't meet the criteria at all. If he helps you, would that be fair to others? Jiang Tong was left speechless by Lin An'an's words. She felt both angry and annoyed, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Sister An'an, how can you say that about me? Tong, I'm doing this for your own good. You need to learn to be independent and not always rely on others. Jiang Tong bit her lip, and when Chu Mingzhou came in with a bowl of noodles, she seized the moment to say, Sister An'an, I just want to improve my living conditions. If you don't care about me, that's fine. I just want to ask Mingzhou brother for a small favor. It's a small thing for him. He can't possibly refuse even this little help, right? Lin An'an looked at Chu Mingzhou with a half-smile. Chu Mingzhou just glanced at Jiang Tong and ignored her. He placed a plate of nuts in front of Lin An'an, which was given by his aunt. Lin An'an took a look and noted that this was proper homegrown stuff, better than what you could buy in the market. Thank you, husband. Seeing that both of them were ignoring her, Jiang Tong clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and braved herself to bypass Lin An'an, turning to Chu Mingzhou to repeat her request. Chu Mingzhou raised his eyelids, coldly uttering 2 words, "No time." He couldn't even be bothered to come up with a reason for refusal. Upon hearing those cold words, "No time," Jiang Tong felt frozen in place, her face alternating between green and white. She never expected Chu Mingzhou to refuse her so simply, leaving no room for negotiation. She looked at Lin An'an again, who shrugged, indicating she couldn't help. Jiang Tong felt both angry and humiliated, tears welling up in her eyes. She hadn't thought such a simple request would be rejected. Continuing to press would be futile, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, the bus is about to leave. I'll leave first." With that, she didn't wait for Lin An'an to respond and quickly turned to run towards the door, feeling extremely aggrieved. Lin An'an smiled slightly, still politely calling out Tong Tong. "Take care. Thank you for your sugarcane." Chapter 49. A half-pig came to the house. Jiang Tong paused for a moment, but did not respond to Lin An'an's words, only quickening her pace and walking straight out the door. With a loud bang, the door closed, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to quiet down significantly, dissipating the awkward and subtle tension that had just been there. Chu Minglan pouted and sighed softly. Finally, she was gone. Chu Mingyu nodded along. That sister was so fierce. She looked a bit scary. Chu Mingzhou looked at the 2 little ones and frowned slightly, pretending to be serious as he said, "All right, no more discussing others." Lin An'an raised an eyebrow, feeling very happy. "Xiaolan, I'll make you clothes later." "Really?" "Of course. I've already drawn the designs. Each of you 3 will get a piece." These days, it's not easy for kids to get new clothes. In every household, the older siblings typically wore clothes until they were worn out, and only then were they passed down to the younger ones. If they weren't torn, they continued to be worn. If they were torn, they were patched up and worn again. Hearing that everyone would have a piece and that it was a design and that she would make it herself, the 2 little ones were overjoyed. In their excitement, Lin An'an completely forgot about moving rooms. By the time Chu Mingzhou helped her pack her belongings, made the bed, and even hung her towel on the rack. "I'm heading to the army. Got something to do. Goodbye, brother." "Mingzhou, bye-bye." As he left, Chu Mingzhou looked relaxed and in a good mood. Lin An'an rolled up her sleeves, took out her tools, and began measuring the 2 of them. For Chu Minglan, she bought light blue printed fabric, a gentle sky blue with white daisies printed on it, making it look soft and pretty overall. When held up against the little girl, it made her look very lively. "Xiaolan, I want to make you a mid-length cotton coat that covers your hips for better warmth, with a lapel design and a zipper in front." The surprise in Chu Minglan's eyes was hard to suppress as she reached out her little hand to touch the fabric, somewhat reluctant to part with it. "Sister-in-law, I've never seen such beautiful fabric. Why don't you make something for yourself?" "I can't wear it." "You have to wear it. This is my intention." Chu Minglan felt a bit troubled, but ultimately nodded earnestly. "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. But this is the prettiest I've ever seen." Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh at her expression. "Of course. I promise to make it beautiful for you. When you wear it, you'll be the cutest little girl in our military compound." Chu Mingyu watched eagerly from the side. "Sister-in-law, what about me? Can I have a new outfit as pretty as my sister's?" Lin An'an reached out and ruffled Chu Mingyu's hair. "Of course. I plan to make you a matching set. A thick cotton coat with a hood and pocketed cotton pants." She opened the earthy yellow fabric for Chu Mingyu to choose from and pointed. "Sister-in-law will also use another color for the cuffs, and we can add a little pom-pom on the hood for decoration. It will definitely be super cute." Chu Mingyu was thrilled, dancing with excitement. "Wow, that's great. I'm getting new clothes. Sister-in-law is so nice to me." Seeing the 2 little ones so happy brought a smile to Lin An'an's face. "All right, stand still. I'm going to measure your sizes." "Okay, sister-in-law." The 2 cooperated well, making it easy for Lin An'an to measure. Once the sizes were taken, she immediately got to work cutting the fabric. However, her body wasn't in great shape, so she worked slowly, stopping frequently. Chu Minglan quietly kept her company, occasionally bringing her a cup of hot water or handing her a thread, being very well behaved. Unknowingly, the afternoon passed, and the cutting work was nearly complete. Lin An'an stretched, realizing it had been a long time since she had worked with fabric. It was quite exhausting. Tomorrow, I'll stuff it with cotton and sew it up. Chu Minglan bent down to help Lin An'an tidy up the table, carefully organizing the fabric and tools. Sister-in-law, can I learn? Once I learn, I'll make you new clothes to wear. Sure, just watch first, then I'll teach you. I'm looking forward to the clothes Xiaolan makes for me. Chu Mingzhou said he would bring back some vegetables, but Lin An'an never expected he would. Bring back half a pig. She watched as Chu Mingzhou and someone else carried the pig into the kitchen, along with a basket full of vegetables. Unable to resist, Lin An'an walked over and circled around that half pig. This pig is as big as a cow. How are we going to finish it? Chu Mingzhou lightly smiled, but didn't mention that he exchanged it for a task reward. He just wanted her to eat well. Stay outside. I'll handle this. Huh? The army farm slaughtered livestock today, and our family got this share. The new year is coming soon. We need to start preparing, Chu Mingzhou explained. Our family? Lin An'an loved hearing that. She smiled and thought of cured meat, sausages, blood sausage, braised meat. Chu Mingyu also ran over, clapping his hands excitedly. Wow, brother, can we eat meat now? Braised pork, braised ribs, twice-cooked pork. The little guy listed all the big dishes he knew in one breath, making Lin An'an salivate. Lin An'an stroked her chin, recalling a marinade recipe. You take Xiaoyu outside first. Chu Mingzhou urged again. Lin An'an nodded. Mingzhou, save the pig's head, tail. An offal for me. Tomorrow, Xiaolan, and I will make marinated dishes. Marinated dishes? Chu Mingzhou glanced at Lin An'an, a bit doubtful. But recalling how good Lin's mother was at cooking, he said nothing further, assuming Lin An'an remembered some cooking methods. Lin An'an immediately wrote down a list of ingredients. Star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, grass fruit, fennel, Sichuan pepper, cloves, sand ginger, white cardamom, mountain pepper. Fearing that some of the ingredients might be hard to find, she wrote down a few substitutes as well. Chu Mingzhou first dismantled the pork, sorting it out, marinating it, and freezing it. Then he turned around and started cooking, with Chu Minglan helping him. The two siblings worked very efficiently. Lin An'an initially wanted Chu Mingzhou to bring back the seasonings tomorrow, but after thinking about it, she decided it would be better for her to go to the supply and marketing cooperative herself to familiarize herself more since the new year was coming soon. Braised ribs, sauerkraut stew, onion scrambled eggs, winter melon, and kelp soup. Chu Mingzhou served the completed dishes one by one on the table, and the tempting aroma instantly filled the entire room. Chu Mingyu could hardly wait, rushing to sit at the dining table, his eyes fixed on the food. It smells so good. Lin An'an served everyone rice and gave Chu Mingzhou a thumbs up. Mingzhou, your cooking is top-notch. Chu Mingzhou glanced at her, his eyes filled with a smile. Time to eat. The family gathered around the dining table and began to eat. Chu Mingyu was the first to pick up a piece of braised rib and put it in his mouth. With a gentle bite, the tender, juicy rib made his eyes light up. So delicious. Brother, this meat is so good, I love it. Chu Minglan also took a piece and nodded along. If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. Okay, I want 2 big bowls of rice. Then I'll eat a lot of meat. Lin An'an sipped her soup slowly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before. A deep sense of sibling affection. Chapter 50, When Will You Rest? After dinner, Lin An'an initially wanted to finish the clothes, but suddenly she couldn't catch her breath, feeling a tightness in her chest, and her whole condition was off. Cough, cough, cough. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Chu Mingyu had never seen Lin An'an like this when she was unwell, and her cough scared the child quite a bit. Chu Mingzhou hurried from the kitchen to the living room, his brows furrowed tightly, with worry in his eyes. Did you take your medicine? Why is it suddenly so serious? Lin An'an covered her chest, coughing and nodding. I took it. Maybe I was busy all day and got tired, cough, cough. Her face turned a bit pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, looking very weak. Chu Mingzhou quickly stepped forward, gently supporting her to sit properly in the chair, turning to take the hot water from Chu Minglan's hands. Drink some hot water first to ease it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have taken you out. Chu Minglan was also anxious. Sister-in-law, I don't want the clothes anymore. Your health is the most important. Drink the water first and see if you feel better. After saying that, she hurried to help Lin An'an rub her back, hoping to make her feel more comfortable. Cough, cough, cough. Lin An'an waved her hand, indicating she was fine. Chu Mingyu, standing beside her, had reddened eyes and called out to his sister-in-law with a choked voice. Looking pitiful, if Lin An'an weren't feeling so unwell, she would have been charmed by his appearance. Xiaoyu, don't cry. I'm fine. Another fit of coughing. Lin An'an felt like her internal organs were about to come out. It was too uncomfortable. Chu Mingzhou's eyebrows remained tightly knitted as he glanced at the time and said, I'll take you to the military hospital to have a look. Saying this, he prepared to carry Lin An'an outside. Lin An'an hurriedly grabbed him. No need, Mingzhou. I'm fine now. I just felt a bit uncomfortable earlier, but I'm better now. It's late at night. Don't make a fuss. She insisted on refusing, and Chu Mingzhou had no choice but to sit back down. After a while, her coughing gradually stopped. Okay, Lin An'an wanted to say she was fine and that they should go about their business and let her finish the clothes. However, Chu Mingzhou completely denied her the chance and abruptly picked her up, carrying her straight into the room. Lin An'an was taken aback by Chu Mingzhou's sudden action and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, weakly saying, What are you doing? I'm really fine. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips tightly together, looking down at her deeply. You go rest. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu jogged behind them, making Lin An'an feel incredibly embarrassed. Sister-in-law, just listen to brother and have a good rest. Yes, sister-in-law, please rest. Yuji doesn't want you to feel unwell anymore. Chu Mingzhou carried Lin An'an into the room and gently placed her on the bed, carefully taking off her shoes and coat. Lin An'an looked around, stunned. The left side of the heated bed had obviously been tidied up, with a thick quilt laid out and her little floral pillow placed there. I sleep here? Chu Mingzhou simply replied with a light adjusted the quilt for her, covering her snugly. Just lie down obediently. I'll bring water in for you to wash up soon. Lin An'an. His gaze was so resolute that Lin An'an retracted any further arguments. Since things had come to this, it would indeed be unreasonable to be coy. You pack my luggage for me? Your clothes and miscellaneous items are in the cabinet, and your books and notebooks are in the first sandalwood box. Lin An'an bit her lip lightly, tried to explain. Staying was one thing, but she still wanted to maintain her pride. I intended to sleep in Xiaolan's room. Didn't Jiang Tong suddenly come? So, I didn't intentionally sneak into the quilt. Chu Mingzhou laughed in exasperation, leaning a little closer and saying in a deep voice, We are husband and wife. Lin An'an nodded like a little chick pecking rice, raising a finger to poke at his chest, pushing him away just a bit. I know. Chu Mingzhou looked at her slender finger. Rest well. Lin An'an gazed at Chu Mingzhou, feeling a bit flustered, mixed with an unusual sentiment. She curled up in the quilt, exposing only her eyes, and whispered then, When do you rest? Chu Mingzhou only chuckled lightly and stood up to leave. Before long, he brought in a basin of hot water. Lin An'an, feeling dazed from the warmth of the bed, became fully alert. The towel was wrung out by Chu Mingzhou. Her face was washed by Chu Mingzhou. Even her feet were dried by Chu Mingzhou. Lin An'an was completely taken aback, opening her mouth, but not knowing what to say, feeling so shy. She lay back on the bed, pulling the quilt tightly around herself, closing her eyes, trying to avoid thinking about it. Chu Mingzhou watched her like this, finding it amusing. Sleep early. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room, gently closing the door. The bed was warm, and Lin An'an felt hot all over, but her heart was icy. After pretending to be asleep for a long time, the heat on her face wouldn't go down, and her mind kept replaying every little action of Chu Mingzhou drying her feet. She was going crazy. She turned over in the quilt, burying her face in the pillow. Try not to think about those embarrassing things. But the more she tried, the more uncontrollable her thoughts became. Chu Mingzhou was clearly so stern and serious, yet he occasionally revealed endless tenderness. He spoke little, acted a lot, was handsome, had a great figure, and was considerate. Undeniably, Lin An'an was quite taken with this nominal husband. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she eventually fell asleep. Chu Mingzhou filled the water tank, tidied up the house, and after coaxing Chu Mingyu to sleep, he finished washing up and entered the room. A glance revealed a small mound on the bed. Chu Mingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he lightly climbed onto the bed. The dim oil lamp in the room went out, replaced by the bright moonlight outside. Chu Mingzhou lay on his side on the bed, quietly gazing at Lin An'an's sleeping face in the soft moonlight. Her little face appeared especially gentle under the moonlight, with long eyelashes slightly fluttering, as if she were immersed in sweet dreams. As he watched, a wave of unprecedented tenderness surged in his heart. He reached out, wanting to tuck a strand of hair behind Lin An'an's ear, but fearing to disturb her beautiful dream, his hand paused in midair. In the end, he only gently tucked her quilt in. Chapter 51. The performing arts troupe people. The next day, Chu Mingzhou went to the army early in the morning. By the time Lin An'an got up, there was no one around her, which spared her from any embarrassment. Breakfast was made by Chu Minglan, a simple sweet potato porridge with some side dishes, which the three of them enjoyed immensely. Sister-in-law, can't lie to you, that marinated meat, TSK, TSK, TSK. I guarantee it's a taste you've never experienced before. Is it really that delicious? But, sister-in-law, that pig intestine is not tasty. Lin An'an shook a finger. That's a problem with the cooking method. Once sister-in-law prepares it for you, you'll know what real deliciousness is. The two little ones were salivating at Lin An'an's description, swallowing hard. In the end, even Chu Mingyu refused to stay home and insisted on going with them to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy groceries. Ugur, it's very cold outside. I'm not afraid of the cold, really. Chu Mingyu looked eager, and in the end, he was taken along. The sun was shining warmly overhead, a rare good weather. But it was still winter, and no matter how nice the weather, it was bone-chilling cold. Lin An'an had one child holding her left hand and the other holding her right, making their way to the supply and marketing cooperative much faster than usual. Since they arrived early, there were quite a few people gathered around the cooperative. Xiaolon, Xiaoyu, stay close to me. Let us be quick and head back home after we finish shopping. Chu Minglan nodded obediently. Got it, sister-in-law. I'll keep an eye on you, Gur. Chu Mingyu also patted his chest and assured, sister-in-law, I want to run off. I'll stay by your side and do whatever you say. All right, let us go in. Once they entered the cooperative, it was even more bustling inside, with various noisy voices intertwined, so crowded that it was hard to move. It was just before the new year, and coincidentally, it was the season for purchasing New Year goods at the cooperative, so no wonder there were so many people. Lin An'an looked around and headed straight for the seasoning shelf. Sister-in-law, look, what is that? Huh? After just a few steps, Lin An'an was pulled back by Chu Minglan, following her finger to see a small television. Lin An'an was indeed surprised to see the small TV. In this era, televisions were rare items, and she didn't expect to see one in the cooperative. Many people were gathered around, watching and discussing. Oh my, that really is a television. I've only heard about it before, but now I'm seeing it in person. I heard it has many people inside. I wonder what it looks like. I'm not sure about that, but this thing must be expensive, right? Ordinary folks like us can't afford it. That's true. This one was ordered by the performing arts troupe. Lin An'an squinted her eyes, treating it as just a spectacle. The television was about 14 inches in size, with a small screen and thick body. If placed in modern times, it could truly be called shabby. But in this era, it was a high-tech product. Sister-in-law, what is this television for? What can you watch on it? Chu Minglan had just curiously asked when she was accidentally bumped into, and her whole body lurched forward. Xiaolon. Lin An'an reacted quickly and caught her, but she was too slender and not as strong as Chu Minglan, an 11-year-old child. Before the surrounding people even realized what was happening, Lin An'an fell straight back. Watch out. A figure suddenly rushed towards Lin An'an, one hand on her back and the other gripping her arm, pulling her back hard. Lin An'an felt her soul nearly leave her body. Sister-in-law, sister. It was not until Chu Mingyu stood in front of them with teary eyes that the surrounding discussions began to stir. Lin An'an glanced sideways and saw a very handsome young man in military uniform, tall and slender, with a gentle demeanor that gave a good impression. Comrade, are you all right? Lin An'an hurriedly steadied herself and took a step back. She nodded gratefully. I'm fine, thanks to your timely help. Thank you. She then turned to check on the two little ones. Xiaolon, you weren't scared, were you? Chu Minglan patted her chest, still a bit shaken. Sister-in-law. I'm fine, but that scared me to death just now. If you hadn't caught me, I would have fallen badly. Luckily, this big brother helped. Lin An'an patted the heads of the two little ones to comfort them, then looked back at the young man and thanked him again. Really, thank you so much. The young man waved his hand, about to say it was nothing, but was interrupted by a clear voice. Instructor. A group of people in military uniforms entered the cooperative, both men and women, all youthful and vibrant. People from the performing arts troupe? Lin An'an thought to herself, and the discussions around her confirmed it. This group was indeed from the performing arts troupe, here to pick up the television. The young man turned to look at them, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly a bit helpless at being interrupted. However, he still waved to them, indicating he had heard. A group of people quickly surrounded them, and the girl with braided hair spoke first. Instructor, what happened over here? The young man glanced at the girl with braids and replied calmly, It's nothing serious. This comrade and her sister almost got knocked over just now, and I just pulled her back to avoid any accidents. The girl with braids lightly huffed and said, Oh, I see. That sounds quite dangerous. But her expression showed a hint of disdain, and she looked Lin An'an up and down a few times, slightly disapproving. Seeing her attitude, Lin An'an felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't want to escalate the situation, so she just politely smiled and nodded slightly to the young man. Thank you very much. Well, we'll be leaving now. As she spoke, she prepared to take Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu away. With so many people in the cooperative, they had to be careful and not fall again. They didn't want to trouble anyone else for help. The girl's words had a sharp undertone. Chu Minglan frowned in anger and said, Sister, how can you talk like that? We didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. And this big brother helped us out of kindness. We're very grateful. Well, you said isn't right. Lin An'an hurriedly pulled Chu Minglan back, pushing her behind her. Xiaolon, it's okay. Sister-in-law is here. Seeing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he sternly criticized the girl, Su Yao. What kind of words are you saying? When we're out, helping each other is what we should do. How can you be so sarcastic? Hurry up and apologize to this comrade. The girl named Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise, her tone filled with grievance. Instructor, I didn't mean anything bad. I was just trying to remind her nicely. Why do I have to apologize? Chapter 52. Preparing marinated delicacies. The young man furrowed his brows even tighter. What do you mean by that attitude? It's obvious what you meant. Hurry up and apologize. Don't make me say it a second time. Su Yao bit her lip, reluctantly looking at Lin An'an, her voice barely audible. Comrade, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention when I spoke just now. Please don't take it to heart. Lin An'an stepped aside, feeling unworthy of this apology. It wasn't her who asked for it, and the members of the art troupe were all glaring in anger. What was going on? It was baffling. You don't need to apologize. After saying that, she nodded at the young man and quickly led Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu towards the seasoning shelf. Not wanting to linger any longer, the young man watched Lin An'an's departing figure, lost in thought. Instructor, do you know that female comrade? No. The young man turned and walked towards the counter where the television was placed, rummaging through his pocket for a receipt. Everyone had gathered around the television counter, and no one was paying attention to Lin An'an and the two children anymore. If we had known there would be so many people, we would have come in the afternoon. Though she said this, Lin An'an felt a bit relieved. The supply and marketing cooperative had a full range of seasonings. Thanks to the new stock arriving at the end of the year, they had managed to buy all the main ingredients for the marinated seasoning packs, and even a few rare items had substitutes. After carefully purchasing all the seasonings, Lin An'an turned to buy some snacks, with sesame candy and peanut cakes that had just arrived. Until the basket was full, the three of them finally left the supply and marketing cooperative. Surprisingly, the members of the art troupe had not left yet. Hey, you say Su Yao is interesting. Getting all worked up just because there's a female comrade by the instructor's side. That's right. You know, Su Yao is the instructor's date, and he's having a headache over it. Don't mention Su Yao. The instructor will scold you again. Yes, it's a huge deal that the television has arrived. We thought we might get to watch it too. But unfortunately, Song Quan is still in the hospital, and our art troupe has lost the flutist and accordion player. So the television is out of the question. A few male comrades are chatting there, while Lin An'an held onto the two little ones, walking straight past them. A military jeep stopped in front of her, blocking her path. Lin An'an paused, intending to go around it, but the window rolled down, revealing the voice of Chu Mingzhou. Lin An'an and the two children looked up in unison. The person sitting in the front passenger seat of the military vehicle could only be Chu Mingzhou. Mingzhou, brother. Chu Mingzhou acknowledged the three of them with a nod, hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and got out. Lin An'an felt a lightness on her back as he took the basket from her. What are you doing here? Chu Mingzhou helped the three of them into the back seat and placed the basket in the trunk before returning to his seat in the front. The report I did last time should be on television before the end of the year. I'm here to pick up a television. Lin An'an recalled the television that the art troupe had bought. Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou's window hadn't gone up yet when Lu Qing caught him off guard. He smiled and reached for the car door, but was stopped by Chu Mingzhou. Wait a moment. I'll drop my wife home first. She's not feeling well. Lu Qing paused, and before he could say anything, Su Yao beside him spoke up first. Captain Chu, is this how you borrow things? Is your special operations unit trying to borrow our art troupe's television, and now you won't let our instructor get in the car? What does that mean? Shut up. Instructor. Lin An'an blinked, feeling a bit confused. What a coincidence. The young man who had helped her was indeed the instructor of the art troupe. He called Chu Mingzhou by his first name, indicating a close relationship. Then I'll wait for you here for a bit. Your home is not far anyway. The young man stepped back a few paces, politely showing no concern about Chu Mingzhou dropping someone off first. Okay. Chu Mingzhou directly raised the car window and instructed the soldier next to him to drive. Lin An'an suddenly felt that she was different from the others. Look at Captain Chu's sour face towards others. What a bad attitude. So arrogant. Brother, I almost fell in the supply and marketing cooperative, and it was that big brother who helped us. Chu Minglan recounted what had just happened at the cooperative. Chu Mingzhou glanced at Lin An'an, scanning her from head to toe before softly asking, "Are you okay?" Lin An'an shook her head. "I'm fine. I was held up, right? In the future, if Lan Jie falls, you don't need to help her. She's tougher than you." Lin An'an, is this what an older brother should say? Lin An'an hurriedly glanced at Chu Minglan, afraid the little girl would feel sad. But she didn't. Chu Minglan seemed to suddenly realize. Thinking her big brother made a lot of sense. Indeed, if I fall, it's no big deal. Sister-in-law is not allowed to help me in the future. Lin An'an, the Chu family was indeed not far from the supply and marketing cooperative. It only took a few minutes to drive. The car stopped at the door, and without saying anything, Chu Mingzhou took the basket to the kitchen first, then quickly instructed Chu Minglan a couple of things before turning to leave. Lin An'an watched Chu Mingzhou's departing figure, feeling a bit amused. He was clearly caring and attentive towards his family, but insisted on keeping a cold face. Xiaolan, come on, let's unpack the things we bought. Sister-in-law will start making marinated delicacies soon. Coming. Chu Mingyu excitedly followed along. Sister-in-law, I won't make trouble. I'll just watch beside you. When the marinated food is ready, can I be the first to taste it? Sure. Lin An'an smiled and led the two little ones into the kitchen, handing sesame candy and peanut cakes to Chu Mingyu to snack on while she began preparing the marinated seasoning pack. Chu Minglan tidied up the firewood and started boiling water. The ingredients needed, like pig heads, pigtails, and pig offal, had all been prepared by Chu Mingzhou overnight. Lin An'an just had to marinate them. It couldn't be easier. First, saute the spices, then start boiling the marinade. Once the aroma comes out, we can add the ingredients. The marinating process has 3 steps. Seeing that Chu Minglan was particularly interested in the marinated delicacies, Lin An'an decided to explain while she worked. The cooking was done over a wood stove. The pot was large, and the fire was strong, making the food particularly fragrant, infused with a rare smoky flavor. The Chu family's kitchen had a 2-pot stove, one for marinating the big pig head and the other for the pig, offal, and tail just right. Lin An'an also tossed in a few strips of pork belly into the empty space. When cut into pieces and drizzled with marinade, it would become marinated pork rice, which was incredibly fragrant. Half an hour later, the overwhelming aroma grew stronger. Chu Mingyu, being young, expressed his emotions quite obviously. The little guy stood there, constantly swallowing saliva, his eyes glued to the pot, mumbling, "Sister-in-law, this smells so good, I can't wait to eat it." Though Chu Minglan was also tempted by the aroma, she didn't forget her task, adding firewood to the stove while saying, "Xiao Yu, don't be anxious. Sister-in-law already said the marinated delicacies have to go through 3 steps. We have to marinate slowly for the flavors to seep in." Lin An'an looked at the two little ones with their eager and adorable expressions, unable to help but laugh. Don't rush. For lunch, we'll have marinated pork rice. And the rest will have to wait until the evening when your brother returns to eat. You see, the color of the marinade is getting richer, and the aroma is coming out. This marinated food has to be made slowly to bring out the authentic flavor. Chapter 53. No wind, no waves, sister-in-law. Smelling this aroma, I feel that this braised meat is definitely better than the food in the military district cafeteria. In Chu Minglin's mind, the best places to eat in the world are state-run restaurants and military district cafeterias. Last time at the state-run restaurant, I was interrupted and ended up eating something bland. Lin An'an looked at the two little ones with their greedy expressions and found them adorable. By the way, Xiaolon, what's the cafeteria in the military compound like? Can you go there to eat often? Chu Minglan nodded. Yes, we have a staff cafeteria and a company cafeteria here. The staff cafeteria is for outsiders, and military families can eat there, but they need meal tickets. Was the one that got shut down last time the staff cafeteria? Yes. Since military families can eat there, the number of guests is relatively large. If something goes wrong, it would indeed be a big problem. As she spoke, Lin An'an checked the braised meat in the pot, feeling that the time was about right. She picked up a piece of pork belly with chopsticks, examined its color, pressed it gently, nodded in satisfaction, and said, it's almost done. Xiaolon, can you turn off the fire under the pot and let it soak in the braising sauce for a while longer? That way, it will taste even better. Chu Minglan hurriedly responded and skillfully adjusted the fire in the stove, gradually reducing the flames. Lin An'an then turned to chop some green onions, ginger, and garlic, preparing to use them when making the braised meat rice later. For braised meat rice, in addition to having delicious braised meat, the side dishes and seasonings are also important. Once the braised meat is chopped up and mixed with these green onions, ginger, garlic, and the braising sauce over the rice, the flavor will be extraordinary. Chu Mingyu, listening from the side, was so anxious that he was pacing back and forth. Lin An'an was amused by his antics and said, Xiaoyu, just hang in there. It will be ready soon. Go get the bowls and chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyu immediately ran to fetch the bowls and chopsticks, moving quickly. Sister-in-law, once Xiaoyu hears that there is something delicious, he becomes especially proactive. Usually, he doesn't work this fast. Lin An'an laughed until her eyes were squinting. Well, kids are like that. They get motivated when there's good food. Chu Mingyu brought 3 bowls, his being the largest. Sister-in-law, why is my stomach starting to rumble? All right, you little greedy cat. Sister-in-law will make the braised meat rice for you right now. Lin An'an took the braised pork belly out, placed it on the cutting board, diced it into small pieces, then put the braised meat into a bowl, poured on the steaming braising sauce, and sprinkled the chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic. A plate of braised meat rice that was colorful, fragrant, and tasty was ready. All set. Lin An'an brought the braised meat rice to the dining table. Xiaolon, Xiaoyu, come and try it. The two little ones immediately ran over to sit down and could not wait to start eating. After just one bite, Chu Mingyu gave a thumbs up. Wow, sister-in-law, this is so delicious. This is the best meal I've ever had. I love it so much. Chu Minglan nodded continuously, saying, sister-in-law, this braised meat rice is really too delicious, fragrant, and goes well with rice. I feel like I can eat a lot. Seeing them eat happily filled Lin An'an with inexplicable satisfaction. Sister-in-law, go flip the pot. You guys eat first, and if it's not enough, just add more. Okay. Just as she flipped the pot, there was a knock at the door from outside. Is Mingzhou's wife home? Lin An'an peeked her head out from the kitchen and frowned when she saw Aunt Wang's face. Aunt Wang, what are you doing? Aunt Wang seemed oblivious, continuously peering inside. Although Lin An'an felt a bit displeased, she still responded politely, Oh, Aunt Wang, I'm just about to have lunch. Is there something you need? Aunt Wang smiled ingratiatingly, sniffed hard, and was choked by the cold wind. Oh, what are you cooking at your house? The smell is wafting out far. I could smell it at home. I must say, your cooking skills are really good. I came over to check on you because I heard you weren't feeling well. Lin An'an was speechless. She still remembered how Aunt Wang had a cold expression earlier. Does this person have such thick skin? Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better now. Seeing that she was only saying this and not opening the door, Aunt Wang gradually lost her patience. Mingzhou's wife, you should open the door. I have something to tell you. Lin An'an walked to the door, feeling increasingly annoyed by Aunt Wang's sudden visit. hearing that she insisted on coming in to talk. Her frown deepened. "What is it, Aunt Wong? You can just say it here. My food is about to get cold." Aunt Wong saw Lin An'an's unwillingness to let her in, feeling uncomfortable but still suppressing her emotions. She forced a seemingly concerned smile and lowered her voice deliberately. "Mingzhou's wife. I'm doing this for your own good. I came to tell you about this matter. The daughter of Colonel Tang Jingxiao, has returned to the military district compound for the new year, and her relationship with Mingzhou is not shallow." Lin An'an's face turned cold. Is this foolish woman unable to change her gossiping ways? Every time she sees her, it's either arguing or spreading rumors. "Aunt Wong, please don't make baseless accusations. I know what kind of person Mingzhou is." Seeing that Lin An'an didn't believe her, Aunt Wong hurriedly leaned in closer, her head almost sticking through the door crack. "Oh, how could I dare to make baseless accusations? This matter is known by everyone in the compound. In the past, your Mingzhou was quite close with that Tang Jingxiao." Lin An'an didn't believe a word and directly reprimanded coldly. "Aunt Wong, if you keep talking nonsense, you're slandering a soldier." Aunt Wong was taken aback. Then she pouted, looking as though Lin An'an didn't appreciate her good intentions. Stepping back several paces, "Child, how can you speak like this? Annie is just concerned about you. There is no such thing as a purely platonic relationship between men and women. No wind, no waves. You need to be careful, or you might end up regretting it. Please stop worrying about me. My food is waiting to be eaten. You should leave quickly." Aunt Wong saw Lin An'an's attitude, knowing she wouldn't open the door, realizing that she wouldn't find out what was cooking in the kitchen, and that continuing the conversation was pointless. Good intentions are treated as donkey liver and lungs. I came to tell you this out of pity. You can handle it yourself. Just don't blame me for not reminding you later." With that, she turned and quickly walked away. Lin An'an rolled her eyes in frustration. Living next door to such a person was indeed quite annoying. In just a few days, Lin An'an had roughly figured out Chu Mingzhou's character. She might believe him in other matters, but when it came to character issues, she would never believe it. With a marriage in place, could Chu Mingzhou go after someone else's daughter? Would he let others talk to him inappropriately? Not to mention that the other party was the daughter of a brigade leader. Chu Mingzhou might be a bit dull, but he isn't foolish or bad. Chapter 54, using seagull shampoo, with Aunt Wong's interruption. Lin An'an became so hungry that her stomach was growling. She simply stopped thinking about other things and made herself a bowl of heaping braised pork rice. The meat piled high, looking particularly appetizing. Having the braised pork rice wasn't enough. She fished out a piece of braised pig liver from the pot, placed it on the cutting board, and skillfully sliced it into thin pieces, neatly arranging them on a plate before carrying it to the table. The braised pig liver, after being cooked, was soft and tender, releasing a fragrant aroma. Chu Minglin's eyes lit up as she picked up a slice and immediately began nodding repeatedly. It was delicious. Especially delicious. Pig liver could taste this good. Chu Mingyu also grabbed a piece, stuffing his mouth full, unable to say a word. After lunch, Lin An'an felt her stomach was full, and she was extremely satisfied. The stove in the main hall was warm, making her feel sleepy. After a busy morning, she was indeed a bit tired, yawning one after another. "Xiaolon, Xiao Yu, let us take a nap together, okay? We have things to do in the afternoon." Chu Minglan obediently nodded. "Okay, sister-in-law, I feel a bit sleepy too. Just try to sleep for a while." Although Chu Mingyu still wanted to play a bit. Seeing his sister say this, he also replied, sister-in-law, then let us go to sleep. I'm sleepy too." Lin An'an smiled and led the two little ones into the room. Once inside, she spread out the quilt, watched them lie down, tucked them in snugly, and closed her eyes to rest. The two little ones obediently closed their eyes, and soon their breathing became even, quickly falling into a dream. Lin An'an looked at their peaceful, sleeping faces, her heart filled with tenderness. She lay down, pulled the quilt over herself, and before long, drowsiness also gradually overcame her, and she slowly closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep. The afternoon sun poured in through the window, enveloping the entire room in a warm and tranquil atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of birds chirping. After an unknown amount of time, Lin An'an woke up slowly. She opened her eyes and saw Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu still sound asleep beside her. She gently got up, quietly dressed, careful not to wake them. She planned to finish the 2 outfits from yesterday. Stuffing the cotton, sewing, and adding hardware accessories. An afternoon would be enough. However, stuffing the cotton was an extremely meticulous task. It had to be fluffy and even, smoothing out every area carefully to ensure the cotton wouldn't clump together. Only then would the finished clothes last longer and provide better warmth. Once everything was properly stuffed, Lin An'an sat down in front of the sewing machine, pressed her foot on the pedal, and gently stepped down. The wheel began to turn slowly, making a faint creaking sound. Watching as each stitch fell, the shape of the clothes gradually emerged. Lin An'an became a bit lost in thought. It felt as if everything in front of her was somewhat distorted. Shaking her head, she carefully adjusted the fabric's position, ensuring every detail was perfect. Her fingers skillfully weaved through the fabric, her technique proficient. Clearly not someone who was just learning to make clothes. When Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu entered the hall, they saw the sunlight casting a golden glow over Lin An'an, making her look particularly gentle. "Are you awake?" The young girl at Chu Minglan's age was the most emotionally sensitive, and at that moment, her eyes felt a bit sour and were starting to redden. Seeing that Lin An'an had noticed her, the little girl immediately lowered her gaze. Lin An'an picked up the cotton-padded jacket, shook it, measured it with a ruler, and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, she added the zipper and held it up to the sunlight for a careful inspection, ensuring there were no flaws. "Come try on your new clothes." Lin An'an smiled and waved at Chu Minglan. "Chu Minglan et galim, ohat," and hurried over, carefully taking the cotton-padded jacket with joy and anticipation on her face. "Quick, put on and see if it fits," Lin An'an urged. Okay. Chu Minglan obediently put on the cotton-padded jacket and zipped it up. The size was just right, neither tight nor loose, making it very comfortable to wear. Chu Minglan happily twirled around, smiling like a flower. "Sister-in-law, this jacket is really beautiful and warm." Chu Mingyu, beside her, clapped his hands in excitement, praising his sister for looking good. Lin An'an smiled and patted Chu Mingyu's head. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Yours will be ready soon." "Good. By the way, Xiaolan, I used a lot of water to make the braised dishes. You take your brother take a good bath, and later we'll wear new clothes." Despite their happiness, the 2 little ones were indeed a bit dirty. Especially Chu Mingyu, who probably hadn't bathed properly while recovering from his injury. Now that his leg was better and he was back home, he needed to wash up. Chu Minglan immediately understood. "Okay, sister-in-law, I'll take you good to wash up. By the way, I have Seagull shampoo. It's on the second shelf of the cabinet. Go get it and wash Xiaoyu's hair well." Lin An'an didn't even look up, carefully adjusting the zipper and deftly starting the sewing machine. However, Chu Minglan was stunned. Shampoo? She still remembered how Yue had flaunted it to her, saying that shampoo wasn't something ordinary people could use. It was incredibly precious. Who was Yue? She was the prettiest girl in the military compound. "Sister-in-law, no, it's not necessary. We have soap. My brother just bought a new bar. It's enough for us." Lin An'an looked at her suspiciously. "Soap can't wash hair. Your hair will feel rough. Just use the shampoo. Trust me." But what? Be obedient. Chu Minglan felt as if she were dreaming. She could actually use shampoo. The fragrance was so alluring. Just a little bit, and it cleaned so well. Lin An'an was completely unaware of the little girl's thoughts and quickly finished preparing Chu Mingyu's outfit before standing up to stretch her waist and move her muscles. If she knew what Chu Minglan was thinking, she would surely feel heartbroken and marvel at how obedient and simple-minded the kids of this era were. Once the 2 were squeaky clean and dressed in their brand new outfits, they were overjoyed. "I'm so happy. This outfit is so beautiful that I don't want to wear it. And does my brother have one too?" Lin An'an nodded proudly, running her small hand over the deep brown wool fabric, planning to make Chu Mingzhou a long trench coat. With his figure that was better than a supermodel, he would definitely look stunning in it. "Absolutely, I will make yours well. Every stitch and thread will be done with care. After all, that's my full love for him. Yours is the same. It's all sister-in-law's love. If you don't wear them, sister-in-law will be very sad." When Chu Mingzhou walked in, he heard her soft final words. He didn't expect Lin An'an to be so bold, saying these things to the 2 kids. He glanced awkwardly at Lu Qing, who was beside him. "Is she your wife?" Lin An'an's words were heard by Chu Mingzhou, and naturally, Lu Qing heard them too. Lu Qing looked up in surprise. realizing it was the woman he had seen at the supply and marketing cooperative. He found it hard to associate the gentle and beautiful woman in front of him with the so-called white-eyed wolf. The image was completely inconsistent. She is my wife. After answering, Chu Mingzhou walked towards Lin An'an. Lu Qing watched Chu Mingzhou's back, then looked at Lin An'an, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Is this a rare occurrence? When Chu Mingzhou returned, Lin An'an immediately displayed a sweet smile. You're back. Why are you back so early today? Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an and the two little ones in their new clothes. His gaze softened. I finished things quickly, so I came back. Their new clothes look nice. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu ran excitedly towards their brother when they saw him coming back, eagerly showing off their clothes, looking particularly cute. Brother, look at our new clothes, made by sister-in-law. They're so beautiful. Chu Mingzhou patted their heads and said, very nice. Then he looked at Lin An'an and said, you've worked hard. Lin An'an smiled and shook her head. It's not hard. I'm very happy to make clothes for them. By the way, They had met once before, but still felt like strangers, not even knowing how to address each other. Hello, nice to see you again. Lu Qing also smiled and stepped forward. Hello. Chu Mingzhou glanced at the two and introduced Lu Qing, instructor from the art troupe. This is my wife, Lin An'an. Lu Qing nodded slightly and said with a smile, Comrade Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I really appreciate you not holding Su Yao's recklessness against her at the supply and marketing cooperative. You're too kind. It's I who should thank you, Lin An'an replied. Lu Qing waved his hand, indicating she need not worry about it, and then sat down with Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingyu clung to Chu Mingzhou's side, continuously talking about his clothes and casually mentioning some marinated snacks. By the way, Lu Qing, stay at our house for dinner. Okay, I'll go prepare. Lin An'an turned and went into the kitchen, not for any other reason, just wanting Chu Mingzhou to taste her marinated dish skills. Chu Minglan hurried to follow. I'll do it, sister-in-law. You take a rest. All right, then I'll assist Xiaolon. Chu Mingyu didn't want to fall behind. Sister-in-law, I'll help too. Chapter 55 meeting again. The marinated dishes are all ready-made. Just take them out, cut them up, and arrange them to create a platter of marinated delicacies. Add some seasonings to mix, and you have a cold dish that's simple and delicious. Chu Minglan and Lin An'an cooperated smoothly to stir-fry two vegetarian dishes. In the main hall, only Chu Mingzhou and Lu Qing remained. They initially thought that this year would bring good fortune, with opportunities presenting themselves, but unexpectedly, a food poisoning incident ruined all their hopes. You're fine. You made a last-minute remedy, and the report was completed smoothly. It's going to be on television now. As for me, sigh. Lu Qing was naturally referring to the Special Operations Camp's interview report. That was supposed to fail, but thanks to Lin An'an's translation skills, it was perfectly passed through, which made Lu Qing envious. The performing arts troupe is different from others. Losing the most capable performer is irreplaceable. These key performers require at least 10 years of experience. Not just anyone can fill the gap. Talent in musical instruments is even scarcer than translators. There's no way around it. In an era of scarcity, every household earns work points, struggling to make ends meet. Who has the leisure to learn an instrument? Even if one has money, it's not easy to squander. Not everyone can join the performing arts troupe. Chu Mingzhou poured him a cup of tea and said, Don't sigh. This isn't what you hope for. The main thing is that Comrade Song can recover healthily. Yes, that is true. The more Lu Qing spoke, the lower his spirits became, his face filled with frustration. When the television broadcast happens, I patted my chest and assured the team leader that our troops' performance would definitely be on TV. After all, this is the first time in 10 years that central leaders are coming to inspect. With our troops level, I am very confident. Chu Mingzhou looked at his expression and frowned slightly. With things already like this, lamenting does no good. They should think of other ways to remedy the situation. Lu Qing sighed again. What could be done? I've been searching for a week. With only a few days left until the performance, where can I find someone to replace Song Quan? Not to mention the violin. Even if it's an accordion, it's hard to find a substitute. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Mingzhou suggested, perhaps we could borrow someone from another performing arts troupe? Or check within the army to see if there are comrades who can play instruments, to see if anyone can fill in temporarily. Other performing arts troupes also have their own tasks. It's not easy to borrow someone. It's also hard to find comrades in the army who can play instruments. That is why I've come to you." Just then, Lin An'an and Chu Minglan walked in with the dishes. Lin An'an smiled and said, "What are you talking about so seriously? Come on, dinner is ready." "Okay. Thank you, Comrade Lin." The table was filled with 6 dishes: marinated pig intestines with marinated pig liver, cold pig head meat, smashed cucumber, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, stir-fried green beans, and stewed marinated pig tail soup. These dishes were indeed quite lavish. Ordinary people wouldn't even get to eat this well during the new year. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback, and under Chu Mingzhou's invitation, he picked up his chopsticks. As soon as the marinated dish entered his mouth, even Chu Mingzhou was surprised. "Why is this so delicious?" Lu Qing praised as he ate. "Comrade Lin's cooking is truly excellent. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time." Lu Qing was transferred from the Beijing military region, a genuine third-generation Red, with a strong family background and exposure to the world since childhood. If he said so, then Lin An'an's marinated dishes were indeed extraordinary. Chu Mingzhou nodded in agreement. "It really is delicious. I'm glad you like it. Eat more." Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu also enjoyed their meal, and the family gathered around the table, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Once they had nearly finished eating, Lu Qing recalled the performing arts troupe situation, and his mood fell again. "Sigh, I really am carefree. Our performing arts troupe is in such a situation, and I'm still eating happily." Chu Mingzhou glanced at him, swallowed the last bite of meat, and said, "Don't think too much. Tomorrow I'll help you ask around in the camp to see if there are any soldiers who can play instruments." Lin An'an blinked, confused. "Comrade Lu, are you recruiting for your performing arts troupe? But how can you recruit from the special operations camp? It said that each profession has its own expertise. For the performing arts troupe, to recruit musicians from the special operations camp is as absurd as someone telling you to buy fast food at a bookstore. The Northwest Army's Special Operations Camp is home to the strongest soldiers in terms of physical fitness and combat abilities. How could they possibly jump around on the performing arts troupe stage?" Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. "No, I'm just desperate. So I'm asking Mingzhou for help." Lu Qing then went on to explain the situation of the performing arts troupe in detail. Lin An'an pursed her lips. She actually knew where to find an accordion player. Chapter 56 bonus up to 200 yuan. Lin Zihua had been learning the accordion since he was young and was quite talented. He might not be better than the performers from the art troupe, but he was definitely not inferior. However, hearing Lu Qing say that, leaders from Kyoto were coming for an inspection, with both a cultural performance and a year-end show, Lin An'an felt a bit uncertain about the scale of the event. Well, finding someone who can play the accordion will do. As for the violin, there's no need, after all. We can't find a second person in the Northwest who knows how to play the violin. Lin An'an was a bit dumbfounded. What a coincidence. The original owner and Lin An'an both could play the violin. The original owner learned it during university, and her skills could only be considered passable, not proficient. But Lin An'an was different. She had a level 10 certificate in violin playing, and without a doubt, she was definitely better than the current players. "Mingzhou?" Chu Mingzhou took out a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Lu Qing, saying, "I don't recall anyone. Let me ask around." "Okay, but you have to be clear. If there are comrades who can play the accordion, as long as they go on stage. The art troupe will award a bonus of 50 yuan, and if the performance is excellent, the bonus can reach 200 yuan. "Got it. 200 yuan? Lin An'an silently swallowed. Then, what about the violin? Everyone looked at Lin An'an. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned by her words. Will the violin also receive a 200 yuan bonus? Lu Qing nodded, no less. Lin An'an hesitated for just a moment before raising her hand. Then I can. What do you mean? Then I can? Lu Qing immediately reacted, amused by her demeanor. Sister-in-law, don't joke around. 200 yuan is a lot. But it's not as important as Mingzhou's face, huh? Lin An'an. So it was about not embarrassing Chu Mingzhou? Chu Mingzhou also looked at Lin An'an, not laughing, but with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. I can play the violin, and my brother can play the accordion. Both are proficient. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. After a long while, he finally found his voice. Comrade Lin, are you serious? You really can play the violin? Your brother really can play the accordion? Lin An'an nodded seriously. Yes. I'm not joking. I can indeed play the violin and have a certain level of skill. My brother Lin Zihua has been learning the accordion since he was little and is quite good. Comrade Lin, are you sure? This is not a small matter. Lu Qing still didn't quite believe it and pressed further. I'm sure, Comrade Lu. You're helping me today, and since you're Ming Zhou's friend, I wouldn't joke about this. Lin An'an spoke beautifully, but in her heart, she was calculating the money. She was thinking about that 50 yuan. Her eyes were set on the 200. So confident in herself, Lu Qing stood up excitedly, pacing back and forth. If you two can really help, that would be fantastic. This is like a timely help, but I still find it hard to believe. After all, the violin is a Western instrument, and there aren't many people who can play in Kyoto. Lin An'an smiled, revealing a big white tooth. What is the problem? You can let us try first. Lu Qing quickly nodded. Yes, let us agree on this. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to audition at the art troupe. If it works, then there is hope for this performance. Chu Mingzhou looked at the smile in Lin An'an's eyes and didn't speak to stop her, but instead sought her opinion again. You need to think it through. Once you agree, you have to follow through. Is your body up for it? Lu Qing then realized he also knew a bit about Lin An'an's situation. Comrade Lin, can your body handle it? If it's too much, he really didn't want to say the words forget it. It's fine, I know my own body. Besides, I'm a military family member. It's my duty to contribute to the art troupe in times of emergency. Chu Mingzhou knew she had made up her mind and nodded to Lu Qing. Since my wife has agreed, let her go. He didn't doubt the truth of this matter at all. If Lin An'an said it was doable, then it would definitely work. Lu Qing's eyes showed gratitude. Great. Comrade Lin, if this performance is successful, I will definitely thank you properly. Lin An'an immediately waved her hand. No need to be so polite. We are friends. It's only right to help each other. Lu Qing laughed heartily. Yes, from now on, you are my friend, Lu Qing. He patted Chu Mingzhou on the shoulder. Good lad, you are really fortunate. By the way, last time the Japanese translation was also done by Comrade Lin. So, it seems Comrade Lin is truly multi-talented. A great talent. No wonder you are a student of the Worker Peasant Soldier University. Not only talented, but also with such high awareness. Lin An'an was blushing from the praise. The two discussed some more details, and Lu Qing then got up to take his leave. Before leaving, he reminded Lin An'an to take care of her health and stated that he would send someone to pick them up for the audition at the art troupe tomorrow. After Lu Qing left, Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an. Are you tired today? Lin An'an then realized that Chu Mingzhou was talking about the food incident. Not really. It wasn't particularly tiring. Seeing you all eat happily made it worthwhile. You've worked hard. Not hard at all. We need to audition tomorrow. At least it counts as going on stage. Thinking of the spirited demeanor of the people in the art troupe, Lin An'an washed her hair and took a bath, tidying herself up nicely. When she entered the room, Chu Mingzhou was still busy outside. Lin An'an glanced at the earthen Kong, her face slightly flushed. And since she wasn't feeling sleepy, she took out her manuscript to start organizing. When Chu Mingzhou finished washing up and entered the room, he saw Lin An'an hunched over, nestled at the Kong table, scribbling away, and frowned slightly. We need to hurry up with the progress on the desk. Writing during the day is fine, but writing at night hurts your eyes. Lin An'an heard Chu Mingzhou's words and looked up at him. Upon seeing him, her eyes widened. In such cold weather, Chu Mingzhou was only wearing a white shirt, which was slightly damp, obviously just washed and still holding moisture. His tall and upright figure made the muscle lines under the shirt faintly visible, exuding a sense of strength. Lin An'an's heart involuntarily raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Chu Mingzhou felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and frowned slightly. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin An'an finally came back to her senses and quickly shifted her gaze. It's nothing. I just think you look good in a shirt. I'll make you a few more in the future. Seeing her shy appearance, Chu Mingzhou instantly understood and felt a bit embarrassed, lowering his gaze. Only responding with a soft HM. Lin An'an tidied up the things on the table and immediately dove into the quilt, looking at Chu Mingzhou with wide eyes. She felt her heart racing so fast that she couldn't contain the feeling of excitement. Oh no, beauty truly leads one astray. Chapter 57. A fire burning in the heart. Lin An'an shyly lifted the blanket and shifted her body, but one of her feet was still exposed. That little foot was as white as jade, with round and rosy toes, curled tightly due to nervousness. Seeing this, Chu Mingzhou's eyes deepened, and an unnamed restlessness quietly spread in his heart. A small flame gently teasing at the bottom of his heart, causing his breathing to involuntarily become slightly heavier. He turned off the light, lying down on the other side of the Kong, deliberately creating some distance from Lin An'an, as if avoiding something, yet also suppressing the gradually surging emotions. The warmth from the Kong made the lingering effects of alcohol surge more boldly to his head. Chu Mingzhou felt a bit dizzy, but his mind was clearly filled with Lin An'an's flushed cheeks, her evasive gaze, her snow-white little foot, and her tone filled with a hint of playful shyness when she just said she would make him a few more shirts. Each scene seemed to have a magical power, constantly flashing before his eyes. The room was quiet. Lin An'an quietly raised her eyes, secretly glancing in Chu Mingzhou's direction. In the dim light, she could only see his clearly defined profile. The usually cold and resolute lines now appeared much softer. She bit her lower lip, feeling conflicted about whether to say something, but felt too embarrassed to do so. Chu Mingzhou lay calmly, looking up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Inside, he was in a battle of wits. On one hand was the restlessness in his heart that made him want to get closer to Lin An'an, but on the other hand, reason was pulling him back. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense, as if an invisible thread had entangled the two, slowly tightening, trying to break free but unable to, only allowing the subtle feelings to grow and spread in the quiet night. After a while, Lin An'an could no longer hold back, gently turning over and casually shifting closer to Chu Mingzhou. The slight movement stood out distinctly in the quiet room. Chu Mingzhou naturally noticed. His body stiffened slightly, his throat rolled, yet he still did not speak, only unconsciously tightening the fist of the hand he had resting by his side, trying hard to restrain himself. Lin An'an felt a bit anxious. Seeing that Chu Mingzhou had no reaction, she hesitated and softly called out, "Mingzhou." The voice was soft and gentle, like a breeze lightly brushing against Chu Mingzhou's heart, causing the restlessness he had finally suppressed to surge up again. Chu Mingzhou took a deep breath, slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." The words were plain, but the hint of restraint contained within them felt like a stone thrown into the ambiguous atmosphere, creating ripples. "Okay, I just wanted to say your hair is still wet. Be careful not to catch a cold." The room instantly fell silent. After a while, Chu Mingzhou could no longer endure the surging emotions within him. He feared that if he stayed for another second, he would break this restraint, so he shifted his body, the sound of rustling coming from the Kong. He got up, hurriedly left the Kong, opened the door, and stepped out, closing the door with a bit more force than usual. Lin An'an heard the noise and slightly raised her eyes. Looking in the direction where Chu Mingzhou had left, her heart felt like it was carrying a little rabbit, beating wildly. Where did he go? After waiting for a while and not seeing him return, as soon as Chu Mingzhou stepped outside, he was hit by the biting cold wind. But he seemed oblivious, walking straight towards the water room in the yard. He turned on the faucet, and the icy water gushed down. Without hesitation, he stood under the cold water, letting the frigid chill invade his body. The cold water flowed down his hair and cheeks, soaking his clothes and gradually extinguishing the uncontrollable fire in his heart. He didn't know how long he stood there, but eventually the effects of the alcohol dissipated. His mind cleared, and his lips turned slightly purple from the cold. He turned off the faucet, quickly wiped his body down, wrapped himself tightly in his clothes, and headed back inside. By the time Chu Mingzhou changed his clothes and returned to the Kong, Lin An'an was already fast asleep. Turning his head, he looked at Lin An'an's serene sleeping face, and Chu Mingzhou pursed his lips, feeling a bit frustrated. He didn't understand why he lost control so easily when she hadn't done anything at all. It shouldn't be like this. He quietly watched her, and before he knew it, he slowly closed his eyes. The night, filled with a different kind of emotion, was as quiet as thick ink. "Cease. Why aren't you up yet?" The next morning, Lin An'an was awakened by Lin Zihua's voice. Chu Mingzhou had already gone to the army early in the morning, having brought Lin Zihua from the communications company, saying he needed him to help the art troupe. The communications company didn't make things difficult and agreed. Lin Zihua had been severely reprimanded these past few days, looking a bit thinner, and if their mother saw him, she would surely be heartbroken. However, he was in good spirits, especially thinking about how he wouldn't have to train for the next few days, making him feel like he was fully alive again. When Lin An'an finished getting ready and came out, he was lounging in a recliner, basking in the warmth, with two little ones attending to him, handing him fruits and tea. The children's group leader, Haiwa, cleverly hid the letter under the sheep's tail, enduring dangers, successfully evading the enemy's search, and delivered the letter to the 8th Route Army. Lin Zihua's voice was pleasant, and, as he spoke, it was like the light piercing through the morning mist at dawn, bright and warm, with a pure tone that was easy to like. He was telling a story that captivated the two little ones, making them dizzy with excitement. "Sit up properly. What are you doing? Sis, you finally woke up?" Lin An'an gave a soft and was about to go get herself some porridge when Lin Zihua jumped up, running to the kitchen ahead of her. "Sis, you sit there. I'll bring it to you." A bowl of Northwest-style porridge was brought to Lin An'an. "I heard this is good for your stomach, so I specially bought it for you when I left the army this morning." He glanced at Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu. "They have it too. I bought it for all of us. We've all finished." The porridge had been kept warm in the pot, and when Lin An'an took a bite, it was just the right temperature, sweet in taste, and there were eggs inside, which was quite nice. Lin Zihua eagerly sat beside Lin An'an. "Sis, you're so nice. You even let me become an accordion player. But I want to ask, can I stay directly in the art troupe?" Lin An'an raised her eyelids. It was just as she had guessed. Lin Zihua definitely longed for the art troupe. Actually, he was most suited to be an artistic soldier. With his talents and looks, if he went to the art troupe, he would surely have a good development. But this kid had a big trouble behind him. He was destined to be the tragic male supporting character, bound to be repeatedly used and entangled. If he weren't locked up in a strictly controlled place like the army, Lin An'an would really be a bit uncertain. Chapter 58, Desperate, please stop daydreaming. Do you think the art troupe is something you can just join? Do you think the communications company lets people leave whenever they want? The fact that you could be a substitute this time is purely coincidental. We will go for a rehearsal soon, and if it goes well, you will represent the accordion players at the cultural performance at the end of the year. I heard a big leader is coming down for an inspection this time, and if you perform well. Lin An'an was scaring and enticing him, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Zihua smiled and ran his fingers through his hair. "Sister, I understand. I will definitely perform well and not bring shame to you and brother-in-law." "Yes, perform well." Lin An'an glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. She quickened her breakfast pace. "Don't be nervous. With your skill level, there is absolutely no problem." "Really? Really?" More real than pearls. After a while, the person sent by Lu Qing arrived. It was a tall, slender young man with a fair face and a refined appearance. "You must be Comrade Lin, right? My name is Pan Guiyang, and the instructor sent me to pick you up." Pan Guiyang. Lin An'an's heart trembled. Why did this person seem so familiar? What was his relationship with Pan Gua? Pan Gua would become a national first-class actor and tenor in the future. Could they be twins? Though she wondered, Lin An'an didn't ask further and politely nodded to him. "Hello, Comrade Pan. I am Lin An'an, and this is my brother Lin Zihua. Thank you for your trouble." "It's no trouble at all. Please get in the car." Lin An'an waved to Chu Minglan to close the door and look after her brother before getting into the car. The art troupe was not far from the military district compound. They exchanged a few pleasantries during the ride and soon arrived. "I also have a younger brother. He is particularly outstanding and the lead singer for this cultural performance. You will meet him shortly." "Okay." At this moment, the art troupe was bustling with activity. Lu Qing had not yet arrived, so Pan Guiyang brought Lin An'an and her brother to a performance room to wait. "Please sit for a while. The instructor has gone to pick up the comrades from the publicity department and will be here soon. I will return the car first." "Okay, thank you." Lin Zihua sat up straight, his eyes darting around, filled with curiosity. "Sister, this is the art troupe. Can my half-baked skills really work here?" Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh at him. Just as she was about to respond, a group of people entered the performance room. At the forefront was Su Yao, standing next to Fan Guoyang. No, although they looked alike, their attire and temperament were different. Even the way they looked at others was different. This was Pan Guoha. Lin An'an glanced around. Aside from Pan Guoha, whom she recognized, everyone else was unfamiliar. Su Yao initially just wanted to see who the temporary substitute that Lu Qing personally invited was, but upon seeing Lin An'an, her brows furrowed. This country bumpkin is a substitute? Can someone like this really play the violin? After hesitating for a second, Su Yao crossed her arms and walked toward Lin An'an, her tone unfriendly. Knowing you are mediocre, how dare you come to the art troupe to show off? And you're a military family. Aren't you ashamed? Her words were not just heavy, they were insulting. Lin An'an's expression darkened instantly. She stood up and coldly looked at Su Yao. Comrade Su, please watch your words. We are here at Instructor Lu's invitation for a rehearsal, not to be subjected to your baseless accusations. The fact that we can come for the rehearsal shows we are capable, and it is not for someone unrelated like you to judge us. Lin Zihua was also furious at Su Yao's words, his face turning red. Yes, on what basis do you say that about me? Su Yao raised her chin, completely dismissing the two, and disdainfully said, just based on my time in the art troupe, I've seen plenty of talents. What real skills can people like you from the countryside have? Have you even seen a violin? Don't think you could do whatever you want just because you have some connections. The people following Su Yao exchanged glances, not understanding how the two had started arguing. Weren't they here to see the substitute performer? A short-haired girl gently tugged at Su Yao. Xiao Yao, don't say that. They are here for the rehearsal, and it hasn't even started yet. Don't jump to conclusions so early. But Su Yao refused to be persuaded, shaking off her hand. Don't interfere. I just can't stand people who use connections. Seeing that the two were at odds with Su Yao, Pan Guohe stepped forward, glancing at Lin An'an and her brother as if to support Su Yao. I've heard that these two are the wife and brother-in-law of Captain Chu from the Special Operations Battalion. They begged for this rehearsal based on Captain Chu's relationship with the instructor. Hearing Pan Guohe's words, even Lin An'an paused. The two Pan brothers looked alike, but their character was world apart. Lin An'an sneered, using connections? Which one of you saw that? I am proficient in the violin, and my brother is proficient in the accordion. Is it something you can just learn because of connections? Lin An'an's words were resolute, and many people present nodded in agreement. But Su Yao laughed so hard she bent over. Stop bragging. In our Northwest, aside from Song Quan, who else can play the violin? If you say something else, maybe I can believe you. Speaking of the violin, Lin Zihua hesitated for a moment. He wasn't very sure since he had never heard his sister play the violin. My sister knows a lot. She can also play the eru. Seeing Lin Zihua's reaction, the others seemed to confirm their suspicions. Do you really think that being able to play the eru means you can play the violin? Ha ha ha. Su Yao's other two followers also frowned. Was there really someone who bragged to the art troupe? I remember Captain Chu has a wife, but that woman is heartless and greedy. She is particularly terrible. Captain Chu has already submitted a divorce application, and everyone in the military district knows. What? Could it be her? How could someone like that come to the art troupe under Captain Chu's name? So shameless. Lin An'an clenched her fists in anger, her gaze sweeping across the group. The art troupe, indeed. Lin An'an reached for Lin Zihua's hand. Since we are so despised, we don't need help. She didn't want to argue with these people at all. For 200 yuan each, she could go on stage to save the day. But that didn't include being bullied. Lin Zihua was furious, glaring at the group. You think the art troupe is so impressive? If it weren't for your instructor begging me, I wouldn't even come. You. Seeing that the two were really turning to leave, Su Yao panicked. She stomped her foot hard. You two stop right there. Though she bullied others, she still didn't dare to actually drive them away. Su Yao was clear-headed. Others thought of her as Lu Qing's fiancée, so they always flattered her. Only she knew that Lu Qing didn't take her seriously at all. The fact that he personally invited these two meant they were useful. Lin An'an couldn't be bothered with her and directly brushed past her. I told you to stop. Su Yao instinctively reached out to pull her, grabbing Lin An'an's arm and yanking her back. Lin An'an couldn't withstand her violent action, letting out a soft gasp as she fell to the ground. Sister. Chapter 59. The backdoor connections. Lin Zihua was startled and hurriedly reached out to support her. But unfortunately, he couldn't catch her, and Lin An'an still fell to the ground. Luckily, because of his attempt to help and the thickness of Lin An'an's clothing, she didn't get hurt badly. Su Yao, what are you doing? A furious shout came from behind. Lu Qing had just arrived at the door of the performance room and happened to see this scene, his face instantly turning pale with anger. He quickly walked over to Lin An'an's side, helping her up along with Lin Zihua, and asked with concern, Comrade Lin, are you okay? Lin An'an frowned, her expression cold, and her tone wasn't pleasant as she rubbed her arm where Su Yao had grabbed her. Instructor Lu, since the art troupe doesn't welcome us, will leave first. Lu Qing shot Su Yao a fierce glare. Comrade Lin, please don't be angry. Su Yao is just being naive. I apologize on her behalf. You were specially invited to help us. How can we not welcome you? A few more people entered through the door, led by a tall, striking woman. As soon as Lu Qing saw her, he felt a headache coming on. Comrade Tang, there's been a misunderstanding here. Could you please wait for a moment? The woman nodded and looked at Lin An'an with curiosity, but said nothing more, leading her group to sit down in the left audience section. Su Yao glanced around, realizing that things had gotten serious. She hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Clenching her fist, she whispered, "Instructor, I didn't mean to." Lu Qing was so exasperated he almost laughed. You didn't mean to? Look at what you've done. Comrade Lin and Zihua are both capable individuals. It's one thing not to welcome them properly, but to cause trouble and even resort to violence? Su Yao's eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to retort. Lu Qing turned back to Lin An'an, trying to calm her down. Comrade Lin, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her. This trial performance is exceptionally important for our art troupe, and your assistance is crucial. Please stay with us. Lin An'an glanced at Lu Qing and then at the furious Su Yao, sarcastically echoing Su Yao's earlier tone. Instructor Lu, do you really believe that this country bumpkin can play the violin? Lu Qing was taken aback, immediately understanding, and pointed a trembling finger at Su Yao. Country bumpkin? Su Yao, are you implying that you're belittling our farmer comrades? You really have a lot of nerve. Do you know that farmers are the core force in social construction, production, and reform? They're the most proactive model group. Su Yao's lips turned pale as she stumbled back a step. I didn't mean it that way. I just thought she hadn't been to a big city and hadn't had the chance to come into contact with the violin. After all, even our art troupe only has one violin, which was brought over by Song Quan from Kyoto. Lu Qing interrupted her. Just because someone comes from the countryside doesn't mean they can't do it. You can't deny others based on your subjective assumptions. Apologize to Comrade Lin. Su Yao glared fiercely at Lin An'an, her face full of defiance, but she still muttered an apology. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Pan Guoha immediately stood up to defend Su Yao. Instructor, Su Yao didn't mean it like that, and we were just joking with her. She chose to leave on her own. Su Yao was just being kind and wanted to keep her, but she fell to the ground. We all saw it. A few of Su Yao's followers nodded in agreement, claiming it was a misunderstanding. A few others quietly stepped back, clearly not wanting to get involved or say much. Lin An'an's eyes burned with anger. She hadn't wanted to make a big deal out of it. Leaving quietly would have sufficed, but how dare these people twist the truth? Then she wouldn't hold back. Lin An'an pointed first at Pan Guoha. You claim I got this trial performance opportunity through my connections with Captain Chu and the instructor, desperately begging for it. Then she pointed at Su Yao. We were sitting here peacefully, and you came up and insulted us, saying we country bumpkins have no real skills, causing a scene in the art troupe, and even claiming we came through the back door. And you, she continued, pointing at another person, accused me of bragging my way into the art troupe. And you, saying I am ungrateful and greedy. It had only been a few minutes since the incident occurred, and everyone present hadn't forgotten what had happened. Every word Lin An'an said was like a recounting of the original statements. Who dared to deny it? Lin Zihua nodded and added, they even hoped my sister would divorce my brother-in-law, saying she doesn't deserve him. Isn't that sabotaging a military marriage? And she even got physical. Isn't that harming a military family? My brother-in-law works hard to protect our country, and my sister kindly came to help the art troupe. Even I, as a key trainee in our communications company, put aside my training to lend a hand. Why should we be treated this way? Lin An'an and Lin Zihua's words left everyone in the room silent. The few people sitting on the left began to whisper amongst themselves, jotting down notes. Even Lu Qing's face turned pale. You've gone too far. Comrades Lin An'an and Lin Zihua were sincerely invited by me, yet you slander them like this. Especially you. Pan Guoha, not only are you speaking carelessly, but you also dare to bite back. And you, Su Yao, not only did you speak hurtfully, but you also got physical. If this gets out, what will happen to our art troupe's reputation? Su Yao and Pan Guoha still wanted to say something, but they were pulled back by those around them. Lu Qing then looked at Lin An'an and Lin Zihua and said, Comrade Lin, I apologize once again. These people are simply outrageous. Rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously and give you a satisfactory resolution. Lin An'an patted her clothes and said, all right, I'll wait for Instructor Lu's news. If the outcome doesn't satisfy me, I will appeal at every level. We came here for a trial performance, but ended up feeling angry. We're leaving now. Lu Qing hurriedly said, Comrade Lin, please don't be angry. I promise this won't happen again in the future. These people are just a few individuals. The rest of our art troupe comrades are very friendly. Please give us another chance. No, Su Yao couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Lu Qing being so humble while Lin An'an still held her ground, she pushed away her colleague beside her. Lin An'an, don't be unreasonable. If you can't do it, just say so. Why act like you're in the right and hold us to account, trying to save face? She spoke rapidly, and Lu Qing couldn't interrupt her. Lin An'an paused her steps, laughing in anger. Do I need to rely on someone like you to save face? Who do you think you are? Her originally delicate appearance now radiated an unexpected sharpness. Su Yao felt a jolt in her heart under Lin An'an's gaze, but still stubbornly retorted, Do you dare to insult me? You're the one who's worthless, a nobody. Instructor Lu, I hope you can give me a satisfactory resolution soon. Otherwise, not only will I report them, but I will also escalate this issue to the higher-ups regarding the entire art troupe. Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly grim as he quickly replied, Comrade Lin, rest assured, I will handle this seriously. Please calm down and don't act impulsively. Lin An'an ignored them, pulling Lin Zihua as they headed for the exit. Wait, the woman sitting on the left stood up and called out to stop the two. Chapter 60. Facts speak louder than words. She jogged forward and blocked Lin An'an's path. Standing in front of Lin An'an, she extended her hand. Hello, Comrade Lin. I am Tang Jingxiao from the Northwest Propaganda Department. Northwest Propaganda Department? Tang Jingxiao? Lin An'an's heart sank. Aunt Wang had mentioned this name to her not long ago, saying she had a close relationship with Chu Mingzhou. How could she have encountered her here? Lin An'an reached out and shook her hand lightly. Hello, Comrade Tang. Lu Qing saw that Tang Jingxiao had detained Lin An'an and breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stepping forward. Comrade Lin, Comrade Tang is here representing the propaganda department. Our year-end arts performance is quite important, and they are here to oversee it. They happened to catch you during your rehearsal and came to enjoy it. Tang Jingxiao nodded. Yes, I hope Comrade Lin won't take our jokes too seriously. This arts performance is of great significance, so please prioritize the bigger picture. To an ordinary person, this might not sound like much, but it was very jarring to Lin An'an. The bigger picture? What bigger picture concerns me, Lin An'an? Seeing that Lin An'an was unmoved, Tang Jingxiao smiled lightly and said, Could it be that Comrade Su is right? I don't really believe it. After all, you're the partner of Captain Chu. I can't believe you would be bold enough to trick the art troupe. Pan Guoha remarked. She keeps claiming she has real talent. So why is she afraid to go on stage when the instructor gives her a chance to rehearse? Su Yao added, Exactly, she doesn't dare to try, yet wants the instructor to punish me. She's as unreasonable as the legends say. Lin An'an didn't know what the legendary version of herself was like, but she saw contempt in Tang Jingxiao's eyes. It was well hidden, just a fleeting moment, and another person might not have noticed. But Lin An'an was different. She had grown up in an orphanage and was highly sensitive to emotions. Lin An'an scanned the faces around her, finally stopping at Lu Qing, get the violin. Since they were all provoking her, she would let her strength speak for itself, showing them what facts speak louder than words. Lu Qing paused, quickly realizing, Comrade Lin is willing to rehearse. Great. Guiyang, go get the violin and accordion. Sure, sis. Lin Zihua was quite dissatisfied, thinking that all this noise had ruined his expectations for the art troupe. He felt these people were putting on airs, criticizing others for being self-important when they themselves were acting superior, completely rude. Zihua, what piece do you want to perform? Lin An'an didn't give Lin Zihua a chance to refuse, extending her hand to signal him to join her on stage. Lin Zihua pouted, sighed, and finally took Lin An'an's hand. Stepping onto the stage, Sis, let's perform the Golden Stove to enlighten this group with Chairman Mao's brilliant thoughts. All right, Lin An'an nodded in agreement. Everyone felt that this pair of siblings was quite different. The moment they stepped onto the stage, even their demeanor changed. Lu Qing kept glancing at the two, murmuring, their style is really good. If they play it proficiently, it could really be useful. Brother Lu, I advise you not to expect too much and not to rush. Tang Jingxiao softly said. Can I not be anxious? I'm cramming at the last minute. Pan Guiyang came over with another girl, holding the instruments. Comrade Lin here. Pan Guiyang hesitated for a moment, but then quietly added, I'm really sorry. My brother has a bit of a temper. I apologize. Lin An'an simply acknowledged with a light not responding to his words. She and Lin Zihua each took an instrument and skillfully tuned them. They exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Then, Lin Zihua's accordion began to play first, the melodious tune flowing like a gently flowing river, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Lin An'an stood up, raised her violin, and her technique was so familiar that it was clear she was no novice. As the melody progressed, Lin An'an's violin joined in like a clear spring. Holding the violin elegantly, her bow glided gently over the strings, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. The high notes of the violin resonated with the mid-low tones of the accordion, perfectly merging together. The two worked seamlessly together, bringing the golden stove to life. Their performance infused the music with emotion, as if immersing the audience in an era filled with brilliant thoughts. During the climax, the sounds of the accordion and violin intertwined like surging waves, impacting the hearts of the people. At the end, the music gradually softened like the setting sun, leaving a warm afterglow. Everyone present was deeply shaken by their performance. Those who had been skeptical now widened their eyes in surprise. Lu Qing was blushing with excitement. Wonderful. Wonderful. They really can play, and so well. Tang Jingxiao furrowed her brows slightly, watching Lin An'an on stage. The contempt in her eyes was replaced by caution. Su Yao and Pan Guoha exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how these two people they had looked down upon could actually be so impressive. As the piece concluded, the performance room fell into silence. After a long while, warm applause erupted. Lin An'an and Lin Zihua put down their instruments and gracefully bowed to everyone. Lu Qing couldn't wait to rush on stage, excitedly shaking Lin Zihua's hand. Comrade Lin, you were fantastic. Your performance was simply impeccable. You are the saviors of our art troupe. Lin An'an smiled slightly. Instructor Lu, now, do you believe us? Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. I believe. Your talent has won my respect. On behalf of the art troupe, I officially invite you to participate in a year-end arts performance. However, Lin Zihua frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Instructor Lu, we never said we wanted to join. We played this piece just to shut some people up. Now that the piece is over, we want to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing hurriedly said, No. Comrade Lin, please don't leave just yet. Participating in this arts performance has many benefits. If you perform well, you will gain recognition from the leadership. Lin An'an was about to speak when Su Yao interrupted her again. Lin An'an, you just followed your brother's accordion, casually adding your part. It was not challenging at all. The final program is a violin solo. You simply cannot. Ugh. Someone immediately covered Su Yao's mouth, stopping her from continuing. Ha! Lin An'an only sneered coldly, not wanting to say anything more. She picked up the violin again, this time sitting casually, raising her hand to begin. Chapter 61. If you don't want to participate, then don't. A piece of Beethoven's Violin Concerto in D major echoed in the concert hall. Is she playing a foreign piece? Yes. It's a famous piece by the renowned musician Beethoven. Lin An'an slightly closed her eyes, not glancing at the audience below, completely immersed in the music. Her body swayed gently with the soothing rhythm, as she appeared to be lost in it, as if enveloped in a unique aura that made it hard for anyone to look away. The bow glided over the strings like flowing water, sometimes slow, sometimes urgent, transforming into a beautiful and powerful melody with the changes in rhythm. Even those who knew nothing about the violin could recognize how pleasant it sounded. The entire concert hall was so quiet that only the melodious violin could be heard. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring at her with expressions of disbelief. It was not until Lin An'an played the last note and slowly lowered her violin that the tranquil atmosphere lingered in the room for a long time before finally dissipating. After a while, it was as if everyone woke from a dream and erupted into even more enthusiastic and prolonged applause than before. After putting down her violin, Lin An'an slightly raised her eyes, her expression calm as she scanned the audience. Sister, you were amazing. Lin Zihua, kept giving Lin An'an a thumbs up and shot a glare at Su Yao and the others. While on stage, he and T felt much, thinking they were just in sync since the two siblings were familiar with each other. But standing in the audience and listening to Lin An'an solo was a completely different experience. It was truly shocking. Lu Qing, his face flushed with excitement, quickly walked back on stage, his eyes filled with amazement. "Comrade Lin, you are incredible. You can even play foreign pieces. It was simply wonderful." Tang Jingxiao also stood up, applauding. "Comrade Lin, you are indeed talented. You can master even the classic foreign pieces so well. I believe you will shine in the cultural performance." Su Yao and Pan Guoha exchanged glances. How is that possible? How could she play better than Song Quan? They couldn't understand why Lin An'an's violin skills were so high. It didn't seem realistic. Lin An'an didn't respond, glanced at Lu Qing, and walked past him directly off the stage. "Zihuai, I'm leaving." "Oh wait." Lu Qing immediately chased after her. "Comrade Lin, I'm really sorry about today. It was our art troup's comrades who were in the wrong. Please don't take it to heart." Lin An'an stopped, slightly turned her head. "Instructor Lu, I think I've made it very clear. We do not intend to participate." Lu Qing hurriedly said, "Comrade Lin, please reconsider. This cultural performance is really important. Your talent will surely add brilliance to the show. We will also handle today's matter seriously to ensure you won't be wronged again." Su Yao gritted her teeth and stepped forward to block Lin An'an. "Today was my fault, okay? I've apologized to you. Our instructor is pleading with you. What more do you want?" Before Lin An'an could respond, a steady and powerful voice called out, "What happened?" Everyone looked up to see Chu Mingzhou striding and wearing a military uniform, his posture tall and his expression cold, creating a moment of silence in the hall. He walked up to Lin An'an, scanning her from head to toe before turning to Lu Qing. "What is going on?" Lu Qing opened his mouth, unsure how to explain, feeling that Chu Mingzhou had come to his aid, but things had turned out like this. Chu Mingzhou then looked at Su Yao, pausing briefly on her face. Su Yao stepped back 2 paces. "It was just a misunderstanding. Comrade Lin plays the violin very well, and our instructor invited her to participate in the cultural performance. But she refused and now wants to leave." Her voice grew quieter. Lin Zihuai couldn't take it anymore. "Brother-in-law, we're not participating in this cultural performance. Whoever wants to can participate. It's not that I don't want to give you face, but they have bullied us too much." Lin Zihuai spoke quickly, not giving anyone a chance to interrupt, being both factual and appropriately emotional. Chu Mingzhou's eyes darkened, his thin lips pressed tightly together, clearly angry. He cast a cold glance at Su Yao and Pan Guoha, his gaze carrying a palpable chill that made everyone's hearts tighten. "Does it hurt?" After Lin Zihuai finished speaking, Chu Mingzhou's first question was directed at Lin An'an. "Huh?" He was referring to the incident where Su Yao pulled her down. Lin An'an was taken aback. "It doesn't hurt." Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly. "You don't want to participate, right?" "Yeah." Lin An'an never expected that Chu Mingzhou would gently squat down and lift her up completely. He placed her on his arm and carried her straight towards the door. "Instructor Lu, I'll be waiting for your explanation on this matter." Just like Lin An'an, he changed how he addressed Lu Qing, making the distinction between familiarity and distance clear. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Jingxiao clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. She said nothing, merely standing quietly with the people from the publicity department. Lin Zihuai looked around and immediately reacted, huffing at everyone. "Hurry up and give us an explanation." After that, he quickly jogged to catch up. Oh my! At that moment, Lin Zihuai felt that Chu Mingzhou was an amazing brother-in-law. He spoke little but was decisive and authoritative. Without needing to ask much, he could discern right from wrong and knew how to protect his sister and himself. He had to write a letter to tell their parents. Chu Mingzhou carried Lin An'an out of the art troupe, attracting the attention of many people along the way. Lin An'an felt herself turning red, embarrassed. "Put me down quickly. So many people are watching." But Chu Mingzhou remained unfazed. "It's fine. Let them look if they want. I'm taking you to the medical unit." Lin An'an felt a flutter of warmth in her heart, unable to suppress her emotions, tightening her grip around his neck. "I'm really fine. I'm wearing padded pants. I didn't hurt myself. You really don't need to go through all this trouble." Chu Mingzhou merely glanced at her. "Dai Li Hua is in the medical unit. It's not a hassle." Lin An'an tried to struggle to get down, but Chu Mingzhou lifted her up a little, and she settled down obediently. Not want to check, Chu Mingzhou truly felt uneasy. If anyone else had fallen in front of him, he probably wouldn't have blinked. But Lin An'an was different. Her body was too fragile. He worried that a strong wind might blow her away. How did you end up at the art troupe? Lin An'an asked. Finished training early, so I dropped by to take a look. Lin Zihuai leaned in and interjected, but brother-in-law, the special operations camp is on the east side, and the art troupe is on the west side. Go one way. Chapter 62, The Past of the Liu family brothers. Lin Zihua chuckled and obediently followed behind the two. Before long, they arrived at the medical unit. Dai Lihua was surprised to see Chu Mingzhou carrying Lin An'an inside, her eyes widening in shock, thinking something serious had happened. What's going on? Dai Lihua hurriedly approached. Chu Mingzhou placed Lin An'an on a stool and briefly explained the situation. Only then did Dai Lihua pat her chest and breathe a sigh of relief. Those people from the art troupe are too much. Come here, and then let me check you. Lin An'an felt a bit embarrassed, but under Chu Mingzhou's gaze. She couldn't refuse and allowed Dai Lihua to examine her. After the checkup, Dai Lihua said, "It's nothing serious, just some bruises on your arm. A little ointment will do." The injured area was not far from her arm, and even through her padded clothing, it showed a large area of purple. Because Lin An'an had fair skin, it looked somewhat exaggerated. If you hadn't said it was a little girl who grabbed you, I would have thought you were a victim of domestic violence from Mingzhou. Dai Lihua joked. Don't say such nonsense. How could I hit her? Chu Mingzhou stood beside Lin An'an, and when he saw the bruise, his expression darkened. He couldn't imagine how much force someone must have used to cause such bruising on this little woman. Who gave her the courage? All right. I won't say any more. You go out first and let An'an take off her coat. I'll give her a good rub. We need to ease this, or it will take many days to heal. Chu Mingzhou lightly agreed and sat down outside. Dai Lihua's technique was excellent. Although the pressure was painful, the warm medicinal oil made it bearable. The nebulizer is ready for you. Come tomorrow for your treatment. And I'll give you a massage as well. You'll be sure to recover quickly. Thank you, Sister Lihua. You're so thoughtful. Not me, it's Mingzhou who cares. He specifically asked me about the nebulizer while passing through the art troupe. He has been here a few times for this. Lin An'an was taken aback. She wouldn't have known about this if Dai Lihua hadn't mentioned it. Today he was in a good mood and said you went to audition for the art troupe, possibly to perform by the end of the year. He said you can do this and that, really talented. As for me, I just want to ensure your health. Lin An'an's heart skipped a beat, and her lips unconsciously curled up. This man truly did more than he said. Dai Lihua looked at Lin An'an's expression and smiled. An'an, Mingzhou really cares about you. Lin An'an nodded, but didn't he respond to that? Dai Lihua seemed to think of something and sighed. Mingzhou didn't he have a fight with Lu Qing, did he? No, he didn't do anything. Just wanted a punishment result. Dai Lihua's eyes flashed with difficulty. Sister Lihua, what's wrong? Dai Lihua hesitated for a moment, but continued. And then, if this matter can pass, you must not cause trouble with Lu Qing. Back then, it wasn't just your brother Jiaming protecting Mingzhou. There was also Lu Qing's elder brother, Lu Guang, who handed over the special operations camp to Mingzhou. Lin An'an's eyes flickered as she listened to Dai Lihua recount the past. She felt her mind go blank, struggling to accept it. The Lu family were people from the military in the capital. Lu Guang and Lu Qing were brothers, both part of the well-established Red Third Generation. Their family had countless achievements, and of course, they themselves were quite outstanding. Initially, only Lu Guang came to the Northwest. He was a man with strong personal beliefs and didn't want to rely on his family's connections, so he came alone to the harshest army in the Northwest. Upon entering the army, he quickly drew attention. True to expectations, Lu Guang not only excelled in ability, but was also brave and hardworking. He climbed step by step to the position of camp leader. Chu Mingzhou was nurtured by Lu Guang and Commander Su. Lu Guang found Chu Mingzhou outstanding and similar in age to his younger brother, so he treated him like a confidant. However, with war comes smoke and endless sacrifices. That encounter with the enemy was not unexpected. Song Jianmin took a few bullets for Chu Mingzhou, while Lu Guang faced a whole row of enemies for them. By the time he left, Lu Guang was only 29 years old, just days shy of his 30th birthday. Dai Lihua's eyes lowered, her voice slightly choked. Clearly filled with tears, Lin An'an raised her hand to wipe her eyes, her throat moving as she nearly lost her voice. Thanks to him, Ming Zhou, Song Jian, and Duan Yu, and Qi Chong, they were able to come back. Dai Lihua stopped and signaled Lin An'an to put on her clothes. Continuing, Lu Qin came later. He made a huge fuss at home, insisting on joining the Northwest Army. But his grandfather absolutely refused. Perhaps because he was old and would rather die than let his only grandson go to the battlefield. In the end, Lu Qin had to back down and was transferred to the art troupe. You've seen his appearance, right? He is not inferior to Ming Zhou and fits well in the art troupe. You don't know, he fought with Ming Zhou just a few days after arriving, and they both ended up with bruises. Later, for some reason, they became really good friends again. Don't be fooled by Ming Zhou's cold demeanor. He is actually very sentimental. Lin An'an tightened her hands, suddenly feeling a severe pain in her heart. "An'an, what is wrong?" Dai Lihua exclaimed as she noticed Lin An'an's face suddenly turn pale. Cough, cough, cough. A series of urgent and labored coughs erupted. With a thud, Chu Mingzhou and Lin Zihua rushed in. Chu Mingzhou quickly crossed over to Lin An'an, supporting her shoulders. "What happened? Are you feeling unwell again?" Lin Zihua also leaned in with a worried expression, looking at Lin An'an's pale face. "Anxious? Weren't you fine this morning? How did you get sick again?" "Cease. Don't scare me." Lin An'an clutched her chest. Finally managing to catch her breath, she waved her hand weakly and said, I'm fine." She suddenly felt a bit short of breath. Chu Mingzhou frowned tightly, turning to look at Dai Lihua, his eyes full of questions. Dai Lihua opened her mouth, blaming herself for mentioning the past, which must have stirred her emotions. Chu Mingzhou immediately understood what she meant, gently patting Lin An'an's back, trying to help her calm down. "It's all over. Don't think about that anymore. Just take a moment to breathe." Lin An'an leaned half against Chu Mingzhou, nodding as she took a few deep breaths, feeling the tightness in her chest gradually ease. Lin Zihua was anxious, pacing around. "I think it's those people from the art troupe who upset her." "Don't say my sister. Even I'm feeling blocked in my chest right now." "Zihua, don't say that." Lin Zihua was confused. "Sis, don't be too easy to talk to." Chu Mingzhou shot him a glance. Lin Zihua immediately fell silent. Chapter 63. Captain Su comes to mediate. Chu Mingzhou helped Lin An'an stand up, thanked Dai Lihua, and then the three of them left the sanitation company together. The supply and marketing cooperative is just past that door. Let us stop by to buy some vegetables. Chu Mingzhou nodded and replied, "All right." It was almost mealtime, and there weren't many people in the cooperative. Lin An'an picked some vegetables and bought a few eggs, as there were still marinated dishes at home. Just a couple of vegetables would suffice. "Yeah." Lin Zihua stood by, bored, occasionally picking up a piece of fruit to look at before putting it back down. "Sister, since the art troupe thing is settled, does that mean I'm going back to the communications company?" Lin An'an initially wanted to say yes, but then she recalled what Dai Lihua had said and hesitated, deciding to talk about it after dinner at home. Lin Zihua looked troubled, but had no other options. After paying, they carried the vegetables and headed home together. "Is Mingzhou back?" "Aunt Jean, is this your wife?" "It's my first time meeting her. The young lady is really pretty." "Yes, Sister Fong, this is my wife Lin An'an." People in the courtyard were curious as they saw Chu Mingzhou holding Lin An'an's hand while returning home, looking puzzled. The bolder aunties leaned forward to greet Chu Mingzhou, trying to gather information. They were all neighbors in the same courtyard, and many had helped the Chu family before. Chu Mingzhou was polite to everyone, nodding in response. However, their relationship was clearly different from what they had imagined. Chu Mingzhou treated his wife quite well, not at all like the rumor suggested. Everyone was curious, but nobody dared to ask. How could they? Should they ask? "Captain Chu, when are you getting a divorce?" Lin An'an's hand was firmly held by Chu Mingzhou as she followed closely beside him. When he greeted others, she politely nodded. Once home, Chu Mingzhou went into the kitchen with Chu Minglan, skillfully washing and cutting the vegetables, preparing to cook. Lin An'an wanted to help, but was sent away by Chu Mingzhou. "Just sit. There are only 2 vegetables. It'll be quick." "All right then, Mingzhou and Xiaolan, you both work hard." Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Zihua was stunned. Mom was worried when she left, but it seems my brother-in-law is quite capable. Lin An'an unwrapped a milk candy and popped it into her mouth. Indeed, Lin Zihua leaned closer to Lin An'an, lowering his voice. "Sister, are you really not getting a divorce? You made such a fuss back then. I thought you two wouldn't work out." Lin An'an shot him a glare. What divorce? Stop talking nonsense. So you're really not divorcing? Of course not. But you said. Before Lin Zihua could finish his sentence, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Chu Mingyu ran out from his room and, seeing that it was Captain Su and Lu Qing, happily shouted, "Uncle Su," and dashed to open the door. Lin An'an quickly tidied her clothes and stood up upon seeing Captain Su. Lin Zihua stood up as well, but grimaced when he saw Lu Qing. "Zihua, let us just let the art troupe matter go today. We might need to attend the year-end performance, and I'll explain the other things to you later." "You mustn't throw a tantrum," Lin An'an softly reminded him. Lin Zihua. Before he could ask why, Captain Su and Lu Qing had already entered. "Captain Su, Instructor Lu, please have a seat," Lin An'an greeted with a smile. Lin Zihua had 1,000 unwilling thoughts in his heart, but could only follow suit, greeting Captain Su. "Instructor Lu, hey, no need to be nervous. We just came to take a look. It's just in time for lunch. It'll be ready soon." Lin An'an felt a bit embarrassed. After all, in other households, women went into the kitchen, while she was just sitting there, letting the men and her tiny sister-in-law cook. "It's great that you're here. Lu Qing has mentioned your marinated dishes several times, saying your cooking is unique in the courtyard." Chu Mingyu was the first to come out and confirm this. "Uncle Su, it's true. It's especially delicious. I love it." Captain Su hugged Chu Mingyu and rubbed his head, clearly fond of him. Lin An'an was a bit unaccustomed to seeing Captain Su so amiable for the first time. "No, I just cook casually." As she spoke, Captain Su pulled out some money from his pocket and placed it on the table, gently pushing it in front of Lin An'an. "Then I really need to taste it. Just like last time, not a bit of discount." Lin An'an paused, but still accepted it. A smile flickered in Captain Su's eyes, clearly pleased with her demeanor. "The weather in the Northwest is cold. Are you all adapting to life here? The food tastes are also quite different." He didn't mention the art troupe matter at all, chatting about the most ordinary daily topics. Lin An'an responded appropriately, her attitude gentle. Lin Zihua, on the other hand, was tense the whole time, occasionally rubbing his thighs. Lunch is ready. Chu Mingzhou brought the dishes to the table, and Chu Minglan had already served rice for everyone. The table was filled with a large platter of marinated dishes, exuding a unique aroma, and the stir-fried vegetables looked enticing, complemented by seaweed egg drop soup that made one's appetite soar. Deyin. Captain Su picked up his chopsticks, tasted the marinated dishes, and couldn't help but praise, "This marinated dish is indeed delicious." "Right, Uncle Su, try this sausage. It's especially fragrant," Chu Mingyu shared like an adult. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "It really is delicious. I can't forget the taste after trying it once." Lin Zihua listened on the side. Although he still felt a bit awkward about Lu Qing, he didn't say anything, just focused on eating. The meal was quite lively, with everyone chatting and laughing. Once they had eaten most of the food, Captain Su put down his chopsticks and slowly spoke. "The reason we came today is twofold. First, to taste Comrade Lin's marinated dishes. Second, to discuss the art troupe matters." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Captain Su. Lin An'an gently wiped her mouth. "Captain Su, please go ahead. We're listening." Captain Su sighed lightly. "I've understood what happened with the art troupe today. It was indeed wrong on the part of our comrades in the art troupe. Here, I would like to apologize on their behalf to Comrade Lin and Comrade Zihua." Lin An'an and Lin Zihua exchanged glances and quickly waved their hands. They don't have the face to accept the captain's apology. "Captain Su, please don't say that." Captain Su raised his hand to signal them to sit down and continued. "Lu Qing has already given them a serious reprimand and imposed the corresponding penalties according to the regulations, ensuring that such incidents won't occur again in the future. The upcoming cultural performance is very important for our entire unit, and I came here to plead, hoping you can reconsider." Chu Mingzhou's hand on the table tightened, but he said nothing, not even changing his gaze towards Lin An'an. He was on her side. As long as she was unwilling, even if Captain Su came, he would still refuse. Chapter 64, Negotiation. Lin Zihua was about to speak when Lin An'an gently pressed him down. Lin An'an bit her lip, not directly refusing, but her expression showed some hesitation. Team leader soon noticed her attitude had softened and immediately added, "Lu Qing, why don't you talk about the punishment for Su Yao and the others?" Lu Qing nodded, stating that due to the suddenness and severity of the incident, he had imposed corresponding punishments on them right away. Among them, Two comrades who played a leading role in causing trouble, Su Yao and Pan Guoha, would receive serious criticism and education. Their performance rewards would be deducted, they would be disqualified for promotions, and they would receive a formal reprimand. They would also be disqualified from participating in the upcoming artistic performance, and if they reoffend, they would be dismissed by the party organization. Lin An'an and Lin Zihua were both slightly shocked to hear these punitive measures from Lu Qing. They did not expect Lu Qing to be so harsh in handling this matter. It seemed he truly valued their feelings and realized the seriousness of the issue. Since others had come this far, it would indeed be inappropriate for Lin An'an to refuse again. Comrade Lin, this is the current punishment. They have a good attitude towards admitting their mistakes and know they were wrong. Lu Qing still had hope in his eyes, but team leader Su had already spoken, and he did not want to continue pressing, as it might seem too forceful. Lin Zihua's initial resentment had mostly dissipated by now. He glanced at Lin An'an, prompting her to make a decision. All right, let's consider this matter settled. We are willing to participate in the artistic performance at the end of the year, Lin An'an replied. So, Comrade Lin, think about it. Team leader Su instinctively started to speak, planning to persuade further, but he did not expect Lin An'an to agree so readily. Lu Qing was also taken aback, then smiled broadly, showing his white teeth. Great, this is wonderful. Team leader Su glanced at Lin An'an, seeing the young girl acting normally, not showing any signs of being coerced, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, team leader Su was not very satisfied with Lin An'an. From the first moment he saw her, he felt she would drag Chu Mingzhou down. In his heart, he thought Chu Mingzhou had suffered enough, and adding such a woman was not love, but harm. Even when he later learned that Lin An'an could speak foreign languages and had helped Mingzhou greatly, it only slightly changed his view. However, in just a few days, he kept hearing about Lin An'an, especially regarding Chu Mingzhou's changes, which were visibly noticeable. Until he heard about the art troupe incident earlier, that sickly little girl was talented in many areas. Not only could she speak foreign languages, but she was also a musical genius. She was not timid when faced with difficulties and would rather not participate in the artistic performance than lose her dignity. Showing great spirit, team leader Su began to think that this girl might not be as weak and useless as he initially thought. Instead, she had her own stubbornness and persistence, as well as unexpected abilities. Comrade Lin, your agreeing to participate in this artistic performance has really helped us a lot. On behalf of the entire art troupe, I thank you. He believed that with their participation, the performance would definitely be spectacular. Comrade Lu, no need to be polite. Rest assured, since we have decided to participate, we will certainly do our best. Lin An'an returned to calling Lu Qing as before, no longer addressing him awkwardly as Instructor Lu. Lu Qing quickly nodded. Of course, after this incident, everyone will learn a lesson and will certainly get along well. By the way, this artistic performance is on the 25th of the lunar year, which is in 8 days. You need to come to the art troupe for rehearsals as soon as possible. Lin An'an agreed. All right, Zihua can go over tomorrow morning. I need to go to the sanitation company in the morning and we'll go in the afternoon. Okay, no problem. Chu Mingzhou waited until they had finished negotiating before speaking. Instructor Lu, if you have no other business, you should personally supervise the rehearsals. Lu Qing's eyelids twitched slightly as he met Chu Mingzhou's dark, inscrutable gaze and swallowed back what he wanted to say. Yes, that should be the case. After dinner, he politely saw the two off. Lin Zihua initially thought the matter with the art troupe had been resolved and that he would return to the army after dinner. Unexpectedly, there was a turn of events, and he was happily left behind. Zihua, you can stay with me. My bed is warm, and the quilts are freshly laid. Chu Mingyu not only did not reject him, but eagerly invited him to stay in his room to coax him into telling stories. All right, I'll wash the dishes first. When someone was happy, their laziness disappeared, and Lin Zihua eagerly rushed to wash the dishes. Chu Mingzhou confirmed that Lin An'an was fine, rubbed his temples, and rested for a while in the lounge chair. Lin An'an, perhaps due to hearing about Lu Guang's situation, felt heavy-hearted and had no sleepiness at all. While he was resting, she sat beside him reading. Once he had rested enough and left for the army, she began making clothes. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Lin An'an sat at the table, focused, with her needle and thread skillfully weaving through the fabric. Making a long coat for the tall Chu Mingzhou was much more complicated than making a cotton jacket for a child. This was Lin An'an's first time making clothes for him, and it carried special meaning. So she was particularly meticulous. Time quietly slipped away under her fingertips, and before she knew it, the sky gradually darkened. Lin An'an set down her needle and thread, stretched lazily, and looked at the clothes that were already more than half finished, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Sister, I'm not eating at home. I'm going to find Tong Tong. She should be off work by now, and I'll take her out for some good food. Lin Zihua had just finished washing up, changed into clean clothes, looking fresh and handsome in the sunlight. His appearance was quite good, but his words made Lin An'an feel troubled. Lin An'an's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as she tidied up the clothes and materials, considering how to respond. Zihua, after dinner, come with me to the army's farm to move some things. Chu Mingzhou returned and spoke before her. Lin Zihua frowned, feeling conflicted. Brother-in-law, I'm about to go out. Chu Mingzhou was unconcerned and emphasized, these are things needed for the new year. I'll be busy for the next few days, and your sister can't move them by herself. Lin Zihua glanced at Lin An'an, biting his lip. Zihua, be a good boy and help your brother-in-law get the things. Just consider helping me. Lin An'an lightly coughed, patting her chest. Tong Tong won't get off work that early. Besides, she just started working a few days ago. You can't just think about taking her out to play all the time. If it delays her work, that's your problem. Huh? If I wait until she gets off work to take her out to eat, will that delay her? Definitely. Moreover, you haven't even made plans. Lin Zihua scratched his head, feeling it made sense. All right, then I'll go with brother-in-law to move the stuff. Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. Lin An'an did not expect him to be so clever that it saved her from explaining. Chapter 65, Anticipation Sister-in-Law. It's popular to make pickled vegetables for the new year here, like sauerkraut, snow vegetable pickles, chive flowers, and dried radish. Can Xiaolan do that? That's really impressive. I can do it. After making the sauerkraut, it's time to write couplets, cut window flowers, and hang lanterns. Writing couplets? Yes. My brother can write with a brush, and he does it beautifully. Every year, many people from the courtyard come to ask for his help. At the dining table, Chu Minglan racked her brains, sharing her memories of New Year customs in the Northwest. Not only her, but Chu Mingzhou and Chu Mingyu were also looking forward to this new year, especially since Lin An'an had joined the family, making everything different from before. Lin Zihua listened with great interest. That is perfect. My sister can cut window flowers, and she does it beautifully. One praises the brother, the other praises the sister, and they compete joyfully. Lin An'an's eyes curved with laughter as she took small bites of her food. The atmosphere at the dining table was particularly good. After dinner, Chu Mingzhou borrowed a cart from a neighbor and took Lin Zihua to the military farm. As the sun set, the temperature gradually dropped, and the wind felt sharp against their faces. Normally, Lin Zihua would be reluctant to endure such cold weather, but now. He walked briskly, closely following Chu Mingzhou, not falling behind at all. That damned competitive spirit gave him an endless amount of energy. Brother-in-law, can we take one pumpkin? My sister loves to eat them. Take it. Brother-in-law, what about these chestnuts? My sister loves chestnuts too. Chu Mingzhou grabbed a basket and dumped most of it into their cart. Lin Zihua picked out several items, both for himself and for Lin An'an, and without exception, all of it was loaded onto the cart by Chu Mingzhou. Captain Chu, remember to come pick up the lamb and beef on the 25th of the new year. It will be freshly slaughtered, perfect for celebrating. Sure, thank you. Before leaving, Chu Mingzhou also gathered a bunch of firewood, filling the cart to the brim. The two of them pulled the fully loaded cart back home. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. Hearing the noise, Lin An'an hurried out with the two little ones to help. Why did you bring back so much? Zihua picked out some of your favorites and also brought some firewood. Lin Zihua stood by, grinning, not afraid of Lin An'an exposing him. Everyone worked together to bring the items into the house and began sorting them out. The Chu siblings were all very diligent, unable to sit still. They started pickling that very night. Those chopping vegetables, those preparing seasonings, and those packing jars. The three of them, along with Lin Zihua, worked in an orderly fashion. I'll help you. Lin An'an watched them busy and couldn't sit still either. She wanted to help, but was stopped by Chu Mingzhou, telling her she shouldn't catch a chill and should go sit down. Lin An'an didn't insist. She really couldn't afford to catch a cold, as that would just hinder their efforts. Glancing at the pumpkin and chestnuts in the corner, Lin An'an thought for a moment, I'll make you pumpkin cakes. Pumpkin cakes? Not just the Chu siblings. Even Lin Zihua didn't know what pumpkin cakes were. Well, we have glutinous rice flour at home. Without further ado, Lin An'an rolled up her sleeves and started preparing. Making pumpkin cakes is particularly simple and not tiring at all. Moreover, one pumpkin can make a lot, and later, you could take some to share with the neighbors and friends to let them have a taste, which is very suitable. All right, then I'll help you start the fire. Chu Mingzhou put down the knife and nimbly started a fire for her, seeing that she was too restless. So he let her be. Lin An'an skillfully peeled and cut the pumpkin into pieces, placing them in a pot to steam. While the pumpkin was steaming, she prepared the glutinous rice flour and other ingredients. After the pumpkin was cooked, she mashed it into a puree, then added an appropriate amount of glutinous rice flour, kneading it into a smooth dough. Next, she divided the dough into small pieces, rolled them into balls, and then flattened them into cakes. Lin An'an's movements weren't overly skillful, but since the method for pumpkin cakes was simple, with a little effort, she could do it quite well. Wow, I've never seen such cakes before. Chu Mingyu watched with sparkling eyes. Chu Minglan also showed a surprised expression. Sister-in-law, this pumpkin cake looks great. It must taste good too. Lin Zihua curiously asked, Sister, do you steam these like buns? I can heat up the steamer for you. Lin An'an smiled and shook her head, saying that pumpkin cakes shouldn't be steamed. They need to be fried in oil or pan-fried in a skillet. Our family doesn't have much oil left, so let us pan-fry them. She put a little oil in the skillet, placed the pumpkin cakes in, and slowly fried them over low heat. Before long, the pumpkin cakes turned golden and crispy, releasing an enticing aroma. Lin An'an took a piece to taste, blowing on it as it was hot, and found it quite good. Quickly, she plated the fried pumpkin cakes and brought them to everyone. All right, you all try it first and see if it suits your taste. Everyone still had work to do, so Lin An'an picked one up, blew on it, and fed each of them one by one. Wow, it's really delicious. Chu Mingyu took a small bite at first, and then his eyes lit up. He hurried to wash his hands and wanted to take some for himself. Chu Minglan also nodded in praise. Sister-in-law, this pumpkin cake is sweet and chewy. It's really delicious. Lin Zihuai's mouth was full as he spoke somewhat unclearly. Sister, where did you learn this? Mom definitely can't make it. If she could, she would have made it and run all over the village. Well, I learned this from a book. It was taught by Mom. You all should eat less. Glutinous rice is not easy to digest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin An'an finished frying the remaining cakes. Her family couldn't eat much, but she could have Chu Mingzhou take some to the military to share with his comrades, letting them have a taste and showing that he, as the captain, was thoughtful. Moreover, she wanted Lin Zihuai to take some to the art troupe as a favor, letting bygones be bygones over their previous quarrel, as they still needed to interact with each other. If Lin Zihuai really caught the eye of the art troupe, Lin An'an wouldn't truly hinder his future. The pumpkin cakes were best when just out of the pan. They lost some texture when cooled. However, with the cold weather, keeping them for a few days wouldn't be a problem. They could just be reheated in the pot when they wanted to eat them. After Lin An'an properly stored the fried pumpkin cakes, she looked over at the others who were busy pickling. You all shouldn't work too late. There's no rush with these pickled vegetables. We'll finish soon. If we get this done today, the preparations for the new year will be easier. Chu Mingzhou told her to go rest first, signaling that he would finish up shortly. Lin An'an smiled helplessly and went to wash up and rest. The room was filled with the aroma of pumpkin cakes and the unique smell of pickled vegetables, blending together to create a special sense of life. Close to 11 at night, the pickling work finally came to an end. Finally, it was done. Now they just had to wait for the flavors to set in. Lin Zihuai stood up, stretching his somewhat sore arms, looking at the several jars of pickled vegetables with disbelief. I can actually make pickled vegetables? Chu Mingyu and Lin An'an had long since gone to sleep, and the other three didn't say much. After tidying up, they all went to bed. Chapter 66. Versatile Lin Zihua. The next day, heavy snow fell in the northwest, enveloping the entire military compound in a silver cloak, creating an unusually quiet atmosphere. At breakfast, Lin An'an shared the situation regarding Lu Guang with Lin Zihua. Lin Zihua, who took after his mother, was boisterous but also very soft-hearted. By the time Lin An'an finished explaining, he was already in tears. "Sister, I understand. I will perform well in the art troupe. Moreover, they owe a favor to my brother-in-law, so they're good people." Chu Mingzhou glanced at him, and, seeing him cry so pitifully, pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it over. Due to the heavy wind and snow, Wang, who had driven a military vehicle early in the morning to pick up Chu Mingzhou took Lin An'an and Lin Zihua along the way, dropping them off at the medical unit and the art troupe, respectively. After seeing both of them enter, he returned to the special operations camp. Dai Lihua was not at the medical unit. An older military doctor received Lin An'an, explaining that Dr. Dai had been dispatched on an urgent task early in the morning. "Comrade Lin, please hand me the medicine. You can sit in the next room. The nebulizer is available now." "Okay, thank you." The nebulizer of that era was still relatively outdated, a large metal machine that lacked convenience and was quite heavy. Lin An'an rummaged through her bag to find a mask prescribed by the hospital. It wasn't disposable, so she had to be careful when using it. The nebulization lasted for 20 minutes. The old doctor came in to help her attach the mask, added the medication to the machine, plugged it in, and the nebulizer started buzzing, making a loud noise, with the nebulized particles being quite coarse. "Thank you." Lin An'an placed the mask over her mouth and nose and quietly began the nebulization. The old doctor sat not far from her, reading a newspaper and occasionally glancing over to check on her. Lin Zihua brought the pumpkin cakes he had prepared into the art troupe. After the commotion yesterday, both sides were quite unhappy. Today was their first formal introduction after the reconciliation. "Hello, comrades. I am a substitute accordion player, Lin Zihua." "Zihua, is it? Nice to meet you. I'm the head of the rehearsal department." Bai Ling, Su Yao, and Pan Guohe were indeed not present. The group before Lin Zihua was quite polite, with Bai Ling leading the way and greeting him one by one. Lin Zihua had a poor memory, but the group was friendly, and it didn't take long for him to blend in. Such a natural socializer, without needing to say much. Just hearing others praise him or his sister made him incredibly happy. Even when they complimented the pumpkin cakes, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face. "Zihua, your responsibility in this artistic performance is quite significant. You must familiarize yourself as soon as possible." Bai Ling waved Lin Zihua over to look at the program list in her hand. "You will participate in 4 groups of programs. The song The Shining Red Star, the small song and dance peasants singing The East is Red, the revolutionary model play taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, and the dance-like cavalry of the prairie. There are only 7 days left before the artistic performance." Lin Zihua not only had to practice the songs, but also needed to coordinate well with the others, which was quite challenging. Lin Zihua nodded and picked up the sheet music to flip through it. "Okay, no problem." His overly enthusiastic response caught Bai Ling off guard. She then smiled and shook her head, considering it a child's playful boast. "All right, everyone take your places. We're about to start. Zihua, you sit in the second position on the left." "Okay." 50 minutes later, Lin An'an finished her nebulization and arrived. The first training session on stage had just concluded. "Zihua, you are truly a musical genius." "Yes, Comrade Lin, you are really amazing. I kept a close eye on you. And in just 20 minutes, you kept up with everyone. You won't need a week. I estimate that in 2 days, you'll be completely familiar with it." A group of people surrounded Lin Zihua, all praising him, which he found very gratifying. Upon seeing Lin An'an arrive, he hurriedly waved at her. He immediately introduced her to the others. "This is my sister, Lin An'an. My sister is much more capable than I am. I'm just passable. She is the real genius." After saying that, he shyly scratched his head. Everyone warmly greeted Lin An'an, showing no signs of exclusion. Most of these people had never heard Lin An'an play the violin. They took Lin Zihua's words as polite flattery and were not particularly interested in her. A round-faced girl stepped forward, steering the conversation back to Lin Zihua. "By the way, who was that from the Air Force Art Troupe of the Northern Theater? What was his name?" "He has about the same age as Zihua, and everyone calls him a musical genius. It's been quite the buzz." "Mu Yue." Yes. I heard that because of Mu Yue's musical talent, he secured many benefits for their art troupe." Another boy with fox-like eyes clapped his hands. "I've seen him. He is not only good at the accordion, but also plays the piano." Lin Zihua, hearing himself being compared, blinked and felt a bit dissatisfied. almost instinctively saying, "I not only play the accordion, but also the flute, harmonica, and guqin." Hiss! Bai Ling squeezed through the crowd, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. "What did you say?" Lin Zihua puffed out his chest, a proud smile on his face. "I can play all of these. My proficiency is not inferior to that of the accordion." The crowd exchanged glances. Some were skeptical. Lin Zihua grew anxious. Without thinking, he directly asked to borrow instruments. The guqin aside, harmonicas and flutes were common, so the art troupe naturally had them. Soon, someone brought over a harmonica and a flute and handed them to Lin Zihua. Lin Zihua took them, first picking up the harmonica, placing it to his lips, and began to play the piece he had just practiced, The Shining Red Star. Lu Qing and a few other department heads from the art troupe happened to arrive, and, seeing so many people gathered around, remained silent and leaned in to watch the excitement. The melodious melody instantly filled the rehearsal room. The familiar tune, interpreted through the harmonica, gained a touch of liveliness and spirit, as if the notes were little elves dancing in the air. Everyone was amazed and immediately began to listen attentively. This playing is even better than the harmonica player in the troupe. After finishing a piece, the crowd was still in a daze, and Lin Zihua picked up the flute, made a slight adjustment, and began to play again, still the same piece. The sound of the flute was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing through the mountains, or the birds singing in the forest. The graceful melody gave the piece an entirely different style, causing everyone present to secretly admire it. After finishing, a round of applause erupted. "Zihua, we don't have a guqin here. If we did, I would really like to see you play it too. To see if you could play this revolutionary piece, haha." Lin Zihua seriously thought about it in response to this remark, believing he could manage it. Laughter ensued. Bai Ling stepped forward and patted Lin Zihua's arm. "Wow, you really have some skills." Someone else chimed in, "By the way, Comrade Lin, I heard that very few people learn the guqin. How did you come to learn such an obscure instrument? Isn't your family from the countryside? How did you have the conditions for that?" Chapter 67. Lin An'an is truly talented. Lin Zihua smiled broadly. "I'm from Sioux City. Our Wu Nong soft language and Sioux City tunes can't be separated from a guqin. I've loved these things since I was young. Whenever there was an elder in the village who understood, I would learn from them. If no one in the village knew, my mom would send me to the town to study." Lu Qing clapped his hands and stepped forward, finally attracting the attention of the others gathered around. "Instructor." Lu Qing smiled and waved his hand. "You all continue. We're just here to watch." He had promised Chu Mingzhou to come and practice together, and he actually came, bringing along several small leaders for company. The intermission lasted for 15 minutes, and Lin An'an arrived just in time, as the second group of rehearsal needed her violin accompaniment. Lin An'an wore a smile the entire time, her expression gentle, clearly the kind of person with a very good temperament. She sat wherever she was told. However, there was a significant problem. The art troupe did not have the current music's violin sheet music. This piece was something Song Quan already knew, and the troupe had chosen it for the song and dance to match him. Therefore, Lin An'an could only temporarily piece together similar sheet music, and whether she could understand it and grasp it depended on her skills and intuition. "It's fine, let me take a look." Lin An'an's expression was calm as she carefully read through it twice, memorizing it entirely without looking at the sheet music during the subsequent performance. "We can start now." "Huh? Oh, okay, let's try it first. You follow along and see." When the music began, the violin joined perfectly, ebbing and flowing, gradually reaching a peak, working in perfect harmony with everyone else without dragging anyone down. The little girl sitting next to her was left dumbfounded. After one rehearsal ended, the conversation quickly shifted from Lin Zihua to Lin An'an. "Comrade Lin, did you already know this piece before?" "No, this is my first time encountering it." "Then, how did you memorize the sheet music after just a glance? Your comprehension and memory are impressive. I'm in awe of you." Lin An'an smiled and replied, "It's nothing special. Maybe I just see it often and am sensitive to these notes, so I remember them quickly." Everyone was left speechless by her response. Finally, it was Lu Qing who personally asked, "Comrade Lin, could you share your technique for memorizing sheet music?" They originally thought Lin Zihua was impressive, but they didn't expect Lin An'an to surpass him even more. Lin An'an pondered for a moment and then smiled, saying, "Actually, it's not much of technique. When I look at the sheet music, I first outlined the entire melody in my mind, just like when we listen to a familiar song. We have a general tune in our heads, worried they might not understand. Lin An'an specifically brought over a sheet of music and explained using the piece they had just played. Everyone listened to Lin An'an's insights, astonished. Is there anything unclear? No, it's too clear. Lin An'an was amused by their reactions. Usually, the art troupe's rehearsals were lively, but it was nothing compared to today. With the entire auditorium gathered around one person listening to her lecture. Moreover, when they tried her technique, even the members with the worst memories could use it cleverly, which was truly remarkable. The piece they just rehearsed was the small song and dance farmers singing "The East is Red," and Lin An'an also guided the dancers a bit. This small technique was called catching the beat, dancing in time with the music's rhythm to enhance the sense of timing, and then moving with the music's emotions, incorporating more dynamic body language. In just a few short sentences, it felt like she had opened up their channels of understanding. Okay, let's continue rehearsing and try Comrade Lin's method to see how it goes. The results, of course, were astonishingly good. The happiest were Lu Qing and the small leaders around him. As the third rehearsal began, they all huddled close to Lu Qing, discussing the matter. Instructor, this Comrade Lin is definitely talented. Look at how well she plays the violin and her high musical aptitude. Yes, she has strong ideas and great stage control. I think her musical skills surpass Song Quan's. She's truly a rare talent. Administrator of the Administrative Office. Instructor, UC. Our art troupe's recruitment quota for next year. Lin An'an never expected that within just one morning, both she and Lin Zihua would catch the attention of the art troupe. Lu Qing's mind was already working, thinking about how to bring her into the art troupe. Sister-in-law, Zihua, I'll take you back and stop by your house for a meal. Lu Qing walked over to the two with a bright smile, pointing to the car at the entrance. Lin An'an was slightly taken aback by his calling her sister-in-law. After thinking about the matter with Chu Mingzhou and Lu Guang, she quickly relaxed. Sure, it won't be an extra pair of chopsticks. All right, Lin Zihua chuckled. Instructor, you're not still thinking about the marinated snacks, are you? Lu Qing laughed heartily at his remark. Yes, that marinated snack suits my taste. I really like it. By the time the three arrived home, Chu Mingzhou and Chu Minglan had already prepared the meal. Chu Mingzhou looked at Lu Qing suspiciously, unsure of what he was up to. Chu Mingzhou had gone to the art troupe at noon, only to be chased away by Lu Qing. Lu Qing said Lin An'an was still busy with important matters and insisted he return home to prepare the meal, claiming Lin An'an was starving. He even patted his chest to guarantee that he would safely send her home, offering to pick her up and drop her off all afternoon. Chu Mingzhou didn't think much of it and naturally agreed. Seeing Lin An'an with her peach blossom eyes smiling and eating her meal in small bites, looking very happy. He believed it. While eating, Lin Zihua excitedly talked about the rehearsal at the art troupe today, vividly recounting his performance and Lin An'an's shared experiences. The three Chu siblings listened with great interest. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Zihua brother is impressive too. Sister-in-law teaches others too. You're really capable. I must tell my classmates about this later. Chu Mingzhou nodded in agreement. Lin An'an felt a bit embarrassed. It's not that exaggerated. It's just everyone sharing and communicating. I'm just sharing what I know. It might be helpful. Lu Qing quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and said, Sister-in-law, you're too humble. Your method is incredibly helpful to everyone. The results from today's rehearsal were immediate. Look, several leaders in the troupe are praising you, all thinking you're a rare talent. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, seeming to understand something, and warned, An'an's health isn't very good. She needs to moderate her rehearsals. Lin An'an didn't catch on, smiling at him to indicate she was fine. Chapter 68. A letter is like meeting. Lu Qing chuckled and didn't he rush. He planned to slowly boil the frog in warm water, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, I have it under control. Since my sister-in-law isn't well, I naturally can't let her toil. Hearing him call her sister-in-law, even Chu Mingzhou felt quite uncomfortable and suspected he had ulterior motives. After finishing dinner, Lin An'an was pulled aside by Chu Minglan. Sister-in-law, I bought the red paper that brother asked me to get. Zihua said you should come and cut window flowers this year. Take a look at this paper. Cut window flowers? Lin An'an flipped through the large stack of red paper and touched it. The color was bright, and the paper was sturdy, with a hint of fine gold shimmer in the bright red, making it quite beautiful. No problem, I'll give it a try. Saying she would try was because Lin An'an wasn't very confident. The original owner was an expert at cutting window flowers, but she wasn't. Although she had memories of making window flowers and was quite skilled, it felt like a theoretical discussion. Lin An'an took a small knife and cut some paper, relying on her memory to start working. The scissors at home were a bit dull, so she directly picked up the fabric scissors to cut, and, surprisingly, it felt quite smooth. Chu Minglan sat beside her, propping her chin on her hands, watching eagerly. Lin An'an cut out a character for fortune and then a character for longevity with a peach. After making 2 pieces, her hands became more adept. Chu Mingzhou wiped his hands and came in, glanced at her, said nothing further, and went on to cut red paper for couplets. Mingzhou, remember to write me a few couplets too? Lu Qing requested. Chu Mingzhou lightly hummed in response without looking up. Lu Qing turned to Lin An'an again. The third piece she had cut hadn't been opened yet, and it wasn't clear what it was. Sister-in-law, what did you cut? Open it and see for yourself. Lu Qing, not holding back, reached out and opened it. This, a pig? Lin Zihua and Chu Minglan burst into laughter together. Indeed, Lin An'an's third cut was of Zhu Beiji holding a jade rabbit. Since 1975 was the year of the rabbit, a single rabbit felt too monotonous. So Lin An'an thought of adding some flair and created Beiji running to the moon. The 3 pieces weren't large, but were quite exquisite. A professional would definitely notice that the technical skill of these 3 pieces varied significantly. The first was awkward, the second was proficient, and the third was expert. After his astonishment, Lu Qing clicked his tongue and said, Sister-in-law, you really are talented. Even your paper-cutting skills are so good. But I have to ask, are the women from Sioux City all this impressive? Before Lin An'an could respond, Lin Zihua chimed in, of course. The women there are all beautiful and capable. My sister is unwell and can't do farm work, so she learned many things and is quite skilled. Like our Tong Tong, she is really impressive. Not only is she pretty, but she is also very independent. Although she doesn't play any instruments, her grades are excellent. If she could go to college, she'd probably outshine my sister. Not to mention, in her current job at the bus company, many people are clamoring for a chance. Lin Zihua went on to praise Jiang Tong nonstop. Lin An'an's expression darkened, feeling an endless gloom in her heart. Hearing Lin Zihua, Lu Qing curiously asked, Is this Tong Tong you mentioned also in the Northwest? Yeah, she is at the Northwest Bus Company, currently a ticket seller on our military district route. She came to the Northwest specifically to take care of me and my sister. She is really loyal, right? Lin Zihua's tone was full of pride. Lu Qing was about to agree when he noticed that the expressions on Chu Mingzhou and his wife were off. Realizing there might be an issue, Lu Qing quickly swallowed what he was about to say and turned to Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou. Not only do I want the couplets, but I also want those paper-cut window flowers. Lin An'an nodded, forcing a smile. Sure, do you have any favorite patterns? I'll cut them for you later. Lin Zihua wanted to take the opportunity to ask Lu Qing if he could bring Jiang Tong into the art troupe to watch rehearsals. Zihua, come over and help me cut the paper. Chu Mingzhou interrupted him again, setting down the small knife and handing the task to Lin Zihua while he began preparing ink for the brush. Oh, okay. Lin Zihua didn't think much of it. When his brother-in-law asked him to cut paper, he immediately went, as it wasn't a big deal. Lin Zihua walked over, picked up the small knife, and carefully cut the paper according to the dimensions that Chu Mingzhou had cut earlier. As Chu Mingzhou poured the ink, he casually said, Zihua, the art troupe matters are confidential. Although you're a substitute performer, you still have to keep it secret. Lin Zihua paused for a moment, his hand stopping. Then he quickly understood the implication of his brother-in-law's words. Brother-in-law, can't even family know? No, Lin Zihua nodded, dismissing the idea of bringing Jiang Tong into the art troupe. Oh, I see. I understand now. Chu Mingzhou didn't say anything more and focused on preparing the brush, dipping it in ink, and starting to write couplets on the cut red paper. Lin An'an stood beside him, watching intently. His brushwork was strong and powerful, each stroke exuding a sense of calm and grandeur. The large characters leaping onto the paper, filled with a strong spirit. No wonder they say seeing the characters is like meeting the person. Beautiful writing truly adds to one's appeal. However, the content he wrote was particularly fresh to Lin An'an. The party brings the spring breeze, green across the fields, the flag rises with the sun, illuminating thousands of homes. The spring breeze brings warmth, joy to thousands of families. Policies return hearts, happiness to 10,000 households. A bountiful harvest sings of great abundance. The party and the people thrive in peace. Lu Qing's praise was generous and continuous. Mingzhou, your writing is still so good. It exudes a spirit that makes it so appealing. No wonder my grandfather likes it so much. Chu Mingzhou continued writing without stopping, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he lightly hummed in response. Chu Minglan also leaned over, tilting her little head next to Lin An'an, and cheerfully said, "Sister-in-law." Many people in the courtyard praise the couplets that brother writes every year. They all look forward to him writing a few for them. He is quite popular. Lin An'an smiled and patted Chu Minglan's head, of course. With your brother's beautiful writing, who wouldn't he like it? After finishing one couplet, Chu Mingzhou set it aside to dry and began writing the next one. During the entire lunch break, except for Chu Mingyu, no one took a nap. When the time was almost up, they all returned to the military unit. Lin An'an had come to the art troupe for rehearsals, but she only had 2 performances, 1 accompaniment and 1 solo, so it didn't take long for her to grasp everything, especially the solo, which didn't even require a practice partner. "An'an, come help me check this performance, Dance Joyful Milking. Isn't the rhythm a bit off? An'an, take a look at this Peking opera asking about suffering in the deep mountains. Isn't the light and shadow effect you mentioned a bit lacking? An'an, come here." Actually, Lin An'an didn't know what was happening herself. She was supposed to be on stage, but inexplicably was called down to direct. Not only by the rehearsal department head Bai Ling, but also by the cultural department head He Min, who asked for her advice. By the time Lin Zihua came off stage after rehearsal in the afternoon, Lin An'an was sitting in the leader's seat, pointing and giving directions, sipping hot milk with her left hand while twirling a small pen with her right, occasionally doodling on paper. He Min said, "An'an, really, thank you so much. But we're still not quite clear on this stage play you mentioned. This is a post-spring festival program, and at that time, we have to accompany the Northwest 37th Group to the Martyrs Cemetery. It has special significance." Lin An'an nodded solemnly. "No problem. I'll think about it tonight. Is Sister He still around tomorrow?" Yes, she must be." Chapter 69, The Second Gift. He Min couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She really liked Lin An'an. She found her to be particularly spirited, clever, and her ideas were both innovative and practical, which would greatly assist with the upcoming special program. Beside her, Bai Ling also smiled and said, "An'an, your ideas keep coming one after another. They're amazing. How did you come up with them?" "Ha ha." Lin An'an wasn't modest at all. She touched her chin and pretended to be serious, saying, "Sister Bai Ling is right. I seem to have a bit of a talent for directing." "Ha ha." At this moment, Lin Zihua walked over and, seeing his sister surrounded by everyone, he was happier than anyone else. In Lin Zihua's eyes, his sister was indeed quite capable. She had been shining brightly since childhood, succeeding at everything she did. Unfortunately, her health wasn't very good. So, while in most families the sister would give way to the brother, in the Lin family, the whole family deferred to the sister. "Sister, we should head back. How was your rehearsal this afternoon?" "I'm just about done. I've gotten quite familiar with the piece, and I'm coordinating well with everyone. This cultural performance will definitely go smoothly." At this time, Chu Mingzhou also arrived at the art troupe, naturally there to pick up Lin An'an. Seeing her surrounded by a group discussing the program, he just waited not far from the door. Lin An'an spotted him at a glance, waved at him, and then turned to everyone, saying, "Let's call it a day for now. I'll think it over, and we can continue discussing tomorrow." Everyone agreed and bid farewell to the Lin siblings. As soon as they exited the art troupe, Lin An'an saw the tricycle parked not far away. Chu Mingzhou whispered a few words to Lin Zihua, telling him to head back first, and then he pulled Lin An'an onto the tricycle. "Let Zihua go back first. I'll take you to get the table." "Table?" Lin An'an looked at Chu Mingzhou uncertainly. "Is it a desk?" "Yes," Lin An'an exclaimed. "This is just perfect timing. Be careful." Chu Mingzhou took off his military hat and put it on Lin An'an's head, then removed his military coat and wrapped it around her, urging her to sit in a bit more. This tricycle was pedal-powered, with benches on both sides and a cargo area in the back, making it easy to carry a table. Seeing him give her his coat, Lin An'an felt a bit disapproving. I'm wearing a cotton jacket. I'm not cold. You don't need to. Chu Mingzhou tightened the military coat around her, not giving her a chance to refuse, and directly took the front seat. With a push of his long legs, they set off. The snow had stopped, but the outdoor temperature was still very low. The tricycle didn't move very fast, but the cold wind kept creeping into their clothes, making it particularly biting. Lin An'an, however, didn't feel cold at all. The coat still retained Chu Mingzhou's body warmth, and she felt cozy. She watched his straight back, slightly dazed. After leaving the military compound, they pedaled for about 10 minutes before stopping in front of an old alley. Chu Mingzhou got off, stabilized the tricycle, and said to Lin An'an, "We're here. Are you going in together, or waiting a bit?" Lin An'an hurriedly jumped down. "I'll get down to help. 2 people can move faster. Then be careful. The ground is a bit slippery." With that, he reached out his hand to her. Lin An'an smiled brightly and quickly ran a few steps to take his hand. The two walked into the alley and arrived at a small courtyard. Chu Mingzhou knocked on the door, and after a while, it opened to reveal an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Chu Mingzhou greeted him respectfully, his attitude unusually gentle. "Old Zhang, I'm here to pick up the desk. Sorry for the trouble." Old Zhang smiled and waved his hand. "Not a bother at all. The materials are all ready. And making the desk is simple. We just have to wait a bit longer for the mirror of the vanity." Lin An'an opened her mouth and looked up at Chu Mingzhou. He even ordered a vanity for himself? The two entered, and what greeted them was a spacious courtyard filled with wood materials covered with a plastic shed. Inside the house were 2 other people, an elderly lady warming herself by the fire and a young man doing woodworking. "Oh, Mingzhou is here. And this young lady. Is she your wife? She looks really lovely." The elderly lady stood up, glanced at the hands they were holding, and smiled broadly, politely inviting them to sit down. "Yes, Auntie. This is my wife, Lin An'an." "Hello, Auntie." "Ah, hello." The young man doing the woodworking also stopped his work, gave them a hearty smile, and nodded as a greeting. Lin An'an quickly spotted the desk in the corner, which looked very similar to what she and Chu Mingzhou had described. Simple yet elegant in style, about 1.5 meters long, with high-quality wood and exquisite craftsmanship. On one side was a small, delicate vanity with drawers and a mirror, matching the desk perfectly. Old Zhang pointed at the desk and vanity and said, "The wood is all carefully selected, and the style is the most popular. Young lady, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" He also pulled out 2 stools, one with a backrest that matched the desk perfectly and a round stool for the vanity. Lin An'an stepped forward and carefully examined the desk and vanity. Her eyes filled with delight. She lightly touched the smooth surface of the desk and nodded with a smile. "Old Zhang, I'm very satisfied. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the wood is great. You put a lot of effort. I absolutely love it." Chu Mingzhou nodded at Old Zhang and stood by smiling. Old Zhang laughed heartily. "Not hard at all. It's rare for you to trust me. I'm also happy to make something you like." The elderly lady chimed in, "Don't worry. Dear, our Zhang family has been passing down this fine craftsmanship for generations. It's been several generations now." She pointed to Chu Mingzhou. "The dowry for his mother when she got married was made by our family." Lin An'an sat down on the desk chair to try it out. The curve of the backrest fit her body perfectly, making it very comfortable. She also sat on the round stool, which was stable and complemented the vanity beautifully. This stool is also well made. It goes perfectly with the desk and vanity. You really thought this through." Old Zhang waved his hand with a smile. "That's only natural. Matching items should be done properly. Otherwise, it looks uncoordinated." Seeing that everything was fine, Chu Mingzhou began to move. "I'll take the desk and vanity out first. It's quite cold today, so I won't disturb you and Annie any longer." Old Zhang hurriedly called his son to help. "All right, but be careful not to bump or knock anything. These things are heavy. It's safer with 2 people lifting." "Sure." The two worked together to lift the desk smoothly and walked it outside. Once everything was secured on the tricycle, Lin An'an hurriedly hopped on. "Old Zhang, Auntie, we're leaving now. If we need help in the future, we'll have to trouble you 2 again. Just little things. There's no trouble at all. If you want to make anything else in the future, just come find me. Be careful on your way." Chu Mingzhou and Lin An'an bid farewell to them and rode the tricycle towards home. All the way, Lin An'an was in a great mood, pulling on Chu Mingzhou's clothing and humming a tune. Chu Mingzhou smiled, applying a bit more force with his legs. When we get home, I'll make you ginger tea to drive away the cold. Okay. All the while, the cold wind howled, but Lin An'an's heart was wrapped in warmth. She looked at the snow-covered scenery by the street, somewhat lost in thought. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Chu Mingzhou was really thoughtful. Chapter 70. Do you want a kiss? Before long, the tricycle arrived in front of the yard. Chu Mingzhou parked the vehicle, got out, and moved his somewhat frozen hands and feet. Hurry and go inside, it's cold outside. Lin An'an quickly got out of the car, took off her military coat, and wanted to drape it over Chu Mingzhou, anxiously saying, "Put on quickly, you must be freezing." Chu Mingzhou smiled and stopped her hand. "I'm fine. I still need to move the table. You go inside first. Lin Zihua, come help." "I'm coming." Lin Zihua brought Chu Minglan out. Seeing it was a large item, Chu Minglan hurriedly opened the front door wide to let the vehicle in. The items were moved into the master bedroom. With everything set up, the room instantly felt less empty, and the atmosphere of life became rich. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm still cooking in the kitchen, so I'll go over first." "Okay, thank you, Xiaolan." Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Lin Zihua took a few glances at the desk and quickly followed to help in the kitchen. Chu Mingzhou brought in water, twisted a rag, and carefully wiped down the table and chairs, reminding her, "This stool is a bit hard. If you sit for a long time, remember to use a cushion." Lin An'an sat by the column with a smile, quietly watching him, feeling a warm current flowing in her heart. All the little acts of care from Chu Mingzhou came to mind, whether it's the meticulous concern in daily life or the support and respect for her thoughts. All made her feel that this person in front of her was particularly wonderful. After tidying up, Chu Mingzhou went to pour out the water, washed his hands, and prepared to go into the room to change clothes, only to see Lin An'an still sitting in place. "Mingzhou." Lin An'an beckoned him with her hand. Chu Mingzhou lightly responded with an and stood in front of her. But he was too tall to communicate while standing, so he had to squat down a bit to meet her gaze. "What's wrong?" Lin An'an bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, softly calling out, "Husband." Chu Mingzhou froze for a moment, his eyes flickering. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Lin An'an planted a heavy kiss on his cheek. Chu Mingzhou was momentarily stunned, as if he had been hit by a spell. After a moment, his ears began to turn red quickly, the flush spreading to his cheeks and even his neck, creating a faint blush. He looked at Lin An'an somewhat at a loss, his eyes showing a hint of panic. His lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. The calm demeanor he usually had was nowhere to be seen. Seeing his reaction, Lin An'an couldn't help but chuckle. "What's this? Are you shy?" "I just suddenly wanted to thank you." Chu Mingzhou cleared his throat twice, slightly frowned, trying to regain some composure, but the redness on his face refused to fade. "No need to thank me." Lin An'an's smile widened as she pulled him closer, but she couldn't move him, so she leaned towards him. Chu Mingzhou quickly reached out to support her. As his long fingers wrapped around her soft waist and gently pinched, Chu Mingzhou's face turned warm. As soon as he let go, Lin An'an leaned into his embrace. For a moment, Chu Mingzhou was lost in thought. Lin An'an nestled against his chest, softly saying, "Everything I said was from the heart. I'm really very touched and very happy that this person is you." Chu Mingzhou's Adam's apple moved. He took a deep breath, and without refusing, he pulled her into his arms. "Me too." He made no inappropriate moves, just quietly held her, treating her like a treasure, with all his sincerity. Lin An'an felt his strong heartbeat. The steady rhythm seemed to have a magical power, making her feel incredibly at ease. "Why is my heart so sweet?" With her eyes slightly closed and a smile on her lips, Chu Mingzhou gently held her, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of huskiness. "The days ahead are long. I will treat you well." Lin An'an raised her head to look into his eyes, where her reflection was mirrored in his beautiful dark pupils, and couldn't help but tease, "No problem, Captain Chu, it's guaranteed, satisfaction guaranteed." Chu Mingzhou chuckled at her teasing, raised his hand, and tapped her head, "Stop being silly." Lin An'an reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, and suddenly pulled him closer. Chu Mingzhou was caught off guard by Lin An'an's sudden tug. His body involuntarily leaned forward, and the distance between them instantly closed, close enough to feel each other's breath. Lin An'an tilted her head back, looking at the handsome Chu Mingzhou just inches away, his exquisite features devoid of coldness, exceptionally handsome. Chu Mingzhou, you're really good-looking. Chu Mingzhou's eyes flashed with confusion. He tightened his hold on her a little, and with that force, he lifted her slightly. Their noses touched, unable to get any closer. Lin An'an rubbed her nose against his, like a cute little cat, softly asking, "Do you want a kiss?" Hearing Lin An'an's somewhat coquettish words, Chu Mingzhou's heart raced. The steady beat of his heart became chaotic, and the blush on his face, which had not faded, deepened even more. He looked at Lin An'an, who was so close his lips moved slightly, his voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Getting a response, Lin An'an's eyes curved. She slightly raised her chin and slowly leaned in, gently planting a kiss on his thin lips. The kiss was light, like a feather brushing past. Chu Mingzhou felt as if he had been struck by an electric current. His body trembled slightly, and he instinctively tightened his arms around Lin An'an, holding her tightly in his embrace. This man, usually resolute and courageous on the battlefield, was now immersed in this tender moment, his eyes filled with intoxication, as if everything around them had disappeared, leaving only each other in the world. "Mingzhou, I really like you." Chu Mingzhou raised his hand and gently caressed Lin An'an's cheek, his thumbs softly stroking her face, his voice hoarse yet firm. "I like you too, very much, and I'll always like you. Brother, sister-in-law, dinner's ready." The ambiguous moment was interrupted by Chu Minglan's call. Chu Mingzhou quickly released her, biting his lip, clearly embarrassed. "Let's go, you must be hungry too." "Yes, I'm so hungry." Chu Mingzhou took her hand and went outside, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Chapter 71. Looking cute while asleep before the meal officially started. Lin An'an hurried into the kitchen. She was still thinking about Chu Mingzhou. It wouldn't do to let him freeze in such cold weather. "I'm going to make some ginger tea. It won't take long, just a few minutes." Chu Mingzhou had just sat down at the dining table, but stood up again and followed her into the kitchen. "You don't need to. I'll just use a small pot to boil it." Drinking ginger tea before meals can aid digestion and enhance appetite, mainly to help ward off the cold. Chu Mingzhou had a rare smile on his face and didn't say much, taking the initiative to wash and cut the ginger for her. He wouldn't let her touch the cold water at all. People in Suzhou have always relied on ginger. It's essential in cooking for warding off cold. And even during confinement, ginger must be consumed. Even the hottest summer days, people have ginger candy. People from the Northwest, however, have no concept of ginger tea. They prefer lamb for warming up, and a rich lamb soup is better than anything else. Lin An'an took out a small clay pot and placed it on the coal stove by the window. She added water, put in the sliced ginger, and boiled it for a while to ensure the ginger tea was strong and spicy. Then she added red dates, dried longan, and brown sugar. Seeing that there were about 10 eggs left at home, she cracked 5 to make sure everyone would get one. And she timed it well so that they were all soft-boiled eggs. She served them in small bowls. Lin An'an frowned when she realized that the house didn't have many bowls and chopsticks. Not only were they few, but they were also old. "Come and drink the ginger tea." The 3 people in the dining room were waiting, not yet starting to eat. Lin Zihua was used to it, while the 2 little ones were just the opposite, their eyes full of anticipation. After all, sister-in-law's cooking is delicious. However, when they tasted the ginger tea, both of their little faces scrunched up, unable to get used to it at all. But after smacking their lips, they found it sweet, and there were eggs in it. It was spicy to drink, but they wanted to eat it. Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh. How could you drink it in such big gulps? Ginger tea is hot by itself. Just sip it slowly and drink it in moderation. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Mingzhou had already downed a bowl. The spicy yet slightly sweet flavor spread in his mouth. The warmth traveling down his throat instantly made him feel much warmer, though he still frowned from the spiciness. Their eyes met, and Lin An'an saw his embarrassment in his eyes. "Ha ha ha." Chu Mingzhou coughed lightly, picked up his bowl, and began to focus on eating. It didn't take long for Lin Zihua to finish one bowl. Then he comfortably yawned. After a few sips of ginger tea, Chu Minglan got used to it, blowing on it as she drank, and soon felt warm all over. Chu Mingyu only ate the egg, then silently pushed the bowl in front of Chu Mingzhou and obediently started eating. Perhaps it was because of the tiring rehearsal today, Lin Zihua had a particularly good appetite. eating 3 bowls of rice before stopping, while Lin An'an also ate a little more than half a bowl. After the meal, they realized they had overeaten, and the two siblings were pacing around in the main hall, making Chu Mingzhou chuckle softly. With a new desk, Lin An'an naturally wanted to use it. After digesting a bit, she returned to her room early, took out her manuscript, and planned to start organizing it. Unfortunately, her eyelids were uncooperative and kept fighting against her. When Chu Mingzhou finished tidying up and entered the room, he saw Lin An'an sprawled on the desk, fast asleep. Chu Mingzhou was momentarily stunned. He tiptoed over. Looking at Lin An'an's peaceful sleeping face, an involuntary affectionate smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, she must be exhausted after working all day in the art troupe. He carefully picked her up, cradling her horizontally, and moved very gently. Just as he was about to lay her on the Kong, she woke up before he could let go. Lin An'an barely opened her eyelids, then closed them again, her delicate little hand wrapping around Chu Mingzhou's neck, snuggling against him. She and T realized how cold she was while sleeping at the desk. But now she felt extremely cold. Still drowsy, Lin An'an sensed a large warm heater beside her, feeling very comfortable. Chu Mingzhou froze. Her movement made all his muscles tense up. Lin An'an didn't respond at all. Chu Mingzhou chuckled helplessly, gently patting her, and tried to lay her back down on the bed. This time, Lin An'an didn't struggle, but didn't let go either. She was on the bed now, but was trying to pull Chu Mingzhou down with her. Chu Mingzhou, however, wasn't someone who could be easily moved. The result was that Lin An'an, using all her weight, couldn't pull him down at all and nearly fell off. Fortunately, the moment she lay down, Chu Mingzhou reacted quickly and immediately supported her back. Startled, Chu Mingzhou glanced nervously at Lin An'an, his voice gentle, and then, "Be good, let go, and sleep well." Yet Lin An'an still did not respond, just holding onto him tightly, afraid that this warm heater would run away. Chu Mingzhou sai help. He tried to gently pry Lin An'an's hand away, but she wouldn't let go. If he applied any force, she would whimper. Chu Mingzhou found it both amusing and infuriating. At that moment, he was half bent over, one hand supporting Lin An'an's back while the other tried to pry her arms from around his neck. If viewed from another angle, the scene was quite ambiguous. Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze falling upon Lin An'an's delicate, fair face. Due to her body's position, her long hair fell behind her, a few strands playfully sticking to her cheek, emphasizing her snow-white skin. Her long eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow under her eyes, slightly trembling with her even breaths. So cute. Chu Mingzhou quietly gazed at her. His heart felt as if gently tugged by an invisible hand, rippling with layers of emotion. His eyes deepened, and his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. With a slight smile, Chu Mingzhou simply sat beside her, reaching out to help her take off her shoes, adjusting her position, and pulling the blanket over her to snuggle her comfortably in his arms to sleep. Their posture unintentionally resembled a mother holding a child. Looking at Lin An'an's serene expression, Chu Mingzhou felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his movements extremely gentle. Lin An'an seemed to sense his comforting presence, slightly moving and loosening her grip. Now, it was Chu Mingzhou's turn to be in a difficult position. He had just adjusted himself to hold her properly. His eyes flickered, but in the end, he didn't let go, sitting quietly for a long time, feeling her breath and body warmth. Lin An'an was completely unaware of this, with no memory of it at all. The next morning when she woke up, Chu Mingzhou was already gone from the room. Her coat was neatly folded and placed at the foot of the Kong to warm up. Her shoes were arranged by the edge of the Kong, and even the manuscripts on the desk were organized neatly. How thoughtful. Chapter 72, The Missing Children. Sis, hurry up, don't be late. I'm up. These days, the adults at home have been busy, and it has become Chu Minglin's responsibility to take care of her younger brother. However, these two children are truly obedient, not needing anyone to worry about them. At such a young age, they are both diligent and sensible. Chu Minglan still finds Chu Mingyu a bit mischievous, but what mischief? He is clearly an angelic baby, so well-behaved. The new clothes made by Lin An'an have not been worn by the two since that time they tried them on. When asked, it turns out they are reluctant to wear them and insist on waiting until the new year. These clothes are too thin. They won't keep you warm at all. Listen to your sister-in-law. Hurry and put them on. Once I finish what I'm doing, I'll make you more. This was a mandatory request from Lin An'an before they set off. The two had no choice but to reluctantly change into their new clothes before heading out with Lin An'an. They were going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy groceries. It was on the way to the cultural troupe, so it was convenient. Xiaolan, the cooperative will be crowded, so you need to keep an eye on your brother. Don't lose him. Your sister-in-law is leaving now. Chu Minglan waved at Lin An'an, assuring her, sister-in-law, don't worry. Yugo will not get lost. He knows the way. With the current social environment being good, and this being the military district supply and marketing cooperative, the two children often buy groceries, so it should be fine. All right. After saying goodbye to the two little ones, Lin An'an took Lin Zihuai to the cultural troupe to get busy. Before she knew it, it was noon. Lin An'an never imagined that when she returned home, there wouldn't be a single person in sight. Where are Xiaolan and Xiaoyu? Lin An'an hurried into the kitchen, and, seeing it empty, her heart sank. There was no one in the kitchen, no groceries, and even the earthen stove was cold. This meant that the two children had not come back since they left in the morning. If Chu Minglan had returned home, she would definitely have cooked. In her panic, Lin An'an felt a tightness in her chest, a sharp pain accompanied by a feeling of suffocation. Cough, cough, cough. Sis. Lin Zihuai had searched several rooms and found no one. Hearing Lin An'an's violent coughing, he was terrified. Were they? Lin An'an leaned against the earthen stove, pressing her hand to her chest, coughing to the point of tears. Guilt surged up in her heart. They are just two small children. Why didn't she send them back home? How could she let such young kids buy groceries and cook? Lin Zihuai hurried to Lin An'an's side, flustered as he poured her a glass of water. Sis, how are you? Don't cry, don't scare me. Lin An'an pointed outside Mingzhou. You wanted to find brother-in-law? Lin An'an nodded, her coughing worsening. Oh, then. What will you do if I go? Go quickly. Lin Zihuai's eyes flickered, his eyes reddening. No, I can't go. Mom told me to prioritize you and everything. If you're like this, I can't leave. I'll take you to the hospital. Lin An'an was both pained and anxious. Just then, Chu Mingzhou arrived home, accompanied by Wang Hu. Seeing the door ajar, he felt suspicious. Upon entering, he heard Lin An'an's coughing and rushed to the kitchen in a few strides. Lin An'an was coughing so hard her face turned red, tears streaming down. Chu Mingzhou immediately panicked, rushing forward to support Lin An'an, asking urgently, what is wrong? Seeing him, Lin An'an felt a sense of security and choked as she said, Xiaolan and Xiaoyu are missing. They went out in the morning to buy groceries, and Haven Tea come back. Chu Mingzhou's lips visibly trembled. He inhaled sharply and turned to Lin Zihuai. What happened? With red eyes, Lin Zihuai quickly recounted the situation. Chu Mingzhou's expression turned serious. Wang Hu, who had been hesitating at the kitchen door, immediately stepped in at the call of the commander, standing at attention, waiting for Chu Mingzhou's command. Take people to search near the military district for Lanjie and Yuge. Focus on the supply and marketing cooperative and the surrounding areas. Also, notify the security office to help. Wang Hu immediately replied, Yes, Commander. I'll go right away. He turned and dashed out. Chu Mingzhou continued to gently pat Lin An'an's back, trying to ease her cough. An'an, don't worry. They'll be fine. Go quickly. Lin An'an pushed him, her eyes not only filled with urgency, but also pleading, Hurry, you must find them. Okay. Chu Mingzhou stood up. I'll go find them now. You rest at home. Zihuai, take good care of your sister. Lin Zihuai nodded vigorously. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of my sister. If she can't recover, I'll take her to the hospital. And Machum. Chu Mingzhou gave Lin An'an one last deep look before quickly heading out. Seeing her son rush out from next door, Aunt Wang quickly opened the door to see what was going on. Seeing Chu Mingzhou leaving in a hurry only made her more curious. After a while, Lin An'an finally calmed down. As time passed, her heart grew tighter with worry. She wanted to go out to look for them, but Lin Zihuai wouldn't let her. Sis, it's snowing outside. You can't go, it's too cold. Zihuai, then you go. Can you go look for me? You know best which way they went this morning. But I'm fine, really. Just go to the cultural troupe and let them know. So they wouldn't worry. Only then did Lin Zihuai agree. He put on his coat, poured Lin An'an a glass of hot water, and placed it beside her, reminding her, Sis, just wait at home. Don't go anywhere. I'll definitely find Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu. After saying that, he hurried out the door. Lin An'an sat inside, filled with anxiety and worry, watching the snowflakes fall outside, her heart increasingly unsettled. Time seemed to pass particularly slowly. Each minute felt like torture. An entire afternoon passed, and there was still no news. The snow fell heavier, as if trying to drown the whole world. Pale and desperate. At dinner time, everyone returned to the courtyard. Soon, there was a knock at Lin An'an's yard door. Her eyes brightened, and she rushed to open the door. Standing at the door were Aunt Wang and several other women. "Comrade Lin, your Lan Jie and Yugo are missing?" Lin An'an had no energy to deal with them, and simply nodded, preparing to dismiss them and close the door. One thin, dark woman quickly pushed the door. "Wait. I saw them this morning. Just now when the Wang family's girl asked, I remembered." "What?" Lin An'an hurriedly opened the door. "Annie, please tell me carefully. What did you see them? Was it one or two?" "Two. It was Lan Jie and Yuge. They were wearing beautiful new clothes made by their sister-in-law." Yes. "Weren't they picked up by your sister?" "They said they had an appointment to go somewhere." Lin An'an froze. "My sister? Where did I get a sister? I only have one brother." "Huh?" The several aunts exchanged glances, knowing something was wrong. Had they encountered a trafficker? "That's not right. Lan Jie knows that girl. I recognize her too." Chapter 73. The fool who can't distinguish right from wrong. No, it's not true. Saying it's his own sister, and that Chu Ming Lan knows her. It's Jiang Tong. Only Jiang Tong. Lin An'an reacted quickly and immediately thought of Jiang Tong. But why did Jiang Tong take Chu Ming Lan and Chu Mingyu away? Lin An'an's temples throbbed violently. The settings from the original story flashed through her mind, and her entire face fell. "I understand now. Thank you, Annie." Lin An'an said this and hurried back to put on a thick cotton coat before rushing out the door. Aunt Wang pouted. Seeing Lin An'an being so rude, she wanted to say a few words, but then thought that losing a child was indeed pitiful. So she ultimately swallowed her words. "Hey, what do you think she's rushing off to? Could it be that she really knows that kidnapper? Didn't she say she has no sister?" One aunt's eyes turned, and with a surprised exclamation, she seemed to have uncovered some truth, sighing, "It's very possible. Think about it. The Chu family's kids were all fine, so why did they go missing as soon as she arrived? Our military district has always been peaceful. Who would dare come here to kidnap children? And to take two at once? That's right, taking Uyghur is understandable, but why kidnap Lan Jie? She's already 11 years old. What would they want with such a big girl? She knows her way around. What are you talking about? She could be married off for a bride price in 2 more years. If Lin An'an really did this, that marriage would probably end before it even started. She wouldn't even think about living through this year." Several aunts chatted about their speculations as they walked away. After Lin An'an rushed out, she jogged through the snow, feeling as if her heart was being scratched by a cat, anxious and angry. To prevent herself from getting sick from anger again, she could only think positively. If the person really was taken by Jiang Tong, at least they weren't lost. Lin An'an was heading towards the military base. She needed to find Chu Mingzhou and tell him this lead as soon as possible. The snow fell heavier, and her thin figure appeared especially small in the snow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Mingzhou and Lin Zihua were also anxiously searching for the children. They had searched every corner around the military district, but still had not found any trace of the kids. Chu Mingzhou's face grew darker, and his worries intensified. "Mingzhou." Lin An'an was clever. When she encountered a soldier, she grabbed him to find Captain Chu. After switching 2 people, she learned where Chu Mingzhou was. Chu Mingzhou was about to slap the table, ready to scold someone, but when he saw Lin An'an, he forcibly held back. "What are you doing here?" An aunt in the courtyard saw them and said that they had been taken away by a little girl from the supply and marketing cooperative that morning. That little girl claimed to be Lin An'an's sister, and Lan knew her. Chu Mingzhou's expression changed sharply. "Is it Jiang Tong?" The people standing around exchanged glances. "Who is Jiang Tong?" Lin Zihua had just returned from the restroom and happened to catch the last 2 sentences. "No way. Tong Tong wouldn't take them away for no reason. Even if she took them to play, she would at least tell us. She wouldn't be so reckless." Lin Zihua's tone was extremely certain, and he didn't believe it at all. Lin An'an ignored him and didn't have the energy to argue. Just looked at Chu Mingzhou and nodded at him. They were currently in the security department of the Northwest Military District. If they worked together to catch Jiang Tong, it will be a significant matter. You can't just believe it. Kidnapping military family members in the Northwest Military District is punishable by death. Chu Mingzhou waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go to the bus company." Lin An'an said yes, and Chu Mingzhou believed her, immediately sending people off. Lin Zihua was taken aback. Seeing that they were serious, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Tong Tong isn't that kind of person. She wouldn't kidnap Lan and you. If you take so many people to her company, it will ruin her reputation. She just started working here." Slap. Lin An'an took 2 steps forward, without saying much, raised her hand, and slapped him hard. She didn't have much strength, but in her current anger, she was putting all her effort into it. Lin Zihua's head was turned to the side by the slap, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin An'an's voice trembled as she glared at him. "You clueless fool, get out of my way." Everyone else was taken aback, and upon meeting Chu Mingzhou's warning gaze, they all lowered their heads, gathered their things, and followed Chu Mingzhou out. "You go back first," Chu Mingzhou finally instructed, hurrying away. "Sis?" Lin Zihua raised his hand to cover his slapped cheek, momentarily not knowing how to react. He never expected Lin An'an would hit someone, especially in front of so many people. His eyes turned red immediately, voice filled with grievance and confusion. "Sis, why did you hit me? Tong Tong really isn't that kind of person, you know that." Lin An'an was so angry that her body trembled slightly. She pointed at Lin Zihua and said sternly, "2 kids are missing now, and someone saw her take them away. You're still defending her? How can you be so foolish?" Lin Zihua wanted to argue further. "Sis, how could Tong Tong do something like this? Maybe there's a misunderstanding. We can't just go to her company and cause a scene. What if it's not her? How will she live after this?" Lin An'an took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but her voice still carried anger. "Misunderstanding? The children have been missing for a day. I don't have time to entertain your what-ifs. If you still recognize me as your sister, then stop blocking me and hurry up. Let's go find them." After saying this, Lin An'an ignored Lin Zihua, turned around, and quickly left the security department. The military vehicle had already left, so she naturally had to find a way to get there. She had no intention of staying at home now. Lin Zihua stood in place, tears welling up in his eyes, feeling incredibly sad. On one hand, he couldn't believe Jiang Tong would do such a thing, but on the other hand, Lin An'an's attitude made him realize the situation might indeed be true. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, raised his foot, and followed her, borrowing a .28 gun from the security department, and hurried after Lin An'an. "Sis, get in the car." Lin An'an didn't hesitate and immediately got in. "Hurry up." The 2 of them rushed through the heavy snow towards the bus company, with no one speaking along the way. Lin An'an clenched her fists. Since she crossed into this alternate world, she had been trying hard to adapt and live, just wanting to get by well. She had the plot in her mind and was very clear about what kind of person Jiang Tong was, wanting to change the outcome. She had distanced herself as much as possible. But now it seemed that merely keeping a distance wasn't enough. Meanwhile, people in the military district were also discussing the matter. Various speculations and rumors spread among the crowd, bringing a hint of unrest and tension to this originally peaceful courtyard. Aunt Wang also knew Jiang Tong. She liked the girl very much, but at this moment, her tone changed, and she didn't say a single good word about Jiang Tong, instead confirming that Jiang Tong was Lin An'an's sister. Although it's fine for an older sister to take her younger siblings to play, not saying anything at all is indeed very uncouth. If something happened to the children after being taken out, who would they go to for an explanation? If Lin An'an, as the older sister, hadn't given her consent, how could the girl dare to do it? It could be that Lin An'an, as the sister-in-law, has a dark heart and can't tolerate others. Chapter 74. The person has been found after Chu Mingzhou brought people to the bus company. He learned that Jiang Tong was on leave to move and hadn't come to work today. Where does she live? Have someone take us there. The bus company closes at 7 p.m., which is later than usual, and at this moment people were coming and going, making it rush hour. The appearance of a group of soldiers in military uniforms, led by Chu Mingzhou, caused quite a stir. Upon learning they were looking for the new ticket seller, people began to whisper among themselves. A minor leader, who was about to leave, noticed the situation was serious and immediately turned around to approach them. Comrades, what is this about? Chu Mingzhou's expression was cold as he briefly stated their purpose. Jiang Tong? The small leader slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now. It's the little Jiang assigned by manager Su to arrange employee housing. Chu Mingzhou frowned, recalling that Jiang Tong had mentioned something about guaranteeing housing last time she came. Little Jiang seems to be moving today. Has she committed some crime? Wang Hu impatiently interjected. She is very likely to have kidnapped a child. So hurry and take us there. Kidnap a child? How could that be? The minor leader felt a chill run down his spine. Not wanting to get involved in this mess. He waved and called someone over. Xiao Zhang, you're going back to the family quarters, right? Perfect. Take these soldiers with you to find someone named Jiang Tong. Huh? But hurry up. I'll go report this to the leader. Wang Hu urged again, faster. Okay. By the time Lin An'an arrived, Chu Mingzhou and his group had already set off for the bus company's family quarters. She quickly asked for the address and headed over. Lin Zihua pedaled hard on the bike in the snowy weather, the cold wind cutting across their faces. But both he and Lin An'an were too worried to care. Lin An'an sat in the back, gripping Lin Zihua's clothing tightly. Her brows furrowed as she pondered Jiang Tong's moving situation. Clearly, Chu Mingzhou didn't help her guarantee housing. How did she manage to get employee housing? She has only been here for a few days. The family quarters weren't far, and it didn't take long for Chu Mingzhou's group to arrive. They walked briskly with cold expressions, causing passers-by to subconsciously step aside and whisper among themselves. Xiao Zhang led the way, feeling anxious. He hadn't expected that the seemingly well-behaved girl would be involved in a child kidnapping case. He quickened his pace, wanting to get the soldiers to the place quickly to clear himself of any involvement. In the family quarters, several rows of bungalows were arranged in an orderly manner, and at this moment, smoke was rising from many chimneys, depicting a scene of ordinary life. However, the arrival of Chu Mingzhou and his group instantly made the atmosphere tense. Which building does she live in? Chu Mingzhou asked. Xiao Zhang pointed to the easternmost row of bungalows and said, it should be that row, but I'm not sure exactly which unit. Chu Mingzhou nodded and quickly assigned tasks to those around him. Pair up, search separately, and act quickly. After receiving their orders, everyone quickly dispersed to carefully search in front of the row of bungalows. Chu Mingzhou strode eastward, his sharp gaze scanning every door and window. Before long, he knocked on Jiang Tong's door. It was opened by Chu Minglan. When she met her elder brother's cold gaze, she was also taken aback. Brother, what are you doing here? What do you think? Chu Mingzhou's voice was laced with suppressed anger, his eyes filled with lingering worry. He looked at Chu Minglan, scanning her up and down, and seeing she was fine, he felt slightly relieved. Where's you go? He's asleep. Just then, Jiang Tong's voice called from behind Chu Minglan. She turned around to face Chu Mingzhou directly. Jiang Tong's smile froze, then turned into surprise as she quickly wiped her hands on her apron. Brother Mingzhou is here? Come in and sit. But when she saw the crowd behind Chu Mingzhou, she was stunned. What are you all doing? Arrest her. By the time Lin An'an and Lin Zihua arrived, they saw security personnel taking Jiang Tong to a car. On what grounds are you arresting me? I didn't do anything. We're preparing a birthday surprise for my sister. Xiaolan and Xiaoyu are here to help. She raised her voice, her expression looking extremely innocent. At the very least, her shouts were loud enough for the onlookers to hear. When she saw Lin An'an and Lin Zihua, her voice grew even louder, as if she had found salvation. An'an, Zihua, you came at the right time. They've arrested the wrong person. Quickly help me explain. Lin An'an's expression was extremely cold as she took a step back, clearly rejecting her. Lin Zihua immediately stepped forward to block them. Let us talk this through. There must be a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. I didn't kidnap any children. These are our own kids. Why would I kidnap them? You can ask Zihua. I had already told him we were preparing a birthday celebration for An'an. Right, Zihua? Jiang Tong sought help from Lin Zihua, nodding vigorously at him. Lin Zihua was taken aback. That's right. Tong told me she was going to celebrate my sister's birthday. Oh, I remember now. The day after tomorrow is my sister's birthday. Jiang Tong quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. You can also ask Xiaolan and Xiaoyu. We're preparing a birthday surprise for my sister. Humph. Lin An'an let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at Lin Zihua. You come here. Lin Zihua hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and continued to stand in front of Jiang Tong. Sister, you need to explain this clearly. Don't harm Tong Tong. Lin An'an raised her hand to cover her heart, breathing heavily with anger. Lin Zihua wanted to say something else when a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Chu Mingzhou's voice was deep as it rang in his ear. You are a soldier. Just follow the military's rules. He didn't even let him invoke the brother identity. His status was that of a soldier, and his words were commands. Lin Zihua was no match for Chu Mingzhou, and in no time, he was pushed aside. Jiang Tong shook her head in tears. Brother Mingzhou, it's really not what you think. And it must have misunderstood me. I was just being kind. Zihua, you have to save me. We agreed on this, didn't we? Lin Zihua's eyes turned red with urgency. Brother-in-law, I'm the one who made plans with Tong Tong. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me. Tong Tong is timid. Shut up. Once Jiang Tong was taken away in the car and it drove off, Chu Mingzhou finally released Lin Zihua. We'll talk about this at home. What is this all about? Lin An'an spotted Chu Minglan hiding in a distant house and ran over Xiaolon. She put her arm around her shoulder and scanned her up and down, confirming she was fine before letting out a sigh of relief. She gave Chu Minglan a hard pat on the back. You silly child. Do you even know how long we've been looking for you? You were trying to scare us to death. Sister-in-law, I didn't know. Jiang Tong said you instructed her, you all agreed, and she was waiting for you and brother to come. Chapter 75. Truly unyielding. Let's go home first. Chu Mingzhou entered the house and carried Chu Mingyu to the car. The little guy was still groggy and didn't know what had happened at all. Chu Minglan sat in the car, feeling awkward, realizing she had made a big mistake with a grand situation before her. When they arrived home, two people were waiting at the door, Lu Qing and Captain Su. In such cold weather, even though they were wearing military coats, their lips turned purple from the cold. Oh, finally back. Lin An'an stepped forward to open the door. Chu Mingyu was still not fully awake, so Chu Mingzhou carried him back to his own room. Everyone sat in the main hall, all eyes on Chu Minglan. Captain Su asked, what on earth is going on? Lan Jie, you are usually very composed. How could you do something so foolish? Do you have any idea how many people went out looking for you? Chu Minglan lowered her head, her small shoulders shaking slightly, clearly having cried. Lin An'an looked at Chu Minglan's aggrieved and scared expression, feeling both heartbroken and helpless. She sighed softly, walked over, sat beside Chu Minglan, and gently wrapped her arm around her shoulder, saying softly, Xiaolon, don't cry. First, tell us what happened. Sister-in-law knows you are a sensible child, and you definitely didn't do it on purpose. Just tell us the details, and we will figure out how to resolve this together. Chu Minglan sniffled, raised her tear-streaked little face, and choked out, Sister-in-law, this morning, Xiao Yu and I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables and ran into Sister Tong Tong. She was so enthusiastic, helping us carry the vegetables and buying us candy. She said your birthday is coming up soon, and she wanted to prepare a surprise for you, asking us to help. As Chu Minglan spoke, she was choked up by her own tears, swallowed hard, wiped her tears, and continued, I didn't agree at first. But she kept pulling us and saying that if we didn't go, it meant we didn't care about you, and that this is your first birthday since you got married, which is very important. Lin Zihua, listening from the side, let out a big sigh of relief. See, sister, this is just a misunderstanding. Tong Tong really just wanted to celebrate your birthday. She meant no harm. We wronged her. Chu Minglan remained non-committal, glancing at Lin An'an. I didn't know you all went out to look for me. Sister Tong Tong clearly said she had agreed with you all. That's why I agreed to go. Later, she took me to the department store, and we shopped for a long time, bought a lot of things, then went to her new house, and then my brother came. Captain Su's expression darkened significantly, his brows furrowing as he looked at Lin An'an, speaking sternly. This is simply outrageous. How could you dare to joke around with children? What kind of relatives do you have? Lin An'an opened her mouth, feeling bitter in her heart, but she was never one to suffer in silence. Captain Su, Jiang Tong is indeed from my hometown, but she is not my relative nor my sister. She has a very shallow relationship with the Chu family and is far from being in a position to take the children without a word. Lin An'an spoke word by word. looking at Captain Su seriously. Captain Su was taken aback. I didn't say anything about you. You don't need to be so eager to distance yourself. After all, you are family. Lin An'an took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Captain Su, I'm not trying to distance myself. I just want to clarify the facts. Jiang Tong's actions were inappropriate, regardless of her intentions. Taking 2 children without notifying their families is unacceptable. Lin Zihua looked at Lin An'an as if she were a stranger, standing up and shaking his head as he took a step back. Just a hometown acquaintance? Sister, are you serious? This was originally a misunderstanding. You just needed to explain it, and no one blames you. You are so concerned about your own face that you won't even acknowledge Tong Tong? Lin An'an clenched her fists. Her chest rose and fell with anger. Lin Zihua, how can you be so confused? This isn't just about face. It's about the safety of 2 children. It's fortunate they returned safely today. But what if something had happened? Jiang Tong took them away without permission, causing us to worry all day. That in itself is wrong. How can you not see that? Lin Zihua pursed his lips, still unable to accept it. Tong Tong said she just wanted to give you a surprise. Maybe she was a bit careless and didn't have time to explain. The way you are acting now is forcing her into a corner. Sister, you were never like this. How have you become so cold-hearted? Captain Su impatiently raised his hand. All right, stop this back and forth. The children are back, and I don't want to say anything more. Chu Mingzhou frowned deeply, his face darkening frighteningly, and scolded. Lin Zihua, shut up. You didn't believe at first that Jiang Tong took Lan Jie and them, and even tried to stop us from searching. Now you're saying that Jiang Tong's actions were unintentional. Have you considered what would have happened if the 2 children had encountered danger today? Who would take responsibility? As a soldier, can you not distinguish right from wrong? Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Zihua, say less. Don't be too emotional. This matter cannot be judged solely based on your subjective assumptions. We need to look at the objective facts. Regardless of Jiang Tong's intentions, her actions were indeed inappropriate. The security department has already intervened. Let us wait for the investigation results, and everything will become clear. Jiang Tong isn't that kind of person. Investigating her will only ruin her reputation. It's not easy for a young girl here. If you don't take care of her, why make things difficult for her? Lin Zihua was unyielding. Chu Minglan looked at the tense situation, frightened, and began to quietly sob again. She tugged at Lin An'an's sleeve, her voice trembling. Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone with Sister Tong Tong. I shouldn't have made everyone angry. Please, don't argue anymore. Lin An'an looked at Chu Minglan's fearful expression, heartbroken, and hugged her, gently patting her back. Xiaolan, don't cry. This isn't your fault. You were deceived. No one blames you. How could she bear to scold an 11-year-old child who had just gone through all this? As she spoke, Lin An'an turned her gaze to Lin Zihua. Her eyes filled with disappointment. Zihua, I hope you can calm down and think carefully. Stop blindly protecting Jiang Tong. This matter is not that simple. Mom asked you to prioritize me, so why don't you trust me at all? Lin Zihua lowered his eyes, not replying, biting his teeth, feeling particularly chaotic inside. He believed Jiang Tong wouldn't do such a bad thing. But what if what his sister said was true? What if? When Chu Mingzhou spoke again, it was directed at Captain Su. Uncle Su, Jiang Tong has a very shallow relationship with our family. She has only been to my house twice. Once was when she just got off the train, and the second time was when she came to find me to act as her guarantor for applying for employee housing, which I rejected. Captain Su, being an astute person, could not fail to notice that Chu Mingzhou was hinting at something. He was blaming himself for complaining about his wife. Chu Mingzhou's meaning couldn't be clearer. Lin An'an's actions were not about distancing herself, but truly being annoyed with Jiang Tong, not welcoming her, and not helping her at all. Captain Su looked at Lin An'an, then at Chu Mingzhou, and seemed to have caught on to something. He wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Chapter 76. This person can't be raised after sitting for a while. Commander Su and his companion learned more about the situation and comforted Chu Minglan for some time before finally getting up to leave. You need to visit the security office. Ultimately, how to resolve this is up to you. Commander Su patted Chu Mingzhou's shoulder, sighed, and left. Yeah, I have a plan, Chu Mingzhou replied. After seeing them off, he headed to the kitchen. Having only had breakfast all day, It was unbearable for Lin An'an's body to endure. Before long, he brought out 4 bowls of noodles. Chu Minglan had also been soothed by Lin An'an and obediently ran over to help, softly admitting her mistake. "Brother, I know I was wrong. I won't go with others again." Chu Mingzhou nodded and gestured for her to sit down and eat noodles. Lin Zihua silently walked to the table and sat down, feeling a bit down, lacking his usual liveliness. Seeing Lin Zihua like this, Lin An'an felt more helpless than angry with his foolishness. "Let's eat first." Lin Zihua finally snapped back to reality, nodded, and picked up his chopsticks to start eating, but his movements slowed down as he went on. He moved his lips a few times before finally speaking, changing his approach. "Sister, brother-in-law, today, Tong Tong indeed made a mistake. I hope you could be magnanimous and just give her a lesson." Lin An'an paused her chopsticks and looked at him with a faint gaze. Lin Zihua immediately changed his words. "After all, she's a fellow villager and grew up next door to us. Her nature isn't bad. She just might not have thought it through for a moment." Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh at his foolishness. Look at this for Jiang Tong. Even someone so thoughtless has learned to speak flowery words. Lin An'an put down her chopsticks, looked at Lin Zihua with a serious tone mixed with disappointment. "Zihua, you keep saying her nature isn't bad, but how can you be sure there are no ulterior motives behind her actions this time?" Lin Zihua opened his mouth to refute, but swallowed his words upon seeing Lin An'an's stern expression. Chu Mingzhou frowned, his face displeased. "All right, let your sister finish her noodles." Lin Zihua pursed his lips and continued to eat without saying anything. After the meal, Chu Mingzhou went straight to wash up, having no intention of visiting the security office. Lin Zihua was anxious, pacing back and forth. "If you keep bothering your sister, this matter won't end well. You should go to sleep. I will handle this thoughtfully." "Oh, okay, I was just about to sleep. You should rest early too, brother-in-law." Chu Mingzhou glanced at him with a frown. Lin Zihua quickly returned to his room. Lin An'an stayed with Chu Minglan for a while. The little girl was frightened, lying on the bed and crying, repeatedly admitting her mistake. At 11 years old, it was a crucial age for establishing values. Lin An'an spoke gently to teach her, explaining that the world is chaotic and people's hearts are treacherous, and she must learn to protect herself. After Chu Minglan fell asleep, Lin An'an returned to her room. The only light in the room was a small lamp, and Chu Mingzhou had already closed his eyes to rest. Lin An'an carefully climbed onto the bed, and just as she lay down, she felt the person next to her move. Chu Mingzhou shifted closer to Lin An'an, his hand gently reaching out, exploring for a moment before holding her hand. "Isn't your birthday December 1st? Lin An'an was taken aback. "Oh, that was a mistake during registration. The staff heard February as December. Then your birthday is February 1st? "Yeah." Chu Mingzhou gently rubbed her small hand, closing his eyes in thought. "What about you? When's your birthday?" "October 5th. "Oh, Libra, that's a good match with me." Having felt gloomy all day, Lin An'an instinctively sought a light topic. Unbeknownst to her, this was 1975, an era that was as old as it gets. Chu Mingzhou couldn't understand. "What match with you?" Lin An'an was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. This made Chu Mingzhou open his eyes in the dark and turn to look at her. The moonlight was faint, barely outlining her silhouette. "Libra is a zodiac sign. You are a person of this sign. What does that mean?" Lin An'an pressed her lips together, feeling that explaining this to him was a bit complicated and not easy to articulate. She thought that if she spoke too much, she might get criticized. "I'm not very clear either. I just read it in a book before and remembered it." Chu Mingzhou lightly replied, "What sign doesn't matter? What matters is that we match." Lin An'an was momentarily taken aback by his sudden cheesy compliment and then laughed. "Ha ha, don't be cheesy, help." Chu Mingzhou quickly propped himself up and leaned toward her. "What's wrong? Why are you shouting for help?" Lin An'an laughed even louder, waving her hand. "I'm fine. Sorry, today was such a big deal. I shouldn't be laughing." Lin An'an turned to look at him, only to see his shadow pressing towards her. Chu Mingzhou didn't press her down. He simply covered her with a blanket and then hugged her tightly. Lin An'an froze. Her heart raced, and her face unconsciously flushed. She could clearly feel Chu Mingzhou's strong arms holding her tightly, and his warm breath brushed against her ear, leaving her somewhat at a loss. "You've worked hard. Don't mind what others say. I know it's important. If you don't want to hear it, just tell me." His voice was soft, offering wholehearted trust and a sincere protective instinct. He was also quite adorable. Lin An'an simply leaned into his embrace. "Oh, what do you know? Don't you think I'm heartless? Coming to the Northwest, I only care about living my own life, ignoring my sister who grew up in my own home, not only offering no care, but also being wary of her." Chu Mingzhou tightened his hold around her, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, and asked softly, "Then why did you treat her so well before?" This was a question, but also a statement. He could affirm that Lin An'an had treated Jiang Tong well in the past. Having been good before, but suddenly not, there must be some hidden reasons behind it. Lin An'an curled her lips, finding him interesting. Jiang Tong's father passed away early, and her mother remarried, living like an orphan. My mom is soft-hearted. At first, she just gave her some food, and gradually, she ended up living in my house for everything, including her tuition, which my parents covered. Although her living expenses weren't as good as mine, she didn't lack anything either. My parents treated her well, if not better than their own child. Lin An'an raised her eyes to him, wanting to see how much he understood. That is the kind of relationship I had with her. Chu Mingzhou felt her gaze and looked down at her. The room was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything clearly, yet their eyes met. "This person can't be raised," Chu Mingzhou firmly stated. Lin An'an reached her hand out from under the blanket and touched his firm muscles, wrapping her arms around him, thinking, "My man is really smart, handsome, and has a great figure." Chapter 77. So indiscreet, Chu Mingzhou was taken aback by Lin An'an's straightforward and blunt words. He then raised the corners of his mouth and pulled her a little tighter into his embrace, gently patting her back like a child. His low voice carrying a hint of amusement. "What you said is indeed the truth." Lin An'an leaned in his arms, letting out a light laugh. "Of course. I always speak the truth when complimenting others. How do you plan to handle today's situation?" She blinked and tentatively said, "Our laws are sound. Everything should be handled according to the law. Of course, we should listen to the organization." She mentioned the law and the organization, implying that the security office intended to impose a heavy sentence on Jiang Tong for the crime of abducting military family members, rather than handing the case over to the police to downplay the matter. Chu Mingzhou pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Rubbing his chin against Lin An'an's hair, "I understand." Lin An'an gave a low in response. The two of them embraced like this, quietly discussing the events of the day in the darkness. Gradually, Lin An'an's drowsiness began to wash over her. She yawned, her voice becoming muffled. "Mingzhou, I'm tired, let's sleep." Hearing her sleepy voice, soft and gentle, Chu Mingzhou's lips curled into a doting smile. Let's sleep. You worked hard today." Saying that, he naturally adjusted his position, grabbed a pillow, and lay directly beside Lin An'an, allowing her to nestle comfortably in his arms, placing her feet on his thighs to keep them warm, showing no intention of moving them back. "Good night." Lin An'an didn't think much of it, allowing him to hold her, feeling reassured by his gentle pats on her back. Before long, her steady breathing filled the air. The exhaustion and turmoil of the day gradually faded away with the deepening sleep. Chu Mingzhou's eyes flashed with satisfaction, his movements slow and gentle, as if handling a treasure. However, he himself lay stiffly awake for half the night, unable to fall asleep. The next day, Chu Mingyu cried as he rushed into Lin An'an's arms, "Sister-in-law. I hate that sister. She dragged me along and kept walking until Yugo was so tired." He patted his clothes. "My clothes are clearly so nice." But she insisted they weren't and wanted me to take them off, saying she would buy me new clothes in the future, and I should only wear hers. Lin An'an's lips twitched. It was truly a bit speechless. She took Chu Mingyu's hand, helped him sit on a bench, wiped his tears with a handkerchief, and gently coaxed. "No matter what sweet words others say in the future, little you cannot go with anyone else. You must tell us if anyone comes looking for you. Except for brother and sister-in-law. Okay?" Chu Mingyu nodded pitifully. "I'm so tired. I won't go anymore. Let brother celebrate sister-in-law's birthday. Don't call that sister. She talks too much." "Okay, we won't call her." At that moment, Lin Zihua hurriedly entered from outside. Lin An'an looked at the time. It was only 6:30 in the morning. Where'd he gone so early? "Sister, I'm not going to the art troupe today. I'm going to the security office with brother-in-law to take a look." "You can't go." Lin An'an's voice was soft but cold. Lin Zihua pursed his lips, patiently squatting down beside Lin An'an. Sister, I'm just going to take a look. I promise I won't do anything else. Lin An'an's patience with her younger brother was almost at its limit, but thinking of his tragic fate in the original story, along with the tragedy that befell the Lin family, the kind faces of Lin father and Lin mother flashed through her mind. Lin An'an bit her lip. The influence of the plot was truly terrifying. It felt like a forceful push. Just then, Chu Mingzhou entered carrying porridge, and seeing Lin Zihua's stubborn expression, he frowned disapprovingly. You can go with him. Lin An'an looked at Chu Mingzhou. He merely nodded at her, signaling that he had his limits. Lin An'an eventually agreed, sighed, and still advised, Zihua, if you go, you can't act on your own ideas like yesterday. We need to respect the facts. Once the security office investigates clearly, we will handle it accordingly, but we can't let emotions get in the way. Lin Zihua immediately nodded. Sister, I understand. I will stay calm this time and won't make a fuss again. I'm just worried about Tong Tong. His voice trailed off. Let's eat first. Lin Zihua obediently walked to the table and sat down, but his face still showed signs of worry as he absent-mindedly picked up his chopsticks, stirring the porridge in his bowl. Lin An'an didn't bother with him and focused on peeling salted duck eggs for Chu Mingyu. After the family finished breakfast, Chu Mingzhou took Lin Zihua out. Before leaving, Lin An'an reminded them, be careful on the road and remember to report back if anything happens. You must cooperate with the organization's arrangements. Chu Mingzhou nodded, don't worry. Lin An'an didn't go with them. She naturally had to go to the art troupe since there were only 6 days left until the year-end cultural performance. Who had the time to delay things for Jiangtong? After repeatedly reminding the two little ones to not run around and to lock the door at home, Lin An'an finally left the house. After such a big commotion yesterday, it wasn't just the military district that heard about it. Even people in the art troupe had gotten wind of it. By the time Lin An'an arrived, there was still some time before rehearsal, and many people gathered around, asking about the situation. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Lin An'an patiently explained a few things. It's fine, I'm just relieved. It scared me to death. During the new year, if something happened with abductors, that would be terrible. I've heard that boys might be sold to the mountains to be someone's son, and girls could potentially be sold as child brides. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Child brides are a feudal old idea. That's illegal. And then, is this local person close to you? Why did she prepare a birthday for you? Besides, her behavior is too overstepping, unless she's south particularly close to you. An ordinary person wouldn't do such a thing. As the words fell, everyone turned to look at Lin An'an, clearly sharing the same opinion. Lin An'an frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless about these questions, but she patiently explained, she's just an acquaintance from my hometown. Our relationship isn't that close. And it's even more distant since coming to the Northwest. As for why she prepared a birthday for me, I'm not sure what she was thinking. Anyway, her taking my family's child away without permission is problematic, and the security office is already investigating. We'll just wait for the results. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Some echoed, that's right. No matter what her intentions were, it's too frightening to act like this, especially concerning the safety of children. It cannot just be overlooked. Exactly. Thankfully, the two children came back safely. If anything had happened, that would have been too terrifying. This local person really has no sense of propriety in her actions. Just then, Bailing came over, calling everyone to prepare for rehearsal, and everyone dispersed, returning to their own positions. Chapter 78. Something's fishy. Chu Mingzhou and Lin Zihua arrived at the security department. They were greeted by a tall investigator, who said, Captain Chu, there is new progress regarding Jiangtong. Let us sit down and talk slowly. Lin Zihua's heart sank at the news. The investigator politely welcomed them into an office. His attitude was respectful, yet his eyes were darting around, clearly having other thoughts. After some investigation, the current situation was that there was insufficient evidence. Jiangtong insisted that she simply forgot to inform Lin An'an, and her intention was only to take the children out to play, preparing a birthday gift for Lin An'an. She also claimed that she would return them home after dinner, and there was no intention of abduction or kidnapping. Jiangtong even provided witnesses who had completed their statements, all confirming what she said. Lin Zihua was taken aback at first, then a look of relief appeared on his face. However, Chu Mingzhou frowned, her expression becoming serious. Taking the children away without notifying their family for an entire day was a serious issue in itself. The investigator nodded, but it takes more than 24 hours for a missing persons case to be valid. Upon hearing this, Lin Zihua quickly interjected, "Yes, brother-in-law. Since there are witnesses confirming that Tong Tong didn't do it on purpose, it must be a misunderstanding." He looked at Chu Mingzhou with hopeful eyes, wishing she would agree with him. Bang! With a loud thud, Chu Mingzhou slammed her hand down on the table, her face darkening in evident anger. There are urgent matters. If something is urgent, there's no such thing as waiting for 24 hours. Moreover, this is the Northwest Army, and she took away military dependents. The investigator's eyes flickered, and he remained silent. Lin Zihua was intimidated by Chu Mingzhou's fury, swallowing nervously as he continued to plead, "But brother-in-law, this is just a family member taking the children out to play. How can it be considered a serious matter? And now we have witnesses confirming it. Tong Tong just wanted to return Xiaolan and the others after dinner. She just didn't think it through and forgot to inform us." "Shut up. Do you know she's committing a crime?" Seeing that Chu Mingzhou was genuinely furious, the investigator quickly stood up and advised, "Captain Chu, please don't be anxious. I understand your feelings, but the current situation is indeed like this. The evidence is insufficient, and with witnesses corroborating her claims, according to regulations, she can only be detained for a maximum of 3 days and given a serious reprimand." Chu Mingzhou knew that this matter was no longer negotiable. Judging by the investigator's attitude, it had already been decided. But something was wrong. There had to be an issue here. Lin Zihua, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Tong was indeed innocent. Chu Mingzhou didn't speak anymore, memorized the investigator's name, and stood up to leave. How could they say there was insufficient evidence when military dependents were caught trafficked on the spot? Just a few days of detention and everything would be settled? Impossible. She had come today with the intention of making Jiang Tong pay. Lin An'an had made her disgust very clear. She disliked Jiang Tong, and he found her equally distasteful. Halfway down the road, Lin Zihua was sent back to the arch troop by Chu Mingzhou. "Go take care of your sister. She was worried all day yesterday and was coughing all night." Chu Mingzhou didn't say to go back for rehearsals, but to take care of Lin An'an. As expected, it was very effective. Lin Zihua initially wanted to pick up Jiang Tong, feeling that she must be very scared after being wronged. However, compared to Jiang Tong's fear, Lin An'an's health was obviously more important. Moreover, he didn't dare provoke Chu Mingzhou anymore. "Okay, brother-in-law, then I'll go to the arch troop first." Chu Mingzhou impatiently replied with a grunt and left with long strides. Chu Mingzhou continued walking and soon arrived outside Commander Su's office. She took a deep breath, organized her thoughts, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Commander Su's voice came from inside. Chu Mingzhou pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing it was her, Commander Su was slightly taken aback, then smiled and greeted, "Mingzhou, what brings you here at this hour?" Chu Mingzhou sat down in front of the chair, her expression serious as she said, "The security department said there is insufficient evidence regarding Jiang Tong, and she can only be detained for 3 days at most, along with a reprimand." Commander Su frowned upon hearing this. How could they be so hasty regarding the safety of a child? The two exchanged glances, both seeing each other's thoughts in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Commander Su said, "Mingzhou, don't be anxious. Although the standard procedure for missing persons is to wait more than 24 hours for it to be more easily determined, cases involving military dependents should be treated with more caution. Other matters aren't important. I just hope this issue can be dealt with fairly and severely." Commander Su stood up, nodded, and said, "I understand your concerns. Let me contact the people at the security department right away to communicate with them again and see what the situation is. We should express our thoughts and worries, urging them to continue the investigation thoroughly. We can't let this matter pass ambiguously." "Okay." Commander Su patted Chu Mingzhou on the shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Mingzhou. This matter concerns the safety of our military compound and the vital interests of military dependents. It must be taken seriously. We can't just brush it off. I will find out the situation now. You go back and wait for news. I will notify you immediately if there is any new development." Chu Mingzhou nodded, stood up, and said, "Then I'll head back and wait for your news." After saying that, she left Commander Su's office and returned to the Special Operations Battalion. When Lin Zihua arrived at the arch troop, Lin An'an was resting nearby. He quickly approached her, smiling as he asked, "Sister, how are you? Are you feeling all right? Not too tired, right?" Lin An'an gave him a suspicious, sidelong glance, lightly hummed, and continued sipping her water. Lin Zihua hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Lin An'an about the security department's handling result. "Sister," the security department said, "there is insufficient evidence, and they can only detain Tong Tong for 3 days, giving her a reprimand. I think it was just a momentary oversight on her part." Upon hearing this, Lin An'an's expression immediately darkened. As expected, the female lead is the female lead, carrying great fortune. No matter how much trouble she causes, it's just a minor punishment. As for Lin Zihua, whoever he likes is whatever. She couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Seeing that Lin An'an was angry, Lin Zihua hurriedly explained, "Sister, I know you're upset, but now there are witnesses confirming it. We should trust Tong Tong a little, right?" "Oh yes, you're right." Lin Zihua wanted to say a few more good things, but seeing Lin An'an's perfunctory attitude, he felt at a loss. "Just go practice. If this performance goes poorly, see how I deal with you." Lin An'an made a fist at him, pretending to be fierce. Lin Zihua grinned and saluted her playfully, saying, "Sister, don't worry, I promise to complete the task." Lin An'an scoffed and waved her hand, shooing him onto the stage. Feeling uneasy inside, she watched the group on stage start to rehearse, her gaze landing on Lin Zihua's innocent smiling face, feeling very complicated. These people, so pure, both innocent and foolish, without a hint of cunning. Chapter 79, May I suggest you change your surname to Lin An'an? "Comrade Lin, are you there?" A young soldier in military uniform appeared at the door of the rehearsal room, just as Lu Qing happened to pass by. Lu Qing quietly inquired and hurried inside to call Lin An'an out, saying, "There's a call for you. It's from Su Cheng." Lin An'an's eyes lit up. It must be that her mother had arrived home. "Okay, thank you." After saying that, she quickly jogged to the communication room. "Hello." As soon as Lin An'an opened her mouth, her mother's excited voice came through the phone. "An'an? Oh my, how did you get into the art troupe? That's amazing. But are you feeling all right? Are you tired? Have you done the nebulization? Is it effective?" Lin An'an settled onto a chair, listening to her mother's voice, her eyes curving into a smile, and she felt much more relaxed. She glanced around the room. Comrades nearby were focused on their work and didn't pay attention to her. "Mom, I'm just here to help the art troupe with a performance at the end of the year. It's not tiring at all. I've done the nebulization, and it's working well. When did you arrive? What about Dad? Is he doing well?" "Oh, I arrived the night before yesterday. Your dad is doing well." Lin's mother was halfway through when Lin's father's voice urged from the side, "Is our daughter looking for me? Come, let me talk to her." Hey, I haven't finished yet." Lin An'an couldn't help but chuckle as she listened to them bicker on the other end of the line. "By the way, An'an, is Zihua with you? He called the village early this morning, but I happened to be on the mountain with your dad and missed it." Your sixth aunt couldn't convey the message clearly. Lin An'an's smile froze on her face. No wonder Lin Zihua came back early from outside. It turns out he was looking for help. Her mood instantly soured, and she sighed softly, "Mom, Zihua isn't with me. As for him looking for you, it must be to ask you to intercede on his behalf. But let me make it clear, if anyone intercedes, I will fall out with them. If you all recognize Jiang Tong, then don't recognize me." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "And then what's going on?" Lin's mother anxiously held the phone, while Lin's father leaned in to listen. Lin An'an organized her thoughts and picked out a few key points to say. "I plan to cut ties with Jiang Tong. You might think I'm heartless, but I really can't associate with someone who acts like her. A few days ago, without saying a word, she wanted Chu Mingzhou to be her guarantor to apply for employee housing. Isn't that crossing the line? To my surprise, she did something even worse. She directly took Xiao Lan and Xiao Yu away, causing us to search for an entire day. In the end, we had to mobilize the military to find them. Mom, this is kidnapping military dependents." Both Lin's father and Lin's mother were dumbfounded. Lin's father grabbed the phone, and his steady voice came through. "And then, are you all right? The two kids weren't hurt, were they? Does Chu Mingzhou blame you? Jiang Tong did something foolish. Don't let it affect your marriage." Lin's father's first words were surprisingly concerned about Lin An'an. Lin An'an glanced at the phone, suddenly feeling that her father was quite reasonable, not taking sides, only wanting to protect his daughter, regardless of who was right or wrong. "Speak up. Zihua called us today, just for this matter?" Lin An'an hummed a couple of times and confirmed. He is more anxious than anyone else, acting like a madman. With such a big incident, he insists it's a misunderstanding and even suggested that they arrest him before Jiang Tong. What a scoundrel! Lin's father shouted. And the phone was snatched by Lin's mother again. You're the scoundrel. Keep your voice down. There are people waiting behind. And then, if Tong Tong really loves to make mistakes, then just don't associate with her, but don't make it too ugly. We see each other often. Lin An'an didn't want to continue on this topic. Don't worry. She's quite capable. She can downplay kidnapping military dependents. A few days of detention and it will be fine. The new year is coming soon. How are you two preparing over there? We're all good, just that you two siblings aren't around. It suddenly feels quiet. After hanging up, Lin An'an returned to the art troupe. Lin Zihuai had just finished rehearsing and was sitting below drinking water. When he saw Lin An'an come back, he casually asked, "Oh, I want to take Dad's call. He said to take good care of you. If you prefer to take care of Jiang Tong, he suggests you change your surname to Jiang Zihuai and live with Jiang Tong from now on. And don't recognize me as your sister or him as your father." Lin Zihuai was taken aback. "What? Sis, don't joke with me like that." Lin An'an shrugged, indicating that she was just conveying the message. That was indeed what their father meant. Lin Zihuai's face was filled with disbelief, and his smile disappeared entirely. After a long while, he softly said, "Sis, Tong Tong is just..." Stop. What Dad said. You can read it over and over. It's just the literal meaning. I feel the same way. Lin Zihuai lowered his head, pursing his lips tightly, feeling somewhat sad. By the way, even if Jiang Tong narrowly escapes legal punishment this time, she has crossed my bottom line. I want to completely cut ties with her. You don't need to speak on her behalf, just like that. Lin An'an clapped her hands, preparing to go on stage. Lu Qing wanted her to rehearse a violin solo once, so the ministers could listen and give their feedback. As for the impact her words would have on Lin Zihuai's psyche, she didn't care much. People always have to pay a price for growth. No matter how much it's for your own good, if you can't take it in, then walk through more hardships. Once you've had enough of the bitterness, you will understand sooner or later. No wonder people say that love-struck fools are both pitiful and detestable. It really makes one furious. Lin Zihuai watched Lin An'an's determined figure, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Previously, his sister was the one who got along best with Tong Tong. Why had everything changed after coming to the Northwest? Silently sitting there, he felt as if his heart had a void. He realized he could no longer overly protect Jiang Tong, but he couldn't let her go in his heart either. Meanwhile, Lin An'an had already thrown herself wholeheartedly into rehearsing her violin solo. She focused on playing, as if she had thrown all her troubles behind her. The music gently echoed in the rehearsal room, beautiful and melodious. Lin An'an's performance was very distinctive, full of emotion and energy. It was entirely different from her usual style. Her music was powerful. Several ministers listened attentively, occasionally nodding slightly and exchanging a few words. Chu Mingzhou quietly stood at the door of the rehearsal room. This was his first time hearing Lin An'an play the violin. It was very beautiful. He was there to pick someone up, to take Lin An'an back for dinner. Additionally, he had news regarding Jiang Tong, as there had been new developments. Lin An'an had said before that, in any situation, they should first discuss it with her to reassess things and see if she would agree. Chapter 80. Sent to the Gobi Oasis Development Zone after the exercise. Lu Qing clapped and smiled. "And you're amazing. This performance was outstanding, and the ministers are very satisfied. Keep up this state, and I'm sure you'll shine at the cultural performance." Lin An'an smiled and nodded. "Thank you. I will keep working hard." She put down her violin and glanced casually towards the door, spotting Chu Mingzhou. She immediately smiled and walked over, greeting Lu Qing and the others, signaling that she was going back to eat first. "Mingzhou." Chu Mingzhou reached out to her and lightly nodded. Lin Zihuai hurried to follow. "There's new progress on Jiang Tong's case. I'm here to pick you up so we can discuss it." The two walked side by side out of the art troupe, and Chu Mingzhou spoke softly, not avoiding Lin Zihuai. Lin An'an's expression became serious. "Okay, go ahead." Chu Mingzhou didn't say much, but he was detailed, because they were persistent and there was pressure from team leader Su. The security department expressed that they were in a difficult position. In the end, they could only mention the difficulties, saying that it was due to Commander Tang's instructions. Both Chu Mingzhou and team leader Su asked why, and the other side only replied that with the new year approaching, the leaders from Beijing would come down for inspections. If there was a case of military family abduction, it would cause significant trouble. Moreover, since Jiang Tong was confirmed to be a relative of military wife Lin An'an, it couldn't be considered abduction, so they requested that they resolve this matter quickly and not let it escalate. With the commander's words, who would dare to lose face? Lin An'an glanced at him. The feeling was hard to describe. Chu Mingzhou, however, smiled, squeezing her palm, since it can't be considered a crime. Then the behavioral mistakes should be criticized. We must sound the alarm for everyone to take heed. Therefore, the organization ultimately decided to send Jiang Tong to work in the Gobi Oasis Development Zone. Lin An'an was taken aback. The Gobi Oasis Development Zone? That's a place even harsher than the Great Northern Wilderness. Chu Mingzhou nodded, speaking firmly. This isn't a punishment. The Gobi Oasis Development Zone is a land full of hope. An important battlefield for national construction. Going there means dedicating oneself to the great socialist construction cause, which not only can temper one's will, but also forge a spirit of steel. Spirit of steel, my foot. Lin An'an could barely suppress a smile, wondering how this person could say such amusing things with the most serious expression and the most rigorous tone. How long would she have to go there? Chu Mingzhou held up 2 fingers. Lin An'an blinked. 2 years? 2 years in the Gobi Oasis Development Zone? That's much scarier than prison. Lin Zihua, who was listening nearby, suddenly changed his expression, his eyes wide open as he urgently said, "Brother-in-law, sister, this probably isn't appropriate. That place is too harsh. How can Tong Tong, a girl, endure it? Didn't we agree on 3 days of detention?" Lin An'an shrugged. "Zihua, what are you talking about? This is the organization's decision. How can it be inappropriate? Tong Tong dedicating herself to the socialist construction cause is something to be proud of. Building a home with her own hands. It can't be called suffering." Lin Zihua clenched his fists, his eyes turning red with urgency. But sister, Tong Tong was just confused for a moment. She didn't intend to do anything bad. 2 years in such a harsh place. How much suffering will she endure? What if something happens to her? Then you go accompany her? Lin Zihua was clearly taken aback, actually considering the feasibility of his suggestion. Lin An'an was amused by his reaction. "Zihua, you can't be serious about going, can you? Can you wake up a bit? Don't forget you're a soldier, a communications soldier in the Northwest Army." Lin Zihua opened his mouth to refute, but swallowed his words when he saw Lin An'an's angry and disappointed expression. Chu Mingzhou frowned, no longer angry. Since the decision had been made, Lin Zihua couldn't stir up much trouble. And the Gobi Oasis Development Zone wasn't a place anyone could go to just because they wanted to. At the public transportation company's family compound, Wenba Go. "Can't we think of some other way? I can't go to the Gobi Oasis Development Zone. It's too harsh. Ify go. I'm afraid I might die there." Jiang Tong leaned her head against Su Wenba's shoulder, sobbing pitifully. She had only secured this housing because Su Wenba pulled strings. And the paperwork wasn't even fully completed yet. They were just waiting for the seal after the new year. If she left, not only would she lose her job, but she'd also definitely lose her house. Weren't we supposed to agree on 3 days of detention? I shouldn't have to spend a day in jail. You were supposed to bail me out. Su Wenba stiffened, hesitating as he raised his hand to glance at the security personnel guarding the door. "Tong Tong, I don't know what is going on. This was all agreed upon." Jiang Tong cried even harder, her body softening as she slid down from his shoulder, leaning into someone else's arms. "Forget it, Wenba Go. If I don't come back, don't worry about me." Su Wenba's temples throbbed, but he placed his hand on Jiang Tong's back, first giving her a light pat, then quickly changing to an embrace when he saw she was about to fall. Holding the fragrant and beautiful girl in his arms, Su Wenba's Adam's apple moved visibly. "Tong Tong, for this matter, I haven't slept a wink for a whole day and night, constantly looking for someone to solve it, and I've spent several hundred yuan. It's all because of your poor relatives. They're really too heartless. Such a small matter has to be blown up like this. It's just taking the child out to play. What's so precious about it?" Su Wenba truly didn't know what to do. He had approached Hu Xiaomei's great uncle on behalf of the bus company. It was fine to fool around once, but if he tried to fool them twice, he would be exposed, and Hu Xiaomei would definitely make a big fuss about it. Moreover, he hadn't even asked for help a second time. The great-uncle had already come to the company to scold him, saying he was a troublemaker and had offended big shots above. Su Wenbo was also a bit confused. In his eyes, this was a trivial matter, and he didn't understand how it had escalated so seriously in the end. Wenbo, I'm so angry. I can't understand why. I treat her like a sister, but she sees me as an enemy. Tong Tong, you're just too naive. People's hearts are hard to read. Or maybe I'm just useless, and is married to a company commander, a proper military officer. She probably looks down on me, worried that I'm a burden, right? But I have a job. I'm very independent. Jiang Tong cried again, gasping for breath. Su Wenbo felt a pang in his heart. After her relentless begging, he came up with another idea. How about this? I'll go buy some gifts now and visit Captain Chu's house. Jiang Tong looked at him with teary eyes. As long as he spoke for her and clarified the matter at the security office, there might still be a chance. But they probably wouldn't agree. I have a way. Su Wenbo leaned closer to Jiang Tong and whispered. Chapter 81 Apology at the door. Jiang Tong listened to Su Wenbo's words, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. She wiped her tears and looked at him with some anticipation. Brother Wenbo, can this work? It's obvious that they have a lot of opinions about me now. Su Wenbo curled his lips into a seemingly confident smile and lowered his voice, saying, Tong Tong, just do as I say. I have my own ideas. Captain Chu is an officer. His wife is shameless, but he can't be shameless too, right? You're seriously ill. Can they really force you to work? I'll just say that you took the kids out to play with good intentions, but didn't think it through. And you know you were wrong, so you won't make the same mistake again. Plus, we can bring some valuable gifts and say some nice words. People are all human. Jiang Tong hesitated for a moment, then nodded, glancing towards the door with determination. She suddenly cried out in pain, Oh no, oh no. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Someone come quickly. Jiang Tong's heart-wrenching cries, combined with Su Wenbo's anxious demeanor, genuinely startled the security personnel. What happened? There was no way around it. Jiang Tong appeared healthy with a rosy complexion and a robust figure, so no matter how she wailed, she didn't look like someone seriously ill. I have a stomachache. How did you suddenly get a stomachache? Su Wenbo quickly interjected. She has already packed up. She's seriously ill now. Hurry and send her to the hospital. We can't afford to let anything happen. It was indeed a hassle. Let's go. The security personnel didn't want to get into trouble. If something really happened, sending her to the hospital was the right call. Following Su Wenbo's instructions, Jiang Tong successfully checked into the hospital. The doctor said it was quite serious, but to determine the cause of the illness, further tests were needed. Once Jiang Tong was settled in the hospital, Su Wenbo began to make preparations, planning to go and apologize that very night. Although Su Wenbo was considered a son-in-law, he had spent many years in the Northwest and had some skills to reach his current high position. He spent an afternoon gathering information about Chu Mingzhou. While he couldn't get the finer details, he managed to grasp the general situation. To his surprise, he discovered something quite shocking. Chu Mingzhou was actually the grandson of Chu Shan, the commander of the 1st Division in northwest China. Commander Chu was a true old revolutionary, renowned both domestically and internationally. He fought alongside Chairman Mao during the Long March, leading the 1st Division that fought across the north and south. Su Wenbo squinted deep in thought. Chu Mingzhou, a 25-year-old Special Operations Battalion commander, had received 1st class, 2nd class, and 3rd class honors. He initially thought that with some valuable gifts and Jiang Tong's illness as leverage, he could plead with Chu Mingzhou's family. After all, as an officer, he should care about his reputation, right? Jiang Tong had some relationship with them, so they couldn't push her into a corner, could they? If that didn't work, he could also use public opinion pressure to get them to issue a letter of understanding, which might resolve the issue of Jiang Tong being sent to the Gobi Oasis for labor. But now, upon learning about Chu Mingzhou's significant background, he had other ideas. He needed to clear up this huge misunderstanding. Not only did Jiang Tong not need to go to the Gobi Oasis, but she also needed to reconcile with this family. He understood very well what Chu Mingzhou's background meant. This was not someone to offend lightly. The simple approach he had initially considered would need to be revised to something more clever and comprehensive. Money, women, power, what man isn't tempted? Chu Mingzhou had power, so he must love money, right? If the money was right, Wouldn't there be anyone difficult to talk to? His wife, although good-looking, was just a sickly person who probably couldn't even be bothered if a beautiful woman were sent to him. When the time came, Su Wenbo cheerfully brought gifts to the military district. Chu Mingzhou was out for business and not at home. Only Lin An'an and a few others were there. Lin An'an had just bought groceries from the supply and marketing cooperative and was helping Chu Minglan when she suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. Peeking out, she didn't immediately recognize who it was. Comrade Lin. This comrade, Su, says he is a family friend and specially came to visit the child. Su Wenbo pulled down his scarf and waved to Lin An'an. Comrade Lin, it's me. Comrade Jiang Tong asked me to bring a few words. She's not very well in the hospital right now. Lin Zihua paused, washing the vegetables, quickly wiped his hands on a cloth, and immediately went to open the door, with Lin An'an unable to stop him. The guard saw that the Chu family had opened the door, and since everything seemed fine, he saluted and left. Lin An'an frowned, shot Lin Zihua a glare, and looked at Su Wenbo with clear displeasure. Su Wenbo was well-dressed, acted appropriately, and spoke politely, even slightly bending his waist when talking. Just right. Is there something you need? Su Wenbo hurriedly handed over the big and small gifts with a smiling face, saying, Comrade Lin, hello. I had no choice but to intrude. Tong Tong is in the hospital now, very seriously ill. She can't even get out of bed. I'm here to apologize on her behalf. Lin An'an coldly laughed to herself. If she hadn't seen him hit his wife and didn't know his background, she might have believed his nonsense. Lin An'an's expression was indifferent, showing no intention of accepting the gifts. Comrade Su, hasn't Jiang Tong's matter been made very clear already? The organization has already made a judgment. Are you trying to change the outcome just because she is sick now? Lin An'an didn't take the gifts, but Lin Zihua politely reached out to accept them. Thank you. Golmat Su, may I ask which hospital Tong Tong is in? Is she very seriously ill? Can you take me to see her? Su Wenbo was stunned by Lin Zihua's response. You are. I'm Lin Zihua. I grew up with Tong Tong. I am her family here in the Northwest. Lin An'an. Su Wenbo's lips twitched slightly, quickly adjusting his expression as he shook Lin Zihua's hand. Comrade Lin, hello, hello. I often hear Comrade Jiang Tong mention you, saying you were childhood sweethearts, and your relationship is closer than family. Lin Zihua also hurriedly shook hands back. Yes, yes. He then turned to Lin An'an. Sister, you go help Xiaolan with the cooking. I'll go with Brother Su to see Tong Tong. Lin An'an rubbed her temples, feeling frustrated, and quickly slapped Lin Zihua. You should go to the hospital and check your brain. Huh? Get into the kitchen and cook. Lin Zihua's smile froze, feeling awkward as he looked at Su Wenbo. Sister. He felt that his sister was giving him no face, especially in front of Tong Tong's leader. Get lost. If you act crazy again, I'll have Chu Mingzhou beat you to death. Cough, 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 Lin An'an couldn't catch her breath. Her throat itched, and she coughed violently, staggering back a couple of steps and sitting down in a chair. Sister, are you okay? Lin Zihua's face turned pale with fright as he released Su Wenbo's hand and rushed towards Lin An'an. Chapter 82. In a rush and in a hurry, Chu Minglan scooped the last spoonful of vegetables onto the plate and hurriedly jumped down from the stool, running into the main hall. Sister-in-law. Seeing her sister-in-law having another episode, it was clear she was angry again. Chu Minglan warily glanced at Su Wenbo, squeezing her small body to push him aside. Zihua, go get some water. Oh, okay. Before Su Wenbo could finish speaking, Lin An'an had her episode. The entire Chu family was in chaos, which looked quite frightening. He stepped back several paces, caught between sitting and standing. At that moment, Chu Mingzhou returned. He entered through the heavy snow, his expression colder than frost. Su Wenbo's heart skipped a beat as he was swept with a glance from Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou quickly walked to Lin An'an's side, supporting her while soothing her back. How are you? Lin An'an nodded, took a small sip of water, and after a while, her breath finally steadied. Those begging for mercy, those being foolish, none were reliable. Lin An'an's words were too straightforward, causing Su Wenbo's expression to change slightly. But he couldn't really show a long face and force himself to swallow it down. Lin Zihua stood by, head down, full of guilt, and somewhat defiantly retorted, Brother-in-law, I didn't mean it. I was just worried about Tong Tong's condition. Chu Mingzhou's expression darkened. You go to the kitchen to cook. But Chu Mingzhou didn't look at him again. Chu Minglan immediately tugged at Lin Zihua, constantly giving him looks, signaling him not to be foolish and to hurry up and leave. After the two went out, confirming that Lin An'an was fine, Chu Mingzhou finally lifted his gaze to Su Wenbo, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Asking in an unfriendly tone, "What are you here to plead for?" "To let you in." Su Wenbo, now considered a high-ranking leader, could hardly remember the last time someone had treated him this way. "Captain Chu, you've misunderstood. I'm just anxious because Tong Tong is seriously ill in a hospital. She has been repeatedly saying she feels sorry for you and Comrade Lin and asked me to apologize on her behalf." "Apologize?" Yes, apologize." Su Wenbo looked around, picked up a small bag next to him, and waved it towards Chu Mingzhou. "Money?" Chu Mingzhou's expression turned sour. "She should apologize to my family. You can leave now." "No, that's not it. Is there something else?" "Don't strike a smiling face." This was a principle of interpersonal relations. But Su Wenbo found no trace of this good virtue in Chu Mingzhou. "Captain Chu, I truly want to plead with you, to ask you to be lenient. Jiang Tong's health is too poor. If she really goes to the Gobi Oasis Development Zone, she might not be able to hold on. Zhu Mingju's not Gun Li. Since the organization has already made a determination, it is based on facts. How can it be changed just because she's ill right now?" Su Wenbo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to persuade. "Captain Chu, I know you are a reasonable person. Tong Tong indeed made some mistakes this time, but she had good intentions. She just wanted to take the children out to play and prepare a birthday surprise for Comrade Lin. She didn't expect to create such a huge misunderstanding. Now that she is seriously ill in bed and truly regrets it, can you give her a chance?" Chu Mingzhou's expression grew even darker. He stood up and walked towards Su Wenbo. Su Wenbo felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. "Comrade Su, we will not change our minds. Please take your things back and don't come again in the future." With that, Chu Mingzhou had already taken away all the gifts Su Wenbo had brought and forcibly pushed him out. "Captain Chu, I know a doctor who specializes in treating your wife's illness." Su Wenbo nearly shouted as Chu Mingzhou was closing the door. He stumbled to get up, his hat askew, and a large patch of snow smeared on his pants, looking quite disheveled. This made Chu Mingzhou pause, but he still slammed the door shut with a bang. "No need." Actually, there was another sentence, but Chu Mingzhou, out of decency, didn't say it. "I'm afraid you will harm Lin An'an." Su Wenbo stood outside the closed door, staring at it, his face alternating between green and white, feeling both angry and helpless. He never expected that after saying all the right things and lowering his stance so much, he would still be ruthlessly kicked out by Chu Mingzhou. This made him, who usually had some face outside, feel quite embarrassed. As he adjusted his crooked hat and brushed the snow off his pants, he muttered a few curses under his breath. "Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I have no way to deal with this? Is there no decency left? Is this how you treat guests?" But Su Wenbo also understood that Chu Mingzhou's tough attitude was impenetrable. There was truly no way to deal with it. At this rate, not to mention a relationship, it was good enough that he didn't get hit. Truly a tough nut to crack. However, Su Wenbo was still unwilling to give up so easily. He felt his judgment was correct. Chu Mingzhou had a good relationship with Lin An'an, which was not at all as Jiang Tong had said. Since he cared, perhaps he could think of another way from this aspect. Su Wenbo walked in with his head held high and left with a sigh. His demeanor was seen by his several neighbors, who pointed and whispered, unsure whether they were talking about him or the Chu family. Chu Mingzhou returned to Lin An'an's side and sat down, looking at her still somewhat weak appearance, feeling a pang of heartache. "Don't be angry about these things anymore. I'm here." Lin An'an nodded, seeing that he was still wearing the snow-covered coat, wanted to help him take it off. But Chu Mingzhou stiffened and hurriedly dodged. "I'll go change my clothes first." Lin An'an, she actually saw him flinch? This dog man wouldn't do anything bad, would he? The thought flashed through her mind, but Lin An'an didn't take it to heart. Chu Mingzhou soon returned, having changed into another coat. Lin An'an didn't want to argue with Lin Zihua, so she didn't go back to the kitchen and instead started fiddling with the sewing machine. The coat she made for Chu Mingzhou was also done, just a few final touches and it would be ready to wear. "Mingzhou, try it on," Lin An'an urged, and Chu Mingzhou quickly changed into it. When the fabric of the coat fit snugly on his broad shoulders and fell gracefully down his straight form, it was as if he transformed entirely. Chu Mingzhou's figure was indeed excellent. His solid shoulders and tall stature perfectly supported the coat's shape. The collar of the coat fit just right against his neck, accentuating its long and clean lines, exuding an innate nobility. The shoulder cuts naturally extended along the shoulder line, with no hint of slack, making him appear even more extraordinary, like a stern officer stepping out of a painting, yet with a hint of warmth from everyday life. Chu Mingzhou's deep eyes, contrasted by the dark brown fabric, resembled the brightest star in the night sky, deep and bright, intertwining determination and gentleness, giving him an irresistible charm. Lin An'an walked around him, smiling and nodding. My man really is a clothes hanger. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingzhou's lips curled up slightly, looking at her with affection. You look even more handsome when you smile. Chapter 83. Some surprises. Lin An'an's praise made Chu Mingzhou's smile even more pronounced. His smile resembling the warm sun breaking through the clouds in spring, particularly pleasing to the eye. Such good teeth. Huh? Chu Mingzhou's teeth were white and even, and when he smiled, revealing them, it was quite a bonus. Lin An'an stepped forward to tidy up his collar, patted his chest, saying it looked nice. So just wear it, since tomorrow is Saturday and you have a day off. Yes, I'll go pick up my great-aunt early tomorrow. All right, this room. Each room's earthen bed is quite large, so it's actually enough if we squeeze a bit. But since Chu's great-aunt is an elder, we should be more respectful. Chu Mingzhou reached out to ruffle her hair, saying there's another room next to the main hall, and I'll help Sister Lon tidy it up later. Huh? Lin An'an had always thought that was a storage room, not suitable for living. Turns out it could be lived in. So this dog of a man was saying there weren't enough rooms? Realizing this, Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh. He just wanted to let her stay in his room. Seeing Lin An'an's cheeks flush, Chu Mingzhou understood what she was thinking. He pulled her closer, and they were very close together, his nostrils filled with a faint sweetness. I really like this outfit. You like it? Then I'll make you more in the future. No need, I hardly wear it, just rest well. At that moment, sounds of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen, along with Lin Zihuai and Chu Minglan's occasional hushed conversations. Lin An'an's brows furrowed slightly. Thinking of Lin Zihuai made her upset. Zihuai is still young. You don't need to hold a grudge against him. Just discipline him more later. Lin An'an burst out laughing. Discipline? Like training a dog? Chu Mingzhou was momentarily taken aback, also amused by her words. Brother, sister-in-law, dinner will be ready soon. You can tidy up and get ready to eat. Sure, Lin An'an responded, lightly pushing Chu Mingzhou. Once the dishes were served and everyone sat down, Lin Zihuai still had his head down, obviously in a low mood. He only quietly greeted Chu Mingzhou before falling silent again. Chu Minglan, on the other hand, was all smiles, enthusiastically calling out, Brother, sister-in-law, this braised pork with preserved vegetables is a new dish I learned. You should try it and see if it's good. Lin An'an nodded with a smile, thanking little Lon for her hard work. It looks delicious. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and started to eat. The atmosphere at the dining table was heavy, especially with Lin Zihuai looking so troubled, making everyone feel like there was a stone pressing down on their hearts. After dinner, Lin Zihuai wandered around the house, giving Lin An'an a headache. Chu Mingzhou called Lin Zihuai away, and Lin An'an lost interest in listening to what they were saying. I'll head back to my room first. She decided to go back and organize her drafts, out of sight, out of mind. Recently, there had been a lot going on, and when she finally sat down at her desk with a calm mind, it made Lin An'an feel extremely comfortable. Each word and sentence unfolded under her pen, and as she immersed herself, she found new ideas everywhere. Come soak your feet. It was only when Chu Mingzhou came in with the foot-soaking basin that her thoughts were interrupted. Looking at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chu Mingzhou reached out and moved the chair, easily adjusting it, then squatted down to help her take off her shoes and soak her feet. But this scared Lin An'an quite a bit. Hey, no need, I could do it myself. Just sit down. Lin An'an had never imagined that a man would wash her feet for her. This action was indeed too intimate. The two seemed to have skipped the dating stage and directly entered a married couple state. Chu Mingzhou gently took off Lin An'an's shoes and socks, and when her petite, delicate feet were revealed, his eyes widened slightly. He found her feet to be white and exquisite. Even the toenails were a soft pink, very cute. Casually testing the water temperature, he placed her feet into the basin. As his fingers brushed against her skin, he could clearly feel the delicate texture. Chu Mingzhou pressed his thin lips tightly together, unable to read his emotions. However, Lin An'an noticed his unusual behavior. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly moved her feet. "What's wrong? What?" He lowered his head, seriously massaging her feet, feeling a deep sense of heartache. She had been worn out these past few days, running around and performing on stage. However, the delicate touch lingered at his fingertips, making it hard for his heart to settle. Lin An'an felt her entire body become stiff, her heart racing, even wanted to faint on the spot. "So shy." "Chu Mingzhou, thank you," she said, grasping for words of gratitude. Chu Mingzhou looked up at her, his eyes softening, saying, "We're husband and wife. No need to say thank you. You've worked hard lately." Lin An'an's face turned even redder, her cheeks puffing up as she didn't know what to say, so she simply closed her eyes and tilted her head up, deciding not to care. A girl should enjoy her blessings. When the water temperature was just right, Chu Mingzhou took Lin An'an's feet out of the water, carefully dried them with a towel, and then directly carried her to the bed. After doing all this, he took the basin out, saying, "Right, you rest first." Lin An'an nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. As soon as he left, she quickly took off her clothes, mumbling complaints, and hurriedly tucked herself under the blanket. So shy. While lying there, she pulled up the blanket to take a look. TSK, this little body, so thin, a bit flat. Trying to do something naughty was impossible. Her physical strength was completely lacking. She wanted to cry. She still needed to take care of herself and wait until her body got better. When Chu Mingzhou got into bed, Lin An'an casually found a light topic to chat about for a few sentences before falling asleep. Chu Mingzhou felt a bit speechless. He had thought they could cuddle while sleeping, but his little wife was hiding from him like a quail. The result of this was that he couldn't sleep soundly all night. The next morning, perhaps due to having soaked her feet the night before, Lin An'an was in high spirits. Stretching and turning her head, she met Chu Mingzhou's gaze filled with resentment. "Lin An'an, huh? Aren't you going to pick up your great aunt? Why are you still here?" Chu Mingzhou pressed his lips together, glanced at her, and quickly moved closer, saying, "I have something to tell you." Lin An'an was momentarily stunned as she was suddenly pulled into his embrace. A heavy kiss landed on her lips, seemingly filled with some anger, making her dizzy. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." He was sensible enough to kiss her and then let go. Immediately after, a small box appeared in his hand, presented to Lin An'an, saying, "An'an, happy birthday." Lin An'an blinked, completely bewildered by his actions. "Is this a birthday gift for me?" "Yes." Lin An'an felt her eyes getting a bit teary, the scene before her becoming blurry, feeling unreal. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had received a birthday gift, a bit unexpected. She reached out to pinch his chest. Seeing him stiffen up, she finally broke into a smile, grabbing the box and opening it. A watch? Chu Mingzhou's lips curled up slightly, responding with a light hum, saying it was a gift from a comrade, meant for her, and it just happened to coincide with her birthday. "I really like it." A watch was a luxury item in the 1970s, the most expensive in the 3rd rotation, and he truly was generous. Chapter 84. Am I being loved to death? The Shanghai brand women's watch, with a full steel dial and a ring of 19 diamonds, is currently the most popular style. And it's no exaggeration to say it's hard to come by. Lin An'an tried it on, and it fit her perfectly. She is quite slender, and normal watches are usually unwearable for her. This one was clearly adjusted with care. Now that I have a sewing machine and a watch, are you going to give me a bicycle and a tape recorder too, completing the trifecta? Lin An'an teased as she rubbed her nose against his. Chu Mingzhou pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll get you everything." Lin An'an raised an eyebrow. "All right, my man is really thoughtful, but just your intention is enough for me. As for a bicycle, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to ride one. I don't have the strength." She lifted her wrist, looking at the brand new watch, filled with joy. Chu Mingzhou gently held her hand. "Then let us buy one when you're better. Don't have too high expectations. My illness can't be cured, at least not for the next few decades. So, I might be a useless person for the rest of my life, unable to carry or lift anything." Before Lin An'an could finish, Chu Mingzhou kissed her again, silencing her. This time his kiss was soft, just a touch, and then a quick retreat. No more nonsense. Lin An'an was momentarily stunned. "I'm not talking nonsense. It's true. It's okay. I can handle the chores at home. I don't need you. So, I'll just be a useless vase? That works. Lin An'an laughed heartily, reaching up to hook her arm around his neck, looking at the watch on her wrist with a soft tone. Do you know what it means to give someone a watch? Chu Mingzhou instinctively shook his head. Lin An'an smiled, shifting her gaze to his eyes. Gifting a watch often expresses love, being infatuated with you. Chu Mingzhou felt his heart skip a beat, his eyes flickering, and he tightened his grip around Lin An'an's waist. Lin An'an let out a soft hum as he held her, and she hugged him back. This time, it was Chu Mingzhou who let out a low grunt. Lin An'an grinned mischievously. I don't care. You giving me a watch means you're confessing your love, showing that you cherish every moment we have together, hoping to walk through every minute and second of the future with me. Chu Mingzhou, you must love me to death. Chu Mingzhou's heart raced even more at Lin An'an's words. His cheeks flushed, and even his eyes were turning red. What? Seeing him awkwardly mumble. Lin An'an laughed even more, leaning against his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. Her little hands were restless, finally cupping his face, forcing him to look at her. Chu Mingzhou, what do you mean by him? Is it so hard to say you love me? You coward. Chu Mingzhou laughed in exasperation. He moved his hands up to pinch her underarms, lifting her slightly and pressing her down onto the bed, gently trapping her with his long legs. It was early in the morning, and he and T slept well. How could he withstand her teasing? After hesitating for a second, he leaned down and kissed her fiercely. Lin An'an was taken aback by Chu Mingzhou's sudden action. Her eyes widened as she felt his passionate kiss, and amidst their lips and teeth intertwining. She gradually closed her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and responding softly. This kiss lasted for quite a while, before Chu Mingzhou finally released her. The intense feelings in his eyes were close to overflowing. Lin An'an's face was flushed, breathing slightly heavier. She playfully scolded, What? What are you doing? Chu Mingzhou looked down at her, his eyes red. Didn't T, you want to hear me admit it? I admit it. I love you to death. Lin An'an was once again pulled into his embrace, feeling her heart skip a beat. That is more like it. Chu Mingzhou juke sopti. His fingers running through her hair, gently massaging it. All right, it's time to get up. I still have to go pick up Annie and the two brothers. Lin An'an reached out, her meaning clear. She wanted a hug before getting up. Chu Mingzhou stared at her intently, suddenly smiling as he picked her up and helped her put on her clothes. He kissed her forehead again, waiting. All right. Lin An'an stretched lazily, slipped on her shoes, and sat waiting for the wash water. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. It just wouldn't go away. After breakfast, Chu Mingzhou set off for Baitian County. Naturally, Lin An'an took Lin Zhua to the art troupe. There were only a few days left, and every minute had to be used for rehearsal. This year's New Year's cultural performance was a big event, with many programs and performers. Almost all the halls in the art troupe were filled, with no one having any spare time. After several days, Lin An'an saw Su Yao again in the art troupe, still accompanied by Pan Guohe and a few others. They weren't on stage, but sat in a corner below, whispering to each other. Lin An'an walked straight over, not lingering on them. After all, it's a small society. Where there's society, there are disputes, which is normal. The other members of the art troupe were quite nice. She couldn't let a few bad apples affect her mood. Before Lin An'an reached her rehearsal room, she bumped into someone at the corner. Dan Jingqiya, the woman who had a close relationship with Chu Mingzhou, as mentioned by Aunt Wang. Lin An'an didn't know how close, but she was clear that Mingzhou was not the kind of person to have a romantic relationship with her. Comrade Lin. Hello. Lin An'an took a small step back, polite yet distant. Tang Jingxiao didn't seem to mind Lin An'an's attitude. Still smiling. Comrade Lin, how is the rehearsal going recently? Lin An'an nodded slightly, responding politely, Pretty good. Thank you for your concern. I heard that since you joined the art troupe, not only have you improved the performance standards, but you've also offered many ideas. You're really impressive. You know, I'm from the Northwest Propaganda Department. The Army Vanguard Art Troupe of the Northwest Theater is one of our key focus areas. Seeing the progress of the art troupe makes me happy. Lin An'an didn't understand what Tang Jingxiao meant by this, so she remained silent, waiting for her to continue. She didn't believe this person came to block her just for small talk. Tang Jingxiao walked closer to Lin An'an, wanting to link arms with her. This rehearsal can be quite tiring, right? I heard your health is poor. Can you manage? By the way, Lu Qing seems to have the intention to let you join the art troupe. Lin An'an skillfully dodged, raising her hand to adjust her sleeves, her refusal evident. I don't currently plan to join the art troupe. After all, my health isn't good, and it's not suitable for me. The art troupe might be a coveted opportunity for others, but for Lin An'an, it was hard labor with low income. She truly had no interest. Tang Jingxiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, smiling again. Oh, I see. Comrade Lin, there is one more thing I might need to trouble you with. Lin An'an furrowed her brows slightly, feeling something was off. You might as well tell me what it is. It's not a trouble. I'm afraid I won't be able to help, and you need to be quick about it. My rehearsal time is quite tight. Tang Jingxiao's smile stiffened, her lower gaze flashing with displeasure. Auntie and Chenggu are coming to your house, right? I haven't seen them for a long time. So tonight, I'll need you to add a pair of chopsticks for me to have a meal at your place. Chapter 85. A hot commodity. Does Tang Jingxiao still know Aunt Chu and Chenggu? Aunt Chu is one of the few relatives of Chu Mingzhou, living far away in Baitian County, but she rarely visits the military district compound. You should talk to Mingzhou about this. My health is not good, and I don't handle affairs at home. Lin An'an's refusal was relatively polite. Tang Jingxiao didn't really expect her to agree. She had already conveyed the necessary information. Fine, I'll tell Mingzhou later. She didn't see any clues on Lin An'an's face and felt a bit uncertain in her heart. Lin An'an nodded, glanced back at Lin Zihua, and left. Hey, she is here, sis. Lin Zihua frowned, paused his gaze on Tang Jingxiao's face. But didn't he stop his steps and hurried to catch up with Lin An'an? After they walked far, Tang Jingxiao turned her steps and entered the rehearsal room where Su Yao and the others were. Lin An'an's influence in the art troupe was quite significant, especially in front of several department heads. She was a hot commodity. As soon as she entered the rehearsal room, the other members immediately surrounded her. And then you're here. We were just waiting for you. We thought of a few more options for the ending of the dance you mentioned last time. Come and help us out. And about the choral piece, we were considering whether to make some adjustments. The harmony you suggested is really special. Can you listen to it later? Lin An'an smiled and responded, Don't rush. Let me hear your ideas first, and then we can discuss how to arrange it better. As she spoke, the others quickly took their places on stage, ready to begin. Lin An'an was pulled to the leader's seat, with instructor Lu Qing on her left and Bai Ling, the rehearsal department head, on her right. Let us start. They first looked at several options for the dance ending. Each option had its highlights. Lin An'an suggested increasing the amplitude of the spinning movements in the first option and combining it with the formation changes from the third option, which might make the entire ending more impactful and elevate the joyful atmosphere to a climax. What do you all think? Everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded, starting to try it out. Next, they moved on to the choral piece. Lin An'an listened to everyone sing the current version, then picked up the score and said, I think the harmony here could be slightly lowered to add more layers. In this section, we could strengthen the lower voices a bit to create a more distinct contrast with the higher voices. This should make the performance fuller and more beautiful. They followed her suggestions and tried again. Sure enough, the choral effect was immediately different, becoming more pleasant and harmonious, full of emotion. Hemin, sitting 2 spots away, gave Lin An'an a thumbs up. And your artistic sensitivity is truly rare. It would be a pity if you didn't join our art troupe. Lin An'an hurriedly waved her hand, saying, No, it's just that I've seen many performances. Director, you flatter me. Lin An'an's smile gradually faded, and a hint of pain flashed in her lowered eyes. Something still made her sad to think about. Lin An'an's pursuit of music was different from others. For other kids, it was a hobby, but for her, it was to fight for social assistance funds for the orphanage. Every time, she had to present herself in the best state. She needed to let the government and the public know that the children in the orphanage were also excellent. Not only beautiful, but also talented, blossoming in all aspects of virtue, beauty, and wisdom. Such wonderful children should not be overlooked. They need more support from kind-hearted people and social resources. Such a great orphanage should be known to the public. It needs support and more funding to grow stronger and help more orphans. But what is the reality? They only assigned tasks to Lin An'an. She never had a great teacher guiding her and didn't have good learning conditions. If she wanted to master an instrument, She had to put in 100 or 1,000 times more effort than ordinary people. If she didn't learn well, the consequence would be hunger, being locked in a small dark room, punished to kneel, or slapped. No one cared whether she liked it or was tired. Just because she was beautiful and had musical talent. I'll go get a cup of hot water. Lin An'an quickened her steps, fearing others would see her lose composure. She loved music more than anyone else, because in countless moments of sadness, only music and learning accompanied her. She knew very well that what she loved was free music, not wanting to be controlled or restrained. All right, An'an, slow down a bit. Heman looked at Lin An'an's back, her face full of smiles. She leaned closer to Lu Qing and whispered, "Instructor, I've tried to gather some information about Lin. She really doesn't want to join the art troupe, always saying her health isn't good." Lu Qing didn't show any disappointment. He continued to watch the performance on stage. "Is that so? I think we can still make an effort. Talents are often a bit temperamental. Besides, this time our art performance is quite grand, and with central leaders coming to inspect, once she truly participates, the sense of achievement." Hemin chattered on about the pros and cons, but Lu Qing raised his hand to interrupt her, splashing cold water on her enthusiasm. "The examples you mentioned are null and void." Hemin was taken aback. "Why?" Lu Qing crossed his arms and smirked. "Your partner is for the communications company, right?" Hemin nodded. "Good, I'm giving you a task. Go and make arrangements in advance. Once our art troupe has openings next year, get Lin Zihua over first. As for how to write the report, I trust you know how to handle it." Hemin followed Lu Qing's gaze and looked at Lin Zihua. Compared to Lin An'an, Lin Zihua's stage presence was also excellent. Although he was young, his height was superior. Standing there, his posture was straight, his complexion fair, and his overall demeanor was warm and noble, very eye-catching. "Instructor, I understand." Lu Qing nodded. "No rush. If she doesn't want to join, then she won't. But she has provided us with so many ideas for the troupe, some of which are relatively novel. After this performance, it's reasonable to invite her frequently for guidance." Heman suddenly realized. At this moment, Lin An'an returned, having thrown away any negative emotions that shouldn't have been there, smiling brightly and appearing very friendly. "An'an, it's your turn. I'm coming." As soon as she stepped onto the stage and picked up the violin, she transformed into someone completely different from the audience. Her movements were extremely graceful, and every note she played was precise and filled with emotion. The professionalism and dedication she displayed in her gestures captivated everyone in the audience. The entire morning slipped away in a tense yet fulfilling rehearsal. Once the art troupe's rehearsal wrapped up, Lin An'an put away her violin, bid farewell to everyone, and hurried off to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 86. Do you believe me? Lin Zihua slowly followed behind her. The person was present, but their thoughts were already elsewhere. "Sister, I want to go to the hospital." Lin Zihua thought he would be met with his sister's scolding, but unexpectedly, she agreed. He was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, you agreed? You agreed for me to see Tong Tong?" Lin An'an didn't even lift her eyelids, carefully selecting fresh vegetables. "You're already an adult, and you don't need me to take care of you anymore. You have your choices and thoughts, and I won't interfere. After all, good words are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost." Lin Zihua was stunned. The feelings in his heart were hard to describe. "Sister, I just want to see how Tong Tong is doing. I'll come back right after." Lin An'an waved her hand casually, as if shooing away a fly. "Sister." Lin Zihua felt a bit wronged inside. Lin An'an clicked her tongue lightly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, 99 of Jiang Tong's illness is fake. When you go, try to be quiet. You might get a chance to see a good show." "Huh?" Seeing his confused expression, Lin An'an patted his arm, pushing him a bit forward. "Let's see if you're lucky." Lin Zihua understood, but couldn't process it. He felt that his sister had really changed and had too much prejudice against Tong Tong. "Well, I'm going then. I won't come home for lunch. I'll stay in the hospital with Tong Tong." Lin Zihua jogged away. Lin An'an shook her head, picked some meat, and headed home. After getting home, Lin An'an took the vegetables to the kitchen and rolled up her sleeves to help Chu Minglan. "Is Yuga still in the room?" This morning, Yuga and I took a hot shower, and after that, he put on new clothes, saying he wanted to show Chinga and the others. Still so vain? Chu Mingyu had been acting mysteriously these days, staying in his room all the time. When Lin An'an opened the door to check, he was busy fiddling with a pile of scrap metal, looking very occupied. Not long after, Chu Mingzhou returned with several relatives. "I'll do it, and then you go rest." Throughout the journey, Aunt Chu had chatted a lot with Chu Mingzhou and was aware of Lin An'an's current situation, knowing she was unwell and recovering. So she naturally didn't want her to work. "Aunt, I'm fine. I'm just helping out a bit. It's all Xiaolan doing the work." Lin An'an was pushed out of the kitchen. "No need for you to help. Aunt brought a lot of food for you. You could go sit in the main hall." Aunt Chu came this time to help the kids with the New Year's preparations. The Chu family lost their parents early, and every New Year, only the three siblings, Chu Mingzhou, Chu Minglan, and Chu Mingyu, were left to celebrate together. Once during the New Year, Chu Mingzhou was on a mission, and 9-year-old Chu Minglan had to take care of 5-year-old Chu Mingyu alone, almost burning the house down. Luckily, Aunt Chu arrived in time, preventing a disaster. The Chu family was harmonious, while Lin Zihua's situation was not so good. In this era of poor communication, visiting the hospital, there was no way to call ahead to prepare anyone. After Lin Zihua arrived at the hospital, he inquired for a long time before finally finding out Jiang Tong's specific ward. Su Wenba had good conditions, and to make Jiang Tong's illness seem serious, he booked her in a double room. Since there was no one in the adjacent bed, it was no different from a single room. At this time, there were only Su Wenba and Jiang Tong in the room. After learning that Su Wenba's plea had been in vain, Jiang Tong had to pin all her hopes on the test results, hoping for serious enough results to escape the fate of going to the Gobi Oasis Development Zone. But things didn't go as she wished. The security office suddenly notified her to set off for the development zone the day after tomorrow. Not listening to her saying she was waiting for the test results, only stating that once she arrived, they would submit her routine medical application. Jiang Tong broke down in tears, nearly fainting in Su Wenba's arms. "Tong Tong, don't do this." Su Wenba raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of the girl's eyes, his gaze filled with unreserved heartache. It would have been better if he hadn't tried to comfort her, but once he did, Jiang Tong's tears flowed even more abundantly. In the end, amidst the comforting, the two ended up embracing tightly, nearly crossing a line. "Tong Tong, don't worry. Even if you go, I will get you back as soon as possible. I will keep your ticket collector position and the staff housing for you. Just wait for me to get a divorce." "But Wenba, a divorce will affect your job, right? I have my ways. It won't affect me." Su Wenba's promise made Jiang Tong's cries soften a bit. However, in a place where Su Wenba couldn't see, her eyes were filled with disgust. Su Wenba, on the other hand, was gently coaxing and kissing her. Room 304. Lin Zihua looked up and saw that the door to room 304 was tightly closed. "Tong Tong, I came to see you." Lin Zihua, with his cheerful personality and good relationship with Jiang Tong, entered without knocking. However, he never imagined he would see two people tightly embracing each other. Lin Zihua thought he had entered the wrong room until the woman gasped and peeked her face out. Who else could it be if not Jiang Tong? And the man who turned around was actually Su Wenba. Lin Zihua's eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of heartbreak he hadn't even realized. "Zihua, what are you doing here?" Jiang Tong hurriedly adjusted her clothes, raising her hand to wipe her lips, her eyes full of evasion. "You guys." Lin Zihua opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was blocked, unable to speak for a long time. He never expected that he would come to visit her. And she would actually be doing such a thing with Su Wenba in the hospital room. Su Wenba quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and forcing a smile. "Zihua, you're here. Tong Tong isn't feeling well. I'm just here to comfort her." Lin Zihua stared at them intensely, his eyes slightly reddening, his voice trembling. "Comfort? You guys are having an affair." Even Lin Zihua, who was usually slow, understood the situation. Su Wenba was married. This was an affair. Jiang Tong bit her lip, stood up, and walked a few steps towards Lin Zihua. "Zihua, don't misunderstand we. There's nothing going on, you saw it wrong." Lin Zihua took a step back, looking at Jiang Tong as if she were a stranger. Seeing him like this, a hint of panic flashed across Jiang Tong's face, and she hurriedly explained, "Zihua, it's really not what you think. There's nothing between me and Wenba. Do you believe me?" "Believe?" Looking at Jiang Tong's swollen lips, Lin Zihua felt a bit dizzy. "Nothing? I'm not an idiot. I saw it with my own eyes. How can you expect me to believe you?" Seeing this, Su Winba stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Zihua, let me explain. Today is a special situation. Tong Tong is sick and feeling down, and I just want to cheer her up. Don't think too much about it. Lin Zihua glared at Su Winba and turned to walk towards the door. Chapter 87. Each has their own thoughts. Jiang Tong's tears were welling up in her eyes as she hurriedly reached out to grab Lin Zihua's arm. Zihua, it's really not what you think. I'm just so scared. I'm very sick. Lin Zihua paused for a moment, but ultimately shook off Jiang Tong's hand forcefully. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Lin Zihua turned around and walked away. Jiang Tong anxiously called out his name from behind, but it was as if he didn't hear her at all. It wasn't that Lin Zihua was particularly decisive. It was more that he subconsciously wanted to escape. His mind was buzzing. This is a scandal. It's a criminal offense. The Lin family has always upheld high moral standards, no matter how confused Lin Zihua was. He could not morally allow this to happen, but he also couldn't bring himself to report the seriously ill Jiang Tong. Walking down the street in a daze, it felt like there were two little people fighting in his head. Everything around him seemed irrelevant. Passers-by glanced at him, but he was completely oblivious. Lin Zihua couldn't understand how Jiang Tong, who in his heart was like a pure moonlight, could end up in such a situation. The wonderful times they once shared, the laughter and joy, now felt like sharp blades stabbing into his heart. At this moment, Lin Zihua wasn't even sure of his true intentions. He thought he was upset because he saw something he shouldn't have. He didn't even realize this was the beginning of his feelings. Lin Zihua was heartbroken. Luckily, he arrived a bit late today. If he had come earlier and overheard Jiang Tong's conversations with Su Winba, his worldview might have collapsed. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Jiang Tong was sitting on the floor, covering her face and crying. Su Winba frowned beside her, feeling a bit frustrated. He didn't expect to run into Lin Zihua like this. This was troublesome. If Lin Zihua spread the news, they would be finished. Tong Tong, stop crying. Crying won't help now. We need to think of a way, Su Winba said anxiously. Jiang Tong raised her head, her eyes red from crying, and said resentfully, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Zihua wouldn't have seen it. Now, my reputation is ruined. Su Winba sighed helplessly, reaching out to comfort her, but hesitating. I didn't want it to be this way either. Who knew he would barge in? The priority now is to find a way to keep him quiet and not let him tell anyone. Jiang Tong wiped her tears and spoke softly, but her tone was very certain. Zihua won't say anything. Su Winba was unsure about how trustworthy her words were and remained silent. He had plenty of ways to get a divorce and could ensure the blame fell on Hu Xiaomei, allowing him to retreat unscathed. But that was assuming nothing unexpected happened. If Lin Zihua reported this at such a critical moment, he didn't even want to think about it. A flicker of dark light flashed in Jiang Tong's eyes as she glanced at the man beside her and made a decision in her heart. Winba, before I leave, I can talk to Zihua and make sure he doesn't say anything for now. For now. Su Winba's eyes showed caution. Jiang Tong bit her lip. I know Zihua. He's like my little brother and cares about me. If Winba, you really plan to save me and marry me, then you'll be Zihua's brother-in-law. How could he expose his own brother-in-law? Jiang Tong didn't need to elaborate further. Su Winba understood. Tong Tong, I get it. Don't worry. I'll handle it as soon as possible. The two seemed to have reached an agreement, but each had their own thoughts. Jiang Tong had no choice. The only person she could rely on now was this man in front of her. Although he was a bit older, he was the leader of the bus company, and his future was limitless. At the very least, he could bring her back from the development zone. Moreover, her job and housing depended on him. Winba, you're all I have left. Please don't let me down. Jiang Tong had her own ways of dealing with men. In truth, she felt helpless. She didn't understand why Lin An'an was acting so irrationally, not only ignoring her, but also seemingly wanting to tear a piece of her flesh. Now, with the misunderstanding with Lin Zihua, and with her parents far away in Sioux City, there was no one to help her. The Lin family was not an option for the time being. Su Winba repeatedly assured her, Tong Tong, don't worry. Once I deal with that old hag, I will definitely marry you in style and let you live a good life. Su Winba's words sounded nice, but he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry Jiang Tong, but it felt off. He sensed that she was using Lin Zihua to threaten him. But then he thought, being related to Captain Chu wouldn't be bad either. After all, He was going to divorce Hu Xiaomei, and if he could marry a young, beautiful, and capable wife. Jiang Tong was about to be sent for labor reform in the development zone. He didn't believe the Lin family would truly remain indifferent. After all, they had raised her for so many years. Even a cat or dog would be hard to let go of. Fortunately, Lin An'an was unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, they would definitely have to rethink their plan. On the Chu family side, everything was warm and harmonious. After dinner, Lin An'an was accompanying her aunt in tinkering with the sewing machine. One must say, the older generation, like her aunt, was truly capable. It seemed there was nothing they couldn't do. Aunt Chu quickly used some leftover fabric to make a pair of sleeve protectors for the kids and the family. An'an, look, for now on, let Lan Mei wear these while working. It's great. Looks good. Lin An'an took the opportunity to pull out paper and a pen, sketching a design for a long-sleeved apron and handed it over. Aunt, take a look at this long-sleeved apron. It's more suitable for working. Oh, this is good. In this era, when people talked about beautiful clothes and fashionable skirts, very few showed interest. But this kind of practical apron was different. It was a necessity. Every household had limited resources, and they rarely had proper clothes, trying to save them as much as possible. If they could wear an apron over their clothes, it would be really good. Aunt Chu was very interested and immediately took some fabric to start making it. Lin An'an thought of this idea on the spot. The method for making this apron was simple and the fabric wasn't picky. There were 2 large pockets in the front, making it particularly convenient to use. She designed it just to please the elder. And indeed, it hit the mark, making Aunt Chu smile broadly, her hands and feet moving more nimbly. When the time came, Lin An'an went to the art troupe. With an elder at home, she felt much more at ease. However, Aunt Chu couldn't sit still. As soon as Lin An'an left, she immediately changed all the bed sheets and covers in the house and thoroughly cleaned the entire place. The little ones were all busy, working harder than ever. With Aunt Chu around, the atmosphere in the house felt different. Aunt Chu also subtly inquired about the relationship between Chu Mingzhou and Lin An'an. Upon learning that the two were getting along well, she smiled with her eyes narrowed. Good, very good. Chapter 88. This job is yours. As soon as Lin An'an arrived at the art troupe, she saw Lin Zihua, which surprised her. Have you eaten? Lin Zihua, seeing his sister, pouted a bit in grievance. No. Lin An'an chuckled. What's wrong? Your good Tong Tong didn't take you to eat? Lin Zihua remained silent. You didn't really hear something, did you? Lin Zihua hesitated for a long time, but finally shook his head. Lin An'an raised her eyebrows slightly. She already had some idea. Based on Lin Zihua's character, if nothing was wrong, he would be glued to Jiang Tong's side and wouldn't he have come back so early. Besides, he would let Jiang Tong go hungry, so how could he return without eating? Something must have happened. Lin An'an didn't ask further, patted his shoulder, and said, whatever it is, put it aside for now. We have 2 days of rehearsals left. We can't afford any mistakes. Oh. Lin An'an felt that the 2 words heartbroken were written all over his face. The best way to deal with a heartbreak is to keep busy and turn sorrow into labor. Very good. At this moment, Lin Zihua's mind was blank. He did whatever Lin An'an asked, unusually obedient, and was being bossed around like a little top. However, this tactic really worked. By the time he was busy to the point of dizziness and returned home, he was left feeling only tired. When you see Grandma Chu later, don't put on a long face. Be a bit more polite, Lin An'an whispered as she entered the door. She had been so happy ordering her brother around that she completely forgot about Tang Jingxiao. By the time Lin An'an entered, Tang Jingxiao was already at the Chu family home, chatting and laughing with Grandma Chu, her behavior looking quite intimate. Seeing Lin An'an and her brother enter, Tang Jingxiao quickly nudged Grandma Chu and smiled. Grandma, look, Comrade Lin is here. She used the word here instead of back, which seems like a small difference, but there is a lot of meaning behind it. Lin An'an became even more certain that something was off with this person. The newcomer was not here with good intentions. Sister, look, Comrade Xiao is here, Lin Zihua said quietly, but they were already close enough for Tang Jingxiao to hear him. She visibly stiffened her smile, her eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. Lin Zihua caught this displeasure right away. Hello, Grandma, I'm Lin Zihua. He poked Tang Jingxiao and turned to Grandma Chu, warmly greeting the elderly lady. Although he wasn't in a good mood, he still knew how to behave. Grandma Chu saw that Lin Zihua was such a good young man, handsome and well-behaved, and she was very fond of him. So you're Zihua. Come sit. You and your sister really look alike. You're both so good-looking. Lin Zihua obediently sat down beside Grandma Chu, tilting his head to look at Tang Jingxiao. Grandma, who is she? Of course, he knew who Tang Jingxiao was. She had seen him perform several times from the audience. Now he was just pretending to ask, creating trouble for no reason. This is Tang Jingxiao, also a kid from the compound. You guys are of similar ages. You should have something to talk about. Grandma Chu politely introduced them. Listening to Grandma Chu's words, Lin Zihua pondered for a moment and figured it out. Tang Jingxiao was at most just a neighbor of the Chu family. Comrade Tang, hello. Are you here to eat? Tang Jingxiao paused for a moment. I just came to see Grandma. Oh, then will you stay for dinner? I will definitely stay. I want to taste Grandma's cooking. You might not know, but Grandma's cooking is one of a kind and especially delicious. I think about it every year. Grandma Chu laughed. Haha, if Chow Chow likes it, that's good. I should go cook now. You all sit and chat first. Lin Zihua was stunned. Was he being used as a stepping stone? He sneered internally, stood up, and hurriedly helped Grandma Chu sit back down. He then looked sideways at Tang Jingxiao, his tone carrying a hint of reproach and a bit of complaint. Comrade Tang, what you just said I don't like to hear. Grandma has been traveling and is very tired. You can't just say you want her to be busy just because you feel like it. That's not reasonable. If you're willing, we certainly can't bear to let her do that. Grandma Chu paused and then laughed, her eyes squinting with joy. Oh, you child. Grandma isn't tired. Tang Jingxiao's smile on her face almost faltered. She gritted her teeth secretly, feeling quite annoyed by Lin Zihua's pickiness. Yet, she couldn't express her anger and could only force a smile. You misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. I care about Grandma more than you do. Grandma knows that I always let her do less work. She should enjoy herself. Grandma Chu just shook her head, sighed, and patted Tang Jingxiao's hand. Lin Zihua acknowledged with a sound. Well then, where's Xiaolan? I'll call Xiaolan to buy something. Today's opportunity to perform is given to Comrade Tang. You can stay with Grandma and cook. I want to compete with you. He himself didn't want to do it, but wanted to pull Chu Minglan away. Lin An'an sat aside, eating an orange, and found it quite amusing. In contemporary society, children can all work. Of course, Tang Jingxiao could cook, but she hadn't been in the kitchen for a long time. Ever since her father was promoted to a colonel, who would dare to let her do any work? Tang Jingxiao was quite angry inside, but she had to maintain a smile on her face. I just arrived, and I'm not very familiar with the kitchen. It's better to let Xiaolan help out. I'll just stay and talk with Grandma. But Lin Zihua wouldn't let it go, Comrade Tang. Didn't you say you care about Grandma and want her to enjoy herself? Then you should take on the cooking. This opportunity is rare. It's not your turn normally, so don't push it away. Lin An'an put the last segment of orange in her mouth, wrinkling her nose at the coldness, and pretended to stop them. Zihua, don't make a fuss. Comrade Tang is a guest. How can we let guests do the work? You don't need to do it for her. We should go instead. Oh, Lin Zihua looked a bit wrong, sister. It was Comrade Tang who said it herself. So don't blame me. I can help Grandma. Your health isn't good, so just sit. Grandma Chu waved her hand with a smile. Oh dear, don't argue. Cooking isn't a difficult task. I can do it alone. You all just sit and chat. Wait for dinner. Tang Jingxiao hurriedly echoed Grandma Chu's words exactly. Since Grandma said it's not necessary to help, let us not cause any trouble. Lin An'an carefully wiped her fingers with a handkerchief, glanced at Tang Jingxiao, and found it hard to be certain. What exactly was this person here for? Just sitting there, she looked lofty and spoke about how good Grandma was, but her details were full of disdain. The things she said were full of holes, yet she didn't feel a bit embarrassed herself. When Grandma Chu entered the kitchen, Tang Jingxiao suddenly sighed. Mingzhou has it tough too. Not only does he have to take care of Sister Lan and Brother Yu, but I also heard that Comrade Lin, your health isn't good, and you can't help out, plus you brought along a younger brother. Lin An'an. Chapter 89 Chu Mingzhou is willing. Lin Zihua was not pleased to hear this, and immediately wanted to say something, but was held back by Lin An'an. Lin An'an was not angry. She just looked at Tang Jingxiao with a half smile and nodded, agreeing with Comrade Tang. Chu Mingzhou is willing. You. Living together is about supporting each other as a family. My health is not good, but my family Mingzhou is healthy, strong, and capable. Thank you for your concern. Comrade Tang. Tang Jingxiao was momentarily taken aback by Lin An'an's words. Comrade Lin, I was just speaking casually, with no other intention. I just feel that Mingzhou works too hard, and it's a heartfelt sentiment. Lin An'an chuckled lightly. So Comrade Tang's sentiment is indeed heartfelt. You start by belittling someone and then casually turn that belittlement into a sentiment. If I were to argue with you, I'd be petty. If I don't, I'd be like a soft persimmon. What do you think I should do? After saying this, Lin An'an picked up an orange and started peeling it, smiling as she spoke, her sharp remarks sounding more like casual conversation. Tang Jingxiao gritted her teeth secretly, feeling very resentful towards Lin An'an's sharp tongue. But she couldn't lash out. Comrade Lin, it seems you misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Perhaps I didn't express myself well. So please don't take it to heart. I didn't take it to heart. My heart is quite small. If I stuffed everything in, I'd choke myself. Upon hearing Lin An'an's words, Tang Jingxiao's smile almost faltered. Lin Zihua watched Tang Jingxiao's suffocated expression and felt quite relieved, unable to hold back a chuckle. Lin An'an glanced at him with a slight smile before looking back at Tang Jingxiao. This person had already been classified as a villain in her mind. Although they were not familiar, Lin An'an trusted her sixth sense. People's malice is often the most genuine. Just as Tang Jingxiao wanted to say something, Chu Mingzhou returned at that moment. Zihua, come here. Lin Zihua responded and immediately went out. The two moved a lot of items to the kitchen, and then they brought rice cakes to the main hall, wrapped in thick quilts. By the time Lin An'an got her hands on them, the rice cakes were still warm. They're made by a comrade's family in Sioux City. You should love them. Chu Mingzhou took off his coat and hat and brushed the snow off. But when he saw Tang Jingxiao, his smile faltered. Tang Jingxiao had already stood up from her chair, looking at Chu Mingzhou with disbelief and a hint of unease. Could it be that he could smile so happily? Is this really Chu Mingzhou? Tang Jingxiao felt as if someone had installed a tape recorder in her head. With Lin An'an's words, Chu Mingzhou is willing buzzing continuously. Why is he so nice to Lin An'an? Aren't they getting a divorce soon? Lin Zihua handed Lin An'an a piece of rice cake, urging her to try it. Sister, this rice cake is really good, just like what Mom makes. Lin An'an took a small bite, and nodded. Delicious. People from Sioux City must have rice cakes during the new year. If there's no rice cake on the table, it feels like something is missing. He actually remembered such a small detail. That's quite rare. Mingzhou, you should try it too. It's really good. Okay. Tang Jingxiao tried her best to maintain a smile, but inside she felt extremely uncomfortable. She had been sitting here for so long, chatting, trying to get close, but after Chu Mingzhou returned, he didn't even spare her a glance, as if she didn't exist at all. How could someone who always held herself in high regard accept this? She cleared her throat and took the initiative to speak. Mingzhou, you're back. Only then did Chu Mingzhou seem to just notice her, giving a slight nod and responding indifferently. It's rare for my aunt to come. It must be quite tiring. So I just wanted to help. No need. Lin An'an watched Tang Jingxiao's slightly awkward expression and secretly found it amusing. Comrade Tang was really too polite. Clearly, she came as a guest, yet she insisted on helping in our home, and no matter how she refused, it was useless. Tang Jingxiao's face turned red and white upon hearing Lin An'an's words. Comrade Lin, we are all from the same compound. It's only right to help each other. Besides, Mingzhou and I grew up together, so I'm not really an outsider. Oh, Lin An'an took another bite of rice cake, shifting her gaze to Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou's expression froze. Not very familiar. The four cold and heartless words almost shattered Tang Jingxiao's heart. Ha ha ha. Lin Zihua couldn't hold back any longer and choked on his laughter. He hurriedly patted his chest. I'll go help my aunt. Tang Jingxiao's face turned extremely ugly. She never expected Chu Mingzhou would say that. Her eyes reddened slightly, feeling both angry and wronged, her voice trembling. Mingzhou, how can you say that? You're still blaming me, right? Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an with a serious expression, as if he were pledging allegiance. What she said must be about last year, when Lu Qing fought for an opportunity for the art troupe and messed it up. She thought I and Lu Qing were blaming her, but actually, I wasn't involved at all. Lin An'an was almost laughing herself crazy. This man really has a way with words. Not only does he have a way with words, but he also doesn't care about the situation or the feelings of others. Really? Chuming Zhou. Tang Jingxiao's attempt was thwarted. She came in with pride and left in embarrassment. She was driven away by Chuming Zhou, and it was truly embarrassing. In an era when everyone wore old cotton coats, she dressed fashionably, even wearing little heels. And now, she was so angry that she ran out, tripping as she ran, getting up to cry and continue running. Wanting Chuming Zhou to lend a hand? That's just a dream. Lin An'an was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. While laughing, she lightly punched Chuming Zhou's arm. You really are quite the ironclad straight man. Now you've offended Comrade Tang so much. She probably won't dare to come easily in the future. Chuming Zhou, however, looked completely at ease. His focus not on Tang Jingxiao, but rather on the words ironclad straight man. He thought Lin An'an was complimenting him. So she likes strong men like him. Yes. It's the kind of man like you, strong as iron, that is handsome. After sitting with Lin An'an for a while, Chuming Zhou got up and headed to the kitchen, bringing out his aunt and a few others, leaving Lin Zihua to help in the kitchen. The aunt praised the child for being filial. When she returned to the main hall and didn't see Tang Jingxiao, she asked about her. Upon learning that she had left suddenly, she thought she was just being polite. She never imagined that she had been driven away by Chuming Zhou. By the way, aunt, how do you know Comrade Tang? It seems you have a pretty good relationship. You're talking about Xiao Xiao? She's a good kid. Truly worthy of being the daughter of a brigade commander. She's really something. Chapter 90, Happy Birthday. 4 years ago, Chuming Zhou went on a mission as usual, and his great-aunt came to help take care of the two little ones at home. By chance, on her way to the market, she lost the money she had, which was a full 25 yuan, enough for several people's living expenses for a while. Losing this money made the elderly woman anxious, and she searched back and forth on the road, but she couldn't find it anywhere. In the end, Tang Jingxiao found the money and returned it without hesitation. Not only did she help the great-aunt retrieve the money, but she also caught a thief along the way. Once this incident became known, Tang Jingxiao was widely praised by the people in the military district, and in the end, she received a banner for her good deed, and the following year, she was recognized as an outstanding individual. Naturally, the great-aunt was extremely grateful to her. Tang Jingxiao took the opportunity to befriend the Chu family, including Chuming Zhou. From then on, Tang Jingxiao often visited the Chu family under the pretext of seeing the great-aunt. Each time she came, she would bring some snacks and sweetly call the great-aunt, making her feel very comfortable. Chu Minglan and Chu Mingyu initially had a good impression of her. After all, she had helped them so much and was friendly and warm. However, one time, Chu Minglan saw Tang Jingxiao enter Chu Mingzhou's room and peek at his letters. Chu Minglan immediately told her older brother. Chu Mingzhou never kept important items in his room, and what Tang Jingxiao was peeking at was a letter sent by Lin An'an. Chu Mingzhou didn't take it to heart, saying it was fine, and warned her not to be so rude and not to enter his room again. And that was the end of that. Since then, Chu Minglan no longer liked this sister, and she became very cautious whenever Tang Jingxiao came over. However, she only knew to be wary and was completely unaware of Tang Jingxiao's subsequent actions, such as damaging Lin An'an's reputation in the courtyard. The white-eyed wolf, daughter-in-law of Captain Chu's family, came about this way. Chuming Zhou, however, always maintained a certain distance from Tang Jingxiao. Although he appreciated her help to the great-aunt, he didn't have any good feelings toward her. Each time Tang Jingxiao enthusiastically talked to him, Chuming Zhou would only respond politely, his attitude neither warm nor cold. The great-aunt, being someone who had been through a lot, could see the young girl's intentions. But after all, she was from a different generation and wouldn't easily interfere in the children's matters. They all had their own ideas. Days passed like this, and as long as the great-aunt was there, Tang Jingxiao would definitely come. Whenever Chu Mingzhou was home, she would always stay after dinner. Of course, today was an exception. The few of them chatted back and forth, and Lin An'an had already figured things out. Her heart was like a clear mirror. She wouldn't get angry with her family because of outsiders. Let's eat. With the great-aunt and the two brothers, there were a total of 8 people in the house, and the table was filled to capacity, making it hard not to be lively. Is this braised lamb chop? Lamb meat was rare, and braising it was quite wasteful. Most people wouldn't spare it. Moreover, this dish was indeed bright in color and fragrant, impossible to ignore. Yes, sister-in-law, this is lamb offal vermicelli soup, and it's especially delicious. So many dishes? Isn't this too lavish? Lin An'an wasn't exaggerating. There were a full 10 dishes, most of which were hearty, better than what most people would eat during the new year. The lamb was all brought by the great aunt. And many of the dishes were also brought back by Chu Mingzhou along with rice cakes, just to celebrate Lin An'an's birthday. Lin An'an was still in shock when the four little ones stood up first, holding up small teacups and pretending to toast, "Sister-in-law, happy birthday." Lin An'an was momentarily stunned. This was for her birthday? A warm current surged through her heart, and her eyes slightly reddened. She rubbed her hands on her thighs and hurriedly stood up. "Thank you, you are so thoughtful. Sister, happy birthday." "Thank you." The great aunt was also smiling from ear to ear as she brought out the last bowl of longevity noodles. "An'an, happy birthday. This is the longevity noodles Mingzhou made for you. Try it and see if it suits your taste." "Thank you, great aunt. And thank you, Mingzhou." Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an, his eyes full of tenderness. "Sit down." Only then did Lin An'an sit down. She looked at the table full of dishes and then at these lovely family members beside her, feeling deeply moved. So this is what it feels like to celebrate a birthday? Lin An'an steadied her emotions, picked up her bowl, took a small sip of soup, and then slurped a mouthful of noodles. She felt as if the longevity noodles were warming her heart. Delicious. As long as it's delicious, you're the little birthday star tonight. So you have to eat more. Chu Minglan smiled as she served Lin An'an more dishes. "Sister-in-law, this lamb chop is stewed perfectly. It's especially delicious." "Thank you, Xiaolan." Seeing her eat happily, Chu Mingzhou quietly said, "This year was too sudden. Next year, I'll buy you a cream cake." This steel straight man even knows about cream cakes? "Okay, thank you, Chu Mingzhou." That night, heavy snow began to fall again in the northwest, the snowflakes being whipped by the cold wind, causing the doors and windows to creak faintly, and the ground was covered in thick snow, creating a hazy atmosphere. The Chu family was completely unaffected, enjoying their food and chatting amicably, the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious and warm. "Sister, you're almost done with your longevity noodles. Haven't you made a wish yet? Hurry up and make a wish. It will definitely come true." Lin Zihua, with a mouthful of lamb chop, spoke indistinctly while reminding Lin An'an to make a wish. Chu Mingyu echoed, Right, sister-in-law, make a wish quickly. Birthday wishes come true." Lin An'an felt warm in her heart from their words, smiling as she replied, "All right, then I'll make a wish." Saying this, she closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and looked very sincere. "All right, the wish is made. Let's continue eating. Let's eat. The family was harmonious and joyful. When Lin An'an had eaten her fill and put down her chopsticks, Chu Mingzhou's big hand had already reached over. Gently holding her hand under the table, their fingers tightly intertwined, feeling a bit clingy, Lin An'an felt shy from being held and lightly kicked him with her foot. "There are so many people." Chu Mingzhou immediately understood. She was saying there were too many people. If there were too many people, it wouldn't work. But if there were fewer people, it would. Once everyone had put down their chopsticks, Chu Mingzhou was the most proactive, cleaning up and washing dishes, moving much faster than usual. Lin An'an hadn't even digested her food well when he hurriedly pulled her back to the room. An'an writes every night. I need to keep an eye on her so she doesn't write too late. He explained this to the great aunt before leaving. Lin An'an. Once back in the room, Lin An'an was picked up and placed on the edge of the calm. No. His lips were hot and burning, with a faint scent of alcohol. Lin An'an was caught off guard by this sudden passion, her hands pressed against his chest as she lightly pushed. However, Chu Mingzhou raised his hand to hold the back of her head, gently pulling her forward, deepening the kiss. From shallow to deep, she was kissed to the point of almost gasping for air. Was this guy drunk again? It was just 2 cups of rice wine, right? Chapter 91. Half a step away after a while, Chu Mingzhou finally loosened his grip a little, one hand caressing her face, his voice hoarse, and in happy birthday. Lin An'an was stunned by the kiss, staring at him blankly. From now on, I'll celebrate your birthday with you every year. Okay? Okay. With a slight intoxication, Chu Mingzhou knelt onto the bed. Lin An'an felt a sudden darkness before instinctively leaning back, and was tackled again with a gentle pull. He pressed her down, quickly moving his hands to support himself on either side of her, holding her tightly in his embrace, and in Lin An'an's heart raced from Chu Mingzhou's actions, her legs weakening. "What are you doing? Get up." Chu Mingzhou remained still, his gaze filled with intense emotion. "And in, you're really beautiful." His voice was deep and magnetic, sounding particularly enchanting in the quiet room. Lin An'an's face flushed even more. "I've always been beautiful. I really like it." Without waiting for her response, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Chu Mingzhou's nose was prominent, easily brushing against her, and when his nose lightly touched her, it felt affectionate. As the atmosphere became ambiguous, a slight thrill caused their feelings to heat up rapidly. And then, she tightened her breath, and in the next moment, her lips were claimed, softly pecked, and gently nibbled, incredibly tenderly. His slightly calloused fingers kneaded her waist with just the right pressure. Lin An'an suddenly stiffened, suppressing a moan that almost escaped her lips, her breathing becoming erratic. And then, he called her name repeatedly, his voice deep and rich, sending shivers down Lin An'an's spine. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her body. And Lin An'an opened her eyes wide. "No, An'an?" His hoarse voice made her breath catch. Chu Mingzhou leaned over her again, his hands supporting her head on either side, looking down at her with desire in his eyes. Lin An'an opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Chu Mingzhou didn't give her a chance and kissed her again, the faint scent of alcohol swirling between their lips. The person beneath him weakly pushed against his chest. "I just want to kiss you. Is that not okay?" He released her swollen lips and kissed down her long neck and delicate collarbone, gently and exceptionally tenderly. "Mingzhou, don't." Lin An'an's mind went blank, unconsciously gripping his shirt, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, unsure whether from anxiety or fear. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps it was the overwhelming emotions, making her feel unwell. A violent coughing broke the night's silence, dispelling all the intimacy. Lin An'an's eyes were tightly shut, tears rolling down with each cough, her lips turning pale. Chu Mingzhou paused, instantly regaining clarity. "And what's wrong?" Lin An'an's throat moved, and she finally burst into tears. "Mingzhou, I feel unwell." "Okay." Chu Mingzhou immediately got up, pulled the blanket over her, and put on his clothes again. "Wait here. I'll get you some water." Lin An'an softly acknowledged, trying to calm her breath, fearing that she might cough herself to death at this moment. That would be too embarrassing. After lying down for a while, she finally felt her breathing ease a bit. She tightly pulled the blanket over her head, feeling speechless about herself. When Chu Mingzhou returned, Lin An'an had already put on her inner clothes, sitting there with an aura of self-isolation. "Here, drink some water." Lin An'an quietly looked at him, seeing no special expression on his face, his attitude still gentle, which made her feel a bit relieved. Chu Mingzhou watched her drink water, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay? Do you feel better?" Chu Mingzhou sat beside her, wrapped her in his arms, and softly comforted her. "Don't think too much. It's my fault for being too impulsive." Lin An'an chuckled, snuggling closer to him, feeling his warmth, tightly hugging him. "It's just that my body isn't cooperating." "Chu Mingzhou, you're really good." Chu Mingzhou paused. A beautiful curve appeared at the corner of his lips as he gently stroked her hair. "Don't say that. Your health will get better." "I won't drink anymore. I'm sorry. You only had 2 sips. Stop making excuses." Chu Mingzhou smiled, no longer speaking, just holding her tightly. After a while, Lin An'an's mood gradually calmed down. "Thank you for celebrating my birthday today. I'm very happy." Being embraced by Chu Mingzhou, the whole blanket felt a couple of degrees warmer, which was incredibly comfortable for someone like Lin An'an, who was always cold. The gentle lullabies by his side were sincere, with no hint of reluctance or bad emotions, which made Lin An'an feel particularly at ease. Before long, she fell sound asleep. Chu Mingzhou looked at the sleeping figure in his arms, his eyes filled with helplessness. He gently adjusted his position to let her sleep more comfortably, carefully tugging the blanket to wrap her more securely. Once she was completely asleep, he quietly got up and went to the water room for a cold shower. The swirling snow, accompanied by bone-chilling cold, couldn't extinguish the fire within him. His heart was blocked by unfulfilled desires, causing him to stay awake all night. Until the sky gradually brightened, he still felt no drowsiness. Looking at Lin An'an's peaceful sleeping face, he gently kissed her forehead. Normally, Chu Mingzhou prided himself on having stronger self-control than anyone else. But with his delicate wife in his arms, it was hard to be the quiet sage. On one side was the restless desire, and on the other was guilt. She was recovering. When Lin An'an slowly woke up, her eyes met his dark ones. She was first taken aback, then leaned closer to him. "You're up so early?" Chu Mingzhou smiled and playfully scratched her nose. "You were sleeping so soundly." Lin An'an narrowed her eyes. "Why do you have such dark circles? Didn't you sleep well?" Chu Mingzhou seriously shook his head, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "You saw wrong." Lin An'an reached out to touch his dark circles, her tone filled with concern. "You said I saw wrong. You definitely didn't sleep well." Chu Mingzhou held her hand and kissed it. "I'll go get you some water to wash up, then we can get up for breakfast." Seeing he didn't want to answer, Lin An'an didn't ask further. Why did Chu Mingzhou stay up all night? What else could it be? Just as Chu Mingzhou was about to get up, Lin An'an bit her lip and pulled him back. "Mingzhou, I have a way." "What?" Seeing her not letting him leave, Chu Mingzhou simply lay back down, thinking she had something to say. Lin An'an looked at him deeply, her small hand slipping into his shirt, resting on his taut waistline, mimicking his actions from last night, gently rubbing and kneading. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? I can help you." Chapter 92. Chu Mingzhou's invention. Chu Mingzhou let out a muffled groan. He never expected Lin An'an to act this way, and for a moment, he was at a loss, his face flushing slightly. He quickly grabbed Lin An'an's hand, stopping her from continuing her actions, his voice slightly hoarse. "An'an, you don't have to. I'm fine. Please don't." Lin An'an was also extremely embarrassed. She was no match for Chu Mingzhou and was quickly restrained. "Really don't need to, An'an." Chu Mingzhou, fearing she might do something excessive, held her tighter and softly changed the subject. "After the new year, starting from the first day, there will be lanterns at Sanhui Village by Sanhui Lake. Do you want to go see them?" Lin An'an leaned in his embrace, looking up at him. "Even in the Northwest, they enjoy lanterns? We should definitely go see. In Sioux City, we light oil lamps and release river lanterns to pray for blessings. The customs are a bit different. I'll take you there and buy you a sheep lantern." "Okay." When the two finished washing up and came out, they happened to see a few little ones dancing around, shouting and calling. "What's going on?" Chu Mingzhou waved at Lin An'an, puffed out his little chest, and spoke more confidently than usual. "Sister-in-law, come quick and see. Look how amazing I am. I made a train." Lin An'an was momentarily confused. What train? A very miniature set of tracks was laid out in the main hall, undulating gently. And on the tracks was a crude iron lump that was clearly the prototype of a train, complete with 3 carriages. It was unclear how Chu Mingzhou had accomplished this, but the train was puffing along at that moment. Lin An'an's eyes lit up upon seeing it. She quickly squatted down to examine it closely. "Xiao Yu, did you make this?" "Yes, sister-in-law. Initially, I had Qingge and Jige helping, but I brought the materials home later and completed it all by myself." "Xiao Yu, you're such a little genius," Lin An'an praised, her face full of surprise. "He used electric traction. It's the 1970s, still the era of steam trains. And there are very few internal combustion trains, let alone electric locomotives." Lin An'an hurriedly looked at Chu Mingzhou, who was also frowning at the little train. "Mingzhou, Xiao Yu is very smart. He is using the contact network to obtain electrical energy, converting it through his own little device to drive the traction motor to rotate the wheels, making the train run." Chu Mingzhou's expression was serious as he nodded. Lin An'an reached out to hug the bewildered Chu Mingzhou and continued. "This is the most efficient way to convert energy, allowing the train to move faster and be more environmentally friendly." The others looked at each other, clearly not understanding. Aunt Chu smiled and nodded at Lin An'an. "An'an speaks so nicely. She sounds very cultured. An'an, come. Annie made dumplings today with several different fillings. You should try some." Lin An'an's eyes flickered, smiling helplessly in her heart. "Okay, I'm coming." Talking to them about this was indeed not appropriate. However, based on the little train in front of her, Lin An'an felt she should pay more attention to Chu Mingzhou. In the future, if he is interested in this field, he should be nurtured well. He would definitely become a talent in train engineering, with limitless prospects. Let's say it. Hearing his sister-in-law's praise, Chu Mingzhou's little face turned rosy, and his chest puffed out even higher as he skipped over to hold Lin An'an's hand. Sister-in-law, I put in a lot of effort to make this. I thought about it for a long time before completing it. I'm impressive, right? Chu Minglan also came over, smiling. Sister-in-law, you guys spent a lot of time making this little train, and his room got really messy. Haha, it's okay. I'll help Xiaoyu clean up later. The group gathered around the dining table, bustling and lively. Aunt Chu brought out plate after plate of dumplings, and the aroma instantly filled the whole house, making people swallow hard. Chu Mingyu sat next to Lin An'an, pointing to the plate of dumplings on the left. Sister-in-law, you should try this dumpling. It's filled with lamb and carrot, made specially by Annie. It's really delicious. Lin An'an smiled and picked up a dumpling, taking a bite and nodding in praise. The filling was fresh and juicy, and the skin was chewy, absolutely delicious. Aunt Chu, upon hearing this, smiled so wide her eyes almost turned into slits. If it's good, then eat more. There's several other fillings too. Chives and egg, pork and cabbage. Try them all. Chu Mingzhou also added a few dumplings to Lin An'an's bowl without saying much, just waiting to take her to the art troupe after they finished eating. Today was already the 22nd day of the new year, and the Northwest Army had officially started their holiday. However, the holidays here were different from the outside world. Soldiers still had to remain on their posts, always vigilant. There was no choice. The more festive it was, the more alert they had to be, just to ensure the civilians had a good new year. As soldiers and military families, they were used to it by now. Lin An'an and Lin Zihua, as newcomers, were naturally unaware, thinking they were the busiest, while the art troupe was the busiest in the entire army. However, at that moment, the art troupe was indeed the most active in the whole unit. When Lin An'an and the others arrived at the art troupe, they saw several people huddled together, chattering excitedly. What is going on? Our performance costumes have arrived. Biling was leading the group to count and register. Let us wait a bit. Once everyone arrives, we'll start. This time, the performance costumes look really good. Many people praised. The performance costumes were in a military green style, with a sharp cut, but cleverly adorned with bright little red flowers that were fiery and eye-catching, contrasting with the military green, instantly adding a lively touch and reducing the original seriousness of the outfit. Upon closer inspection, the embroidery of the little red flowers was exquisite, each petal vivid, as if just picked from the branches and carefully embedded into the uniform. At the collar, a slightly larger red flower bloomed at an angle, with petals slightly curled, particularly beautiful. The cuffs and belt were dotted with a few little red flowers, clustered together like a sprinkle of flower rain. The accompanying military cap had a delicate red flower pinned on one side, and the badge shone even brighter against the red flower, exuding a spirited vibe. Looking at the pants, they were also military green, slightly tighter than usual military pants, showing off the figure even more. This performance costume is designed beautifully. It has the gallantry of our soldiers while also carrying a strong, festive vibe. When we wear them on stage, we will definitely stand out. Yeah. I didn't expect these red flowers to make such a difference. It looks great. Right, it's perfect for the new year. Everyone chimed in, praising and clearly enjoying it. Chapter 93, just here to say goodbye. Lin An'an and Lin Zihua, although they are substitute performers, play important roles, and their costumes are naturally custom-made. Sister, how do I look in this outfit? As soon as the clothes arrived, Lin Zihua changed immediately. Lin An'an was examining the performance outfit in her hands when she heard Lin Zihua's voice beside her. Turning her head, she was taken aback by his appearance. Before she could compliment him, a soldier came over to call out, "Is Comrade Lin Zihua here? Someone is looking for you." Lin Zihua's face flashed with surprise. Looking for me? In this unfamiliar place in the Northwest, besides my sister and brother-in-law, who else could be looking for me? Yes, the person is surnamed Jiang, sent by the security office. They said they wanted to see you before leaving. Upon hearing this, Lin Zihua's brows furrowed tightly. He glanced at his sister, but ultimately said nothing and followed along. Lin An'an smirked, neatly folding the clothes, and fell a few steps behind to follow him. The security personnel said they were accompanying Jiang Tong, but in reality, they were just keeping watch. However, they were considerate enough to borrow a small office from the art troupe, allowing the two to speak privately. Lin Zihua's expression was very cold, his steps hurried. When Jiang Tong saw him, her eyes widened in surprise. Lin Zihua was wearing a brand new performance outfit. The military green uniform accentuated his tall figure, making him look even more heroic, shedding the youthful innocence he usually had for a more mature and stern demeanor. His usually soft gaze turned distant, and although he had a cold expression, his already handsome features appeared even more striking. In that moment, Jiang Tong suddenly felt that the youth before her had grown up. Zejihua, Lin Zihua ignored her, didn't he even close the door, as if afraid of being misunderstood. He sat down at the farthest position from her, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Tong looked at Lin Zihua's indifferent demeanor. Her expression slightly paused, revealing a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. After a long silence, Jiang Tong finally spoke slowly. "Zihua, I'm leaving. I just wanted to say goodbye." Lin Zihua remained expressionless, merely raising his eyelids slightly. "I understand. Is there anything else?" Jiang Tong bit her lip, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. "Zihua, I know you're still angry with me, but I hope you won't let me affect your mood. You've joined the army now. Just focus on your development. I believe you will be the best, although I might not see it." Lin Zihua's brows furrowed even tighter, remaining silent. "Zihua, goodbye." Jiang Tong noticed that despite her saying goodbye, he remained unmoved, which surprised her. As a seriously ill person, this might be a final farewell. "Even after all this, can't you say goodbye to me?" Lin Zihua sneered. "You came here just to say this? If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving." With that, he stood up, pretending to leave. Jiang Tong, seeing this, hurriedly stood up as well. "Zihua, wait." Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Zihua stopped, but didn't turn back, merely coldly asking, "What else is there?" Jiang Tong took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage, and suddenly hugged him from behind. Zihua, don't go. Please believe me. I was just deceived. You know I'm simple-minded and didn't think too much when things happen." Lin Zihua's body stiffened, seeing that he didn't push her away. Jiang Tong hugged him tighter. "At this point, I can't blame anyone else but myself for being too naive. I hope you can forgive me." Lin Zihua's eyes turned red, almost softening, but when he looked up, he met his sister's half-smiling face. Lin Zihua's expression hardened, and he forcefully pried Jiang Tong's hands away. "You should have thought about the consequences of your actions. I've shown enough mercy by not reporting you." "Report?" Lin An'an raised an eyebrow. Jiang Tong's eyes turned red, tears welling up. "Zihua, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Her voice trailed off. "Sister An'an?" Lin An'an smiled at her. "Well, I just happened to pass by. Isn't that a coincidence?" Lin An'an shot a sideways glance at Lin Zihua. Lin Zihua felt his mind clear up instantly, stepping back several paces, distancing himself from Jiang Tong, his expression growing even more displeased. Jiang Tong clenched her fists. Some things couldn't be said anymore. She originally wanted to ask Lin Zihua for some money. She could only look at Lin An'an, her eyes filled with pleading. "Sister An'an, I know I was wrong. You have to believe me. I really didn't mean any harm. I'm sorry." Lin An'an slightly lifted her chin, letting out a light laugh. "You indeed owe Lin An'an an apology." Her voice was so soft that the other two couldn't hear her clearly. "Sister An'an." Jiang Tong took a few steps forward, wanted to hold Lin An'an's hand. Lin An'an didn't move, coldly stating, "Get any closer, and I'll send you to jail." Jiang Tong was taken aback, looking helplessly at Lin Zihua. Lin Zihua pressed his lips tightly together, averting his gaze. Jiang Tong's tears finally fell. She felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart, first feeling uncomfortable, followed by anger. "Fine, if that's the case, I'll leave. I hope everything goes well for you in the future." After saying that, Jiang Tong turned to leave, her back filled with desolation. Her steps were slow, especially when passing by Lin Zihua. She hesitated, but Lin Zihua remained motionless. Jiang Tong was somewhat surprised. In the past, if she had shown even a hint of unhappiness, Lin Zihua would have gone to great lengths to comfort her. Why was he not approaching her now, even when she was crying? The security personnel saw that Jiang Tong had finished speaking and immediately stood up, nodding at Lin An'an, urging Jiang Tong to leave. Once the person was far away, Lin An'an walked over to Lin Zihua and patted his shoulder. "Well done." Lin Zihua nodded, softly replying, but his eyes still held a trace of anger and sadness. Lin An'an looked at Lin Zihua, feeling a bit relieved. You're not completely foolish. Let us go. Don't think about this anymore. We still have a performance to prepare for. The brother and sister returned to the art troupe together, each taking their places and continuing to be busy. Jiang Tong's appearance was like a small interlude, quickly cast aside from their minds. What they didn't know was that Su Wenbo was waiting at the entrance of the army. Jiang Tong's visit to see Lin Zihua was merely a formality. She didn't think Lin Zihua would stay angry with her for long. At most, he would comfort her a little. Her main purpose was to put on a show for Su Wenbo. She wanted Su Wenbo to fulfill his promise and take control of the situation. As long as he could quickly get her back, everything would be negotiable. Otherwise, it would be a case of mutual destruction, and no one would have it easy. She had calculated everything accurately. When Su Wenbo saw her coming out of the army, his smile widened. After confirming that Lin Zihua wouldn't report her and wouldn't speak out, he finally felt relieved. Su Wenbo handed Jiang Tong a thick envelope he had prepared in advance. This contains 500 yuan. Once you get there, spend it as you wish. No need to hold back. With this 500 yuan as a backing, even if she arrived at the Gobi Desert Oasis development area, life wouldn't be too difficult. I promised you, so you must wait for me. This 500 yuan is considered a betrothal gift. Su Wenbo changed the subject, causing Jiang Tong to secretly grit her teeth. Brother Wenbo, I'll do as you say. Chapter 94 Cultural Performance. Jiang Tong has been dispatched. The Lin siblings did not go to see her off, nor did they inquire about her. Lin Zihua was still very sad, after more than a decade of emotions. It was not easy to let go. Lin An'an understood this principle as well, so the best way was to keep their distance, the farther the better. Ideally never to cross paths again. However, there wasn't much time for Lin Zihua to be sad, as the cultural performance was approaching. On February 5, 1975, the 25th year, the year-end cultural performance was about to commence. A fleet of Hongqi cars drove into the northwest military region, attracting quite a few onlookers. Lin An'an and her companions arrived early at the performance venue to make final preparations. Veiling. An'an, your skin is really white and tender. You don't need to apply powder at all, just a bit of lipstick and you look beautiful. Someone from next door chimed in, yes. I think Comrade Lin is the most authentic Jiangnan beauty, with almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and a slender waist. She's really lovely, like an ancient young lady. Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh, carefully sharpening her brow pencil and starting to draw her eyebrows. Her appearance was not the mainstream beauty of today. While she was indeed beautiful, she could only be admired from a distance, as no one would want their daughter to look like that. The so-called slender waist was actually just being too thin. It was better to say she was like a weak willow swaying in the wind. In those days, there weren't many makeup artists. Most people did their own makeup. There were 2 female comrades helping with makeup, but they were so busy that Lin An'an didn't need any assistance. As for makeup techniques, perhaps no one here could match Lin An'an's modern skills. Lin An'an finished quickly, having drawn her eyebrows, applied a bit of blush, and put on some lipstick. Once done, her beauty exceeded expectations. Hey, An'an, how come your eyebrows look so good? Do you need help? Can I? Lin An'an smiled and walked over, lifting the little girl's chin, comparing with the brow pencil, and started drawing. The little girl blushed and dared not move. Wow, An'an's eyebrows are so beautiful. Look how well she drew them for Duan. It's so fitting. The others nearby watched in awe and hurriedly invited Lin An'an to help them as well. Lin An'an was already ready, just needing to braid her hair. Her performance was later, so she wasn't in a rush. She agreed to help them. Eyebrows should actually be shaped according to face shapes. It's not that if someone else draws them well, you will too, and having uneven eyebrows is quite normal. At 6 in the afternoon, the audience was filled with soldiers and their families. With a few light sounds, the dazzling lights illuminated the entire stage, and pleasant music echoed in the performance venue, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Respected leaders, dear comrades, good evening. On this joyful and hopeful day, I am very happy to gather with you all. We will witness the outstanding performances brought by the Northwest Theater Army Vanguard Art Troupe. The performers will express their love for life through their singing, showcase the vitality of life through dance, and play the instruments to resonate with the chapters of struggle. As the host finished speaking, the lights in the venue alternated, and the prelude of Shining Red Star began. A series of wonderful performances unfolded before everyone. On stage, the performers donned gorgeous costumes, fully immersed in their performances with enthusiasm and superb skills. Their singing was loud and melodious, their dances graceful and moving, and the instrumental performances were truly captivating. The audience was drawn in by the spectacular programs, erupting in enthusiastic applause and cheers from time to time. Lin An'an watched from backstage, a smile appearing on her face. Lin Zihua performed well today, with no mistakes, showcasing his strengths to the fullest, making him seem to shine. If Lin's mother could see him now, she would surely be very proud, right? Time flew by. During this period, Lin An'an only went on stage once to accompany, spending the rest of the time adjusting her state and preparing for her final violin solo. Finally, as the program approached its end, it was Lin An'an's turn to take the stage. She took a deep breath, smiling as she stepped onto the stage, standing in the center as golden light fell like a veil upon her, accentuating her delicate little face even more. Next, Comrade Lin An'an will bring us a violin solo, The Happy Woman Warrior, a piece selected from the Red Women's Army. As the host's words fell, warm applause erupted in the venue. It was a time when women's topics were on the rise. Even Comrade Chairman said women could hold up half the sky. This selection was naturally very appealing. Lin An'an slightly nodded, elegantly raised her violin, resting it on her shoulder, and lightly placed the bow on the strings. After a moment of silence, Lin An'an gently closed her eyes, and as her arm moved slightly, a joyful and passionate melody instantly flowed out. The melody was full of emotion, as if wanting to take the audience through time and space to see the scene of the Red Women's Army fighting. Her body swayed gently with the rhythm of the music, each note filled with strength and emotion. Her performance was purposeful, perfectly conveying the courage, strength, and optimism of women to the audience. As the last note fell, Lin An'an slowly opened her eyes, a smile on her face, and bowed slightly to thank the audience. The applause from below erupted like thunder, unable to settle for a long time. This violin solo brought the cultural performance to a perfect conclusion. An'an, your performance today was amazing. Yes, An'an, you played even better than during rehearsals. Lin An'an smiled in response to everyone's praise, feeling genuinely happy at the sincere faces around her. She looked towards the backstage entrance, searching for Chu Mingzhou's figure. He should have arrived by now. After looking around, she didn't find Chu Mingzhou but saw Lin Zihua surrounded by people outside the door. I don't like hearing you say that. What is wrong with similar instruments? Mu Yue is the pillar of our art troupe. What is this Comrade Lin compared to him? Why should he be compared to Yue? Lin An'an happened to hear this as she walked over. Looking at the person's attire, it was obvious they were not from the Northwest military region. What's going on? Sister. An'an. Seeing Lin An'an arrive, Lin Zihua and the few people beside him hurried over. Lin Zihua immediately complained, Sister. They are from the Air Force Art Troupe of the Northern Theater, here with the leaders to watch the performance. They're guests, but they are so rude. Li Huan just said that my skills are similar to Mu You's, and they wouldn't let it go. The arrogantly expressioned youth across from them brightened upon seeing Lin An'an. You're the female comrade who just played the violin. Lin An'an frowned slightly and glanced at him. Hello, Comrade Lin. I am Xiao Su from the Northern Military Region. Lin An'an nodded slightly, her tone flat. Hello, Comrade Xiao. Your comments just now seem a bit inappropriate. Having similar skills does not mean one can casually compare levels. Everyone has their own characteristics and strengths, and we are all revolutionary comrades. So please do not easily provoke conflicts. Xiao Su stared at her without blinking, and without thinking, he immediately softened. Yes, Comrade Lin is right. Lin Zihua and the others exchanged glances. Chapter 95. She got married. The people from the Northern Military District were somewhat surprised to see Xiao Su's attitude. One of them couldn't help but speak up. Major Xiao, they're looking down on Wei and slandering our art troupe. Xiao Su frowned slightly and interrupted him. All right. Since Comrade Lin has said so, let's not argue anymore. We are here to exchange and learn, not to cause trouble. Lin An'an glanced at Xiao Su, feeling a bit wary of his change, but she didn't say anything more. She turned to Lin Zihua and the others, stating that since they were here to exchange and learn, they should act like the hosts and let go of these trivial matters. Lin Zihua and the others nodded. about to agree and leave. But the people opposite were unwilling, and a tall young man stepped forward, looking unconvinced. Wait, do you know how to talk, comrade? What do you mean by trivial matters? Wei's strength is evident to all. If you want to compare with him, that's just reaching for something beyond your grasp. How can this be considered a trivial matter? Lin An'an narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone turning cold. Comrade, I've already made it very clear that everyone has their own characteristics and advantages, and comparisons should not be made lightly. We welcome everyone to exchange and learn. But if you continue with this attitude, it will be difficult for us to treat each other amicably. Lin Zihua also stepped up and said, Exactly. Your level of awareness is too low. You claim to be here to learn, but don't even understand the most basic respect. Seeing the situation about to escalate again, Xiao Su quickly raised his hand. All right, everyone stop arguing. We really are here to exchange and learn. We were wrong just now. He nodded at An'an. I apologized to Comrade Lin on their behalf. After saying that, he shot a glare at the people behind him, telling them to say less and not cause any more trouble. The few from a northwest military district were still somewhat unconvinced, but under Xiao Su's gaze, they didn't dare to say anything more. Lin An'an looked at them, her tone serious. I hope you won't act impulsively. We are all comrades. We should understand humility and respect for each other. If you have energy, it should be spent on building up the cultural atmosphere of the troops. Xiao Su's eyes brightened, and he nodded quickly. Absolutely, Comrade Lin is right. Lin An'an and Lin Zihua and the others no longer paid attention to them and turned to leave. Comrade Lin, may I ask if you are the violinist from the Northwest Art Troupe? As they were about to leave, Xiao Su hurriedly asked another question. Lin An'an stopped, turned back, and looked at him impatiently. No, our art troupe's violinist is Song Quan. He has some health issues. I'm just a substitute. Seeing Lin An'an say this and wanting to leave again, Xiao Su quickly jogged a few steps to block her. But I think you play especially well. Didn't you join the Northwest Art Troupe? Well, then, are you a military spouse? Are you married? Lin An'an. As soon as Xiao Su said this, not only was Lin An'an stunned, but both groups were also taken aback. She got married. She is a military wife. A deep voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Chu Mingzhou's tall figure appeared at the door, dressed in military uniform, his expression stern. Seeing Chu Mingzhou, Lin An'an immediately smiled and hurried over. Mingzhou, you're here? Facing Lin An'an, Chu Mingzhou relaxed his imposing demeanor and, without avoiding the crowd, directly took her hand, gently holding it tightly. I was delayed by some matters. What happened? Lin An'an leaned closer to him and briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, Chu Mingzhou shot a cold glance at Xiao Su and the others. Xiao Su's mouth dropped open, still not reacting. Why is she so close to that man? She got married? Xiao Su was a major in the Northern Air Force District, not someone from the art troupe. He was only sticking up for the art troupe because of his good brother, Mu Wei. He was brought here by his grandfather, who said he should see the world and learn about the hardships and efforts of the Northwest Army. But in Xiao Su's mind, people from the Northwest were just poor bumpkins, nothing but strong physiques, and there was no way he would learn from them. But just now, he saw Lin An'an on stage. His first impression wasn't even of her solo. She was quietly sitting in the corner, serene, gentle, and beautiful like a white jasmine. Finally, after appreciating her violin solo, Xiao Su felt his heart racing. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. You brat. You should marry a Northwest wife to help manage your wild temperament. Now he met the real deal. Xiao Su didn't care about the quarrel between the two sides and charged forward, gathering all his courage to strike up a conversation. But, feeling Chu Mingzhou's gaze, Xiao Su's heart sank, and he felt a bit confused, with indescribable feelings swirling inside. We just had a bit of a misunderstanding, and it's all fine now. Chu Mingzhou's brows furrowed tightly, his tone serious. This is the Northwest Military District. It's not a place where anyone can act recklessly. Please be cautious. The people behind Xiao Su immediately wanted to retort, but he raised a hand to stop them. In this situation, even a fool could see what was happening. Major Qiao was actually trying to hit on someone else's wife. The precious child of the Qiao family actually had this taste. Everyone fell silent. Chu Mingzhou had no time to waste on these people. He was burning with anger. But today was a good day, and he needed to keep his composure. Let's go. He held Lin An'an's hand and walked outside. Lin Zihua hurried to say goodbye to the art troupe members. The two walked side by side, and the atmosphere felt oddly heavy. Lin An'an sensed that his mood was off, and she gently shook the hand she was holding, softly coaxing. Mingzhou, don't be angry. It was just a small incident. Don't take it to heart. Chu Mingzhou paused slightly, giving a light in response. In the future, stay away from those people. They don't have good intentions. Lin An'an laughed. I know. With you here, I'm not afraid of them. Lin An'an shook his hand again, this time with a larger motion, sweetly saying, with my man protecting me, I'm not afraid of anyone. My man is the best. Seeing her acting like a little sycophant, Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but smile, tightening his grip on her hand. Lin Zihua followed behind, feeling awkward about whether to speak or remain silent. Once they got home, Annie immediately served the food. You must be starving, right? The timing of your performance was off. You didn't even eat a bite of dinner, which is bad for your stomach. Lin Zihua nodded in agreement and immediately sat down to eat. Hey, did you all see my performance? How was it? Chu Minglan enthusiastically gave him 2 thumbs up. Brother Zihua, you were amazing. We were all cheering for you. Did you see us? Chu Mingyu nodded vigorously beside him. Brother, you were the funniest. I almost drooled while watching. Chapter 96. Captain Chu will also get jealous Uighur. Gao Chung has quit. And he immediately stepped forward to cover his mouth. Huh? Lin Zhua laughed until his eyes curved, turning to look at Chu Mingzhou and Lin An'an, brother-in-law, sister. What do you think? Chu Mingzhou's expression relaxed quite a bit, showing a good demeanor. Lin An'an nodded along, picking up a piece of food and placing it in Lin Zihua's bowl. Zihua, you performed especially well this time. It's the level you should have. Keep it up in the future. Zihua was praised until his face glowed red, and he ate a bit faster, of course. I have to work harder and strive for a bigger stage next time. He paused halfway through. He wasn't from the art troupe. So where'd the next time come from? Thinking of this, Lin Zihua's smile faded a little, and he lowered his head to eat seriously. Lin An'an exchanged glances with Chu Mingzhou, said nothing more, and naturally changed the topic. Aunt Chu and a few others had already finished eating and were sitting nearby chatting, occasionally serving more rice. Eat slowly. There's more in the pot. If it's not enough, I'll get more. Lin An'an was about to respond when she couldn't help but yawn softly. Chu Mingzhou noticed and reached out to touch her head. Tired? Finish eating and rest early. A bit, but today's performance was quite successful, so I'm happy even if I'm tired. Lin An'an smiled and took another bite of food. Perhaps she was really exhausted. Facing a table full of delicacies, Lin An'an's appetite wasn't great, and her complexion looked bad, relying solely on her makeup to hold up. After finishing half a bowl, she put down her chopsticks and was the first to get up to wash up. Captain Chu, the meat has arrived. Okay, wait a moment. Today, besides the cultural performance, it was also the day for the military farm to slaughter cattle and sheep. Chu Mingzhou had to watch Lin An'an's performance and also entertain the leaders, so he really didn't have time to get it himself, and in the end, he could only ask a little soldier for help. Chu Mingzhou quickly walked to the door. The little soldier was holding a large basket of fresh beef and mutton. With a simple smile on his face, Captain, this meat is fresh, just slaughtered and sent to you. Chu Mingzhou took it, thanked him, and brought the meat inside. Lin Zihua's eyes lit up at the sight of so much meat. Brother-in-law, the military is really great. We get so much during the new year. Yes. A few days ago, there was pork too. Work hard, and you'll have a share in the future. I know, brother-in-law. Aunt Chu smiled and stepped forward to help, taking the meat and pushing Chu Mingzhou back. I'll do it. Mingzhou, you hurry up and finish your meal. This meat is really good. What do you want to eat? Just tell Aunt Chu, and she will make it for you. Lin Zihua was not polite at all, counting on his fingers. I want to eat braised beef, scallion lamb, and grilled lamb skewers. Chu Mingyu joined in. Aunt Chu, I want to eat lamb palma and potato beef. Chu Minglan nodded vigorously from his side. Yes, yes. I also want to eat lamb palma, and I want to eat hand grab lamb. Everyone was lively, exchanging ideas. Chu Mingzhou watched the excited expressions of the little ones, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. All right, don't think about it anymore. Go to bed early today, and let Aunt Chu cook tomorrow. Everyone responded in agreement. Lin An'an was removing her makeup, washing her hair, and taking a shower, especially dealing with the glitter and hair gel in her hair, which was indeed difficult to handle. After a long while, she finally came out, but as soon as she stepped out of the washing room, she was blocked by Chu Mingzhou. She was startled, lost her balance, and stepped directly into a snow pit, crashing straight into him. Chu Mingzhou was taken aback and quickly reached out to hold her, gently steadying her. "Are you all right? I saw you hadn't come out for a while, so I came to check." Lin An'an took a deep breath. Her eyelashes fluttered. "My shoes seemed to be wet." Chu Mingzhou looked down, half-squatted, and pulled her onto his lap, reaching down to help her take off her shoes and socks. "Take them off first. The snow water is very cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. I'll help you dry your shoes later." Lin An'an stiffened, coming back to her senses from the shock, feeling shy as her toes instinctively curled up. A soft laugh from Chu Mingzhou rang in her ears, and then he suddenly picked her up horizontally. Lin An'an let out another soft cry. Suddenly feeling weightless beneath her, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Chu Mingzhou held her with one arm and carried her shoes with the other, heading straight into the house. Lin An'an's eyes widened slightly, quickly glancing towards the kitchen, fearing they might be seen. Chu Mingzhou immediately understood her concern. "They're all busy. Don't worry. Even if someone sees, it doesn't matter. You're my wife." Upon hearing this, Lin An'an's face turned red, burying her face in Chu Mingzhou's embrace, mumbling, "There are so many people, it's still embarrassing." Chu Mingzhou steadily walked into the room, heading straight for the heated Kong, gently placing her down, then grabbing a towel to wipe her feet. Lin An'an instinctively shrank her feet back. "I can do it myself." But Chu Mingzhou didn't respond, his hands continuing to gently and carefully dry her feet. His fingers occasionally brushed against Lin An'an's instep, sending a slight shiver through her, making her face turn even redder. After drying her feet, Chu Mingzhou took the towel away and directly held her small, snow-white feet in his large hands. Lin An'an quickly pulled her foot back, retreating a bit. Chu Mingzhou stood up, the fire in the stove crackling, making his figure appear even taller. "An'an, huh?" Chu Mingzhou moved quickly, nearly leaning over her, his hands supporting on either side, trapping her in a small space. "You need to learn to refuse in the future." His voice was low, locking his gaze onto Lin An'an's eyes. "What?" Lin An'an was taken aback, not understanding. Thinking of Chiao Su's fawning face, jealousy surged in Chu Mingzhou like wild grass. "The way he looks at you isn't right." Before Lin An'an could respond, Chu Mingzhou suddenly leaned down and kissed her fiercely, with an unusual dominance. This kiss was urgent and heated, as if he wanted to vent all his jealousy and possessiveness through it. Lin An'an was left dizzy from the kiss, and she finally realized, this person is jealous? Feeling her daze, Chu Mingzhou unconsciously tightened his hold, pulling her closer, and the grinding of their lips and teeth became even more intense. The warm air in the room seemed to ignite, leaving only their hurried breaths intertwined. After a long while, Chu Mingzhou slowly released her, resting his forehead against Lin An'an's, his breath still a bit unsteady. "You are mine. No one else can covet you." Lin An'an's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening, and she breathed lightly, reproaching, "I really didn't expect our Captain Chu to get jealous." Chu Mingzhou paused, staring at her for a moment, his expression not only not calming down, but becoming even wilder. Chu Mingzhou leaned down to kiss her again. This time the kiss was even more intense, one hand wrapping around her waist, pressing her tightly against him, while the other gently held the back of her head, not allowing her to evade at all. Lin An'an was startled by this storm-like intimacy, and eventually she was drawn in, unconsciously wrapping her arms around Chu Mingzhou's neck, slightly tilting her head to meet him. The warmth from the Kong and the heated atmosphere between them intertwined, making the air in the room become ambiguous and scorching. Time seemed to stretch on, and after what felt like an eternity, Chu Mingzhou finally pulled back a bit, looking at the little woman before him. Her lips swollen from his kisses and her eyes hazy, his possessiveness finally calmed, his voice hoarse with satisfaction. "Still laughing at me?" Lin An'an, breathless, replied. "I don't even know him. We just exchanged a few words." "A few words is also not allowed." Chu Mingzhou pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head, gently rubbing against her, not permitted. Lin An'an nestled in his arms, the corners of her mouth quietly rising. "I know. Commando tu. My heart only has you. I won't pay attention to anyone else." Chu Mingzhou was finally satisfied. He shifted Lin An'an further into the bed and pulled the blanket over her to keep her warm. You've had a long day. Go to sleep now. I'll watch over you. Lin An'an softly responded with an acknowledgement. Chapter 97. A good girl, Chu Mingzhou said to take care of her, and Lin An'an hugged him and slept through the whole night. It wasn't until noon the next day that she slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met his deep, gentle gaze. Lin An'an was still a bit dazed and instinctively snuggled closer to his warm embrace, her voice soft and sleepy. What time is it? Chu Mingzhou raised his hand and gently tidied her messy hair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's almost noon. Are you hungry? Only then did Lin An'an completely wake up, her face flushed as she buried herself in the blanket and murmured, Why didn't you wake me? I've overslept. Chu Mingzhou laughed and pulled back a corner of the blanket to let her breathe. It's my fault. You look so peaceful sleeping that I couldn't bear to wake you. Annie has made a lot of delicious food, so get up. Hearing that there was good food, Lin An'an's stomach conveniently grumbled twice. She sat up with a red face, preparing to get dressed. Turn around. Chu Mingzhou was slightly taken aback. Wait. Saying this, he got out of bed first, quickly got dressed, and added, I'll go get you some water. Lin An'an opened her mouth. Chu Mingzhou didn't bother to cover up while dressing, and his impressive physique was clearly visible. After he left the room, she looked at her own hands. Is this progress? That waistline, those abs. We just cuddled all night. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up as she hurriedly got dressed. When she was ready and came out, the dining room was lively and bustling. Lin Zihua, such a big guy, was actually competing with Chu Mingyu for a leg of lamb. Sis, Zihua is so bad. He tricked me, saying that eating lamb legs would make me dumb. Lin Zihua, with his mouth full of meat, called out indistinctly, Sister, you're finally up? Brother-in-law won't let us call you, saying you need to sleep well. Lin An'an chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit shy as she called out to Annie. Then shot Lin Zihua a glare. You're already an adult, yet you're fighting with Xiaoyu for food? Aunt Chu smiled as she served Lin An'an a bowl of hot soup. Quick, drink some soup to warm up. You were tired last night, right? You're too thin. You need to nourish yourself. Lin An'an's face began to heat up again. Annie was talking about last night, not yesterday. The implication in her words was completely misunderstood. But how could she explain this? Lin An'an picked up the soup and took a sip. The delicious flavor instantly spread across her tongue, warming her stomach. She turned to look at Chu Mingzhou, who was also looking at her. Eat more. After lunch, Chu Mingzhou returned to the military base right away, saying that the leaders wanted to meet with the special operations soldiers to offer some encouragement. Lin Zihua performed well at the cultural performance, and Chu Mingzhou specifically went to greet him, allowing him to report back to the communications unit after the new year. There are only 4 days left until the new year, and there are many things to prepare, so help out more at home. Brother-in-law, I know. Hearing that he didn't have to return to the military, Lin Zihua was overjoyed. With nothing much to do, Lin An'an cut more red paper and began to make window flowers. Lin Zihua leaned over to her. Sister, is there anything you need me to do? I can help with errands or some heavy lifting. Lin An'an smiled and rolled her eyes at him. If you had your own work in mind, why do you need me to arrange it for you? Lin Zihua quickly looked at Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu waved her hand with a smile. There isn't much heavy work. You young people should just relax and enjoy the new year comfortably. By the way, An'an, we still need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some New Year goods. Why don't you come with me this afternoon? Sure, Lin An'an replied. Going out for a stroll and experiencing the festive atmosphere of the new year in this era would be quite nice. They had everything usual, but needed to add some sunflower seeds and peanuts so when neighbors came to visit, there would be something to snack on. Aunt Chu wiped her hands and turned back to the kitchen. Right, I'll make some rice paste. Zihua is tall, so he can help put up the couplets later. Okay. The afternoon sun shone on the snow, sparkling brightly. People were adding a bit of red to the white snow in preparation for the new year. The Chu family's door had been cleaned spotless, and there were 2 marks on either side of the door, left from past couplets. Lin Zihua moved a stool out and began to position the couplets he picked out. Zihua, move it to the left a bit. No, a bit more to the right. Yes, right here. The warm rice paste was applied to the couplets, and before long, they stuck on. Lin Zihua stepped back a few paces, tilted his head to admire it, and muttered, The upper couplet is spring arrives to the earth. Flowers bloom beautifully. The lower couplet is festivals bring new things to the world. And the horizontal inscription is may all your wishes come true. Hey, this pair is the most festive. Just as he finished putting it up, a window next door opened, and an uncle poked his head out to take a look. After a while, he waved to Chu Minglan. Sister Lan, are you putting up couplets? What a coincidence. The pair your brother wrote for me hasn't been picked up yet. Can you conveniently bring it to me? Today's a good day. Just try to put it up. Chu Minglan was taken aback, but quickly nodded with a smile. Uncle Zhang. Yes, my brother wrote a long time ago. I'll go get it for you. Uncle Zhang beamed and rubbed his hands together. That's great. Mingzhou's handwriting is renowned in our courtyard. Your aunt was just saying it yesterday. At this time, most of the neighbors were at home. They liked to gather together for errands. Once one person saw, several others hurried over to get theirs as well. Lin An'an heard the commotion at the door and stood up to see what was happening. She saw 5 or 6 people gathered at the entrance. When the crowd saw Lin An'an, they were momentarily stunned. Is Mingzhou's wife home? Have you eaten? An'an, we usually don't see you out. Come over to my sister-in-law's house for a visit when you have time. Lin An'an didn't recognize them, but they all knew her. If this were before yesterday, these neighbors would have avoided Lin An'an, looking down on her, especially since she was about to get divorced. There was no need to interact. But after yesterday's cultural performance, most people's opinions had changed. This girl is actually quite nice. She shines on stage. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also talented. She's a great match for Captain Chu. The neighbor's sudden politeness surprised Lin An'an, and she hurriedly responded politely to each one. Upon learning they had come for the couplets, she went back inside and brought out some freshly cut window flowers. These are window flowers. Uncles and aunts, please take one to paste on your windows for good luck. I made them myself. They're not worth much. When the crowd saw the window flowers Lin An'an handed over, their eyes lit up. Uncle Zhang was the first to reach out and take one, examining it and praising. Wow, Mingzhou's wife has really got a pair of skilled hands. Look at these window flowers. They're so delicate, much prettier than the ones sold at the cooperative. The other aunts quickly gathered around, praising her one after another. Exactly. And the ones at the cooperative are expensive. These patterns look so festive, and your skills are amazing. An'an, I really didn't expect you to have this talent. Chapter 98, she is very special. Lin An'an felt a bit shy from the compliments, her face flushing. Aunties, you flatter me. I just cut hair casually in my spare time for fun, as long as everyone likes it. Aunt Chu also came out of the house, looking at the lively scene and smiling broadly. All right, everyone, don't just stand in the wind chatting. If you have time, come visit more often. An'an, we still need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, otherwise we won't make it. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin An'an came back to her senses. Bidding farewell to the neighbors, uncle and aunt, we will head to the supply and marketing cooperative first, and we can chat later. Only then did everyone disperse, reminding Lin An'an to come over to their house when she had time. After Lin An'an and the others left the door, they could still hear the neighbors whispering. This daughter-in-law of the Chu family really becomes more charming the more you look at her. Isn't that so? I misunderstood her before, but it seems she's a rare good girl. Let my daughter-in-law come over more tomorrow. This girl came from afar and doesn't have a single friend. Lin An'an felt good hearing the neighbors' discussions. After tidying up, they headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. With many children, Aunt Chu didn't let them follow, just instructing Chu Minglan to lock the door and watch over the younger brothers. On the way, Lin An'an was held by Aunt Chu, listening to her talk about Chu Mingzhou's childhood. Mingzhou wasn't like this when he was young. He was lively and mischievous, always climbing mountains and swimming in rivers. You could hardly find him. Really? I thought he was always steady. Ha ha. He was much more rambunctious than you Gur when he was little. He would bully others and wouldn't wait for them to come to him for an explanation. Instead, he would cry first and complain. The Chu family wasn't far from the supply and marketing cooperative. The road became livelier as they walked. When they got close to the cooperative, everywhere was bustling, and the festive atmosphere of the upcoming new year filled the air. Sister-in-law. As soon as the three entered the supply and marketing cooperative, Lin An'an heard Lu Qing's voice. When she turned her head, Lu Qing was already behind her. Sister-in-law, what a coincidence. Lin An'an smiled in response. Yes, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy New Year goods? Yes, a friend came over from the north and insists on staying, saying they want to spend the new year with me. So I'm here to buy some New Year supplies. Just as she was speaking, Another person walked up behind Lu Qing, and Lin An'an raised her eyes to see Xiao Su. Xiao Su seemed somewhat indifferent, playing with the cigarette in his hand. But when he looked up and saw Lin An'an, his eyes instantly lit up. "Comrade Lin." Lu Qing looked slightly surprised. "You two know each other?" Lin An'an frowned slightly, her expression somewhat cold. "Not really, we just met yesterday." Lu Qing didn't notice anything amiss and warmly introduced. "Oh, I see. Let me introduce you. This is my friend from my hometown, Xiao Su, currently the commander of an anti-aircraft artillery battalion in the Northern Military District. Ah Su, this is Lin An'an, Comrade Lin. I'm sure you saw our wonderful performance yesterday." "Yes." Xiao Su hurriedly crushed the cigarette in his hand, put it in his pocket, instinctively raked his hair back, and smiled at Lin An'an. "Comrade Lin, we meet again." Lin An'an slightly nodded, only responding with a soft mm. Xiao Su seemed to be oblivious to her attitude and continued enthusiastically. "Comrade Lin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Your performance yesterday was very impressive." Lin An'an didn't want to engage with him further, just politely replied, "Thank you." Lu Qing seemed to remember something. "Sister-in-law, you've helped me so much this time. I should have gone to your house to thank you this morning, but I got delayed by some matters." Lin An'an politely declined. "It was just a small effort. There's no need for special thanks. Besides, as a military wife, I'm happy to help the organization." Xiao Su's eyes dimmed. Hearing sister-in-law and military wife made him feel somewhat disappointed. "Sister, come look at this." Lu Qing wanted to say something else, but Lin An'an interrupted. "My brother is calling me. I need to go. You all take your time." "All right, then I'll tell Mingzhou later." Lin An'an bought quite a few things. Aunt Chu was quick and, in less than half an hour, had bought everything they needed for the house. They put the items in a backpack for Lin Zihuai to carry. As the three exited the supply and marketing cooperative, Tang Jingxiao arrived right after. "Xiao Su, what are you looking at?" She saw Xiao Su staring blankly in one direction and followed his gaze. Lin An'an? Lin An'an's figure was easy to recognize. Even though she was wearing a thick cotton jacket, it was easy to see her slimness. Moreover, her manner of walking was completely different from the other women here. She walked gracefully, exuding a delicate appearance. Not to mention, she was accompanied by Aunt Chu. Xiao Su clicked his tongue. "It's nothing, just a bit regrettable." Tang Jingxiao retracted her gaze, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. After finishing their shopping, they headed to Lu Qing's courtyard. Lu Qing and Xiao Su were from the same military district compound, of similar ages, and had grown up together, so they already knew each other. However, after Lu Qing came to the northwest, they were separated by 1,000 miles and had few opportunities to meet. As for Tang Jingxiao and Xiao Su, they were classmates in middle school, both their fathers being brigade-level officials, so they naturally interacted more. Their families had even considered becoming in-laws several times. However, things did not go as planned. Love was unrequited, and neither could see eye to eye. Moreover, Tang Jingxiao's academic performance was poor. She only went to Kyoto to study for the sake of appearances, and after graduating from middle school, she returned to the Northwest and joined the Northwest Propaganda Department. As the group entered the courtyard, Lu Qing dumped the New Year goods onto the table and sighed, "Finally bought everything. You all could stay in beautiful Kyoto, but you insist on spending the New Year here with me. You're really adding to my troubles." In Lu Qing's courtyard, there were two more people, Mu Yuwei and Xiao Su's little follower. Xiao Su insisted on staying in the Northwest for the New Year, and they had grown used to supporting him in daily life, so they naturally had to accompany him. As soon as Xiao Su entered the room, he slumped onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and lay back lazily, still lost in thoughts about his earlier encounter with Lin An'an, feeling somewhat down. Tang Jingxiao noticed his distracted demeanor and pondered for a moment. Mu Yue poured tea for Xiao Su. "Ah Su, thank you this time. If it weren't for you bringing me along, I wouldn't have met so many old leaders. By the way, next spring, our art troupe will be touring the border." Mu Yue was good-looking, androgynous but not effeminate, polite and gentle in demeanor. Even Tang Jingxiao glanced at him several times. Xiao Su merely responded with a casual flicking the ash from his cigarette, clearly not in the mood to listen to him. "Ah Su, I heard you got into a fight with someone yesterday. Was it for me?" Mu Yue asked. Xiao Su frowned slightly. "No, but the people from the Northwest Art Troupe are quite good. They are very talented." Are you talking about that violinist? Yes, she's the most special. Mu Yue nodded along. That comrade is indeed very talented. It would be great to get to know her if given the chance. I heard she's not from the Northwest Art Troupe, but someone like her will surely be recruited eventually. Tang Jingxiao narrowed her eyes slightly, tentatively speaking. Xiao Su, are you saying Lin An'an is very special? Chapter 99. The divorce is a done deal. Xiao Su didn't expect Tang Jingxiao to suddenly ask a question, pausing for a moment. So what? It was just a simple appreciation of her talent. Although he said that, an unnatural look flashed in his eyes. Tang Jingxiao, always sensitive, asked again, is it really just an appreciation of talent? I've never seen you treat a woman like this before. Xiao Su irritably extinguished his cigarette, but no. Do you know me well? Why are you acting like an old hag, nagging me? Mu Yue gave Tang Jingxiao a glance, signaling her to stop. However, Tang Jingxiao smiled and turned the conversation, unexpectedly speaking well of Lin An'an, saying she was not just talented but also very capable. You might not know, but she did the Japanese translation for the International Report of the Northwest Army's Special Operations Camp. Oh, she can speak Japanese? Xiao Su raised an eyebrow. I've heard she can speak several foreign languages. Xiao Su curled his lips. She really is multi-talented. Tang Jingxiao poured herself a cup of tea, but her eyes were observing Xiao Su's expression. Yes, she was still a student from a worker-peasant-soldier university and quite capable. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately. She's a sickly person. Mu Yue frowned slightly. I see she's very thin. Is her health really that bad? That's indeed a bit unfortunate. Tang Jingxiao rolled her eyes and sighed. Maybe that's the reason. It's not easy for her either. Captain Chu wants to divorce her, and the divorce application has already been submitted. That's enough. She had already cast the bait. Xiao Su suddenly sat up straight. What did you say? Tang Jingxiao pretended not to understand his intention. Huh? I said her health isn't good, and Captain Chu wants to divorce her. Xiao Su's gaze sharpened instantly, staring intensely at Tang Jingxiao, as if trying to see through her. Are you serious? His voice unconsciously rose a few pitches, revealing an unmistakable urgency. Tang Jingxiao felt secretly pleased. She had guessed right. Yet, she maintained an innocent expression, shrugging lightly. I heard it from others. This has been circulating in the military compound for a while. But I can understand. Captain Chu doesn't have any elders to take care of things at home. And there are two little ones to look after. Someone like Lin An'an really isn't suitable for living a domestic life. As she spoke, she kept an eye on Xiao Su's expression, noticing his frown deepening, realizing it had hit home. Specifically, you can ask Lu Qing. He has a good relationship with Captain Chu. Before Tang Jingxiao could finish, Xiao Su jumped up abruptly. Lu Qing was just coming out of the kitchen, holding a plate of sunflower seeds. Seeing the strange atmosphere in the room, he asked, what are you guys talking about? Why does everyone look so serious? Tang Jingxiao smiled lightly, grabbing a handful of seeds to munch on. Nothing much, just coincidentally talking about Lin An'an. Want some sunflower seeds? Lu Qing offered the plate towards Xiao Su. Xiao Su shook his head and sat back down, resting his hands on his knees, his thumbs unconsciously turning. Frowning at Lu Qing, Lin An'an and Chu Mingzhou are getting a divorce? Lu Qing nodded, but then shook his head. That was the divorce application submitted before Lin An'an arrived. It hasn't been approved yet. Xiao Su caught the key point in his words. The divorce was a done deal. The application had been submitted, so there was no way they wouldn't get divorced. He clenched his fist, not dwelling on the matter too much, nor did he ask further. Xiao Su's little follower sat down beside him, also grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, saying while munching, that day, Captain Chu seemed to cherish his wife very much. I thought their relationship was great, but it turns out it was all for show. Lu Qing paused. I'm not too sure about that. When Lin An'an first arrived, their relationship was indeed tense, but it seems to have eased quite a bit during this time. Mu Yue echoed, when it comes to feelings, outsiders really can't say much. But Comrade Lin looks weak and sickly. If she really gets divorced, living alone would be tough. He was purely expressing concern and didn't notice the change in Xiao Su's expression. But it is tough. In this day and age, divorce is a huge deal. A divorced woman is no different from being abandoned in ancient times. She'd be drowned in gossip if she stepped out. Tang Jingxiao seized the opportunity, adding fuel to the fire, so it's hard for women. Lin An'an is a military wife now. It's acceptable for her to help our military district, but once the marriage is over, she definitely won't be able to stay in the Northwest. Returning to Sioux City, she'll probably be the target of everyone's gossip. Isn't she from the Northwest? No, she's from Sioux City. No wonder. Mu Yue stroked his chin and interjected, our regimental leader particularly values talent. If I can vouch for her, I could try to introduce Comrade Lin to our art troupe. Lu Qing was displeased. Hey, wait a minute. I'm still here. Are you trying to poach her right in front of me? Our art troupe has invited her so many times, and she refused to come. Why should she go to yours? Mu Yue laughed. Instructor Lu, you don't understand this, do you? Once the marriage is over, the Northwest will become Comrade Lin's sad place. She will definitely leave. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Su listened to Mu Yue's analysis, his eyes brightening, feeling like a small flame ignited in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this idea was brilliant. If he could get Lin An'an to the Northern Military District, the opportunities to be together would increase. You make a good point, Mu Yue. Comrade Lin is talented. If she goes to the Northern Military District, she might really shine. Seeing that Xiao Su agreed with his viewpoint, Mu Yue's thoughts opened up even more. Our regimental leader is eager for talent. If I sincerely connect them, it shouldn't be difficult. Tang Jingxiao slightly lowered her gaze, hearing their conversation. Her mind instantly became active. She had fallen for Chu Mingzhou at first sight. From a childhood crush to her current helplessness. Previously, when Chu Mingzhou ignored her, she thought he treated everyone like that, only regretting that time passed too slowly, blocking the divorce application. But now, seeing how he protected Lin An'an, it felt like a thorn was stuck in her heart. If Lin An'an left, wouldn't Chu Mingzhou have no more ties? She didn't mind his second marriage. They were a decent match, so he had no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, Tang Jingxiao put down the sunflower seeds and clapped her hands. Great idea. Lin An'an's talent is undeniable. If Comrade Mu really takes her to the Northern Military District, that would be a great help for her. She would definitely be grateful to you. Lu Qing, listening from the side, shook his head with a smile. You guys are daydreaming. That couple is doing well. Besides, this is someone else's family matter. Stop speculating. Tang Jingxiao rolled her eyes at Lu Qing. We're helping her. What good is it to stay here? Going to the Northern Military District would be a fresh start. What do you know? Right, I don't understand. Only you know. Knowing that someone is getting divorced, yet you still keep calling her sister-in-law. You know best. You. Chapter 100. All remembered when Chu Mingzhou arrived home. The family was gathered around the stove chatting. Lin An'an was holding a notebook, telling everyone a story and occasionally writing something down. Sister-in-law, what happened next? Lin An'an paused her voice intentionally and lowered it. In the middle of the night, the year beast broke into the village. It came again to the old woman's house, but this time there was big red paper posted at the door, and the house was brightly lit with candles. The year beast trembled all over, glared at the old woman's house for a moment, and then rushed over with a roar. Just as it got close to the door, the gate opened, and there were loud banging sounds coming from the yard, scaring the year beast so much that it trembled and fled in panic. Chu Mingyu and Cheng Guer were huddled together, their eyes wide open. Sister-in-law, will the year beast come to us? Lin An'an raised the corners of her lips. We have pasted couplets at the door and window decorations on the windows. When a new year comes, we'll set off firecrackers, and the year beast won't dare to come. So that's what the year beast is. Lin An'an's embellished story about the year beast left the whole family mesmerized. When Chu Mingzhou stepped through the door, a gust of cold air followed him, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lin An'an saw him, and her eyes lit up. You're back. Chu Mingzhou nodded, took off his coat and hat, and sat down by the stove, stretching out his hands to warm them, dispelling the chill from his body. He looked at Lin An'an with a smile in his eyes. What are you talking about? It's so lively. Chu Minglan answered eagerly. Brother, sister-in-law is telling the story of the year beast. It's so interesting. Yes, just saying how the year beast was scared away by the firecrackers. Chu Mingzhou raised an eyebrow at Lin An'an. Is that so? Then I'll listen too. He scooted a bit closer to Lin An'an, casually resting his arm on the back of her chair, slightly leaning in as if he was seriously listening. Lin An'an felt her face heat up from his series of actions, cleared her throat, after the year beast was scared away. The villagers were especially happy and began to imitate it. Since then, every New Year's Eve, every household pastes red couplets, sets off firecrackers, and keeps the candles burning brightly, waiting for the new year. These customs have been passed down year after year, all to keep the year beast outside the door and bless the family with peace and safety. Chu Mingyu supported his chin with his little hand, looking forward. Then this year for New Year, we can definitely keep the year beast far away, and the whole family will be safe. Chung Ger nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes. Keep it far away. Aunt Chu was smiling from the side. And then, your story is really well told. Lin An'an smiled shyly. Auntie, you flatter me. I'm just casually talking to find some inspiration for the book I want to write about real rural life. Lin An'an is really amazing, knows so much. And can write books. After chatting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. Chu Mingzhou had to send off his leader the next day, so he had to leave early and stay in the neighboring city for a night, returning the next day. During the new year, Lin An'an felt a bit dissatisfied but didn't say much, only feeling sorry for his hard work. Chu Mingzhou rubbed her hair. I will stay with the leader at Northwest Fishing Terrace. Lin An'an didn't quite understand. Is it a hotel? Yeah, it's a garden-style hotel. The environment is very nice. And it's usually only used to receive important leaders. Lin An'an nodded, only lightly responding. She wasn't interested in these things, but it was good that Chu Mingzhou could stay comfortably. I'll see how their toilets are built in the rooms, the washroom you mentioned. Lin An'an suddenly froze. Chu Mingzhou noticed her sudden stop and couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her a bit closer. You remember that? Yeah. Lin An'an recalled the embarrassment of not daring to drink too much water at night and rushing to the public toilet in the morning. The cold she felt while standing next to the washing room during showers. She really needed a washroom. She had only mentioned it once, and he actually remembered. Chu Mingzhou, as if feeling something, held her hand and gently squeezed it. I'll build it for you after the new year. Lin An'an nodded hurriedly. Okay. You're the best. Just thinking about not having to run to the public toilet in the cold morning and having a comfortable environment for showers made Lin An'an unable to suppress the smile on her face. Seeing her happy, Chu Mingzhou also smiled. If you have any needs in the future, just tell me directly. Don't be shy. Okay. Lin An'an quickly struggled to sit up, cupping his face with both hands, and gave him several kisses. Love you. Good night. Finally, she pressed a kiss on his lips, immediately rolled over to her side to sleep. Chu Mingzhou was momentarily stunned, raising his hand to touch his lips, unable to help but chuckle softly. Unknowingly, the night had deepened. The next day, Lin An'an slept well. Just as she opened her eyes, she heard Dai Lihua's voice. Dai Lihua had returned from mission and immediately came to call Lin An'an, wanted to take her to the health unit. Her last nebulization hadn't been done, and that day happened to be the cultural performance day. Plus, it was the new year, which was indeed inconvenient. Sister Lihua. This time, the nebulization was delayed for 2 days, but it wasn't a big issue. Lin An'an was now taking her medication on time, and her condition was well controlled. The frequency of her episodes had decreased from several times a day to just once. The recovery was better than expected. Lin An'an casually ate a few bites of breakfast and followed Dai Lihua to the health unit. As Dai Lihua prepared the nebulization equipment, she asked, how have you been feeling lately? You look good. Much better. I've been taking my medication on time. I heard your performance this time was particularly wonderful. What a pity I didn't see it. I just did my part. Sister Lihua, you've been working hard on your mission, especially during the new year. Dai Lihua waved her hand dismissively. I'm used to it. When Lin An'an started her nebulization, Dai Lihua sat beside her. By the way, I heard you took your relative to the Gobi Oasis development. Lin An'an couldn't speak well, so she blinked and shook her head. Jiang Tong got into trouble herself. And sending her for reform was also the organization's decision. No, I ran into Aunt Wang on my way to find you today. She hasn't changed at all. Just babbling all day long. It's really unlucky. Lin An'an raised her eyebrows, also feeling speechless. But she admired Aunt Wang a bit. She was like a gossip machine, talking about everyone's business wherever she went. By the way, Dai Lihua looked at Lin An'an again. I heard you bullied Captain Tang's little girl. Is that true? With your little arms and legs, how did you manage to bully them all? Lin An'an innocently shook her head again. That's really not true. Tang Jingxiao was driven away by Chu Mingzhou. I knew it. They all should be taken to do some serious ideological work. They make up stories without even finding something credible. After Lin An'an finished her nebulization, she briefly explained the situation to Dai Lihua. Dai Lihua was instantly dumbfounded. So Aunt Wang wasn't wrong. Tang Jingxiao was indeed scared away by the couple. This grudge was probably going to be formed. That girl was not easy to deal with. As for Jiang Tong, she was considered half a relative of Lin An'an. But their words were too evasive. Clearly, it was their fault. Lin An'an was decisive and clear-cut, yet it turned into her fault instead. Lin An'an hurriedly nodded, putting on a pitiful look. Sister Lihua, maybe this is what they mean by good people being bullied. Dai Lihua couldn't help but laugh at her, tidying up and then taking Lin An'an back home. Chapter 101. Short paper, long affection. Dai Lihua and Lin An'an chatted and laughed all the way home. Dai Lihua sighed. An'an, don't take those idle rumors to heart. You're doing the right thing. If you're upright, you don't fear shadows. One should be clear about public and private matters. I know, Sister Lihua. I won't let those affect my mood. When they reached the door, Lin An'an invited Dai Lihua to come in for a while. Dai Lihua waved her hand. No, Jiamin is waiting for me at home. You should rest well and remember to take your medicine. Lin An'an nodded and watched Dai Lihua leave before turning to go inside. Comrade Lin. Lin An'an looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xiao Su behind the big tree. He was leaning against the wall, biting a cigarette, his eyelids slightly drooping, looking very tired and lazy, but when he raised his eyes, there was an unruly spirit that seemed to come from his bones. Lin An'an was taken aback. What are you doing here? She frowned slightly, clearly not happy. Xiao Su did not step out from behind the tree. He just quietly looked at her, a hint of unnoticeable pain flashing in his eyes. I just passed by. I heard you haven't been well. Lin An'an felt wary in her heart and spoke more distantly. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. If there's nothing else, I'm going in. Xiao Su nodded, flicked the cigarette but to the ground and stepped on it. I will be at the Northwest Military Region until the 16th of the first month. If you need help, feel free to come find me. Lin An'an felt this person was inexplicable and didn't respond. She hurriedly quickened her pace into the house. With a bang, she shut the door. Xiao Su took out a cigarette, lightly tapped it on the back of his hand, brought it to his lips, and bit down on another one without lighting it. At that moment, he felt an immense heartache for this young girl. She looked so beautiful when she blossomed on stage. Xiao Su learned more about Lin An'an, all from Tang Jingxiao. Upon discovering that Chu Mingzhou had used Lin An'an to advance his career by marrying her, Xiao Su felt like beating him up. Such behavior was too despicable. Lin An'an was only fulfilling a marriage contract left by her elders, reluctantly stepping into this marriage. She was so talented, so eager for freedom, yet she lowered her head and came to this completely unfamiliar city. But the outcome wouldn't change. Chu Mingzhou would still ruthlessly abandon her, completely disregarding her reputation. Xiao Su stood silently by the wall for a long time. However, what Xiao Su didn't know was that all his actions were seen by Aunt Wang, the neighbor of the Chu family. Not only was every word of their conversation heard clearly, but even every expression and the sadness in Xiao Su's eyes were deeply remembered by Aunt Wang. What had Aunt Wang not seen? She could tell what the young man was thinking, including Lin An'an's evasiveness. In her eyes, it all showed her guilt. Aunt Wang clicked her tongue, muttering softly, "This Lin An'an really has some skills." As soon as her man leaves, she immediately pulls at another man at the door. What kind of talk is this? As she thought about it, she took small steps towards the door, her heart racing with excitement, eager to spread the news. Aunt Chu had already started preparing New Year's food with a few little ones. Lin Zihua had changed a lot in these past few days. Perhaps he had felt the responsibility of being an older brother, making him work quickly and diligently. Moreover, he couldn't help but boast. Whenever the little one said, "Brother Zihua is so amazing," he would grit his teeth and make sure to do a good job. The marinated fish fillets were a bit troublesome to make, but they turned out really well. When Lin An'an returned home, Aunt Chu happened to finish the last dish. Lin Zihua said his sister loved to eat fish, especially the marinated fish fillets from Sioux City. Aunt Chu remembered this. Early that morning, she specially bought a big black fish, and she had even consulted an older lady from Sioux City about the recipe. "Big sister, wash your hands and let's eat." Okay. The family gathered around the table, ready to eat. Lin An'an had slightly furrowed brows, still thinking about Xiao Su, feeling that he was inexplicable. Moreover, with a bad first impression of him, she couldn't help but feel more wary. Aunt Chu served a piece of fish fillet into Lin An'an's bowl. Did something happen? An'an? Don't be in a daze. Eat first. Oh, it's nothing. Lin An'an took a bite of the marinated fish fillet, and the familiar taste spread across her tongue. She was clearly taken aback. This fish fillet. It's too delicious. Aunt Chu smiled, her eyes squinting with happiness. Lin Zihua also took a piece and nodded repeatedly after tasting it. Delicious. Aunt Chu is really amazing. He then looked at Lin An'an. Sister, I told Aunt Chu yesterday that you love to eat. So, she made it specially today. Lin An'an suddenly felt a pang in her heart, a strange emotion rushing to her head. In this unfamiliar world, she had experienced many feelings she had never felt before. She looked at Aunt Chu and Lin Zihua, her eyes slightly moist. Thank you, Aunt Chu, for thinking of me so much. Zihua, you're also very thoughtful. She hurriedly picked up another piece of fish fillet. The taste was truly good, especially good. Aunt Chu paused her smile, quickly looking for a handkerchief. Why are you crying? When Aunt Chu said Lin An'an was crying, the little ones eagerly looked up. Lin An'an quickly wiped the corners of her eyes. No, I didn't cry. My eyes are a bit sore from the fire. I'm eating so well. How could I cry? Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Silly child, as long as you love to eat, that's good. Your health isn't good, so don't skimp on food. You need to keep up your nutrition. Only with good nutrition can your body grow strong. Okay, I'll listen to Aunt Chu. After the lively family dinner, Lin An'an played with the little ones for a while before returning to her room. She sat at her desk, took out her drafts, and started organizing. While organizing, she also wrote out the English version. Time passed quietly amidst the rustling sound of the pen on paper, and soon it was evening. She thought everything was normal until she finished washing up and lay down in bed. At this time, there would usually be Chu Mingzhou's company beside her. With him lying next to her, she could always sleep particularly soundly. However, at this moment, Chu Mingzhou was not home, and the large earthen Kong felt particularly empty. Lin An'an turned over and couldn't sleep, feeling an emptiness in her heart. She hadn't achieved much, but she had quickly developed this habit. Lin An'an simply sat up, returned to her desk, thought for a moment, took out paper and pen, and decided to write a letter to Chu Mingzhou. She remembered once reading a saying. In the past, carriages and horses moved slowly, and letters took a long time. In a lifetime, one could only love one person. Now, she had come to this era where carriages and horses were indeed slow, and she couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Thus, writing a letter could also become the ultimate romance. She paused her pen, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and then slowly began to write. Mingzhou, I hope this letter finds you well, and seeing your words feels like meeting you. At this moment, the night is quiet, and everything is silent. I sit alone under this dim light, holding the pen, wanting to convey the tender feelings in my heart to you through this piece of paper. Since I met you, my world seems to have been lit up like a barren land suddenly encountering the warm sun of spring, blooming with flowers in an instant. Once, I drifted in this bustling world, unaware of where I belonged, until you came into my life, bringing warmth and love, quietly entering my life like a gentle breeze. Every moment spent with you has become the most cherished time of my life. Those accidental exchanged glances, lightly touching fingertips, and your gentle words by my ear are like threads, tightly entwining my heart with yours, making it impossible to part. I often secretly rejoice that the trajectory of fate allowed me to meet you. Though the paper is short, my feelings are long, unable to express the myriad thoughts in my heart. Where the heart is directed, where the feelings are connected. Lin An'an, February 7th, 1975. Chapter 102. A visit to express gratitude after finishing the letter. Lin An'an gently put down her pen, her gaze lingering on the paper for a moment, a smile appearing on her lips. She carefully folded the letter and, after a moment's thought, tucked it into a book. Outside the window, snowflakes danced down, covering the ground with a layer of pristine white, appearing especially lonely under the cold moonlight. Lin An'an glanced at the snowy scene outside, got up to close the curtains tightly, returned to the Kong, found a comfortable position, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the snow in the northwest had intensified, and the earth seemed to still be immersed in a sweet dream, a gentle white veil quietly covering everything in the world. The houses were adorned beautifully with the white snow, the thick accumulation on the roofs resembling soft cotton candy, while a wisp of smoke curled up from the chimney, adding a touch of liveliness to the silent, snowy landscape. In the yard, the red plum blossoms had bloomed, proudly flourishing amidst the snow, their crimson contrasting beautifully with the white snowflakes. Knock, knock, knock. Sister-in-law, Brother Lu Qing, is here with many gifts. Chu Minglin's voice came from outside Lin An'an's room. Got it. I'll get up right away. Lin An'an slightly opened her sleepy eyes, shook off her drowsiness, and got up to dress. When she opened the door, the cold wind blew in, instantly waking her up as she hurried to wash up and headed to the main hall. It was already the 28th day of the lunar year, and it was quite thoughtful of Lu Qing to come to express his gratitude at this time. Unfortunately, Chu Mingzhou had not yet returned, so it fell to Lin An'an to receive their guest. Sister-in-law, Lu Qing, was sitting in the main hall with a smile, chatting with Aunt Chu. When he saw Lin An'an get up, he immediately called out to her. He pointed to the large and small bundles on the table and said, I went to the city with friends yesterday and bought some food and small items, all as a token of thanks. Lin An'an quickly waved her hand, saying, There's no need for thanks, Zihua, and I just lent a helping hand. It's not a big deal. You're mistaken. It may not be a big deal for you, but it's a huge favor for the entire art troupe. Without you, this artistic performance couldn't have been completed smoothly. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have good news to share with you. Our art troupe has been nominated and will be reported to the central government at the beginning of the year. If everything goes well, we might be sent to perform for the troupe stationed in the border areas or islands next year. We really owe this opportunity to you. Lin An'an exchanged a glance with Lin Zihua, both surprised at what they heard. When Aunt Chu's gaze turned towards them, Lin Zihua instinctively straightened his back, unable to suppress his smile. That's wonderful. Congratulations. This is the collective effort of the art troupe comrades. It's the honor you all deserve. Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. No, it's really thanks to you. Several high-ranking leaders have praised you, saying you are a rare musical talent. They also mentioned that Zihua is just as good as Mu Yu Wei, with an unlimited future ahead. Lin An'an raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. However, she noticed her younger brother was listening intently, his fingers writing something in his palm. Honestly, you are all exceptional talents. Are you really not considering joining the art troupe? This was Lu Qing's first earnest invitation. Lin An'an paused. Lin Zihua's eyes lit up with excitement, his joy nearly spilling over. However, he didn't dare to say much and just looked expectantly at his sister. Lu Qing observed their expressions and was pleased with Lin Zihua's reaction. But he had some reservations when it came to Lin An'an. If it weren't for the urgent circumstances, Lu Qing wouldn't have brought it up now. After all, he had originally planned to take his time and win Lin An'an over with enough sincerity. But after being surrounded by a few people yesterday, Lu Qing felt a bit anxious. After the divorce, would Lin An'an still stay in the Northwest military region? The answer was clear. She wouldn't. So, to retain such talent, he could only seize the moment, absorbing her into the art troupe before the divorce application was approved. Even if Lin An'an divorced Chu Mingzhou in the future, she would still be part of the art troupe. At worst, he could apply for special housing for her and her brother, making it impossible for her to leave. Lin An'an didn't outright refuse this time. She looked at Lu Qing and then at her expectant brother, feeling somewhat hesitant. She knew joining the art troupe was a rare opportunity for Lin Zihua. He loved music and yearned for a bigger stage to showcase himself, especially since Jiang Tong had already left. To others, Jiang Tong might have just made a mistake and been sent away to develop and reform, which was a big deal. She was just a minor character. But Lin An'an understood that she was the original female lead, someone with great fortune and the power to control the plot's direction. But Jiang Tong was really gone. This meant that everything could be changed. Hard work could pay off. If that's the case, why not give Lin Zihua one more chance? Lin An'an bit her lip, hesitating on how to express this better. Lu Qing interrupted with a smile. Don't rush to refuse me. Think it over. We are friends, after all. You know, if you join the art troupe, I will definitely take care of you. Lin An'an smiled at him. Sister? Lin Zihua glanced at Lin An'an, but was ignored. She turned to Lu Qing, straightened her expression, and said earnestly, Instructor Lu, thank you for your recognition of us. As for joining the art troupe, I will let Zihua consider it carefully. Lu Qing's smile froze for a moment. What about you? I'll pass. My health is too poor, and I need to rest. Lu Qing's smile faded, and he sighed heavily. Lin An'an quickly added, if you need my help later, I will definitely not refuse. If this had been said before, it would have been entirely within Lu Qing's calculations, and he would have been very pleased to hear it. But now, his thoughts were different. He felt that Lin An'an was just being polite. Once her marriage ended and she left, how could she still say she wouldn't refuse? Take your time to think it over. I'll wait for your good news. Aunt Chu exchanged glances with Chu Minglan and politely said to Lu Qing, Little Lu, stay for lunch. I'll make your favorite potatoes and braised ribs. Sure, I came here for your cooking. I even brought some wine, hoping to have a couple of drinks with Ming Zhou, but I didn't expect him to personally send off the leaders. Aunt Chu and Chu Minglan got up to prepare lunch in the kitchen, leaving a few people chatting in the main hall. Are you all getting used to life in the Northwest? I suffered a lot when I first arrived. I wasn't used to the food, the living conditions, or the weather. I had a hard time adjusting. Lu Qing was all smiles, appearing to have a good temperament. In reality, he was a smiling tiger, making it difficult for others to truly connect with him. Chapter 103. The tape recorder Lin An'an listened to Lu Qing's words and nodded slightly. She had indeed felt a bit out of place when she first arrived, but gradually she got used to it. Lin Zihua chimed in, saying that at first, the conditions here felt quite harsh, but now that they had adapted, everything was fine. You guys have adapted pretty quickly, Lu Qing remarked. Although the conditions in the Northwest are tough, the people here are simple and kind. Once spring comes, the scenery is also quite nice. However, I must say, people from the Northwest are competitive. If Zihua were from the Northwest, I bet he would want to join the art troupe without me even having to invite him. Lin Zihua was puzzled. Why? Lu Qing looked Lin Zihua up and down a few times, then popped a peanut into his mouth. Mu Yue is still in our Northwest military district. Over the years, there have been many people I could compare him with, but none of them are from our art troupe. If there were even one, they would definitely be eager to compete. Lin An'an, so you're saying the Northwest art troupe has never produced a remarkable talent? Lin Zihua understood. Instructor Lu wanted him to compete with Mu Yue to bring glory to the art troupe. Lin Zihua wanted to say he would join immediately and compete, but he glanced at his sister and swallowed his words back. It wasn't just people from the Northwest who were competitive. At Lin Zihua's age, who wasn't he? Lin Zihua was caught in the trap, but Lin An'an remained calm and composed, showing no sign of being affected. It couldn't be said that they were competing. They were all good comrades working for the cultural development of the army, and there was no need to compare. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, appreciating Lin An'an even more in his heart. Not only was she talented, but her ideas were also fresh, and her awareness was high. She was suitable for joining the art troupe and for taking on leadership roles. She just needed a few years of experience. That's true, but Mu Yue is at my place right now. He mentioned he wanted to meet you guys yesterday. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you. No, Lin Zihua refused outright. They're very rude, and we definitely wouldn't get along, Lin Zihua added, embellishing the story about what happened after the cultural performance. His words conveyed a clear disdain for them. Is that so? Lu Qing said he wanted to teach them a lesson, speaking with conviction. But it was all just for show. However, these weren't major issues. While they were chatting, Aunt Chu and Chu Minglan had already started busying themselves in the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of delicious food wafted from the kitchen. Lu Qing smiled and said, Aunt's cooking skills are getting better and better. I left a whole bunch of guests at home just to eat Aunt's meal, huh? Lin An'an couldn't help but laugh as well. When the food was almost ready, Chu Mingzhou happened to come back. Chu Mingyu rushed into the room. Brother Zihua, my elder brother is back and is calling for you to help move things. Moving things again? Lin An'an thought her man was like a hamster, always buying and bringing back a bunch of stuff every time he went out. Coming. Lin Zihua quickly got up and followed Chu Mingyu out. Lin An'an couldn't help but smile, her eyes softening. She stood up to straighten her clothes and followed them out. Seeing Lin An'an like this, Lu Qing was secretly surprised. This didn't seem like an act, the look in her eyes. Lin An'an had feelings for Chu Mingzhou. Lu Qing squeezed the peanuts in his hand tightly, causing the shells to crack. This was troublesome. Once this woman developed real feelings, she definitely wouldn't stay in the Northwest military district after the divorce. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qing also got up and walked toward the door. Mingzhou, I'll help you too. What are you doing here? Chu Mingzhou frowned upon seeing Lu Qing, who was 28 and still running to his house. Lu Qing didn't mind his attitude at all. He reached for the last box in the trunk, saying, I'm here to thank An'an and Zihua. I happened to catch Aunt making lunch, so I shamelessly stayed for a meal. Chu Mingzhou shot him a glance, but didn't say anything. He turned to Lin An'an, raised his chin toward the room, signaling her to follow. Lin An'an blinked and hurriedly followed. Zihua, you guys move the things to the main hall first. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Lin An'an go back into the house with Chu Mingzhou, Lu Qing paused and almost blurted out, Your sister and Mingzhou are living in the same room? Lin Zihua looked at him strangely. Of course my sister is in the same room as my brother-in-law. Lu Qing was momentarily speechless, feeling even more confused. For the first time, he felt that Chu Mingzhou was not a good person. They were about to get divorced. How could he still mistreat her? Lin Zihua put the things down and noticed Lu Qing's expression, scratching his head and asking, Is there a problem? Lu Qing snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. Nothing. He quickened his pace, placing the box down, but his gaze occasionally drifted toward the direction where Chu Mingzhou and Lin An'an had entered. Inside, Chu Mingzhou stopped with Lin An'an and gently brushed the snow off her shoulders. I bought you a tape recorder. Huh? In this era of scarcity, a tape recorder was a rare item, and she never expected Chu Mingzhou would buy her such an expensive gift. Seeing her expression, Chu Mingzhou couldn't help but smile. Reaching out to poke her nose. It's a quota given to me by the leader. Since I came across it, it would be a pity not to buy it. After the new year, I'll install an antenna on the roof for you, so you can listen to the radio at home. Chu Mingzhou opened the packaging. What appeared was a long, old-fashioned tape recorder, exuding the industrial feel unique to that era. The shell was thick and shiny deep brown plastic, with a metal speaker grill on the front, featuring neatly arranged fine grids, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. On either side of the grill were two metal knobs, one for adjusting the volume and the other for tuning, precisely locating each frequency band. The transparent plastic tape compartment door was clean and bright, resembling a delicate little showcase, with a silver metal frame around the edge that reflected a cool light in the rays, contrasting with the dark outer shell. There were also two boxes of tapes, both with songs on them. I don't know if you'll like them, Chu Mingzhou said, pulling out two tapes with portraits of laborers from his coat pocket. Lin An'an bit her lip and reached out to take them. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched. This man, after placing a tape in, she pressed the play button. First came a faint mechanical whir, followed by a melodious tune pouring from a speaker. The sound carried a slight graininess. It was this simplicity that conveyed the genuine emotions from the past times. Lin An'an suddenly threw herself into Chu Mingzhou's arms, hugging him tightly. Mingzhou. Her voice was slightly nasal when she called his name, causing Chu Mingzhou to panic a little. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Lin An'an buried her face in his embrace, raising her hand to lightly punch him. I like it very much. You're so good, Mingzhou. Finally, Chu Mingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you like it. These tapes are hard to find. If I ever go to the big city again, I'll buy you more. Chapter 104 Opportunity. While the two were immersed in their sweet moment, Lin Zihua's loud voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Sister, brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Wait, what's that sound coming from your room? Lin An'an blushed as she wriggled out of Chu Mingzhou's embrace, tidying her slightly messy hair, and replied, Coming. Your brother-in-law bought me a tape recorder. Do you want to take a look? As soon as the words tape recorder reached his ears, Lin Zihua seemed to be scalded and ran off. No, you guys hurry up and come out for dinner. He remembered that he had once destroyed the tape recorder their father bought for his sister for Jiangtong, and he still felt guilty about it. So he dared not linger any longer. Let's go. Chu Mingzhou stopped the tape recorder, took Lin An'an's hand, and walked towards the dining room together. Lu Qing, witnessing their intimacy, instantly froze with a smile on his face, his gaze coldly piercing towards Chu Mingzhou, filled with disapproval. In his eyes, Chu Mingzhou's behavior was simply unacceptable. He was dead set on divorcing Lin An'an, yet here he was pretending to be deeply in love. Wasn't that just trying to deceive the young girl? This also disrupted his plan to recruit Lin An'an into the art troupe. Once seated, the little ones erupted with excitement upon hearing that their brother had bought a tape recorder for their sister-in-law. Lin An'an smiled and comforted them. You all eat your meal obediently, and I'll bring out the tape recorder in a bit. but it can't record yet. We can only listen to the tapes for now. Great. The little ones cheered, eating with even more enthusiasm. Lu Qing swallowed his dissatisfaction and put on a smiling face, pretending to be surprised and joking. Mingzhou, you're really good to your wife. Getting a tape recorder in this remote Northwest isn't easy. Chu Mingzhou replied with a faint smile. It was just a coincidence. I came across it and bought it. Lin Zihua was focused on his meal, but his mind was entirely on that tape recorder. He stole glances at Lin An'an, hoping she would bring it out so he could fiddle with it too. After all, anyone studying music would love these new gadgets. He had been blinded by impulse back then, trading away such a good item just like that. Lu Qing noticed his eagerness and seized the opportunity to steer the conversation towards the art troupe. Zihua, if you join the art troupe, you'll get to try out all sorts of musical equipment, much more interesting than this tape recorder, and you can learn skills from professional teachers. Lin An'an glanced at Lu Qing helplessly, about to speak, but Chu Mingzhou spoke first. Join the art troupe? No way. Zihua's personality is too impulsive. He should stay in the army to temper himself. Lu Qing hit a brick wall, but remained undeterred, still smiling. What do you know? I'm just being protective of talent. I also want to give the art troupe some face. You know Mu Yue, right? The pillar of the military flag art troupe, very famous nationwide. He came here with Xiao Su this time, and the two are still in my house. Mu Yue, Gyu Su. Well, it's true, but there's nothing to be done. They have better innate conditions and resources. Compared to them, Lin Zihua could indeed join the art troupe. Huh? Lu Qing was taken aback. He was still trying to persuade when Chu Mingzhou just agreed so readily. Mingzhou, are you serious? Lin Zihua, who had just shoveled a big mouthful of rice in his mouth, was also stunned, forgetting to chew, staring blankly at Chu Mingzhou. Chu Mingzhou's expression was calm as he looked at Lin Zihua and then glanced at Lu Qing, speaking slowly. Zihua does need more experience. But he's still young and tends to act impulsively. Are you sure you can handle him? Lin Zihua swallowed the food in his mouth, his eyes suddenly shining with excitement. Hurriedly nodding, brother-in-law, if instructor Lu can handle it, I will work hard too. I will definitely do well. Lin An'an. Lu Qing reacted quickly, also nodding vigorously, following up on his words. Yes, I can handle it, a guarantee to train him well. Okay. Lu Qing seized the moment. How about after the new year? Once the holiday is over, I'll submit a report to secure a spot for Lin Zihua. Lin Zihua looked eagerly at his sister. Lin An'an glanced at Chu Mingzhou again, unsure of his sudden agreement, but eventually nodded. Then it will trouble Instructor Lu. Ha ha, great. Great. Not a trouble at all. We are all family, not a trouble. Lu Qing laughed heartily. His gaze occasionally fell on Lin An'an, and his heart, which had been restless, started to stir again. Throughout the meal, Lu Qing observed everything closely. He felt that the way Chu Mingzhou looked at Lin An'an was not innocent either. His previous guess that he was like a blooming iron tree might very well be true. As they were leaving, Lu Qing deliberately slowed his pace, leaning closer to Chu Mingzhou to remind him. That divorce application you submitted should have reached Colonel Tang by now. Remember to go get it back soon, or once the year is over and the stamp is on it, it will really be over. Chu Mingzhou paused for a moment, lightly responding with an mm. I'll take my leave. You remember this, such a good wife, if she runs away, it won't be easy to find another. Chu Mingzhou frowned slightly, feeling that this person was somewhat inexplicable. Lu Qing waved his hand and left. However, his mind started to calculate again. Not getting a divorce is good. As long as they don't divorce, Lin An'an would be part of the Northwest Military District. Nowadays, women emphasize independence and self-improvement, and they all hope to have better development opportunities. Given Lin An'an's many talents, the most suitable place for her would still be the art troupe. Her final choice would only be the art troupe. Lu Qing's emotions fluctuated greatly, going from sunny to overcast, then to light rain, and back to sunny again. Chu Mingzhou returned to the room to move the tape recorder. Lin An'an quickened her pace to catch up, pursing her lips. Why did you suddenly agree to let Zihua join the art troupe? This is too hasty. We're not even prepared yet. He will have to join eventually. So it's better to take the opportunity now. The art troupe will undergo major reforms next year. Getting in early means more opportunities. Opportunities? Reforms? Yeah. And he likes it himself. With that, there was nothing more to be done. The tape recorder was brought out. Chu Mingzhou raised his hand and gently pressed a button. And the melody from the tape recorder flowed out, instantly filling the entire hall. It was a spirited, revolutionary song, with the vigorous notes dancing in the air, making the little ones happy, and they began to dance along with the rhythm. Lin Ziwa scooted over to the tape recorder, squatting down to examine it closely, touching this and looking at that, wishing he could glue his eyes to it. Lin An'an shook her head lightly, poured herself a cup of tea, and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, Aunt Chu brought over a bamboo sieve filled with various ingredients and herbs, smiling as she said, "Mingzhou, let them listen for a while and then put it away. This afternoon the neighbors are coming over to fry spices, and I'm afraid it'll get damaged with so many people around." Okay, I understand. Chapter 105. Stir-frying spices is a Northwest custom. Lin An'an leaned closer to the bamboo sieve to see what spices Aunt Chu was going to stir-fry. Aunt Chu noticed her interest and decided to tease her, saying, "Sister Lon said your braised meat spice packet is especially delicious. Can you tell what spices are in this?" Lin An'an became intrigued, took a small handful, examined it closely, and then brought it to her nose to sniff. The rich and unique aroma instantly penetrated her senses. "I really can't guess this. It should be for braised meat, right? But this blend has a stronger flavor and is better at removing the fishy taste. Could it be for braised beef or lamb?" Aunt Chu praised her, saying, "That's right, this is the spice for stewing lamb, but it's our ancestral recipe from Lamb County. So that's it." Inside, there are bay leaves, cinnamon, star anise, Sichuan pepper, plus a bit of fennel and grass fruit. The proportions are crucial. A slight miscalculation will ruin the flavor. These spices are stir-fried together to release their aroma before being used to stew lamb. The taste is so good it could steal a person's soul. Seeing Lin An'an's interest, Aunt Chu actually shared the proportions with her, not keeping anything secret. "Every time I come, always prepare some extra. During the new year, when neighbors come over to stir-fry, it's lively." It turns out that the custom of stir-frying spices at